the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, wanna buy another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. You know Mark, South Stuff, South Stuff. Types that never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move,
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round.
Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move,
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go.
got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's emotion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger.
Oh, guy above us. Guy above is dead. Don't know about the other bumper. I'm at the guy at the very, very back of the map. Oh, oh my god. There's more, there's more. Ah, 10 seconds. I'm just going, dude. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, one guy right next to us coming from Caswar, the big rock.
Going?
Yeah, the big rock.
Yeah, I'm on him, I'm on him.
He's got a deep, man. Holy shit.
He had a dig.
Bump trap. Nice.
So he shifts up.
Oof. There. Bane's pit, left of it. Right. I swear there's another. In this tower. I'm holding him. Oh, yes. Spiral of death. Oh! There it is. Bumping over here.
Oh yeah? I can't help you, but I see it. Nice. I'm on 20 HP. Can I jump off here?
The safe way is there's a ladder over here. If you don't make it, you're probably dead though. You see the ladder? Right there. Live ping on the ladder.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna look funny for you.
Oh, wait, it's not live.
Should we record?
One of these trains.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Can you die from the map?
Oh! Yeah, you can.
Oh.
You can.
You can?
Yeah, I died.
Yeah. How do you die? How do you die? Like, if you get hit by something or what? See you, Flames? Wait, Ansu, what?
We don't need to record, right?
No.
Oh. Right.
Can maybe restart again? We played last day.
No, we're live.
Bro, I liked.
What? Flames?
What is this? What the fuck? I'm swimming in sharks.
Stop swimming. I'll mute you. Middle.
Nice
He's
Flames.
stacked, he's stacked. Low.
Nice Flames.
What?
1, 2, 1,
Have
2.
you been practicing with that or what?
Yeah, man, I'm pulling that in practice, left and right.
Fuck, I didn't see.
Oh.
Okay. He fixed the
We need
issue now.
restart then, we need restart.
No.
Oh, it's not not.
Easy.
Nice.
Speedy McQueen on steroids, man.
Nice, Bjorn.
Can you buy
Wait,
nades as well, huh?
Oh,
Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, I'm spawning in lasers and
Oh, what?
fucking gun bins.
Left side, bro.
yeah, your mom.
That one there was a violation.
That one
I
was...
saw you, bro. Bro, this fucking thing. Scary. Wait, are you buying nades now? Fucking pussies.
I want to stop that.
Man,
Oh, he's right.
then you have to die here.
You're gonna die by the wall?
Left.
Ooh.
Oh, man, it scared me.
What? Left over there. Yeah.
Like be there as a team again, and it doesn't really matter.
What score do we play to? What score? 8? Oh.
8?
If you don't know crap.
No, your Viper.
Go actually in all different kinds of ways. The opponents for ourselves, and we
Can you shut up?
Come on, guns place.
Then you...
Nice.
Oh! You have no more ping than me, man. Oh, no, wait.
Nicola, go up. Fast. Did you buy armor?
Yeah, of course. Always.
Bait me, bro.
Spawn.
He's low, nice.
Fuck.
Mantu, let's go, man. The glasses. Mantu, can you give me the glasses on that? On that map now? Yeah, my eye infection, it needs to be covered. Okay, now we choose weapons, right?
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
The last day of the group stage here at IEM Summer, and we cannot wait to get this one underway. My name is Frankie Ward. There we go, fanography for you this morning. I'm joined by Kassad and Maniac, who have double loud today. I'm enjoying the looks, boys. I have to say, today I've gone full 80s, like Anders' music collection, and I've got shoulder pads. I didn't know it had shoulder pads until I checked it out this morning, because it was one of my basically go onto a vintage shop online and just like buy 7 shirts before this event started kind of finds. But do I look powerful?
I don't think we are in a position to you know, judge you in any way. We ourselves are looking absolutely beautiful this morning. I cannot even keep a straight face just looking at you with pina colada on your eyes. Like, how am I supposed to do my job?
I mean, I'm just missing a cocktail here, but I got my on my eyes. It's fine. I have to tell you, Frankie, I bought my 7 shirts as well. It cost me a total of $17.
$17 for 7 shirts?
Yeah, I mean, I got a good deal. Got the glasses.
You're a thrifty boy.
Yeah,
it's Macklemore over there.
It's a pretty good life.
Yeah.
So let's talk about day number 3. Kassan, what was your favorite match?
My favorite match was the VP one, I guess. You know, against Spirit, it was a super close game, and I think Spirit could have taken away the victory there. They were up, like, what was it, 12-5 or 13-5 on the very new map that we have, very exciting map. I like it, by the way. Anyway, VP managed to come back with a triple op. You remember Yakinder saying, I can't kill anyone, I'm just going to buy a third op, and it worked for them. So I would say that was the match of the day for me.
That was your favorite match, the VP game. That was the match that you really enjoyed, like to your core.
Well,
you had a
I
good
didn't
time
enjoy the technical
it.
pause. Actually, I did enjoy the technical pause.
You had a really good time.
Oh, it was so good.
It was great. Now, listen,
what did you get up to during the technical pause?
Oh no, I was just so laser focused on that game, especially during the technical pause.
Oh, that was, I mean...
You just sat there in your glasses.
Yeah, I almost fall asleep, yeah.
Oh, he actually did kind of doze off, but it was in a technical pause, so I let him be.
Resting my eyes.
I let him be,
I was just resting my eyes.
I love like how relaxed you were in the room. Like, it's a technical pause. I have time. I can take a deep breath.
Yeah,
I like that.
It is. I was already rested after that, you know, to analyze the game.
I know.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, gentlemen, Group A is almost done.
Yes.
Vitality versus G2 Esports. That's our Group A winners match. That's actually going to be our second best of 3 of the day. And you can see at the bottom there, Gambit Esports narrowly beating Complexity last night. That was an absolute bomb burner, Maniac.
Yeah, it was a huge game, really. And just as much as I want to give props to Gambit for being able to survive, I mean, Complexity did put up a great fight. We had limited expectations for Complexity and what they can do in this competition. I think they deserve a round of applause for what they've tried to do here. In terms of results for Group A, Team Vitality, G2 and Gambit would have been the teams that I would have put in the playoffs. Maybe Gambit obviously in the winner bracket. We didn't really know much about Astralis, but yeah, Group A was, or made sense, I want to say.
And Group B here, as you can see, Kassad versus Pro versus NIP. That's going to be our last match of the day.
Yeah, we have 2 games today. One of the 2 teams, EG and OG, will be facing for that semi-final spot. One of those teams will be super happy. One will be like kinda happy. And the other game that you mentioned, the VP NIP, that's the game where one team is going to the playoffs and the other one is going home. You know.
Because we already know that EG and OG, they're both definitely through to the playoffs. It's just who is going to be sailing straight into the semi-finals and who is going to be in that quarterfinal spot against Gambit. And neither one of them want to be there, quite clearly. Now, let's take an actual full bigger picture with frags and that at what happened yesterday with our friend Anders.
The climb to the top of the IEM Summer Mountain continued Saturday with 6 teams that were all one slippery rock away from tumbling into the abyss. In the Group B lower bracket semi-final, NIP and Heroic continued the long tradition of Swedish-Danish warfare, and this time the Swedes had a special trick up their sleeves, traitorous Tom Cruise. The match begun on Mirage, where Heroic finished the first half at an 11-4 scoreline, leaving NIP hanging on the side of the cliff with no hope of recovery. On the T side, however, Heroic spent so much time enjoying the lead that when they finally looked down to see what had happened to NIP below, the Swedes were ready to put the game into overtime. Young Linus, barely added to the team, dropped 27 kills and NIP win in overtime 19-17. On Nuke, things went from bad to worse for Heroic. Struggling to recover their footing and slipping with every attempt, they reached out in a gripping moment to a friendly fellow Danish hand to put them up to safety. But the safe hand stretched out was that of Device, and he dropped 27 kills against his countrymen and flung them out of the tournament, winning Nuke 16-7. The other lower bracket semi-final, in Group B, saw the Dragon and the Bear battle it out across 3 maps for the safety of a warm cave to hide in from the blizzard raging outside. Team Spirit fought to push Virtus Pro out on Dust 2 with an incredible performance by both SDY and Emir. They end up taking the map 16-11. VP, however, weren't going to be thrown out into the cold that easily. And on Inferno, after taking a disappointing map on Break 1, Yakinder was back in typical form, and with VP winning the first half 12-3, there wasn't much Spirit could do to recover, running it back to 16-9 before the battle moved on to Ancient. In true IEM Summer fashion, Ancient turned into an incredibly close affair. the first half ending 10-5 on Spirit's TT side. Winning the pistol in the second half put Spirit at 12-5, and VP were almost put out into the cold for good. But Kickard had more to give, and with amazing focus, he dropped a total of 35 kills, pushing the game into overtime and winning 19-17, ending the climb for Team Spirit. The final match of the day was current Kings of the Mountain, Gambit versus the up-and-coming Complexity, whose leader Blamef could probably actually carry his entire team in a climb. The Danish captain tried to do the same in the server and had a fantastic overall best of 3. None of this mattered, however, because Shiro and Axile were not going to let Complexity sink their hooks in for very long. Mirage ends 16-7, and Gambit look exactly like they should for their current ranking. For Overpass, Poison and Blamef fought back in tremendous fashion, with respectively 22 and 21 kills to get a 16-8 victory. Config along the way using Gravity to murder Shiro, unexpectedly taking the match to a third and final map on Vertigo. This final map was so close that any given round could have changed the result and left one team safe near the top and the other smashed on the hard rocks below. Nearly everyone in the server showed up to fight, with both Blamef, Config and JKS having a large impact on the Complexity side. But the combination of Shiro, Axile and Hobbit was just too much. With one hand around the angle of the Gambit team, nearly pulling them off the side of the cliff, Complexity lost their hold and fell 16-14. Today, here at IEM Summer, we remember the fallen and move into what will surely be a competitive Sunday.
Anders is too nice. Forget the fallen. It's all about those 3 matches today, our winners' matches, as teams fight to be in the semi-finals. And also, of course, that survivors match from Group B, NIP versus Virtus Pro. That's going to be an absolute banger to round off the group stage. So here's your schedule. Just to remind yourselves, if you missed that at the end of Anders' chat, EG versus OG coming up first, Vitality versus G2 Esports, and then VP versus NIP. Kassad, I'd love to hear your prediction for that last match.
VP NIP? I don't know. Every time I go against NIP, they always win somehow. I just don't know. I just trust VP more at this point, you know. Even though they're like NIP is on the rise, they played yesterday like a great game against Heroic, and big props to them for the comeback against Fnatic. It was like, you know, the tournament before, number 3 spot. They're also in the finals actually to Mouse Sports in Flashpoint. They're like on the big rise, and Device is a big reason of it. But on the other side, I have like such a skillful team in VP and so many sharp players, you know, an experienced team that is always like in deep playoff runs. That's why I would give them the advantage over NIP. So, and also Yekin, that if he shows up today, you know, we discussed it in the green room. If he shows up on one day,
and like, he takes over.
He takes over, you cannot win anymore. He has the support of James. Yesterday it was like a little bit of Kickert and Buster combining, and if he gets the support from those guys, then it's over for you.
Well, let's bring in Machine and Sponge, because we haven't been able to talk to them for a couple of days on the show. So I'm hoping, I have warned Alex, I've asked him to scrub up well. So let's just see what they're wearing.
Yeah,
I'm such a pervert on the show.
You sent the text before I had a chance to kind of rejig my shirt. She said, put your best shirt on.
Okay.
You've made a note. Is this one from the
This is an actual, I actually earned this one.
Me too. These are, okay, this is 2 representations of our approaches to summer.
We're still taking
Chad, you look so good.
We still look washed out.
What was that, Frankie? Chad, you look so good. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there was a distinctly heard Chad only. That's what I heard.
Look, we still look washed out, Alex. Look at this.
I know.
There's a lot of blue in the room.
I'm really tanned.
He is very tanned, everybody.
I'm so brown right now, and you can't appreciate it.
And I am a little bit tanned, but I look very white.
Yeah, he looks like he's been, you know, like a mild
Casper the Bloody Ghost in here.
Yeah, of Marmite or so.
I'm watching you on a saturated screen. You look lovely, gentlemen.
Okay. Oh, the digital vibrance. I probably do look really interesting. That's cool. Anyway, we have a Counter-Strike game coming up. In fact, EG is a team that none of us expected to necessarily be in the upper bracket playing for a semi-final spot. Can we take a moment to acknowledge that?
Yeah, I think everybody here today in those two matchups have something to prove, right? EG fell off the map. Nobody was expecting anything from them. They're showing the world that they can compete. Let's see if that was, I don't want to say a fluke. They've done it twice now. So if they can do it again today, then maybe we take them a bit more seriously.
Yeah.
OG on the other side of things, the roster coming together, the Flashpoint flop, and then the other game we have coming up after that, Vitality rebuilding with the youngster, and look, G2 with Nico, can it work?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. These are questions that we will get more answers to. G2 are on the top of everyone's list at the moment in terms of ones to watch coming into the later half of the year. What about you boys on the desk? Have you got G2? Like, in my mind, in most people's mind, people are thinking top 4, top 3, G2, they've got that potential.
I said it, like, I don't know if it was live or in the green room, but I think that G2 is probably top 3 team right now. They have been improving rapidly since Jax joined. It feels like they clicked together, you know, and Amanek taking out the op, you know, in a few maps, and I think they're looking better and better and better now that I know that after this event they are going straight to bootcamp, or maybe they even went today. I know Nico messaged me saying I got a PCR like close to my house in Belgrade, and I'm thinking they are flying today to bootcamp to go do a 2 weeks of it, I guess, preparing for the
after their game, right?
After the game, probably tonight, Kassad.
Yeah, he's got.
It could be. Maybe it was this morning. I don't remember. I can't remember.
Miss, do you have Wi-Fi?
Kassad,
Do you have Wi-Fi?
Kassad, go off. Get your facts straight during the break.
He got the PCR test. I know that.
Sunglasses on. All of you, go to a break, all right?
Bye.
See you on the other side. Bye.
Think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you.
Welcome to IEM Summer. My name is Frankie Ward. We have got the fabulous Cassad and we've got Maniac talking, also fabulous, talking about EG versus OG.
No, Frankie, that is
I thought that was special, but never mind.
I heard that one and it's going straight to my heart. Oh.
I heard it come out of my mouth and I thought, correct yourself, woman. It's his last day on the show. We want to make it a good one. And I think we will today because this is EG and OG. These are two teams already qualified for the playoffs. This is a match for a spot in the semi-finals. And I don't think we necessarily thought that this was going to be the matchup we were going to see topping Group B, Maniac.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this was not the upper bracket final we expected. In terms of expectations, teams are both already satisfied with what they have done, what they have achieved. Now, there is a spot in the semi-final and there is Gambit waiting in the quarterfinal. I do believe that OG are pretty much confirming what looked to be a good form with the new roster, whereas EG, I personally did not expect that at all. If you'd ask me their chances prior to the tournament, I'd probably say close to none.
Yeah, I don't think they're satisfied yet. I think they're hyped. I think EG has always been able to play a championship CS. You know, they won titles. And
championship CS when?
What do you mean when?
Long? Since how long?
New York, 2019.
How long? When it was the real CS.
In September when it was the
when it was the real CS being played, you know.
The real CS?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, because
real man CS.
Oh, right, you're right. You know. They're not playing CS right now.
Anyway, they know how to play the championship CS on one side, and they won't be happy until they win the event again. You know, and OG on the other side, it's a surprising result. I think it's a satisfying result for them. I think they want to go all the way. That would be the first time they went all the way. You know, they haven't really won anything besides the Spring Sweet Spring, Frankie. Yeah, I know this one now.
No sweet snow, snow.
No sweet snow anymore.
That one.
And like we saw, like in the graphics, like 3 times they met. It was like all the times, every single time it was a 3 maps. Matchup, you know, it went all the way, all 3 times in favor of OG. Now the things didn't really change that much. They changed a couple of players here and there. I think the system is still the same. The IGLs are still the same, you know, and we'll see what's going to happen.
But they have had significant roster changes since then, both teams. So potentially this is a bit of a fresh matchup. It's kind of back to the drawing board for both teams. But let's take a closer look at OG, because in terms of their placements, if they win today, this is going to be their first semi-final spot at a big ESL event. It's probably their most significant placement since they came second at Flashpoint 2 in 2020.
It looks
Maniac.
so rough, Maniac. Dead last, dead last, dead last.
So you still think they're not a little bit satisfied?
Even yeah, they're like happy, like hyped, not satisfied. If they lose this, they're not gonna be, you know.
Look, here's the thing about OG. They've been now together for 2 months with that roster. Before that, they plateaued, and plateaued by plateau, I mean going downfall. It has stopped. That evolution has stopped. Now they have stabilized with this roster. They're having better results, which is great. I think Flamesy is definitely coming into his own. I think as a diamond in the rough is a good pick. I think Mantu is playing better right now. Nico is filling in the gaps. Things are looking better for OG now as they were 3 months ago or 4 months ago, where it was going downhill.
The sample is like this big.
Yeah, but it's 2 months. I mean, I'm doing with what I have in front of me, right? I'm not gonna just dig up
but
results.
But they had the same lineup in Flashpoint. They were dead last.
They played 2 games. You talk about
samples. They played 2 games here. Well, they have played 2 games here.
2 good games.
2 games. It's like, you know, how can you count this?
To make up you two, let's look at OG's world ranking. So as you can see, it took a bit of a nosedive, but in adding Nico and Flames, it actually seems to be maybe looking a little bit more positive, Maniac.
Well, as I said, I feel like the trend has stopped. Now, I do agree with Cassad, we're having fun here, but I do agree that the sample size is small. But for what we have seen, I feel like the players and what they have to do coming into this roster, they are doing it. I think Flamesy is brought in as firepower weapon, and he has been fragging. I think Nico is a very good glue player, and I mean it as a compliment, an absolute compliment. Nico is very versatile, and he's not supposed to be a superstar. So if these two are doing that, trading Issa and NBK, I see that as a win. I see that as a positive for the future.
All jokes aside, really, I think the changes they made they were quite positive.
Yes.
Like, you know, the Flames was like really like a hot stock kind of thing, and they brought him in, and then he chose to play with them. And then obviously Nico, being experienced in Heroic, having his deep playoff runs, like some of the events won, I think he's a good fit there. And I have a feeling they have a good composition in the team. You know, I don't know about like other stuff that's going on inside their team, but compositions-wise, from the outside, it looks all right. And I think maybe they found a system they can work with, and the calling is like mashing with the players they brought in, and that maybe is a result to like this better kind of show up today. But it's only like in this event.
Yeah, it's only 2 games.
Yeah, see you in like 4 months.
You did mention a couple of pretty strong statistics for both the players we just saw on screen, Flames and Mantu. Flames has had a 1.23 rating during this event. Granted, if you're in a group winners match, it's because you haven't played too many matches, but it's still a solid performance, obviously. And Mantu, 1.38 rating.
That's huge.
And he was holding his own against James in that VP matchup as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Although the sample size is quite small, I agree with that. They also haven't played Clowns. They've played NIP, and we are chanting, you know, how good NIP are playing, and they've destroyed VP. So you can only beat whoever's in front of you. But Mantu, I think, is overperforming right now if you compare to his stats past 3 months. That's quite clear. And then Flamesy is also very much fragging. And these are what they need to do, because you talk about the rest of the roster. If you know that LXCB can just focus on clutching, micromanaging the situations, IGLing, Valde is always going to be safe. What I don't want is Valde to have to put up 25, 30 kills to win. But I know he's going to put 20. That's the value in a player like Valde. You always know what you get. But if you don't have the peak next to it, then it falls flat just a little bit.
Yeah, when it comes to Mantu, I feel like he's a very underrated op in general right now. If you want to like improve as an op, you know, in your team, you should download his demos. Maybe you don't look at his numbers, you know, before you download it. Just download the demo, look what he does. He has a really good openers, really good like moves at the beginning of the rounds, kind of, you know, he rotates properly. He is doing things right. Sometimes he doesn't have the numbers that we can expect, but, you know, he does the job very well. So download his demos, check it out.
Listen to Kasad, listen to Kasad. We have the Vito coming over. I expect, oh, hold on. I was going to say I expect the maps to be the same, but we have a change already. Mirage being pushed aside. What used to be OG pick when these two teams faced last time, so that makes sense. OG then go for their second choice, which is Dust 2. And Overpass for Evil Genius. Inferno was right there for the taking. So we have a Vito that is completely different so far than how these two teams actually played last time, and an Inferno. So for EG, I'm not exactly sure how much so much stock to put onto the Overpass from EG, but having Inferno as a third map for Evil Genesis is not too bad.
EG and actually Stan was always like a good IGL on a map like Overpass. I feel like Cirque is always good there, and I think it was a half confidence, half punish pick for them. You know, I think they do love it. It kind of matched together. They get to pick that map. It's a right choice in my opinion. Dust 2 from OG. I guess it makes sense if you look at it. And then Inferno as a third map, I feel like EG got a better deal of it. Yeah. But still, they need to go out to the server and just, you know, finish the thing.
Well, that epic music means it is crunch time for EG and OG. Who is going to come out on top? We're going to find out with Sponge and Machine.
Oh yes, and I can't wait for this one. Evil Geniuses versus OG and Dust 2. Our first Dust 2, Chad. It took us till the last day of groups to even see a Dust 2. Launders with a great tweet. Dust 2, top 7 map in the pool at the moment.
Only just, isn't it?
I think so, honestly.
Just getting in there.
Like that VP Spirit Ancient game was even more ammunition for that fight to, once again, I do feel Dust 2 and Mirage slipping further and further and down in teams' acquired taste. We've got 4 leaning early towards B here to start things off. OG on that T-sider. Smoke on the Xbox and info for Breeze. He starts and takes an aggressive stance. And 8 is timed to perfection. Stan doesn't find the bloodshed he was looking for. Cirque has. And they're continuing towards tons here. Valde late on this Mihu push. He'll clear it. Oh, and he's perfect. Nice the first click and already 2 bodies drop. Looking like EG are starting as they mean to go on here. Problem a little bit. They do have util, so they will still be able to isolate a little bit. Mihu has completely evacuated through long. They can't leave. They'll try to. Hard shots in the back of the head, but Mihu's hitting them all. That's a great start. 4 kills on the USP.
All right. Steady stuff there. Great way to kick it off for EG. And one of the things that I think everybody was most impressed with this EG roster so far in their jaunt here at IEM Summer has been the versatility of their CT sides. I'm going to be checking out what little plays they're bringing into their book here today, but slapped on down. Look at that. Now, we'll get this one underway with a force by Mantu into the Scout, the Baby Orb. Some upgraded pistols for everybody else, a little bit of light utility around it. We get Stan and Obo over towards the B site. Cirque, Breeze, and Mihu locking down A. And that was one of the conversations with EG for so long on Dust too, was the fact that Breeze is the long anchor. And he's normally been the superstar of this team, just knowing that if you want to pummel out long, you have to deal with an absolute monster like him.
Well, I was already starting to get a bit more convinced by this Mihu and Obo double fragging presence. I mean, like, especially on the T sides, it felt like EG had something they didn't before in the form of Mihu and Obo, especially when they're both on form. Obo did a lot of work to get EG to this position. Now, perhaps a semi-final. OG, of course, a conversation in themselves. Mantu is in the same category for me. Absolutely love watching this guy on the AWP. He has got Baby's first AWP in his hands right now. The Scout, it can bang. Mihu, though, an armored M4, and he's coming straight into them, unloading the mag. Only the one to show for it. The Tech 9's now in play. Counter molly defense. Smoke not going to be able to be used or utilized too much, but a quick pivot to B stands there to support. They're playing completely out of the site, so they'll let them in. I say that. Obo may not want to let that happen at all. Oh, they're all falling to the FAMAS. Good find. Mantu's head visible. Flames with one. If they could just find Stan cleanly, which they can't, he could have made them, maybe got a bomb planned. The rotate was on its way. EG, though, take their second. Scavenge what they can. It looks like they lost an M4 in that fray, unless Cirque has got Mihu's. Did they just bring one or two into the play? I was going to say we'll find out. My memory, that was about 10 seconds ago. I should be able to recall it.
No, I think Breeze is reinvested there, so it's just the upgrades required. Lots of cash being spent. You can see Stan spent 4.3 there as well, rebuying a whole bunch of goodies. Here we go, back underway, and this one will be more like a full eco. We've got 4 P250s and a push-up. Mihu with the confidence here, just knowing that laser beam to the head is working so far. How many are you going to find? No head armor, no Kevlar whatsoever. That's going to be another 3 for Mihu, and Obo might even find the other 2. The MP9, perfect weapon for the job. Close range in the tunnels, peppering away. Nico chipped on down to 58. Not long for this world. And there you have it.
I'm pretty sure this is how Rain's Crazy Dust 2 no deaths half started. It was similar pushes. Of course, Mihu has already conceded a death, but 4 kills on the pistol. He's got 3 again, the anti-eco, running up middle with that FAMAS. We'll be seeing, of course, the full buy come in. Doesn't look like too many sacrifices for the CTs. That MP9 for Obo, I'm sure, will find some service and some use for it. He's got the spawn for long side.
Be interesting to see just how flexible they are here, and you're right, they are sending Obo over towards long, getting prepared for a bit of a heavy long presence here from OG. That's not to be the case. More members over towards upper tunnels. Obo's made it across towards pit. Mantu's got out his AWP, and it is just stand over towards this B bomb site, so the rotation will have to come back on over quite swiftly. They've set Breeze up, smokes are dropped, locked down towards the bedroom position as OG are working on Cat Alexi's flash. Flames peaks, nobody home, and real estate taken with about 1:30 left on the clock. OG are picking this up quickly.
Mihu's mollied out. He will spread. Will be forced to either move or drop his smoke. He opts for the latter.
Oh, this is very fast.
Yeah, they're going to swing through. Double smokes. No info they can get here, but Stan only the one to show for it. There is no one to defend B now. Valda can corral that rotate. He's left Mantu there as well with the AWP. This is a bit tight. The bomb will go down. Flame's responsible for turn through spawn. I've got a sneaking suspicion. EG may just want to accept this one, let it float away.
If they try and punish here as OG escape mid doors and the B tunnels and do some damage financially, it's not too bad. This is kind of a bonus round for EG. See Mihu with that FAMAS, Obo with the aforementioned MP9, and, well, they have residual cash. So playing the long game here, EG early. Good to see. Not necessarily a North American classic.
Yeah.
They love a biff and a brawl.
They'd love to catch Mantu as he tries to get away through tons. No one's going to take that fight.
Okay, that seemed very, very simple, didn't it? I'm not sure what the go was in terms of them having an understanding there was only one player on that B bomb site. We know that there was a lot of utility dumped towards long. We could hear, we could see it. The same thing would have been for OG while they were in that default-ish formation. But the guns will come back out. Obo gets to keep more cash if he doesn't want to reinvest, right? He can still use that MP9. Same with Mihu on the FAMAS.
Maybe it's time for Cirque to remind us what he's capable of. He has got his signature weapon out for our 5th round of play.
Yeah, when Cirque's on, he can be a fantastic AWPer here. It's just about the consistency. It's not easy to do when you're a bit more of a flicky, bit more of a flary AWP player. Here comes
Mantu.
Mantu.
Mantu, look, and it's a hard shot to hit. Just whistles past the buttocks of Breeze. Two up short and very loud, very quick. Look, smoke dropped. Miyu wants to advance on this. He's going for a deeper nade towards Alexi's position. Doesn't find too much, but a sound cue given away. Flames would love to punish this.
That's going to be being heard, so they know that they're super close right now.
Yeah, Breeze a lot to do here. That's the bomb. Nico spotted. Can't tame the spray at all. Cirque's going to have to step up. And no, too many targets. Only the one from Miyu provided on this defense. Everything else is going OG's way. And that MP9, the flash was there. Good find, despite the loss of vision. And now we'll just Stanislaw. 1 versus 3. They're all on the other end of this smoke. He's got a timer for this. Turns the flash. Can't really contest the plant. And forced off by the incendiary as well. So he's just going to have to rescind completely into CT. And looks like a perfect take. That's 2 back-to-back from OG, where it just felt like the site was theirs very early on into the piece.
Yeah, good pacing. I think both of these in-game leaders here today have a very good feel for that stand. We spoke about it just the other day. Alexi, on the other side of things, I think that his kind of intuition or gut calls, they're very good as well.
It can lead OG to some embarrassing round losses, but also some very convincing round wins.
Yeah, and just like this one here, just a note, maybe you're wondering, how did they know Stan was so close there? He threw a flash out to facilitate Obo's peek. You could see that one showing up there within the kill feed. So they knew that Stan had to be close enough to lob that flash out. So not getting lazy, not getting distracted. And OG pick up the second, 3 surviving. AWP denied here for Cirque. Now this is where that extra cash is really going to come through from Obo saving the MP9. Could drop an AWP for Cirque if they would like. Good stuff here from the Danes, Valda and Nico. Well, I think we discussed it yesterday. The two of the, well, unless Device makes it, 2 of the only Danes who we're going to see in the playoffs. Unless I'm
no, you're right. We lost to Rogue, we lost to Stralis. Could very well be the representatives, Valda, Nico,
see you, mate.
And maybe Device. Yeah, Obo catching 1, down to 20 on the cross. First time we've seen the leg shots through doors.
Fast
Flames
again.
And Alexi love it. Cirque greets it with a bullet. And Flames straight through.
Look at this pressure. Spotted now.
Nice. Flames with another. And he's advancing straight into the line of sight.
Look
what
at this
Breeze
kid
has
go.
let him go. He's taken so much space. They can't deal with him now. Breeze is just kept busy. Flames does it alone. 2 frags. Nice response from Mihu. He nearly gets them both. Valda did get dinked in the process, but Stan and Obo so disconnected, I don't even think they've got a chance. They throw the bomb across. Ooh. That was Stan's chance. Now the smoke bloom, and almost a certain doom for these CTs.
Has to be another save
Has
here,
to.
surely. Valdez low, and that is unconfirmed damage. But yeah, Obo's limping. Then that was from the start of the round.
Now we know why Alexi and Flames have been taking all of that short for free. Once they have it for free and they don't have to faff around taking that space, you can see the acceleration on Flames. Even losing Alexi, Cirque actually connected first on that short aggression, but he completely flipped around.
It's crazy to see him continue forward there, right? With the in-game leader dying, he's taken all of that. As soon as he's ahead of that molly, he's completely committed. There's no backing down in that situation. But great to have a crowbar like this kid right here, right? In case of emergency, just smash the window, allow the lame stars to pop off a couple of heads, and away you go. We're tied up 3-3. And here's the opener, and I don't want to say the closer, it is the second kill that he gets here that almost defines this round. Mihu could have saved it with the double there from the crossover position, but this is lovely. Even if Flames doesn't get this kill, the flank's coming in from long. He's done his job. He's kept Breeze busy. He's taken the site, and EG are forced into their first timeout here. Only 6 rounds into play. A lot to discuss with the finances. We've got Stan and Obo. They're both hovering around that 2.5 mark. We could see some Famises dropped. Breeze could buy himself as well if he just wants to go for an M4 with Kev, but utility is going to be a bit of a problem, and Cirque, the man on your screen right here, will not have his lovely big green, so not going to be the easiest of rounds in round number 7 for EG. Bit of the boot camp environment here. That's another thing of a takeaway for OG. If you've been a fan for a while, you remember the MBK and the Issa days. Boot camping wasn't really something they were able to get themselves into during the whole global situation. But now with the new refreshed roster, this is the second time I do believe they're making it happen. And of course, the North American with the European twist. Back on European soil, everybody in the same room. Things looking good, or things looking better than previously. And now you can see the buy, so it will be the conservative approach here for EG. Just the saved guns, and you need to get the most out of these here, Stan.
Super deep smoke. EG have a response.
One way.
Oh, it's a one-way. Flames! The star of the previous, he's not gone down. Down to 1. Breeze wants to fill the gap. This is risky. Cirque
Where was
falls
that?
as well. Mantu has found 2 right out of the gate. And that's just in support and defense of this aggressive CT smoke. He's even tried to molly into it. He will get caught here. Oh, as it fades, a nutmeg for Breeze, trying to claw things back. Flames is finished off. A chance as well for Obo. And now with the bomb loose, round could be in question. Alexi tries to change things. The spray just a little awry. Only Valde, and he's well and truly disconnected.
Oof,
the bomb's down in tons.
Bit of a fumble there, all things considered. They kind of rushed into that. They've given Obo the double kill. They've run out mid. They knew where multiple members of the team were there, and OG just hoping that the frags could come out and bring them on top. But yeah, it's just Valde.
And we should all just sit in awe and enjoy the fact that that was off the back of a timeout. That's the call. He's clearly communicated it. Right, we're going to contest early. They keep taking short aggressive for free. We're going to be throwing an aggressive smoke, that one we talked about, and we're going to peek underneath it. It works, despite Mantu starting oh so strongly. I mean, he got the first two, right?
Yeah, and that was... Oof. Okay, now we've got a bit of a chance here. 30 seconds left. Valde will need to really get a move. Never mind, he's just signaled the fact he's not going for this one by heading back towards T-spawn. So 24 seconds, this one is done. And I suppose that... Might have a chance for another kill here, you know.
You kind of convinced me with that flash short from long.
That's only 15 seconds. There's no way he can get this kill and get towards B.
Well, he's kind of miffed he had to take the fight there, but he'll get the AWP for free.
Okay, well, best of a terrible situation.
It's a really odd one. You don't get to see those every day. Valde, an impactful save, and we'll see how this went so awry. So Flames gets dinked, Stan gets caught straight through the smoke, and that's all you're going to see. There was, of course, a little bit more of a hijinks there as they saw the EG turn it back on its head.
That one way, though, you know, a lot of people look at the one ways, you know, they're a bit gimmicky, but the thing is you need to have moves, let's call it, like that to be able to facilitate moments. If Stan gets that kill, right, okay, maybe the round comes completely differently, but you can see exactly what they were working for there. So a huge one for EG to steal back. And Org's out again here. One for Stan, one for Obo, AWP for Mantu, and loving this three-pronged dark approacher OG. Just Valde anchoring outside long, three working their way through the tunnels, not wanting to default over top mid, back where the old palm tree once stood.
Ooh, he can't go wider. Mantu was posted up to punish anyone that should be forced out by the flame. Cirque is there as well. This is quite a powerful setup. If Mantu peeks into this, he may not be ready for what awaits. Mihu bailed out by his teammate Smoke. That will hold him back. That will hold him back.
Well, as you can look at it, one of the situations like, Miho, I don't want you to die, so I am just going to smoke your contact off here.
Back to Flames on short. And he's got an intention. Flashbang drawn, but there's no one there to back him up. So they want to make it clear that there is a threat short. Keep Cirque occupied. Valde just housing these. Mantu's gone for a bit of a fight. Mihu's done very well with that.
Big dink.
Holding the spray, keeping them at bay. Very nice damage, and even more with the nade. Alexi down to just 28, Mantu 11. That's all Mihu's hard work. 30 seconds. They're going to have to commit here, Chad. This is shaping up nicely for EG.
This is looking like a set piece here. They've got smokes, mollies, and flashes to do so, but softened up on HP. Obo can mow them down here.
He's been so good, especially on the CT sides where Obo does his best work. Flash from Cirque, peek from Obo, unloads into the smoke. More damage, still no bodies dropped. 13. OG would do something miraculous if they could turn this around. Barely getting the bomb down. They can't even get into the site, held at bay. Mihu's suppressing them, jumping for more damage. They're trying to save in the middle of nowhere, in Gandalf no less. Hold your horses. Nico's, don't die! Don't die! That could have sucked. It still does. It really does. And that's a timeout straight out of OG. They have been humbled in these last two. Off the back of EG's timeout, they're looking refreshed.
Yeah, it's been some good stuff here. And again, just the versatility in the EG setup, leaving Mihu close towards doors, Stan basically on an island towards that B site and rotating Obo over to help out A. He was very flexible. Obo was helping Breeze towards long, and then late round, he's now perfectly positioned on A ramp to take this contact. You can see the flashes are good. Cirque is just getting a couple of freebies, right? Alexi has a bit of a glance, but all in all, Cirque's every day of the week. And out of this, look, OG with the save, with the residual cash, they do have enough money to go for a buy. But it was the pace that won them a few of those earlier rounds. So it's interesting to see if they opt to go back for something a little bit faster. Taking a look at their spawns, we get a little bit of a look at it right here. Mantu has a good spawn towards B. That's not going to help him here when he wants to be scoping down mid, and nobody had a long spawn whatsoever. So it won't just be an all-in long rush. And the change-up from EG, they're spending 3 players over towards this B side early with Cirque contesting mid.
They're using a lot of their smokes early as well. That's 3 smokes from the CTs off the break. 1 for the long post, 1 for the mid cross, and 1 for Tons. Big dump of Util. Whoa, Mihu pushing into the lower Tons, and he's gone and taken 2. Bomb as well. He's not even going to get punished on the retreat. Mantu's missed it. OG off the back of their timeout, left red-faced. Hot under the collar, 2 remain, and already it's just Nico and Mantu.
Just the versatility in these CT setups and the proactive nature about it.
It's like Mirage. We were talking about that, how every round felt like a different CT setup. It feels similar here on Dust 2.
And they're definitely dictating the pace right here. Nico left with Mantu. Sure, they've got all the HP to work with. They even have utility. But right now, the number disadvantage, a minute on the clock, unless they're gifted a couple of kills. This one should be EG's every day of the week. 6 almost looking secure. And if you are OG, the percentage play is to go for the save. But with how that one started, you want to at least contest for something. 40.
I just realized EG OG is such an iconic head-to-head, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Dota.
We don't have, well, maybe the Dota fans are tuning in. Well, hello if you are.
Absolutely, but in terms of just organizations, you know, the people that have been representing the 2 logos battling ahead, OG, little No-Tail probably really wouldn't mind beating EG again.
That's true.
That's all I'm saying.
We can make some comparisons between some players in the team as well if we want.
Yeah, you certainly can. They got the double Dane though here in CS. Cirque completely smoked off. Nico gets across. They're not going to get the bomb down. They're not going to get the bomb down. Obo secures it. And now Mantu. Yeah, but he's saving. No, just die! No, don't die now. He's hiding in the smoke. They're going to throw bullets at him. And another real awkward one for OG. Jesus. That's 2 rounds in a row they've been saving right in front of the enemy. And Mihu is the reason this happened. Look at him go. So we've seen them one way from short. We've seen them push double doors. It seems a clear game plan here for Evil Genius's defense is do not let Alexi have his mid control for his setups.
Yeah, and one of the things we might see from that is OG now starting to dictate with some faster plays of their own. But the problem is they're like a step or 2 behind the 8 ball. So Stan at this point, he kind of is feeling the game well, and look, he can call into that.
This is what they were doing right at the pistol. They're still doing it. Miu's up mid. Immediately confirms mid is not the issue.
And it's a 4-man A-lean as well. So Stan could have all the pressure over towards this B site, but Mihu's got the info. Mihu's, oh, it's the triple boost. They're not even going to get a chance. Even if they try and use this was a Gratisfaction special.
Bang! Stan's dead. Triple boost pays off. If this works, it's unarmored Deagles and a hero AWP from the save. Can he do it? Mantu looks away from his screen, fully blinded. Another for Mantu in the feed. He'd need to do so much more. Multiple targets and 3 frags now for an ace clutch. They're asking too much of him. Takes the opportunity as they fall out. He's being pushed, looked away. Mihu on the smoke. Fair play. Getting 3, getting the entry. It's more than OG could have expected from Mantu, and he will have enough money to at least be equipped into the next. But here's EG getting 7. We'll see that again.
Such a slow crawl on that boost just there. Walking the tightrope, and this is the thing, right? Of course you're going to run in if you're OG. There's a minute 10 on the clock. You're not expecting all 5 members of the opposing force to already be on that side. And then Mihu just runs through the smoke. Like, the fact that they're playing this balls-out Counter-Strike right now, big component of why EG are looking sharp.
Balls-out Counter-Strike. Alu, a big proponent of that kind of Counter-Strike. The biggest component of that type of Counter-Strike. Mihu's still on doors. They're not just going to walk through on a flash, are they?
I think they are.
Contact. Not this time. Flames is good as well. Quick find, opened up into mid, and now Obo falls out of B completely.
Might need a CT smoke there, boys, if you want to go.
There it is.
Look at the rotate.
He just peeks.
He's going through.
Honest. Breeze brings the fight as well. EG this time not winning their duels, trying to keep this style of Counter-Strike that you just attributed to them. Yeah, this is the other side of that coin.
And this is the type of Counter-Strike it feels like we've been missing during the, let's say, CIS revolution, right? Because obviously they bring the no-risk style of Counter-Strike. As Mantu taking a couple of his own right here. Might steal this one away from Cirque. Dinked on down to 5 HP. Wants to hold on to the AWP. They know where he is. They might chase him out. But the thing is, with the way that the CIS squads approach the game, they are taking risk out of it, right? If we go slow, we do the default, we sit back, we take no damage, you are removing risk.
You know what I consider it, actually, now you're talking about it, in terms of eliminating risk. We talked about Astralis, you know, completely reinventing the game to a point where playing the percentages was the right way to win. And then you look at the CIS. I'm not saying it's a bastardization, but it's like Astralis playing the percentages on crack.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
You know,
I'm
like,
with you.
as in, yeah, like, okay, if you want to draw the line on the percentage, yes, you're right. Sitting and watching Monster for 55 seconds and then regrouping and walking out Monster Tunnel contact to 20 seconds left is technically the right thing to do.
Yeah. By doing that, they did take away this,
yes,
right? The
we don't
pace
get any
of the game,
of that.
the brawly nature, right? This only starts to happen when the strat book is empty and things are getting desperate. The fact that EG are delivering this, and we've had this in a lot of our games that we've casted so far in IEM Summer, it's bringing it back a bit of that multi-kill magic, some of that flair, and now Alexi looking for pace again. Yet to kill Alexi, or yet to frag.
So this is interesting. He's immediately and clearly trying to make short a focus. Obo, here we go. He's going to get crouched on and 3 targets as the smoke fades. If he could just get 2. Just, I say. Get 2. Nothing to report from Obo. He screams, be lost. Mihu and Stan pull up their socks. Smoke's already up on the site. Oh, good luck, have fun, boys. This is not a fun site to break through. They got 3 set up now. Turrets established. Util for the afterplant. Smokes, 2. Mollies, 2. You're just not getting in. EG are going to try.
They're actually still hanging around here, which is curious. There are flashes to facilitate this, but lots of util left for OG to continue to limp on out.
And Molly's going to get things a bit hot and bothered for Mantu. He's forced out into the open, but time, fellas,
it off.
Seems to be the main issue and the main complaint.
Okay, well, they'll get away with their guns again, so this is good stuff from EG. We're seeing both sides of this, right? We're seeing the flair in terms of the fast play getting stuck in their face, dictating the play, and then when they know that they've lost the rounds, they're not just throwing them away, they're actually playing for the future of this half. So the scoreline gets a little bit closer, 7-5 now, 2 rounds the difference. And you can see Obo just ducking down as the smoke fades, steps back up, 4 players directly in front of him. Blink and you miss it type situation right there. Now for OG, they're going to find themselves in the power position if they can crack this round right now. Grab themselves the 3rd consecutive, take these guns away from EG, force them down into Squalor. Their loss bonus looking like that 2400 range will mean an eco might be on the docket. And here we go, we're mixing it up. They're going long. They haven't really hit this side of the map too furiously and fast. It's all been through short, faster through middle, and now Alexi, he's pressured them all the way back.
Look how reactionary their defense is. Immediately, completely pull the plug on A. Play from short. You lost long, take short. It's 101, does 2.
Oh, look at all the Molotovs they have left as well here. 4 mollies left over so far for EG. If they let them cross, if they let them do the classic Na'Vi, just smoke and go, they can molly the site and just deny that plant, make this janky, but Stan might get caught out.
Oh, they know where he is, and they're crossing. First frag found for Alexi, and it's a big one. Obo, the defender, gone. Stan, the only one to contest. They're mantling into the site, and Mantu will clear him if he keeps walking. Oh, easy. Just like that, OG are in hot pursuit of a 6th round here. Stopping the retreat is Valda. Easy as that. Cirxorp is now lost. And the round is won. OG will take it. Mixing it up, though, we've now seen a full long and successful at that.
I'm curious to think if EG were thinking the same thing I was just prefacing there, right? Because they had so much util left. Oh, Mantu might find this frag here. Could have been heard Mihu. But that was the difference maker, was the fact that OG went explode. They didn't throw all their usual and cross. They just exploded and took the fight, and that caught them off guard. It clearly caught them off guard. Stan was out of position. They get a trade, able to get their way onto the bomb site, and OG, well, they're strangling control back here in this first half. Might even walk away with the 8. If you take a look at EG's bank balance right now, Cirque has enough to invest into a scout to try and keep things interesting. Some light upgraded pistols for the likes of Obo, Mihu, and Breeze, and Stan's going to hold on to all of his pennies here. 2,900 coming into the bank balance for the final round to play next round. And that is not the way Cirque wants to start this one off. Going to get tagged through the door down to 31. But here they go, just pushing up Cat again, continuing to push the issue, EG. This only gets out of control one way. That's if Breeze and Stan are able to get a couple kills between them here. Look how far they're just holding and postured top mid. It can get janky, but it looks like OG might completely just go around them here. Through the long doors, nobody wants a piece of this. If the flank gets exposed, there's a chance, but it's not looking likely. This should be OG's round. Yeah, they're all 5 of them are out long now as well. So, yeah, they know where they are. They have a very good idea of what's happening here, EG. It's just the weapons are lacking.
You'd love Cirque to be over on A right now. The door's...
Shadow.
Oh, it's not locked, is it? Stan, caught. Breeze now, a different responsibility given to him. He knows there's a potential exit. That is, if they don't just charge straight into his unarmored adversaries, or rather teammates, sorry, on A.
"30 seconds. They have the buffer of time. Molly's good too. Here they come.
We are off. Those P250s will have to do an awful lot. Some quick dinks required. Not like that. Mantu Flames, all good to lock this one down and keep it completely close. 7-7. Cirque's Armored Scout would love a connection just to stop this perfect round from being locked in. He could make it costly, and a nice find, making Mantu at least have to have his AWP recovered by his teammates.
All right. Well, it's a competitive first half. I'm interested to see really how far EG can push this, right? Because I think OG, we can definitely see the potential of this roster. These two clear upgrades from Issa and MBK into Nico and Flames alike. You can see what that is bringing in terms of firepower, in terms of kind of a fresh feel for the team. So they're headed in the right direction. The thing with EG, and sure, they've made it to this point. They've already secured themselves in the playoffs, so we have to give them all that credit that is due. But they have been in the absolute doldrums this year. It has not been good for EG whatsoever. The coach has just left, or they've parted ways. They've had Ethan go, they've had Tarek go. Right? It has not been necessarily by choice how EG have found themselves in this position. So the fact that they're competitive, that's already them trending now in the right direction. It's how long can they keep this up for? Because it's great to come in and have, you know, a bit of a flash in the pan type situation. If you can do it again, they're looking very, very good, and that's a lot of damage. Oh dear.
Oh, brutal. All that damage conceded, but it's Mantu that actually opens up nicely. And Valda's right there alongside for the ride. Mihu in trouble now. Flash is thrown his direction. He wants to contest. And it's Valda that greets him with lead. Too many bodies for Stanislaw, and it's fallen apart. OG will take the half. Hello, what a recovery. Did not start so swimmingly. EG off to a flying start, but what a finish. 5 consecutive rounds puts OG in the lead. We'll be taking a break. When we do come back, we'll be getting this placement match concluded.
flashing.
One more. Go, go, go.
Flashing long right side. Flashing long right side.
Flash, bro. Flash,
boom.
Flashing over, flashing over.
Good.
There we go.
Close.
Blind.
Dead. One more.
They
maybe.
don't touch. I'm flashing.
One more.
I'm flashing.
Long dead.
I flash over.
Deep, yeah,
I
left
take
deep, yeah.
That was one of the biggest.
Nice.
Nice! Nice! Indeed. OG have recovered and taken the half. It is now their turn to defend. We're on Dust 2. It's the first map of our best of 3. This is for whom will be getting that semi-final bye. Both locked in for the playoffs. Why are you smiling, Chadney?
Is it more who gets the semi-final spot or who avoids Gambit?
Yes, a battle to avoid Gambit is more of a prize, I think, in most people's considerations, considering the form. Great find from Mantu. 2 of them challenge, and both of them fall. This was supposed to be a 2-pronged assault, right? You got 2 duos, 1 dispatch short, 1 dispatch long. Lovely finds, not to be.
Yeah, it turns out one's faulty.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this one here might taper out very quickly. Breeze and Obo, they still do have a shot here, but the USP's favoured at all of these ranges now, and Obo peppering up Nico gives away his position. Now, we can all see the bomb down on Cat, everybody, but there's a couple of problems if you play the bomb. You let the enemy know exactly where you are, and you give up a lot of real estate. So still jostling for position here are OG on this CT side. They're not having their eyes exactly on the C4, but close enough to deal with the plays through mid doors. Nico takes down Breeze. Obo not too far behind, and that is going to be 9 for OG. Interesting to see Nico being the hype man for the team there.
Well, I think we kind of got a rough idea of that being his character, right? When we saw him playing for Heroic, he's a loud boy, you know, he's going to make funny sounds to get laughs out of his teammates.
I think Cadian maybe just overshadowed him in a lot of situations there, right? So now maybe he gets to take that mantle completely.
Stan's dropped something. It's going to be the scout for Cirque. So we'll get to see basically a Cirque round. We're going to be living in eyes with Cirque. Cirque POV. Don't even have to change your stream for this one.
What do you think of his specs?
I think they're good. I mean, it's like, obviously, it's exactly up the Cirque brand.
True. I've always wondered if I need glasses, which frames would be good for my face. When I get sunnies, they never seem to...
Have you ever had an expert say, this is what you need?
No.
People know that stuff.
It was the same as thing I was telling you about the dermatologist before. I didn't ask about my bloody skin, so maybe I should get the right people to tell me the right things. What would a person who tells you what size-shaped head you have is?
I imagine it's probably, you know, I think they're called a Sunglass Hut employee.
Okay, yeah. They're all around the place, I think.
Yeah, I know. Jokes aside, I'm not sure. Cirque Scout, he's not having much fun. You can see these tiny flashes of CTs. Oh, everyone's just evaporating. He hasn't even got to pull the trigger, he's dead. MP9s are for the majority as well, so that's a lot of extra cash to splash for OG as they start their CT campaign. And it is only Stan that will have to bear the brunt of this absent AK into round 18.
Yeah, very selfless stuff from Stan, if we are going to note. The fact that the only thing that you carry into that round was a smoke that he purchased and a scout that they dropped. It's a very curious approach. You're putting a lot of eggs in that Cirque basket.
It must have just worked out nicely for them before, right? In terms of just keeping maybe taking a couple of those M4s. If anyone gets ambitious with their second round buy, you punish that on the cross. I'm sure there must be a good grounds for it. Alexi, speaking of grounds, has covered an awful lot of it. He's got Valder in tow.
Have they heard this?
I don't think, well, I mean, I don't know. Double peek. Oh, catches one. The trade is there, and now Alexi has seized an advantage. A taste of that CT aggression we saw from AG. This time, EG. Now we're seeing it from OG.
That was actually perfectly done there. You could see the scout of Mantu actually getting the tag onto Breeze, who tried to pick out to punish that retreat of Alexi. And guess what? Alexi didn't actually fall back. He was thrust further forward.
If there's one duel where I might even favor the MP9, it's this one. And Flames can't believe his luck. Stands the first, Breeze the second, round 1. OG on their bonus, no less. Look at this. They just grabbed 3 AKs in a matter of seconds. From Eco pistols and MP9s, this bonus is feeling a whole lot better now. And Alexi is in the right place for the final frag. So that's 2 for him.
Is he going to get it? He's not going to... he's not going to make it in time. Okay, they could have picked up all of those upgraded weapons right there if Mantu was just a little bit closer.
Oh, well, this is falling apart fast for EG. I could see a world where the next 5 are all blue on brown.
It's going to be brutal, isn't it? The lack of plant just there. Well, actually, the lack of many frags is a bit of a drama. Just having a little bit of a look at the scores on the doors here as we do get underway with another pistol upgrade round. Mihu leading the charge on 17, Obo on 10. So the new boys, the fraggers that we've been highlighting, doing their jobs somewhat. On the other side, it is Flames 15, Mantu 16. And I guess we'll include Valdo also on double digits currently with 10. So Things going quite well for OG now as they just have to deal with this Deagle round. And it is looking more and more like a bit of a B split here. Flash is being lobbed out to dissuade any Cat presence. Stan lingering around middle in a bit of a lurky boy scenario. And the other four ready to pop out here into the arms of Volda and Nico.
Here we go. And that spray did a lot of damage. He's had time to get a fresh mag. Pre-fired a little, but 1-for-1. Nico only the one.
Right.
They're into the site. Mantu, not the perfect weapon for this job.
Interesting now, 2 rifles on the ground, another smoke towards doors, bomb going down as well. This could be doable.
This would change everything. If they could seriously do it on the pure eco, just getting into B, these 2 frags, Valda and Nico feeling a bit silly now if this one slips away. Alexi, a lot to do. Cirque aggressive. Stand by the doors. It's Flames that takes the initiative and takes the double. Breeze has the AK though. Spots one. He's getting the gap closed. It's Mantu to push. He could transfer. Saved by the Mantu. My lord, really close to EG, just flipping this game on its head there. That could have been a real nightmare for OG.
Oof, that was way too dicey. I think you're right in terms of the Volda Nico situation. They probably should feel a little bit silly anyway. The fact that they've only gone 1-for-1 in that scenario. Sure, pistol upgrade, sure, there's you two coming in. But when you're up against a bit of an eco bash like that, not only for the ego, and you want to be trading at least favorably in that scenario. And that was not the case. So bomb goes down, buy comes out. Things are looking good now for EG. This might be one of their fleeting gun rounds now as the AWP has been dropped across to Mihu, who will be using this long spawn. On the other side of things is Mantu, so we are going to get an AWP head-to-head here, and the one-way is in play. Big misses from both, so actually wanting a double dip. Mihu really needs to consider this. He's now in a dangerous position. He might get picked by Flames here.
They're going for it. Flames has flashed nicely, gets info, can surely take Breeze, and does. Support's on its way in the form of Alexi's tucked into car. Flames can fall passive. They cannot isolate that duel. Mantu, in the meantime, has found the short prong, finally neutralizing long. Numbers do favor the CTs still, but there is a real shot here. If Cirque's allowed to work any of his magic, they might want to park him in pit. That's where he's headed. And the rest will go and work their magic through spawn. So the question is, will they look at the floor? Will Nico even have a look? They don't. No one has the information to convey just yet. Mihu going to stick around for this mid-rotate a little. He knows info's going to be sought after by the CTs. He'd have to hit a banger though. Ooh, it wasn't far off. Just the tip of Nico's dome.
Jigs up now, though. Volda turning his attention back towards that B site, same as Nico. So the avenue that Stan did have just closed very, very quickly. The smoke towards tunnels signifies that. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, maybe it's the save play. Stan's still having a little bit of a look here towards lower tunnels, but would have to make his way up. Can't take down Mantu.
Yeah, in 20 seconds. Call it 20.
Might need to let go of that shift key then.
He would, yeah. And Cirque's still standing still, so I'm not really sold. Mantu isn't looking, so this will be a free frag as the smoke fades. He doesn't have time to wait for it to fade. Hello. Oh, and the crossfire's broken. If he could just plant. Molly from Alexi will stop it.
Oh.
Oh.
It's too late.
Oh.
Bomb's going to go down.
Bomb's down. They could do something. Cirque starts to. Already the frag, maybe stand. Only 17 HP. He'd need a crisp headshot here. Alexi's gone. Needs to find cover. Has done so, but Valda's there for the trade. So close. 2v4, fellas. EG really keeping OG on their toes.
Yeah, something out of nothing there, considering that looked perfect, right? Smoke was there, Stan had to go for the push. The nades coming in from Circuit long was enough of a distraction. I think Alexi was actually being a safety net in that setup for Mantu, trying to cover the corner of the smoke.
Well, he got shot at, right? Look.
Yeah, but that's so, like, sure, I get the concept. Yeah. That's insane to try and go for that kind of a play right there. So really, really dicey. And I think you can see how much that means to Alexi.
Really, yeah. I'm sure that would have been another one right like that eco on B. Could have been a real disaster for OG. That's 2 back-to-back. They've kind of evaded the throw.
Yeah, compounding that into that round with the financial woes that could have spiraled out of control here. It would have been another chance for EG to put a foot forward in this first map here. You can see top right of your screen, Overpass to come up next. That will be EG's pick. And then Inferno as the third. So I know, guys, there's no Ancient in this first series. Maybe we get it in the second. Probably not. Vitality are playing. They're going to ban it. Never mind. Okay. Oh. Well, couple more rounds required here, 3 of which 18 now for Mantu and Flames. Really just running away with this one here. Back towards long, EG look to go.
He's out. Stands down. Pushing though. And Mihu already meets Alexi. This is a real problem now for Evil Geniuses. They demanded long control, but look what it's cost them. OG haven't taken a point of damage.
And they've rotated perfectly here.
Leave me alone, says Breeze. Nades and bullets all thrown towards his location. He's not having fun.
I don't want to say how do they get back into this because Stan just almost made a miracle happen in the last, but this one here is even more dire. They rotated the AWP back towards the top of A. They're playing for short control. They were just contesting mid, and now they've turtled back up to the B site with 2. So, yeah, the avenue is still through long here. The problem is just the numbers. They would need to get into the site unscathed, and then from that point, somebody needs to find a bit of a multi-kill. Smoke's being lined on up. So they're just waiting for a reaction here, EG. The smokes have landed. That is a massive gap to work with if they were to walk up close. That scope's hurt as well.
Still a gap. Nice flash. Breeze does get across. Not unscathed, though. And Oboe sitting duck. That's not worked out well at all. OG. Deal with it. Cirque. Going to get pushed from so many different angles. Jumping through the smoke. And it's 14. Here we go. We've only seen... Well, actually, we haven't seen a single round. I thought EG won the pistol. That's my poor memory kicking in. So you still get to move from that 8-7 half. It makes sense.
And it's 11 rounds in a row. It's 5 to close out the first half there for OG. And then now 6 on the trot here within the second half. So they're looking to convert this in fashion.
Been playing a lot of Dust 2. One of the few teams that pick Dust 2 so regularly.
It's so strange, right? When Dust 2 went out of the pool and then came back in, this is obviously going back a couple of years, it almost felt like teams forgot all the protocols that were necessary on Dust 2. And then now, surprisingly, it never really came back to the fashion it was once in. Yeah. Right? Mirage has really taken that mantle. And that's obviously one of the biggest reasons as to why I want it. Look, first of all, let me say this. Mirage is a good map. I just think it's overplayed. But with it being the most played map by probably everybody, let's just say Counter-Strike fans in general, it's very unlikely that it's going to get removed from the map pool anytime soon.
Yeah, they've taken some big scalps on this map, though. But let's not forget they're beating G2, Vitality.
Oh.
Actually, that Vitality is a lie. That was a loss at Flashpoint. Oh, he's blind. Mantu is going to have to peek back into the contact, and a missed shot. That's his death sentence. There's no way he gets out of that. Cirque makes sure of it. Okay, now the tables have turned. 2 entry frags this time for EG, and it's on mid. They're heading straight into B. Valda's already evacuated. There's nothing he can do. Oboe from behind. Perfect division of their contact.
Breeze is chasing now as well.
Well, Flames hasn't been in this scenario just yet. The first T round found. Took them long enough.
But look at the money of OG as well. Alexi, 800. Valda, 550. This saved gun could be a lot here, and those footsteps will have been heard. Breeze is going to relay this to the team, and they just get it for free. That is clean. Okay, EG. Not done with map number 1 just yet. Already starting to set my eyes on Overpass, and wow, that is almost worth 2 right there. OG, the money situation, you got 5.1 on Mantu, Nico with 4.6, you got Flames there with 3.7, so they could buy, but wouldn't be recommended with the buffer they have right here. Should just be the save with some partial investments around it, and EG might be looking at getting themselves up to double digits. Timeout called, 3rd of which being used. Rugger now getting on the mic. Prickly situation they've found themselves in here, OG, after all.
Okay, looks like a conversation's been had, and we will be seeing a conservative buy. Just leveling out the money. Nico's treated himself. Valda unable to purchase much more, so we'll go for that kind of quasi-double force.
Yeah, it's only 1,900 in the next round.
Exactly. So, I mean, just trying to have punch in 2 rounds back-to-back. Ooh. Through the box. Flames, one of the most well-equipped, is now working at just 9 HP. That flash is well timed. Very deep as well. Breeze to keep an eye on middle. That slip to the under towards lower tunnels is held as well by Obo. These are the kind of rounds that can get dicey quickly. That's if Stanislaw doesn't get his men's in line. Looks like Cirque has managed to catch Swan. Flames the one he tagged up earlier, no less.
Oh, they were in the right place, close towards mid, but they've rotated back now.
Breeze, first one to check as the rest walk in contact. Problems for OG. And they can hear that short steps. They're already starting to maneuver away from the site. Just look if they can take anything for free. Any bonus, any AKs want to be delivered to us? That would be really helpful right about now.
I'm just trying to work out like the OG mindset with this type of a buy. They didn't even, in the first half, we were talking about EG with their one-way smoke, right, that they dropped to facilitate Stan for that pick. Oh, there's a kill for Volder. It'd be nice to be able to hold on to that one. I'm not sure if he will be allowed. But the thought process there, like I get it. The money's not in a great place. There's quite a disparity between a few players in the team. Hard conversation to have. But Mantu could have had an AWP, right? Like imagine if they went just like the AWP and everybody else like went for pistols. They could have gone for something a little bit more threatening, right? Here it's gone like, oh, we'll just be limp in 2 rounds.
Yeah, it doesn't sound logically driven when you put it like that. So again, yeah, you're at that weird point where if they force on this...
Yeah, they can't. That's the thing. The fact that Volder invested so deeply last round was telling of that. That's why it's curious that they didn't go for something a little bit more threatening last round, knowing that it was likely that there was 2 coming, because somebody else could have saved cash for Mantu's AWP. They could have had a discussion about, yeah, let's prioritize. You got a little bit extra. You can save here. I'll do this. And if they found an AWP kill, or if they had a move, like what EG had with that smoke, maybe a boost, you know, maybe some form of a stack or something, they're giving themselves a better chance. Here it's like they've kind of just gone, all right, let's play together and hope that they come to us and we might be able to snowball a couple of frags. But again now, just grouped together, following the mother hen of Alexi B around the map. But this is the thing. He's just going to, yep, come here. Yep, let's do this. This is how this round's going to work. It's not like, this isn't one of the ones where it's like, all right, guys, let's get some deagles. We'll go to our spots, use a bit of your flair. This is, we have to hope that they come right into this pack.
You can see the intention. Breeze could be the victim. Flash is flying. He's not looking.
Nobody home as well, so footsteps heard. Well, with long control now for EG, it'd be interesting if they just collapsed into an ace split after they've taken this contact. They're still going. Breeze with the flash, perfect. Just the triple kill, easy as you like.
Full anti-flash. And in fact, Flames gets the assist on all of them. That's not fun. No fun at all. Not allowed. Breeze with another triple. He's climbing the leaderboards after these couple of multis. So OG, they've been in touching distance for the last 3. EG have posted their very first 3 of their attack. Now they're going to be tested thoroughly. This is going to be the full CT investment. It's what OG have been biding their 2-round time for. So every EG frag in that feed is going to have a whole lot of impact here.
Yeah, need to make this one work here, OG. Oh,
What's he up to? What's he up to?
Hello.
Oh, he reveals it. Valder's just not so sure, not so convinced that he will get the molly down. I imagine a smoke on top of that.
Yeah, forcing out that useful over towards the B site is nice here if they want to finish in a bit of a mid to B or B formation.
Cirque's already back at spawn. I mean, he's long gone.
They're being very flexible with that AWP here. Now, turning that attention towards long, you've got Mantu through the doors here. Stan is kind of trapped unless he jump peeks away.
The bait. Constant movement behind him. Flames just jumping around.
That's cheeky, isn't it?
Blinded. He's going to take space here. Obo is through the doors. EG at a man disadvantage. They can't stomach another. They need to return this to an equilibrium. They can't. Certainly not now. Oh. What is that? He's got the bomb on his back and he's just decided A is his.
On his own?
Completely isolated.
What is going on here?
Go on, Mihu. You got any more for us? Head spotted. Flamesy's the victim, and another double entry on his own. Bomb on his back. A hero moment here from the new addition. Valder's flanking. Zerk's prepared if he could just find this. Oh, Alexi, big find. Bombs loose. Nico's been handed a potentially winnable clutch. It's Zerk. Oh, he can't put the bullets in the right direction. EG will make it 11. Alexi, the only one that could voice concerns there. Mihu, a man possessed. I don't know whether it was someone telling him or he just saw a cue. Enough contact in mid, perhaps, but he managed to time that to perfection. It was only one defender, and he manages to find that frag immediately. Look at this. Yeah, that's the AWPer. And that was the second defender. Bang. Round one.
Yeah, and you can see Valdez scrambling here. There was so much time left on the clock, so maybe overcooking it there with that aggression. But it's really fallen apart for OG here, because now with the 2900 they just received, it's another eco-ish round. So in the last 4, 3 of which have been terrible buys, right? You can see now how that really... It sounds like old school economy, right? And sure, the money wasn't there, but there were other options. So really feeling maybe a couple of silly calls as Mihu straight out mid. Yeah. What the hell is going on with this guy? Just go and kill.
Yep, I think Stan's probably let him off the leash a little bit here. It worked. At least in the previous. This one could have ramifications. The loss of him hasn't put a weapon into enemy hands. Nothing to complain about. Mantu and Alexi working long. But the T's already swapping sides. Breeze has managed to get across on that smoke.
Oh, what is happening?
Oh, and Alexi.
Oh, what?
Zerk was in the air, I think, at that point. And they're not checking their corners. Easy for Breeze. There you have another. EG starting to get OG a little nervous now. It looked like the perfect start, dude. The perfect 6 rounds off the break. Total was 11. They did 11 spree over across the halves to finish strong on their T, starting strong on their CT.
Oh, okay. It has just been a very back and forth. Like,
hasn't it? I mean, this can flip.
Round. It's just been sprees of rounds.
This still can flip. It's been the case ever since OG found 14.
Look at EG's bank balance now, though.
Yeah, true. It's not going to be easy to flip. They'd have to find 2 in a row. Just straight back-to-back brutality. Otherwise, the war of attrition likely sided with the finances of EG. He's in again. So mid doors does seem to be a component of their play, at least denying that info. Smoke deployed. Typically require a second for a full commit.
Completely denied info here. So they know Alexi's towards spawn. They've heard the sound cues. Likely to be 2 players on the B side as well. Less risky CT gambles or versatility in their play is what we saw from EG in their first half. Obo's taking a little bit of damage here over towards upper tunnels. But just standing strong. 4 members from EG posted around the mid doors. Catwalk just waiting. And now Breeze is straight out mid looking for a head.
Again, loudly about it.
Oh, there's no nades left for OG.
Oh, Alexi just has to respect that molly. He's gone wider.
They only have 1 HE.
Yeah.
We still have 45 seconds.
They can go anywhere they want, right?
This is all heads-up Counter-Strike right now. OG have to just hope to hit the shots. They can't defend with smokes. They can't delay with Molotovs. They're not going to have flashes to set up alley-oops. They just need to hit these headshots. Oh, it's on Mantu as well. Here comes the exec.
Sitting anti-flash starts to adjust, and there's the first. Mihu's gone. OG need this from Mantu.
Great nade.
Call upon him. It's not going to stop the plant. That's gone down courtesy of Stan. Missed shot this time. Obo advancing, and Obo doing more than advance. He's taken 2 heads, and EG again turning the script completely upside down. Valda, what are you supposed to do now? Mantu started so strong. Obo's just stronger. 13 for Evil Geniuses. Valda, what can you do? Nothing but save. And Obo gets all the brownie points. He was the one that was catching nades at B tons. He's the one that finishes it on A.
That is wild scenes right there. Obo with a round-winning double. And Voldo, as you mentioned, with this save, 3,400 in the bank balance, they can drop a gun here. But it is looking likely EG might be ushered in here with a 14-14 scoreline. Because if you do invest, it's going to be battered and broken. It will just have to be a partial. And this is Obo right here. Jumps up. Alexi goes down. This one, very important frag there. To Mantu. Oh, it was a triple after all. Great stuff. EG, they are in this one and they are looking good.
They look, yeah, very focused.
Okay, well, OG with that pass,
pick, dude.
partial.
And the way their CT side setup started, it felt very convincing. Like, okay, now I see. OG's CT is going to be enough to completely nullify the EG playbook. far from reality. Nico on the jiggle with his smoke. He'll be tested by Obo. Be very hard to get a frag there. Nico gets his info for free. Ooh. Spoke too soon about the free.
Could really use one of those Nico moments now, couldn't they? 7 kills to his name. Could be the difference maker if he's able to string a few together. Alexi has been having a rough go of it here as well. Banking on long right now, OG, but we can see EG just more of the same. They've actually been the more tempered on their T side. Their CT side, they were dictating the pace. On their T side, they're just defaulting, playing it slow, working off one another. Always working with each other, right? There's always a flash. Unless it's just Mihu running out Cat on his lonesome.
That's the alternative.
Yeah, and that one right there was a game-changing round. So,
and Obo had one straight after that. So Mihu and Obo definitely doing what's demanded of them. They're coming A. Founder with the counter flash. It's a bit late. They'll tuck into Gandalf.
Oh,
lots of damage. Cirque and Mihu double dinked. They're still breathing. The nade may change that. So much damage. OG, though, they're dropping like flies. It's Flames Deeg, the only point of resistance so far. Cirque's not going to miss, but Flames as well. A third connection on the $700 pistol. He's not ready for that fight. He can't. He can't. Such long range. Obo's head is just too evasive. And he will give it everything he had. Valiant attempt. 14, though. We tie it up. It was an 8-7 half. We're going to be heading in a similar direction here in the second.
So there's 7 in a row now for EG. What a response. An 11-round drought. Now they've had 7 of their own, and you can see Obo eventually getting it done. Flames and Obo, probably 2 of the sharpest kids in the server right here. Seeing them struggle
Just both of them standing still, just staring their eyes at the monitor.
Oh, the double dak. This is getting brutal and attesting to just how much money there is in that EG camp. Breeze has a lot of space here. We deal with him. The flash is good. The AWP being heard sends him back. But the pressure is on OG, and they need to be careful how quickly they rifle through this utility. They went very, very quickly in one of the previous rifle rounds, and that came back to bite them late. Nico on this same little jiggle here towards upper tunnels. And he actually might have a chance here for a couple. The bomb on stand, now grouped with Obo in the backyard. They're coming over. Cirque controlling top mid with the rotations. Breeze helping out from T-Spawn, and Mihu still anchoring long. So nothing committed just yet from EG here. Lurk smoke's good. U2 that's forcing out now. Molly lands. You'll see more coming in from Nico soon, I'm sure. And eyes are now off middle. Alexi's had to rotate over towards CT spawn to help on out. Volda and Nico both drawn towards the upper tunnels, both dropping more utility, and both completely shy. Everybody right now for EG, they're looking healthy as can be.
Yeah, and Stan looks to try and sell a bit of a fake, I think. He was lining up a smoke for doors, or he's just going to do the dribble smoke. So that's going to keep 2 players busy. Valda, Nico. Busy. It's not an issue if Mantu can do more of that. He's baited in. Flames, not going to be checked. A big find. Only 3 left for EG. Obo keeps it relatively competitive, but the 30-second mark, they are running out of options.
Oh, Alexi's gone spawn. Mantu's under so much pressure here.
Oh, you're right. Alexi's underneath. Short's open for business. Stan is on the crawl. Obo and Suck do need to get that bomb up long, and they have to get through Mantu. Tight line held. The molly does obscure his vision, and a missed shot. Stan has to find it, and he does. They can plant. Valda can change things. Cirque's hitting his shots. Not again. Oh, OG, they're disintegrating. The bomb does go down in time, and now they've again flipped it. Oh, its head. Cirque's along. Only 8 frags for Nico. And EG from a 2-man disadvantage.
As where both are now.
Yeah, he needs a bit of RNG there, EG. That's map point. Cirque and Stan a double apiece. It was Cirque that even enabled that bomb to be going down, hitting all the shots necessary, and I hate to point at the numbers on the right side of the screen, but OG, they're not going to have all the bells and whistles they desire.
No, and this has been really rough. This spree of rounds, 8 now. 8 in a row just to get them to this position here. 1 away from taking it 16-14. And OG have started these rounds quite nicely. But then just the way that they're rotating back, they're not really helping each other out. They're getting flustered, and back towards long we go.
Flames will be there. Flames was there. Past 10th. They've taken a whole lot of damage. Unconfirmed, though, at this point. And Mantu pushing forward. More damage and a frag. God, Cirque and Mihu bleeding internally. Valda can do more. And he does, alongside Alexi. Wants to clear that blue bin, and it's isolated Mihu from Cirque.
He's not going to clear it.
Not cleared it. No! Enables Mihu to find, not both of them. Still an intense 2v2. This is for OT. OG for survival. convert something that started so well for them. They have a divided defense. It falls quiet for Valda. Falls quiet for everyone. Nico on that B tunnels jiggle. He's been there an awfully long time. And it looks like the call is short. So if he is allowed to just walk on in, Valda plays retake. I mean, they've got no kits. Every second that passes, Chad, feels like EG are getting steps closer to converting here in the final round of regulation.
Yeah, forget the HP that Cirque's on right now. If this bomb goes down, this round is EG's to lose. There's not a kit right now. The Famous, yeah, can be upgraded into an AK. Valda doesn't want to make sound cues in this current junction. Nico's going to have to rotate in with the MP9. That's going to melt off a lot of time on the clock. Where are they going to plant for? They can plant for long. They can plant for short. Looks like the latter will be favored here. Molly's for Stan and Cirque. They can either lock off areas of rotation or they can use it to deny that defuse. Cheeky one-way here for Cirque. This is looking great for EG to close.
Flash is good. And I'm not sure if Valda got the info about that one way, but it's going to deter them for sure.
Halfway ticked.
Halfway ticked. The molly does force them off the site, and a big find. Oh, the incendiary's done enough, perhaps, maybe. Jump shot's not there. Stan can finish it right here. No kit. I don't even think there's time. No, there isn't. And Valda, the last man alive, but it's going EG's way. Evil geniuses take OG's map pick away from them. All right, overpass next. Get ready for that one. We'll be breaking it all down at the analyst desk. Frankie Ward and a bunch of analytical cronies after the break.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines, while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm not getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on heavenly mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, dang we. And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like it.
When we decided to bench Tarek, he was the kind of player that created a lot of space for us. And we think that Mihao and Obo kind of have to figure out who's going to take that role, because both are actually really good at being aggressive, but Mihao has a little bit of a different style and Owen has his own style as well. So, but Tarek was definitely the kind of guy that created a lot of space for us, and we're going to have to definitely figure out who's going to fill that gap.
I felt like we needed some new blood in the team and some hunger. Obviously, we're hungry ourselves to win and to improve overall as a team, but I feel like the player market overall was pretty limited, and we had our discussions regarding every player. But I think we got really good insights from Flames, and we watched his POVs and asked around anyone who's played with him what were their experiences, and the only thing we got back was just like positive all around. And after we started playing with him, we saw this ourselves, and we were really confident after that we made the right decision.
City igjen, da?
Not sure.
Ja, det tror jeg mange. Må vi ha den.
I have a kit.
No kit!
No kit.
Nice!
I've never heard Cirque so high-pitched jubilation for EG, but that was absolutely devastating for Bowder and OG as he was kit-free. He cleared the players, he just couldn't defuse the bomb and complete the clutch, sadly, so he missed out on overtime, and it's a bit of a shame because that was such a wild game of Dust 2, and it really started off with EG having a fantastic CT side. You could see the frustration on Alexi B's face as they kept denying him mid-control, but then Alexi B's big brain kind of stepped up to the plate, and somehow, Maniac, they managed to get themselves out of that hole in the first half. So tell us about that.
Yeah, I think we can jump straight into round 11 and 12 because that's actually how OG fought back. You mentioned it, Frankie. EG were very annoying to play against, and how Alexi found a way in is by dry peeking, finally surprising Mishu. And here the trades onto Obo are quite clean. That is it, just like that, in a matter of about 10 seconds. That is OG finally breaking the spell of evil geniuses, winning all these rounds. And then the next round they do exactly the same, but this time towards tunnel. Just a pop flash, Obo is only good for one, the trade is in position, and the B side is lost. That was how Alexi B actually handled the CT side of Evil Geniuses, because they used Mishu in a very good way, super annoying down middle, flashing him through the doors, flashing him to pick from catwalk. Alexi B was in a very rough position in the first few rounds. I'm amazed that he actually bounced back. And Kassad, I thought they've done enough. You look at the second side, you think that's it. OG have done it.
Yeah, first of all, I do agree with everything that you kind of said for the first half. Is like the versatility was the key. You know, he recognized, okay, this is not working. Yeah. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and I'm going to pop here, I'm going to pop there. It's worked fine. Perfectly. They went to the second half. It's even better. You know, they got to 14, and then they start losing these advantage rounds for them, which was completely kind of. It seemed like, you know, they were not even on TeamSpeak together.
Yeah,
like
it was a bit confusing.
I feel like the comms would be the biggest issue there. What I didn't understand, like I understand this round. Sometimes you get into a map that it kind of feels this way and nothing really goes your way. You know, you cannot close it out. Maybe the comms are too quiet. Maybe somebody made a mistake that kind of affected somebody else. And it's like, you don't know, right? It's from team to team. But the thing is, like, what I'm surprised that I didn't see any timeouts being called. I was just like, if this happens, there's a timeout called, listen guys, we have the advantage situations, we keep dropping them, let's make sure we are communicating what's open, what's not, and let's make sure that you're rotating properly on what's going on. Not a single timeout was called, as I recall, and they just keep like rolling those rounds, and just keep losing one after another.
This is what doesn't seem to make sense, is it was like OG losing to themselves, because some of EG's T-sided rounds, at first they didn't seem to have a clue, and then they got really messy, and somehow, Maniac, they got away with it. They were able to turn around those disadvantages.
Yeah, and again, I want to give some props to Mishu because I think he unlocked a few of these situations. But actually, you mentioned, you know, advantageous situations being lost by OG, and I think we can jump into round number 29 because that was a very, very crucial experience, a crucial example of what happened. 45 seconds on the clock, we'll see Man2 and Flamesy have that perfect setup towards A-Long. He gets picked into it, Mishu is out. That frees the complete area for Flames, who here is a little bit too trigger happy, only gets one, but it should be enough, right? But the problem is, at this point in time, Man2 is alone on A. Alexi B was CT spawn, now Valdez trying to fight, but he's behind the music and Alexi B dies. They went from a very, very theoretical 5v3 where Man2 ended up completely alone on the A side. So I don't really know if it is a problem of communication or if someone did not react to an information, but if you're Man2 and you were staying on the A side and your secondary player just dropped into CT spawn, you cannot stay, or you fight. You cannot stay in between, dancing between short and long. You're going to get pinched.
The thing is, like, the setup they made is a pretty common setup when you're expecting a B split. You leave short open, and then usually the meta right now is the T's are going to clear short with nades, and then you're going to go there, they're going to go there. They had a double long setup, a perfect one, like you said. They were walking into it. They killed the first, and maybe the guy...
could have gone for two.
Yeah, could have gone for two, and then Man2 should have stayed there and tried to, like, you know, deal with the long guys as much as we can, or just fall back completely and try to take it, or even for CT, you know, then hope for a retake. But it doesn't really matter, you know, that the setup was as it was, and they split A at the very round, and it's fine. You can live with that. Like I said, I feel like the biggest issue was the comms in that on CT side. That's from like my own experience when I had the maps like that, and when I lost maps like that, it's like always it had come down to the comms. And like I said, on T side, sorry, Frankie, on T side of EG, the whole T side was so individualistic. It was crazy. You know, Michu, Cirque, you know, and there was like a lot of like this multi-kills round that kind of allowed them to get back into the game.
But that's just 2, Kasan. We're heading to Overpass next. Can EG get away with that?
Well, Overpass is a very wide map, very like map control kind of based map, you know. And right now for them, their momentum is like, you know, and their mood is like pretty high right now. They're in a momentum. I don't know how is this gonna affect OG, because maps like this are a problem. Like when you lose them and going into the next one, you need to be mentally very stable to go into next map and win like this. This was EG's pick, if I'm not wrong. And
OG, I guess. I'd say OG.
This is EG's pick.
Now we go to
this is EG's pick. Yeah.
And
so
then
EG
he's going to be starting T side.
Yes. So this is going to be interesting, especially as I believe it was someone from HLTV or someone tweeted the HLTV link to the report that Mihu was going to be joining OG potentially back in March. Now he's on the other side and he's showing OG exactly what they're missing. Will it be a 2-0 on Overpass to make things even sweeter for EG? We're going to find out after these few minutes of a break.
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
2 of them here. I'll go plant the bomb.
That's a good idea, actually. Oh, bumping. There he is. Parachute bumpers. Oh, you killed one. Oh, and I surfed. What a victory.
I'm getting shot next to the silo with a shield on the right side. He's in between this. Wow. How did I pull that off? Holy moly. Going.
I'm here.
Over here, I'm going. I'm getting shot at from behind, but I'm going for this guy. 2 guys down here where I'm landing, Rush.
Coming. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm on the other.
Nice. Oh, 2 guys on this team.
I'm going. I see him. Going for the back guy. Leaving him. Nice. Casbah through the front door. Oh, I see one fella.
Another one. Oh, no, wait, that's...
I'll go for that parachute. It's kind of okay. I have to reload mid-air though, which kind of sucks. Oh, I'm dead.
One more. Have medis. Nice. 99 in 1. What the? Watch this. Watch this. 99 damage on the goal.
Nico brings a lot of everything.
he is a really good team player in general, and he can fit all sorts of roles, and he does that as well in our team, where some maps he is the hardcore anchor on the bomb sites, where others he is more in the mix of what's going on. And that's the good thing about him. Like, he can do anything, and he's really good like offering stuff for the ones around him and setting his teammates up for success. So he's a really versatile player that brings a lot to the table and makes the others gel. So we're really happy to get him on board.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Overpass up next, OG EG. And EG continued to surprise here at IEM Summer. Let's see what they've got in store here for map number 2.
I was so excited for this game, Chad. I was talking about it with the guys in the green room.
What did the Harris have to say? Anything good?
Yeah, well, other than they were quite critical of the salad we were eating, but other than that, they were suggesting that EG are their favorite for the conversion here. Now, I don't know about you. I would prefer to see a little bit more resistance out of OG. That was such a harrowing loss on Dust 2. Now we find ourselves in EG's court. Anything's possible. Flames, however, is a big component of it. We even had Rugger in that break talking about Nico and his contributions.
They're already in the B site right now. Valder doesn't really have eyes on this.
Yeah, well, Valder, I assume, is going to be calling for some help from Alexi. Oh, he's burnt out completely. No options. Alexi has hit the only shot he had to.
Bit of peppering up there as well. So 4-on-5 retake. Bomb will go down.
Advantage, I can't help but feel still in EG's court, especially now Flames has gone down. Mihu 2 clicks of the Glock Circ with 1. Breeze is in such a power position here, they can't really clear him. They haven't got time. Oh, so clean on the Glocks.
Looking crispy. What's Mansu going to do here? Just the USP. Armor wants to hold on to this. Lucky to keep his life, and actually having a little bit of a look into here to see if he can find a kill. Won't even catch them out the door, really. Bullets in the back. He's in a lot of trouble right now. He can get peppered up and take it down to the bomb. 25. Will survive. He will. Okay, well, could have gone worse for Mantu right there, but that's not the way OG were looking to kick things here off on map number 2.
Far from it.
And look, I don't want to say it, but I think it has to be said. It was a bit choky out of OG. Right, a bit choky. When you have multiple 3-on-5 advantages, you're having to do a lot to lose those kind of rounds.
Yeah.
Now, EG did all the things right in a lot of those situations, but OG definitely had to drop the ball.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was rounds where it was all EG, it was all Mihu, and there was rounds where it was a little bit of OG mixed in there as well.
True. All right, well, it is the 4-spy, and it is the B stack. Everybody from OG are heading over here, and so are EG, so we might have a real clash in a second.
They double naded short right now. They would have practically killed 2 people. There's a nade. It's not quite on the mark. The second looks better. And down goes Breeze. Pushing. Oh, wow. Flames has taken Cirque as well. He assumed it was clear. He's met the Deagle. Now an advantage for OG and a recovered AK. They want to juggle that to someone healthy. Mantu will take it. And knowing that they've cut a lot of the momentum out of EG, they will return to A just to try and retake some of that map control they've lost. Stan, look how far away from taking space he is. I thought it would perhaps start getting a wiggle on. He's just going to have to hold spawn.
I think the question here, as far as Stan goes, he's not going to push past this point, right? Or he shouldn't really, because they don't know exactly how much real estate's taken. This smoke right here is going to tell OG more than what it does EG, because that's in the blind spot. They don't know how far forward any of these OG players are. They know they met a lot of resistance. And OG continue to comb forward here. So this real estate they're taking is going to make them harder to find in the mid to late round. It still will be this B finish. The bomb in the backyard, Obo at the sandbag position. It is just Valde, the guy on 19 HP left to do all of this.
Yeah, but they've got there in time. Like, they can now just swing that door open just as Obo averted his gaze. Mihu to try and be the hero here, or EG's second round conversion is going to have completely fallen by the wayside. Stan, he could. They are distracted. He's got a bit of a messy Galil, but there they are. Bodies dropped, maybe round save. They've got 10 points of health between them. Even I can do that one, Chad.
That's a lot
and
of
it looks like they're saving.
Yeah, so much indecision. Stan getting that 2, it almost sent them back in. But you're right, once that quick math of the HP was done, yeah, really shouldn't be having a crack. And 1-1. Saved guns.
So what does this mean now? Like, I mean, EG, you've got 2 armored rifles. There is an AK in the CT's mix.
I can tell you this much. It's more than they would have had if they went down. So the buy is looking...
The force buy wars are enhanced.
Yeah, it looks a little bit better, right? It won't just be the smattering of pistols like we can see here. There was no plan to try and facilitate a little bit more to the economy. And OG's buy is looking much better, right? They've got 2 M4s out, an AK-47, 2 SMGs. Mag 10 for Nico, Flames onto the MP9. EG can still make this one work, though, if they want to take it slow and rinse through all this early OG util. I think there was an element of OG late in that game there that was playing not to lose the rounds, as opposed to, you know, making the moves to win them. And sometimes safety can be your undoing. I know it doesn't sound like the right advice to be giving. But I'm not talking about driving in a car and forgetting your seatbelt. I'm talking about taking a pick and winning the rounds. So... different consequences. But whoever wins this one, well, not whoever. If OG wins this one, EG should be taking a bit of a save. If EG win, I'm sure we go back and forth with some more of these force buy battles.
Yeah, if it's another one of those 1v1s, bomb down, get ready for the force buy wars to wage for a while.
We didn't get any of this, though, on map number 1, right? It was just long sprees of rounds. I think the shortest spree of rounds we had was 3. So if we do get the tit for tat, the back and forth, might offer us up some scrappier CS than what we've seen so far, even though this one's already had its moments.
Mantu spotted him. I don't know if he spotted the bomb. Cirque was across, but we don't see much in terms of the CT movements initially. This is going to really explode. It does look like OG have started to get all the pieces of the puzzle into the right place. Valde's rotated through. Mantu to flash for this initial contact. Nico already gives contact as well. Oh, it's perfect. OG, so much info. 2 more long. Alexi screams. Breeze, however, going down to Nico could be a problem, and there it is. All wrapped up. Not a single body dropped, and look at the recovered rifles as well. That's worked swimmingly for OG.
Yeah, beautiful scenes here now. Hopefully, a bit of a buffer can be built off of this as well, because going up against this 1900-ish economy for EG, they don't want to be giving away too many of these guns. So great stuff, well handled, clean, just what they needed, and probably a bit of a confidence booster as well here. Was, what was it, 9 rounds, 10 rounds, something like that for EG to close out that last map. So it has been some time since OG have been feeling what a round winner looks like.
Yeah.
What do you think about, I've just been doing some tweeting as I always do, and I was talking about like the stage setup. Let's kind of move away from that. But imagine if we had a 360 and the 2 teams facing each other, and in the middle of the 2 teams on the floor, it's probably like you guys had at TI, where it was, I guess they did augmented reality.
Yeah.
But imagine a bunch of like LED, or I don't know what the technology is these days, but screens on the ground that had, look at our radar in the top left. Imagine that was between the 2 teams. They couldn't see it, but the viewers in a 360 could. So you can see when contact's going to come in quite clearly. It's like a pitch, right? It's painting the picture like a pitch, and then you can look up to the screens to see the first-person action.
Yeah, that was something that Anders and I discussed like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
you know,
he needs to get it with Skybox, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wants to try. I do think there's the more accessible one, the floor that the TI boys had, not only was it augmented reality, but they had it was an LED floor that they used as a giant screen for the minimap as well.
Yeah.
So you walked on the entire floor.
That's what we need.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool. You'd have to have the entire audience like in a Colosseum-like structure.
Yeah.
It would, like, you'd have to be sunken downstage and everyone would be on rafters. I don't know.
It's a bit like a pit, yeah, you know?
Yeah, so just give us infinite budget and we'll make a cool CS event.
Please, Valve.
Mantu. Oh, a real opportunity. That jump peek for info. He does pull the trigger on it. Mihu was the candidate.
This is a 4-man A defense right here from OG.
Yeah, and if Alexi steps the line a little early, he would find playground clear. He's not chosen to do so. Flames pushed up. Alexi long. This is the responsibility of Mihu to control and corral this.
This is so interesting that they're just staying put right now. Still a minute 15, and they're just staying in this forward stance.
Like, Valda is so exposed. Hang on. Molly keeps Mihu there on the close corner.
Something's up, though.
Flames looks away. Checks the playground side, and Mihu does best them. Will he assume long is clear? Lexi's there to receive, and perfect pre-fire. Very loud from Mihu, just stomping. Elephant steps towards long. Now they are going into B, and it is wide open for business. Mantu would have to hit the first shot that comes out of his rifle here.
There's no heaven smoke.
Oh, and jiggled just a little bit, unintentionally perhaps. He's got a flash to try and suppress, but the bomb will be planted shortly. Rotates on its way, and who is that? Charging in, Valda just does not release W. Look at him go!
Oh,
he's behind him. He's right next to him. Stanislaw ignored, but Alexi saves his teammate. Valda's down. Bomb is too, but the frags are coming OG's way.
3 for Alexi so far.
Obo can cause a lot of damage here. He knows he can't peek heaven. He has to be focused on this left side. Mantu's in as well. Info and shots, and Obo, sharp as a knife, cuts them down to size. Damn, Obo. Keeps reminding us what he's capable of there. That could have really spiraled out of control.
Little Robo-Obo right there. Someone check his wrist, see what kind of hardware he's rocking in there. This is wild, these last two.
All of them into the dome. Headshot, headshot. Bam!
That's what you like to see.
That's what we all want to be able to do.
I think too many of us, you know, at that point, crouch, jump, run, hide. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah. He's just headshots only. Quite a clear... wow.
Phooey.
Yeah, this is interesting. Alexi getting very vocal now. The setup they had, the fact that Flames turns away, you know, it all felt very, very good in the beginning. And then as soon as that kill comes in, Alexi makes up for it with the triple, but denied in the final phrase of that one. And both teams with a pretty convincing buy. Stand onto that glue. We've already seen him do a lot of work with that bad boy over the few EG matches we've seen. Everybody off the mark early here, so nobody's sitting on that donut just yet. Well, not possible unless we get a couple of TKs in the mix, so that's good to see. The AWP, it does fall in favor of OG here. Cirque will have to wield an AK instead, and Mantu press forward in the bathrooms. A much different setup this time for the CTs. Nico overseeing business as the backup man. Alexi, Flames, and Volda over towards that B site. And it looks like EG have been watching European Counter-Strike, Alex.
It does look like that. Even just the default spread. So this is how you take toilets. Underpass a threat. He's got his lineup set up to stop any CT rotations through. Starting to get a bit indicative as to what they're looking for, though, isn't it? And Obo pulling pins. He's heard. Valda can try and punish, and he will. Oh, big find. Team Flash. Valda has underpass, though, and that's going to take a lot of information away now from EG. Are we being flanked? Cirque wants to acknowledge that. Valda, what are you up to? What is he up to? Oh, a dank flank from Valda. He can win the round fully and clearly here. Bree's not ready for that. A second frag found, and now Alexi surely just locks the door. Drop the smoke. And he does. Real shallow. Perfect. EG are in a box, and Valda's the one with the lock. Another victim. He's getting pushed desperately to survive. He actually gets another Valda. 4 frags. Takes the whole Evil Geniuses squad down with an aggressive solo maneuver.
1 HP to his name here. The only player to take any damage so far from OG. And Mihu with 15 seconds left has to save. No other choice.
He lost his whole team to a rogue Dane.
That was a huge round right there. And to consider continuing forward with that push, the reason it seems very unlikely is based on the fact they just got themselves a 4-on-5, right? So unraveling the unknowing EG. And now they'll have to take a bit of a partial investment or a save here. Yeah, just no clue that this was even possible. To be fair, Breeze is coming around the corner ready for it, so it's not like he's had these easy as he likes. This one right here, the dink on through and finishing off Cirque. Great stuff from Volda. That is a big performance right there in a necessary round. It's going to get him up to 5 kills, joining the likes of Alexi and Mantu so far. Obo on the other side with 5 to his name.
Just the preserved AK then. Shouldn't be too much for them to do here.
Can really see how, like, the shift that I can see with EG is maybe there was a few more cooks previously, right? Because Tarek, we know that he's done in-game leading in the past. Whereas now whenever it's an in-game leader's job, Stan's doing the in-game leader's job, unless it's mid-round where he's doing more lurky boy stuff, right? Or they're doing their defaults and he can be a bit lurky. But he's always buying util, he's always dropping his teammates something.
Ooh, wasn't ready for the angle off Falda. Flashed and losing his teammates as well. Cirque's Glock. Yeah, I think he knew what his fate was sealed there. Just tried to stay dynamic, keep moving. And Obo's Deagle. It's not going to find any full lethal connections. A couple of weapon upgrades found, be it sidearms or primary.
Good bit of damage.
And now we get back into the EG driving seat, or at least get to see how they want to steer this ship. That's badass. Steering a ship with the old wooden, you know, like back in the day, like a pirate ship, Chad. Just imagine that big, like, controlling such a large object with just this little wooden wheel, spinning it around. There wasn't power steering back then as well. I reckon you really had to give it a good spin.
Yeah, I'd say your arms are getting a bit of a workout there. And imagine, you're not so worried about crashing unless you're pulling into port. So that'd be really cool.
That's true, yeah.
But the waves, seasick.
Yeah.
We forgot about that element.
And I wouldn't be cut out for it if they start shouting port and starboard at me. I'd just be, I don't know, I don't even know.
It does sound like, is port the front and starboard? Let's have a Google. Someone let us know.
It's left and the right side of the boat. Oh, lovely. Mantu's got one, Flames another, and just like that, Evil Genius's count on Cirque. Keeps it level. That was about to be a round ender. Quickest response, does not let them retreat. That CT aggression comes with a risk, and that is, of course, the response. Alexi has to fall into a more passive setup. Flashed in, Breeze does not choose to push upon.
Okay, well, what this establishes here is actually really good for OG, because now it means they won't be in the onslaught of a full 5-man execute with all the util behind it. It's more of a mid-round now, so it comes down to being a little bit more tight-knit, maybe a little bit more gambly, and look at this risk being taken here by Stan. He's just creeping straight through Monster.
Yeah, and he's gotten a lot now, and he's checked. Valda just doing a late check of Monster. Cirque's got his knife out, not for the first time. Oh, and these deaths, they could all come too easy. EG looking a little lost into round 8. And it posts to 6th.
That was really good. They just forced them straight into B, and then OG completely gambled that it was going to be the B play. So risk taken on both sides there, but paying out for the international squadron. And there's some great shots there from Cirque. Obviously, just damage committed, and with the loss bonus now starting to build, EG are looking at what should be another partial investment here. But this is good to see OG now not struggling on the CT rounds. They're obviously been quite patchy. But the confidence they're building here must be wonderful.
I've seen this before. In fact, Dust 2, they got about 6-7 rounds in CT side in a row, and then EG happened.
I think the thing is for EG right now, with that pace they've been rocking, the slower defaults, there's a lot of room that OG can maybe find some gaps in, like we saw Volder do before. So if they go a little bit quicker on a round like this and only pistols, they're likely to get mincemeated anyway. So it's really quite bleak out there. There's no good option on a map like Overpass, unfortunately. Have to hope that these Deagles are able to hit a couple of big shots. Re-spammed on down to 41. That nade a little bit too deep, but softens him to 16. The molly as well.
You cannot play close pipe. Ooh, they can, and they do. Not going to be burning on the surf. Breeze, brave. And so is Valda. To keep peeking into these Deagles, like, I don't know, you've got to have some conviction behind your own aim. I don't fancy that fight. He does, and it's Flames that actually best them both. Dunks and finishes off the job that Valda has started onto them.
It is looking a lot more fighty from OG right now, right? They're happy to take these duels. They're happy to get stuck in. Just a complete change up from map number 1.
They're clearing him. He doesn't look ready. He's not. And now a missed shot. This could be 2. Whew, Mantu saves the round potentially there. Stan as well falling to Alexi. Does lock it in. And that's Mr. Cirque out as well.
I'm sure we're about to see an AWP here. 6.75 for Cirque, so plenty of cash for that. He has just equipped it. And the rest will be getting the AKs in, but a lot of work to be done from EG to level the field in as far as the cash goes. You can see Nico up to 8.5, Volder 7.5, Alexi B just under that 10k mark. So things are going quite well for OG now. Will be a couple of rounds necessary to start breaking that bank. And this is looking like Bit more of a B indication here. Smoke's being lined up fast from the rifles of EG.
And they're in, straight in. This is the change of pace you demanded. Already blood drawn, Stan looking like a man on a mission. He's been silenced, but is looking good. The evil geniuses thrive. Obo adds another, it's only Flames. And he has managed to make it competitive. The bomb went down, and now a duel between Cirque and Flames. The smoke enables an advance. Trying to fake the jump up. Will Cirque fall for it? Dancing around the pillar. Flame spots a leg. Cirque quick as lightning. Straight on that shot. You only saw like his boots. You saw his drip. Bought them for resale. Classic T boot. $500.
That'll be the next thing. We got gloves, next thing boots.
Yeah.
The one thing you can't see if you look down is your feet in this game. So just a style on the haters. And yeah, Flames a little bit unfortunate here. Let's see how quick that really was.
It was so fast. Boom. 7, dude. OG, here we go. They're up against it all. EG's even got Cirque on this AWP. We know he's quick. Will EG be able to get a consecutive T round? That's been that's eluded them this entire half. Stringing 2 together, break the back of the CTs. It's certainly a couple of them are down to Peanuts and Pocket Lint. 350 for Flames and Man2 respectively. 550 on Flames. Another different setup, and Flames is going to get a lot of answers here.
Yeah, this is a lot of info. Look how passive Stan is right now. If Flames stays in limbo here, it is an awkward position to hold. It is likely to catch EG off, and now Volder's here. They will continue to push, so they keep their heads down. That crouch key hit, they can hide from the vision of Stan, who's coming back with the bomb now.
Oh, and Flames is ready. So ready. Stan cannot lose that bomb. Obo's got a lot to do as well, but the fact he's taken down Valder, now Flames does have to retreat. Dropping his smoke. He's very inspired play from Flames. He switched on. That's reactionary. That's all mid-rounding. He's managed to get himself out of trouble and keep the advantage that OG was so close to losing. The equalizer could have come with Flames there. And instead, they maintain a man advantage. They're all healthy. Obo posted up on this A site. So if Man2 gets jumpy for info, he doesn't have to with his AWP trained on long.
OG struggled with rounds like this on Dust 2.
Oh, and Man2's been waiting for exactly that. Both of them walking in, one by one.
Dealt with. Easily.
Looking rough.
Oof, okay. Well, looks like Obo wants to retain this AWP here. Makes sense. He's just holding the line to see if anybody wants to step out of toe. Not going to be the case. And yeah, it feels like lacking a little bit right here. EG's fast round looked very good because it was trade heavy. It was a bit more brawly. Slowing down, working in their favor. 8-3 and OG. I want to get excited. I want to say it's looking good, but hard to really tell how this one's going to fall. Timeout, second call for EG.
This was their pick as well. Time to justify it. Don't forget, they picked up the OG map pick. Admittedly, OG losing their map pick has become somewhat of a... It was an initial trend, at least. The argument was that was as they were finding their map pool, and with 2 new players, I imagine, again, that process is being undertaken to some extent. Perhaps Overpass is going to be a whole new world for OG if they can maintain form like this.
I know there's been discussions in the past. I've heard other people say it on different forums or podcasts or whatnot about like Alexi B being quite prep heavy. And when you have a team like EG who is difficult to prep for, and you're going into your own map choice, you can take in a couple of false bits of information. Whereas here, it's hard to say on what isn't your map choice. You're always going to come out, try and play your game plan, right? You're not too sure where that veto is going to go, what EG are going to pick on him with. You always have some inklings. It's just this saved AWP, and Hobo's actually going to be retaining it for now. So we'll see how long he gets to keep that before Cirque takes it out of his hands.
We just saw both teams with real nerdy nades, and actually CT's throwing a stack nade to the short pipe there. No one was home, but take note if that shows in the last 3 rounds of play. Long previously was an open and shut case. All Man2 had to do was click his mouse after waiting for 45 seconds. This time, certainly less of a wait, and an ally in the name of Nico. Had a quiet one, hasn't had too much to do. 4 deaths, 5 kills. He's just been hanging out on this long and quiet part of the map. It's not going to be quiet for much longer here. Do they run boost him or just a little booster?
Oh, big sound cue there. Nico's heard something.
He is just in the off angle if they were to shift. Could be into them. Yo, okay, he actually checked it, but Obo's quick. And now Mantu is getting dinged. Here we go. OG can't let this slip. They can't, and they won't. Nice find. Alexi lines them up as they swing. Battered and bruised, but a 9th regardless. It's only Obo's AWP, and he confirms his location, peeking on it. Not going to convert the first fight. Looking a little lost now here, EG. That was just the hero AWP, saved from the previous, but saved by Alexi. Really did start to get a bit awkward there.
Yeah, maybe some more aggression necessary out of EG. Gun rounds that were fast, or at least the one in recent memory. They found success. It did come down to the wire, that one-on-one that Cirque won. So what's the call here? Looking more like the default spread, but Breeze over towards the B side to assist. Obo down to connector. Cirque and Mihu dealing with this A aggression. Alexi B very, very quick here. Maybe undetected. The Flames might...
Yo, that is a lot of pushing. 1 minute 37, he's killed Playground.
That's going to force the hand here. Cirque's already heading back towards B. It's scramble time now for EG as they're going to get locked on in.
He's straight in. He'll get checked. Valda's ready, and the crossfire is established. 2 bodies already on the ground for EG. This only gets worse. Obo has changed many a mind. He's have to do a whole lot. Valda's so ready, though. He's adding more kills to his tally. Now Cirque dancing around the pillar. Multiple targets. A missed shot is all it takes. 10 for OG on EG's map pick.
Okay.
And the T's, I mean, we talked about it. The fact that they haven't been getting bombs down, the fact that they haven't been able to get any 2 rounds in consecutive fashion. Look at the rush from Alexi. I'm calling that a rush, never mind a push. 1 minute 40, he's already in Playground. Takes the frag at 137. And as you discussed, I mean, that was a round winning. It pushed them all in towards B, and the rest is history. Valda passes his test again. 15 now for him.
Here's the B rush again. Cirque throwing that same smoke as earlier, so they're just going to channel through Monster here quite fast. Molly to barrels flashes are good. It's only Valdair Flames here. Wait, Alexi just got hit too.
Nobo's in. He's got a lot to clear in that smoke. He's looking for targets. Alexi goes wide. Bomb falls through, and so does EG. Oh, they've run out of ideas, Chad. How have they run out of ideas?
Yeah, when you come in, this was their map choice, maybe just trying to punish. But Stan trying to make it work with the P250. Gets 2 for his troubles. That's great, but all in all, with the scoreline at 11-3, we might be in for a quick second map. That's the thing, right? This EG team, you heard from Breeze in that interview piece where he basically got into Europe within, what was it, 24 hours before they had to start getting things underway with media and whatnot. It has been a more difficult time to travel, as everybody at home, I'm sure, is aware. And then you look at how long Mihu's been in the team, before that, how long Obo's been in the team, and now the departure of Zeus. So Stan was saying they're trying to do things as they used to, so there's going to be a lot of adjustments there and some approaches. The playbook being a little bit light on as well. That's just the nature of not much time, right? You can only build that with time. But OG really looking for this 12th here. This would be a quick way to forget what happened on map number 1. Just come out with a statement in map number 2. 12-3 in the first. If they're able to close it out quickly in the second, yeah.
That would be a statement. We do talk and often see 11-4 be deceptively dominant. So maybe that 12th is all it takes just to avoid that OG, or rather common Counter-Strike conundrum.
Bit of voodoo, I think, and work with that scoreline.
Peeks in. He'll have a chance onto 1, but he's likely to get swung. Tight line, big find. Mantu advances, commits. And the smokes may save him, buying him time to go wider. We've seen this be a problem for EG before. When they concede that opening kill, sometimes it looks like plan B was not quite as ironed out as it needed to be.
Yeah, they just look stifled, don't they?
Yeah.
Caged. They don't have a reaction to fall back on. They're just waiting. So if they continue forward, maybe OG will over-rotate, but they're still looking very fortified on this A site. Mantu, Nico in the site. Alexi B are now in a forward position. This is looking great for the 12th.
Oh, Mantu misses his chance. Alexi does not. Makes good on his promise. Now they're in. Stan, short-lived, found. Valda has pushed to Optimus, and that bomb's going to be contested. Not if Cirque defends. 9 seconds, another frag from Mihu. They actually can do this. They're doing it. Cirque, however, caught out, tries to deny the plant, finds Mihu. Flames is doing it. This is great. Pushing in. Look at him. Stand up. Take the high five. Take your time. Oh, he loves it. Flames, that was spicy.
He's feeling himself now.
He had to contend with two of them. He knew Mihu would have that downtime off the bomb, drawing his weapon. Flames with a 1v2. We'll take that. 12 for OG. Could very well be a short stint on Overpass. Our second map of the series, and OG dominate.
What we learned from the qualifier is that we are like a really solid team, and like previously we've had our different like difficult times against the tier 2-3 teams, so getting through qualifiers as we did is always good for a team that just made changes like we did, so we can see like where we are at like in competition form.
Yeah, I joined EG 3 months ago, and we've gone through we haven't had like a stable team and had time to really play together. But now coming into this boot camp, we're gonna have that, and I think it'll be better integration moving forward, and it'll just get better over time.
Well, this is a cliche, but pistols are really important, especially when you're down 12-3. EG map pick. They did take Dust 2 away from OG. And this is not for elimination, quite the opposite. This is a product of hard work and success. OG and EG are now battling for a spot in the semi-finals of IEM Summer. A lovely bye, and more importantly, Chad, avoiding Gambit, the notorious Gambit. I think neither would like to have their fate decided by a battle with them. And when bye to the semis would get you there. Obo's aggressive. Mantu evades the flash enough to convert. And now, again, I can't believe I'm saying it, EG at the disadvantage after the opening frag.
Yeah, look, the numbers are in that first half. EG only managed 3 opening kills, and they got 3 rounds, right? So OG have been doing fantastically well in finding these openers.
Chad, did you just back up what I said with a stat immediately? That was so cool.
It's crazy. Sometimes the stars align.
Oh my god. 3 for 3. Okay, well, not this time, unfortunately. They have to overcome the odds. Mihu's bullets just not quite hitting the mark, and no one's are. OG sprinting towards the site. Stan and Cirque needing a hero moment. And I'm not even talking like, you know, red cape here. I'm talking sword from the stone, the impossible, type hero moment. Something like that to start. And oh my goodness, Cirque is making a strong case here. A 2v5 though, come on now. That was just for fun. The fun stops now. Flames isn't going to get checked. Cirque hasn't checked him. And now Cirque is on for something special. One more bullet could have done it. Flames brought down to 4. If that had just been the head, Cirque does everything in his power to say no to OG's 13th. It's there regardless.
Oof, okay, gave it a crack. Made me a little bit nervy.
Yeah, when I see Chad's back getting straight in my peripheral vision, I know that he's enjoying something he's seeing. Let's see how this one shaped up. So that's the opening kill. That's the loss of one of their very best, and it only got worse from there until Cirque arrived. And this second shot, I mean, the first is lovely, but to be ready for this little headshot angle,
I don't think Nico's super aware of how much of his head was actually showing just there. This is the last chance saloon here from EG. The Force Buy's in. Scout Deagle's potent mixture, but they have to land these shots, and so far it's been evading them on these entries. Let's see, can Cirque's aggression towards Long here change their fate? Multiple players down towards the underpass. Mantu leading the charge with the AK-47, has one in front of him, tapped on up. Obo tickled on down to half.
Come on, Obo, you don't want to be that next death again. Woo!
Okay,
changes his fate, changes his fate. We know EG can convert 4-on-4, and Cirque's advance is met by Galil. OG just always alert for these.
Flames is fantastic, isn't he? You're really seeing him coming to his own. Picked up as a bit of a rookie here.
He's got another, I reckon. Oh, not easy with the Galil. His teammates there for him. Alexi will take the kill reward as well.
You might want to get that AK from Mantu's corpse. Nico could probably find his way over there to pick that one up. And, well, all the fragging over on A has forced EG to look for info elsewhere. You can see Mihu and Breeze both going for a little bit of a looky-loo towards T-spawn. And it doesn't appear OG are going to be running back into their hands anytime soon. So rifles have been picked up. Those SMGs left on the floor. And for EG here, if the scoreline wasn't 13-3, maybe they'd consider holding on to these to use it in the second crack for the next round. But right now, they may as well. They really may as well. This is a bleak position to be in here. Hoping that something was left behind. Hoping that anything can be picked on up. Not even get the timing.
Yeah, there's a MAC-10 they've found, but... Oh, no. 2 to the back of the head. Not easy. Breeze does eventually hit it, and the bomb's down ahead, so...
All right, flashes.
Hail Mary through the smoke. Alexi's head expected, and it was presented. 2 flashes on Mihu. There's an AK. Not easy for the afterplant. Nico can hold from bank, and I think Mihu's well aware that that's what they're probably up to. Oh no, Mihu's shadow is spotted out. He's caught completely off guard, and Breeze is the last victim. Here we go, OG 14. And that last chance saloon is closed for business. EG down to the doldrums now. And Inferno, should we require it, when we require it, is our 3rd map.
That should be a good one. I think both of these teams on Inferno, right, have a bit more depth in terms of their playbook, look a bit more comfy, have some good players in good positions. Alexi gets himself that AK there in the end of the Flames. And let's just see how quick OG can make this one, really. That's what this comes down to with 3 USPs, a P250 and a CZ75. So, yeah, cool. We could pretend that this one might be exciting, but really, it should be swept under the rug as number 15, and OG then just have to make sure they avoid the choke scenario of a full, 12-round comeback required to take us to OT. We've seen some comebacks in our time. Remember that Dust 2 one we were doing late last... Was it this year? When? Okay, I've completely lost track of time.
That was a Virtus Pro comeback, wasn't it?
Yeah, that might have been this year. To be fair, we are in June.
This year.
It doesn't feel like we're in June, the 6th month.
Yeah, I was writing the date today, and I was like, it's 6. That does mean... That marks halfway through the year.
Yeah, it's going quicker and quicker. Rushley, how you doing in there, mate? We haven't checked in with you today.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, my name's Rushley, what up?
Yo, it's just getting scary, boys.
Yeah?
A couple more last chance saloons, I think.
I don't think you get a couple of last chance saloons.
Well...
I think the purpose...
is the last chance.
I just like the saying, last chance saloon. It's very nice,
when you hear us say things, Rush, you go, what are these clowns on about? Because
I
half the
just
time
repeat
I
a
don't know
lot
what...
to MC. Every now and then, I sync up perfectly with you guys.
Okay.
Like when Alex said last chance saloon, I just said it. MC went crazy, he couldn't believe it.
Oh, wow. Well, it's sad we don't get to hear MC as well. We could have like everybody on the mic. Bastion chiming in.
It would be nice. Yo, check this out. Watch this. Baby. See this? Look at that. Nice. All right, take it away, boys.
Rush, we got
Obo's
many.
got it.
No, it's all right. There's nothing happening. This one's done. This is a formality.
Right.
You got any reviews on the window workshoppers?
What do you mean?
Well, has anyone tweeted at you and said, "Hey, Rush, that was really nice content. I
Yeah,
want
a
to see
few
more"?
people.
Or?
They went out on the socials. If people
Okay.
don't know, we have this window workshoppers thing where Chad and I look at some stuff on the workshop.
That's the one.
Well done.
There's a lot of cool stuff there.
Yeah.
And we play them and we talk about them and give them a little bumps out of 5. Knife? Oh.
Maybe in the future, if it gets a little bit more popular, Rush, we could look into having a server hosted with the maps on for people to maybe play on at home.
I would like that. It'd be cool.
All right. Well, we'll see what we could do. We'll see
All
what
right, boys,
strings we can pull.
last chance saloon here. Let's go.
That was Rush Lee. Anyway, it's the last chance saloon for EG. Oh, I've just ruined it. I don't think I can ever say it again.
Thanks, Rush.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it was something that me and Lauren were saying 10 years ago, so perhaps it is time to retire it.
We haven't been doing it for a while then, but it's 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I was casting when I was 16. That was 11 years ago.
The time machine. Can we go back and talk to our former selves?
We were talking as well, and we realised just how we really shouldn't be put in next to each other in casting, because we're not original, we're just the same person. we do the same thing. We've worked together for so long, we just became a caricature of each other.
Yeah, but it's infectious, the two of you.
Yeah.
I think the rapport that you guys have, that's the thing that people love, is just the way you bounce off of each other. And you can, obviously, the silliness, it shows that you're genuinely friends.
Yeah, but then she says malleable, I say malleable.
Okay.
We realise we are just two of the same. And this is the big round, of course. Let's move back into the Counter-Strike. Fortunately, they've been very respectful of our tangent. They've gone for the full default spread here, and I understand why. This is OG's chance to just finish it cleanly. I think playing not to lose, as we saw on Dust 2, it's not going to be a component of at least a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, it really turned the screws here if they convert. And I'm sure, Alex, at home, there's an EG fan sitting on the edge of their seat thinking, why are these guys talking about this stuff when my team...
Don't they realise they're doing it?
They're not doing it. And you're about to see why. Flames, 22 kills. What an animal.
He's comfortable, isn't he?
Look at all this territory they've grabbed as well here, OG. They forced a rotation out of the geniuses. They've got 3 players over towards A. Me, who's in a forward position here, being escorted by Cirque. So a miss from either could be their demise. Alexi's about to peak this position, and Cirque's just dipped on out.
Oh, that's a horrible death for me, who Cirque might be able to justify it if he didn't miss. Falling apart at the seams, a shadow advantage. Cirque looks away, now swung on. Nico takes him down. It's all cooked.
10 seconds, though.
Maybe the bomb. It's not going to make it in. Nice find. It's Obo to save the day. Flames too late. Way too late. Put another 10 seconds on the clock. He could have done something with that. But yeah, you're right. The clock, I kind of lost track of it. They did take so long in their default by the time the contact came. Destabilized enough by Obo. Okay, EG. Up against it, of course, but I'm just looking at the OG buy.
I feel like they should buy. And the reason I think they should buy is because there was only a few members left for EG at the tail end of this round, right? So yeah, we can see the rebuy, but there's also a Famous in the mix, light on util for Obo. They don't all have mollies, they don't all have all the goodies they require, and it isn't a full force buy out of OG. It will just be the AK to Volda.
2 of them are at spawn still.
Yeah, I guess this is a late discussion. Look, it makes a lot of sense as well to take the more conservative approach here. You've got a big buffer of rounds. Why do we rush it? Let's not let it get away from us. But there's always 2 trains of thought on this. The other is, if we do buy up, we could break them here. And not just break them financially, just the game. So there is a chance for things to start to get out of control and EG to work on a buffer, get their confidence going, start to really get the pace for the game. It's going to be a B finish once more, and through Monster they go.
I mean, there's grounds for this to work, right? The fact that the setup right now reads 3-2. Now, Obo was great. Breeze only a FAMAS. But the AUG is a powerful weapon, especially at this kind of graffiti long range. Those headshots come easy.
There's no nades, though. If they get overrun...
Well, precisely. My point, I didn't get to finish it, was that if that bomb goes down and those D connect enough to make space for a plant, Valda could certainly defend that plant. This armored AK-47. Me, who looks like he's starting to maneuver back. Breeze and Obo will have assistance. And this is what they were looking for. Breeze. Oh, wow. Even a dink into Valda, trying to finish the job. A bit over and extended, but it seems like the weapon from Valda fills the feed for just once. And EG will make it 5. AKs indeed is a little treat for Mihu.
They found themselves in that situation again, OG. Right, they went for a partial investment there, and they have to go for a partial investment again.
They do. We've seen this on Dust 2. But they didn't have 15 last time.
Yeah, I'd love to hear Kassad's view on this when they get to the desk. If he can discuss maybe, obviously there's no perfect call, right? There's definitely no, but just to hear the logic on that, because I could be completely out of line here.
But I thought, okay, so and I'm even more out of the loop than you are. But I thought the conversation was summarized briefly as much less double ecos. And we've seen OG, one of the few teams that do have a habit of falling into this double eco. Admittedly, when you have an advantage such as this, it's harder to point fingers.
It just almost feels like 2 freebie-ish rounds, right? So the scoreline at the end of this one will read 15-6.
Or is that just, you know, hindsight, Captain Hindsight slapping us because we've seen OG's half-buys not work at all?
Sure.
You know, we see some teams, Deagles and Kevlar, and a support AK, and it works swimmingly.
Yeah. I think it obviously depends on the reason that this is the problem is because we knew that they were going to have to take either a save or another partial in the next, right? If it was you have enough where 3 players can get out AKs or Galils, or you can drop some stuff across, and then you choose not to do that, what you're almost playing for there is perfect CS. And it's one of the traps that I used to fall into as an in-game leader was, all right, well, to win this round, everybody needs to have all their nades, all their rifles, all their guns, or we're not going to win, right? Because how are we going to defend? Well, you defend by having different setups, by going for different plays, using the clock to your advantage. The game has become so much more evolved that the old caveman thinking like I had, where all goodies for everybody is good, is not the only way of thinking anymore.
Breeze will eat that flash. Oh, and Valda converts before the vision's restored. One more of those. Barrels to be checked. He's not looking. Oh, and Obo's the one to find it. Comfortable in his solo site defense. And look close, but not close enough. So, Evil Geniuses, they've dealt with 3 attempts here on map point for OG to take us to 3. Now, after that double soft round, we're going to be getting all of the Kalashnikovs and even an AWP for Mantu.
In this hard round.
Much harder.
All right, let's see. What are OG going to look at doing here? Will it just be a default spread, or do they have something planned out the gate? We can see Nico heading over to babysit the backyard of the B bomb site. Valda down to connector. The trio of Alexi, Flames, and Mantu as the entry pack over towards A. Alexi naded on down to 34. He's been softened up with that bomb on his back. Unconfirmed damages. Stan and Cirque have no idea if it connected.
Look at that tiny slither gap he's peeking toilets with.
Oh, and this is a lot of pressure.
Okay. He's just got a one-on-one and he wins it by a gnat's wing. Damn, dinked as well. Over to long.
For.
OG, 4 frags away. Stanislav does seem to be pulling the plug on long contention. He's actually going to use that smoke to great success to sneak all the way back to site. Cirque's guarding the hunt.
Still fall apart for OG, you know. Nico's
Easily.
low, Alexi's low. It's a 2-2 spread. Still decent nades. Kits are in play. Cirque hits this. It's looking very likely to be an A finish here. 3 smokes, a couple of flashes, no mollies. So EG, they're not in the worst of positions here, you know.
Cirque, he's going back towards long. Molly might force Alexi into the site, and it has. He's straight in, he takes the fight, and it's all OG. The defense rattled, and the round likely won. The map too, Valda wants to finish it here. Wow, brings the fight to Nico and Obo, excuse me. And only Mihu, poor soul. The impossible, handed to him on a silver platter. And it slips through his fingers as he advances.
He's out of time.
So Inferno is the map we require. We'll be seeing it shortly. OG return fire, taking EG's pick away from them. And this battle for an avoidance of Gambit and a semi-final spot continues and wages on after the analyst desk. We'll be right back with the breakdown.
let's go sort of.
Sort of? Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's laser. High ground, Valde.
Yeah.
High ground. Fuck.
Oh, okay. I insta-died, bro.
Yeah, but they hear what I'm saying because they hear what I'm saying to you because they've been dead as well because they're fucking stupid.
You didn't die. I thought you died, bro.
No, I'm immortal. He's... Bro, on the right, Nico.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do any damage from here, Mante.
Bro, I'm gonna die to this thing.
Valde, what the f...
Oh, this guy, a lot of sounds on. Holy shit. This Manto guy. A lot of sounds.
Oh, bro.
Oh my god.
How do you spawn so close?
Close to me, close here, close flames.
Behind you.
Can you use knives on this?
Okay.
Oh, no good. Oh, high ground. Right? No?
I think you twice.
Oh, they're killing me, man.
High ground, high ground.
Bro, they're like shoulder picking, crouch, basing, fucking all the CS book, man. In the middle. Oh,
Manto is low.
Oh, minus 78, minus 78. He's lower than you. He's lower than you, Manto. You got it, baby. Get it, baby.
I'm pretty sure I'm taller than Manto.
Yeah.
On the left. Yes, man. Let's go, man.
1 HP, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Down to the right. Oh, thinking. Bro, die. What?
Bro, it's 15.
What the fuck? How did?
No, man.
You come behind us.
Served. Oh, high ground. No?
Bro, the train.
Shotgun is really bad. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
so
what?
bad.
Nice.
Wait, how did you die,
What happened to Manto?
No. No. They're low. He's on the right. He's thinking.
I need to reload.
You can reload and shoot. No, no, no. Bro.
He's not, bro.
Bro, I'm getting fucked.
Oh, fuck this.
Oh, he's
I hit last guy.
Huh?
I hit him 40.
Yeah.
35.
Okay, let's come back.
Guys, resistance. You need to turn on your monitor. Bro, what?
He's
1 HP, Nico, 1 HP.
He's not.
1 HP.
He's not.
Bro, he is 1 HP.
Yeah,
He's not.
yeah.
Actually, he's not.
He's not actually.
One
no. Can you stop camp so much?
Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls, and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed to Inferno after OG got revenge on EG's map pick of Overpass. And we got to see a masterclass from Mantu in particular on the AWP on the A side. Clearly, the bootcamp environment is paying off for OG. Meanwhile, EG looked vulnerable on their T side. On Dust 2, they could make it up as they went along thanks to the strength of Me2's performance. But Dust 2 is a very different map, Kassad.
Yeah. I mean, you said vulnerable T side. I said what T side?
That is mean.
Like, the thing is like that's not mean. You know, the thing is if you pick a map,
it's the truth.
If you pick a map, you know, like Overpass, you go into it like prepared, right? You with the multiple defaults, like opening moves, everything, you know, flowing. The flow of the map is important on Dust 2 on T side. I didn't see any of that. That's the thing. That was the biggest problem. I didn't see the basics were not executed properly. Flashes, padding, spacing, execution, last part of it, everything was like kind of off. On the other side, like OG didn't play anything like great in terms of like setups, pushes, you know, reads, anything crazy. It was just about very poor executed T side of EG.
I think Valde had a couple of these moves, you know, a couple of sneak. We had the ace in
just
the door.
Individual.
That was individual, but he found a weakness. If we just go down the list of the basic elements of Counter-Strike, EG won the pistol round, they got reset instantly, 3-1. They lost the other pistol round. They never put 2 rounds together back-to-back. They always won only isolated rounds. And in terms of opening kill, they only found 6 on the entirety of the game. So there is no real magic in here. I agree with you. I think their executes were a little bit lackluster. I think for EG, it was too easy to stop them, and we have to come in man-to on the A side and Flames, because again, we find his flair in the clutches. So if you're EG, I was personally surprised by the overpass pick. I thought it could be a decent handshake third map. I thought they would go for Inferno, which is why I'm not gonna just throw them out the boat quite now. But that was not enough for a map pick, or rather for a map that you pick into a series.
Yeah, and I mean, we need to speak about OG as well, right? They made a statement here by showing like, all right, we lost how you was that fiasco, that's too, whatever, right? It's in the past, we finished that. And they started off really strong on the CT side, 12-3. They won the pistol, I mean, always important, and they just finished it up afterwards. Nothing too crazy to talk about it there, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if the pick from EG was because they beat Spirit on it really convincingly on their T side, actually, on the first day of play.
Yeah,
so perhaps they thought that they could carry that on. That was, yeah, that was the thing. The jury was out kind of, for me personally, it was out on that match because Spirit did underperform, but I felt like we saw a lot of potential from EG. So the fact that they made it through the group winners match didn't seem to be as big of a surprise as it might have been, say, if this was a couple of weeks ago, for example. But we should definitely talk about Man2 and Flames. We just saw some of their highlights there. One of the issues we saw in the past with OG was you would have players who could turn up on one map and then disappear on the next. And maybe that was partly to do with environment, for example, Issa and the ping issues that he was facing, unfortunately, last year. But in Man2 and Flames now, as a double act, even when they're obviously not playing as a classic duo, they are showing up individually and consistently. Maniac.
At least so far in the tournament, for sure. And you are doing a parallel with Spirit. I see it here, an interesting discussion. On one hand, you had Dexter trying to be super aggressive, being punished. I think Man2 is quite clever in the way he tries to make the difference. He is not too all-in-ish in his moves. He's more like reactive, and he knows he smelled the opportunities. He had a couple of movements in the bathroom banana area where he went and then he punished EG, who were then lackluster with their utility. And for Flames, I said it in the pre-show, I think he's a very, very good pickup. I think he's a diamond in the rough. We had that 1v2 clutch we talked about in the green room, Casal, where he rushes straight up for the planter. He knows that this guy is basically incapacitated for like 2 seconds, and then he turns around. That you cannot really teach to someone. I think there's an element of you know, feeling the game.
That's an excellent game sense there. He felt the situation properly and then he executed it. You know, he finished the round. Props to him. What I want to say is as well that the whole OG team went into this overpass like fully confident. You know, there is no, and especially like that's hard because Flames is a young player. You know. And he's like, he just came in and then they lost the map like that. And maybe you would expect him to be like down on himself, but no.
Kassad, Chad and Alex did have a question for you. They mentioned in the cast. They were wondering what your thoughts were on that partial by OG during their first, well, at the start of their first map point, because that kind of led to another freebie round to EG when it went wrong. So what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it's 15-3, right?
Correct.
You know, and then you lose the first gun round, whatever it was, right? It's 15-4. At that point, you have two options, right? I want to go for a full buy. I feel good. I want to, you know, finish this in a 16-4. Don't even write the GG. Maybe write easy and just leave the server.
BM.
You know, it's just a full-on, you know, stomp, so their confidence goes down as possible, right? That's like one approach. So the second one would be like, okay, I'm gonna play it safe. It's 15-4. I can afford a couple of eco rounds and just go into my strength kind of thing. You know, I have my set piece. I have my default that's working for me in practice. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I did my homework on overpass. I know how the rotations work. I'm gonna call what I said. I'm gonna goal in the first gun round or second or third and just go with that. They went for the first thing, I think. Didn't work, but I think it's still a good approach.
I think it's also because, like you said, the margin was so huge, right? I think if it'd been 12-8 or 30-7, they would have been differently because there was the shadow of Dust 2 as well in the back. Like, you know, you've just dropped a massive lead on the first map. But when it's 15-3, that's the best time to play Counter-Strike. You just have a good time.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Well, the best time to play Counter-Strike, boys, is actually in a few minutes because, unfortunately, I've had to cut things short because we're heading to Inferno. So stick around because after this map, we're going to know who has won themselves a spot in the semi-final next weekend.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Welcome to Window Workshoppers. We're going to be taking a quick look at some of the workshop maps that are at your disposal. Today I'm joined by Rushly12345 Rush, what are we looking at?
So this is AIM Rogue. We've played a lot of this. It's a pretty fun little AIM map. It's 1v1, procedurally generated, so each time it's a different map, and we had a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah, you can see there in that little lobby, you can pick your loadout, armor. There's all these kind of funky grenades. You're about to see one of my favorite ones very soon. But basically, in this little arena 1v1 that we were doing, it gets a bit cheeky. It gets a bit heated, I might say.
Yeah, we definitely shout at each other a lot. There's a lot of feelings hurt, especially on my side, because you are a better player than me. So when I do win, I do give it some, though, and I can tell you get real mad.
To be fair, I was playing with 80 ping when we recorded this, so you did have... this was on your own server as well. So this type of behavior here with my wall hacky grenade, this has to happen, or I'm just going to get absolutely flatline, mate. So I'm sorry that you get upset about it, but it makes life easy.
80 ping, you're a former pro. You have to use these little cheese things. I don't even have a bind for that as well.
You want to see cheese?
Thing.
Look at this. This is cheese. I have to no-clip in the maps before you do because you're going to pummel me with it.
All right, what do you give it, Chad? Out of 5 bumps, what do you give it?
For fun, 5 out of 5 bumps.
Excellent. The second map we're going to look at, Chad, is Aztec. This is created by Henge. It's a remake of Aztec using the ancient skins, and we like ancient, don't we, Chad?
Yeah, ancient's a good map, but what caught your eye about this one, Rushley?
Well, Aztec, a lot of people like Aztec and say it should be in the game. I don't actually agree. By the way, look at this. They even recreated the little helicopter here, Chad. That's pretty cool.
Okay, helicopter sequence, not bad. Do you think this is going to get any play time? What are you envisioning this as? Just a bit of fun with some mates?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's not going to be going anywhere like serious or anything like that. It's just going to be some friends screwing around, but it was pretty cool. I did a little run around here. They did a very good job of the texture, so Henge, +1 from me, honestly. But Chad used to play this professionally. Here's a smoke for you.
Hold up a second. I never used to play it professionally. It used to be played professionally. I remember 23 at WCG against MIBR, Kogu & Co, and they got destroyed. But that's like in 2004, so that's for boomers only.
All right, whatever. What do we give this one out of 5?
Well, I haven't run around on can you do the rating?
I give it a 4. It looks really nice.
All right. All right, up next is Orplitsky, and this one is very close to my heart. So I think I played it a lot in my younger years in public service, and as you can see here, it's just absolute madness. The CTs, they get thrown on out with AWPs, and the Ts are ejected, Rush, as we can see here. We got people from the community come play with us, right?
Yeah, you hosted this server, so thank you for that. It was actually a lot of fun. I'm a movement guy, so I actually really enjoyed it. Some of it was kind of broken, but overall, I had a really good time with it.
It could use a couple tweaks, right? One of the things we see is, like, as you get thrown out, all you have is a knife. There's, like, some nades and Zeus's in the bushes, some smoke, so we had some strategy going, but it's super imbalanced. If the Ts do win, it's a massive feat.
Yeah, and also there's like a lot of little things dotted around the map, like a Zeus, you know, there's some nades. I know, Chad, you were loving the nades, trying to do some lineups, as you always seem to do in these kind of things, but it was really fun. I got stopped a lot by my teammates, just like that, so I had a great time, though. This was some good fun. We played it for like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, this one's just about nonsense, right? And this one, in terms of a bump rating and how high it's going to be, this one gets the bloody gold standard, I think 5 out of 5 bumps.
Oh, lordy.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Inferno to separate them. OG and EG vying for a spot in the semis of IEM Summer. It's been a wild ride these last few days of group stages. A lot of unlikely candidates battling for these semis and quarters respectively. Well, 1-1, it was unlikely as well to see Dust 2 be taken by EG. We've just seen Overpass, we've just seen OG's response, and they certainly did not look like slouches. This addition of firepower, Nico, alongside Flames. Flames at top of the scoreboard performance on Overpass as well. So he's looking hot. And we start with OG on the CT, and it does look like OG have besotted the 1xbet odds a little. EG on the T, starting off with a lot of util as well. We're going to be seeing 2 smokes in play. Nico, you cheeky beaver, he's gone and got some info for free.
Huge amounts here, and straight up mid they go towards that arch side. There's a gap in the rotation here. EG should be able to punish this if they are quick, rapid,
Look at them
fast.
go! Look at them go! They're so fast into the site. This is a lot for Nico to contend with. Alexi's miles away, Valda too. Nico still hasn't found a head. It's Mantu, though, that keeps him safe. And Alexi arrives just in the nick of time. Mihu lost his entire team. He's got everyone pushing from every angle. A little goosh. Not much of a consolation prize. The double peak, good shots. And that's the end of that. OG, solid defense, and it was Mantu. Where were those bullets coming from?
He was up in apartments, so he was bodyguarding Nico as well as dealing with the push coming through behind him there. So well handled. And you can see the idea there from OG. It's becoming almost a tradition now where the CTs either just go for a barrel down mid and biff, so they would have had all their members there to fight, or when they go for that info peek across boiler, you're able to get a pretty good idea if it's going to be a heavy B lean or not. So OG, they recover the situation. Well, they don't recover, they destroy the situation. And underway we go with round number 2, the force fire from EG out and about. The aggressive banana push from Flames, and he's just been railed. Clothesline by Breeze, the trade's there, but the B bomb site kind of open for business. Valda's had to rotate back on over here very quick.
Now this is what we're talking about. Valda, he's going to get sprayed if he's not careful. He's jumping over the smoke. They know where he is.
Risky boy. Oh dear, and guess what? Nico's under pressure towards that A side as well. Stand on his lonesome, putting a lot of pressure through that apartments position will keep Mantu and Nico busy, and they're actually out hunting. How far can Stand have gotten? This push is amazing. If Valda just stays alive right here and they start setting up this banana execute, they've got 3 smokes. They might just go for the traditional CT and coffins. The push from Mantu coming. Nico's going to be there soon as well. Valda will have to defend. Oh, it's going to be too late.
It's
it will
way
just
too
be
late.
Valda.
Valda's got no nades, so FAMAS up against Tech9s and MP9s. He's opted for pool, and it makes sense. Chances are he'll catch one jumping up, and that's exactly what he gets. 2, in fact. Valda's done a lot more than you could have ever asked. He does them all. Just Obo running into Nico's SMG for an extra 600 bucks in his pocket. OG, they deal with it. Nicely handled after losing that early frag.
Yeah, and this could be crazy here. OG likely to convert this third. It will just be some light upgrades here. But look at Valda, just allowing the sound cues to tell him when he needs to pivot. You can see by playing that pole, if he moves at all, he will be exposed. So that line that he had to hold was the only way that he could stay undetected. And that's very frustrating for EG because that started quite well.
It really did. And now they just have to stomach a full eco.
They have triple nades. Are they going to lob them out early here? So no one's going to be feeling the brunt of that. Sandbags, nobody home. Alexi and Flames back passive sight. And now Valda, he's hungry for some more. Straight down mid. They spam. They get their own nades out here for some damage. And Breeze will tuck his head away in time. Feel that we might have another OG shellacking on the agenda here.
It's a very early call.
It just, can be momentum shifts in games, and look, I think that EG definitely have firepower. Obo said it himself that the team really hasn't had a lot of time together due to all the changes that they've been experiencing. And it wouldn't surprise me just to see OG getting fired up from that dust to loss. We saw it converted in overpass, and now Nico appears to, on the cams, be getting louder and louder. So they could run with that.
Oh, yow. He is getting run down, and Valda just padding the stats here. Another multi-kill for him. M4's fallen into enemy hands, but unfortunately those enemy hands are made of paper. Not sure how far they're going to get in terms of a sight or a pull of the trigger.
Maybe even want to throw that M4 away. They're going to give this one a go. I just say trying to deny the investment here, but
makes sense.
That's it. They'll be able to pick that one back up. And things looking pretty good for OG here. They do salvage that M4 in the final seconds of the rounds. And that environment where the T's are going and clearly baiting utility like that, what can we name that? Like cat and mouse? It has to be, because we're just a term to be able to embody it instead of me going, okay, ladies and gentlemen, you will see them now for a minute, going back and forth, baiting out that util.
Well, it's a financially driven decision, isn't it? It's perhaps something to do with that.
Okay. The penny pinchers?
Yeah. It's not necessarily fun to watch, but a necessary component of the game.
Seen that deep mid smoke come out here from OG? Okay.
Ooh, Valda, the beast of the first 3 rounds, has been humbled.
Aggressive maneuver, really netting them nothing here. A little bit of damage done to Obo, and Mihu. And hard for OG to really claw back some territory. Luckily, Mantu has the big green, and we can see with the X-ray right there, he is posted up towards that short side, so he can retain the top mid control. And this is very important right now. If they'd given this up and top banana with the passive stance of Alexi and Flames, could be a difficult round here for OG. Starting to limp out some of their U2. Actually thrust forward, Alex. This is going to get dicey.
They come in, actually catching the nade, and they just strafe straight in. Mihu does well to get his weapon out. Never mind find Flames. And Alexi's solo on B. Now, the fact that the bomb's not committing is a good sign for Alexi, as he's actually dumped some util for a weapon upgrade. Has a smoke grenade as well, so dropping that's mission accomplished for Obo and Cirque.
Mantu took his eyes off middle as well here, so the map is in question right now, and it looks like Alexi's actually gambling back over towards this A bomb site. It's going to be the wrong call. Breeze has just entered banana stand, has just left middle, and it is going to be the B finish. Flash is coming through. Sound cues are going to give this one up, and Alexi seeing if he can get there in time. Might just be the save.
Yeah, unless on that spray he finds 2. I think it might have to be.
Oh. Bit ticklish there, Stan. Down to 20, and yeah, that's the round. So we'll call this 3-1. Isn't it such a contrast, right? When you have the newer maps in the pool, or the newest map in the pool like Ancient, and you just see how these rounds can be so chaotic, that people getting caught off guard. When you get to a map like this, or the Mirage, or the well-refined maps, every corner's a jiggle peak. Everybody knows every single set piece of utility. The way it used to be many years ago was certain players knew certain nades, but not everybody knew everything. And now with the amount that is required of these players, the database of information, the protocols, the utility, and just staying focused on that crosshair, it's so well refined. And I think we're getting the product of that, especially with the approach from all of these teams, how good the util usage is, how quick everybody is able to react almost individually without the in-game leader holding their hands and pushing and poking them around.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest separating factors in Counter-Strike is you've all got the same tools in the toolbox, but how well can you use them? And then, as years have passed, we've got to see just how well those tools can be used. You can pull a whole rotate with a well-timed and well-placed smoke grenade, and people now know where those smokes and how to place those smokes from wherever they desire. It's led us to a very interesting part of Counter-Strike now, where, yeah, it is the chess analogy becomes more and more appropriate.
Yeah, and this online era as well, I think it's really just turned the heat up because everybody has been grinding so much harder in the playing field, leveled in the sense that everybody has been primarily from their bedrooms. So Counter-Strike has come a long way in a short amount of time. And as we look into round number 5, it is much of a muchness. The default spread, mitigating risk, name of the game for EG early. Information high on the list, and every little piece of util that gets relayed back to Stan, he can start piecing this puzzle together of where he wants the team to finish. 3 players in banana, and it's quite the deadly squad of Obo, Mihu, and Cirque. Util not looking too shabby here for another set piece. They could even go for a double pump affair if they'd like, but Obo, they're just going to send him in as that blunt object. That one's going to sting, actually. That's going to take us to about 20 seconds as that smoke starts to fade. So are EG going to creep on in, try the nutmeg approach? Mantu's rotating on over now. He should get there in time. This will be heard. Breeze will hear the rotation through Speedway.
Here comes the commitment. Alexi, bit late on the incendiary. They were across to pool. Flames punishes, that's big. And so is Obo's trade back. He has to swing from the Flames. Alexi bails himself out of trouble. Surviving integral. He's gone down. Mantu did rotate in time. He smoked for now, but if he could just deny the plant at 10 seconds. 8. Now the bomb's going in. The stray shot just over the shoulder. Cirque defends. And Valda offends. Takes down Cirque. It's Mihu who shuts it down. And now Valda to come up clutch. Already another frag. Mihu's gone. Stan, this man on the site. Tucking into oranges. A health advantage for Stan. Oh, and just hanging out ready for the clear. Big clutch from Stanislaw. EG, they take B. Despite Alexi B's best efforts.
That was huge from Cirque. Just with the Tracer Fire, just shooting one bullet and taking out Mantu there. That is round defining. This one, right here, I think we're going to catch it in a moment. Here you go. So you get the Tracer Fire coming through. He's defending his boy. Oh my God, it was first bullet too.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And Stan just sitting in that off angle as he clears. Good to see some expression on Obo's face.
Little cheer.
Just a small cheer, yeah. A half-hearted fist pump.
Well, they know they're still up against it here. OG have invested once more. M4's, MP9's, Deagle, Util is there as well. It's a three-man B-lead and they're through.
Yeah, Obo completely blinded and they spray into that smoke. Everyone does. Flames is lucky to get away. Will he? Bang. Damn. From 17 to 10. Just a little shrapnel in his ankle. They're up mid.
Is Breeze going to consider pushing Arch? Because they know it was a heavy B lean. Oh, EG. They are being very careful.
Stands all the way up in apartments. Oh, perfect crouch over the headshot angle. And so Nico, completely unawares, his teammate couldn't give him the info. The power of a crouch key. Mantu with only one. And EG again taking this advantage by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, rough spot here for Flames. Obviously considering it, but 10 HP. The M4 upgrade going to seem much tidier going into the next round of play. And just like that, EG tie things up 3-3. So let's dispel any of that blowout conversation I was having only a few rounds ago. EG not here to roll over without a fight. And once again, semi-final and avoiding Gambit.
Yeah, maybe that's a team talk everyone had coming into the third map. It's like, guys, just so you know, I mean, yes, you're in playoffs, but do you want to stay there?
You seen what Axel's been doing lately?
Yeah,
it's probably not something you want to be looking towards by any means. He's just been monstrous here. Actually, just taking a look at the stats for the event so far, we'll get him a little bit later today. He's only played 3 maps, but Zywoo, of course, topping the chart. Simple not here to contest in that regard.
That is our second game of the day, isn't it, Chad?
Yeah.
We get G2 Vitality.
We won't get Ancient.
No.
Unless Vitality have been fooling us, but because their ban before was Train, it's likely that it will just stick with Ancient in its place, which... Yeah.
So no Zywoo Ancient games yet.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think if Vitality continue to struggle, like let's say they came last in this event, then maybe they might consider going forward when they get a bit of time off. But in the middle of the season like this, hard to know what to prioritize. Interesting little purchases here. Swag 7 for Valda. That is going to get the stars to align to get the most out of that. Alexi with the P2. Oh, never mind. Alexi almost dead.
Through the flame as a nade slows you down in it. That's horrible.
Peace.
Yeah, and he's fully blinded. It's good bait for Flames. The only weapon in play. And this kid keeps delivering for OG in a capacity we were not ready for. Certainly not when Issa and MBK were in this roster. That double kill catching and maybe making a round out of this. Breeze pushing in. Wow, what a reaction onto Nico. And maybe Mantu can catch at least one. Tucked in now, and EG are on life support. Even a fresh magazine, he's taken the time to do it. Stan's head is visible. Mantu's being swung on, he's just unprepared. And despite that low HP on Cirque, he will be able to get the bomb down. Flames, can you really be the full hero package? Oh, maybe you can. Takes down Stan.
2 HP.
It's only 2 for Cirque, and he takes the fight. Flames making a name for himself tonight on the server. EG dismantled by the new addition.
What a brawler this kid is.
Yeah, right. Left and a right. Good night.
This opener is great. The first one, yeah. The second one, just ready to pivot. Headshot straight onto Obo. Gap in the smoke, gives him the chance. Imagine if he copped the 6 damage there on the jump. That is huge. Love to see that.
That was what Nico was saying.
Didn't realize his voice was that high pitched.
He started scatting. Boom.
All right, well, EG put on notice here, and that was just the one save rifle you bang on. Wow, what a round to snatch back.
OG can't believe their luck. This should just be Armored Tech 9s running into a spray. Let's see if EG can change the dialogue. Nice nade, could find targets. They evade almost all of it, and in fact completely leave that top banana half-wall smoke. Just jumping to maintain information around it, but into the A setup, and it's a very well-geared A setup. Mantu in his hold of middle, partnered with Valda.
I'm very excited for when we do get to Cologne, Alex, and we get all our new little toys on the HUD that we've been getting a little bit of a look in recently.
Yeah, there's some nice, neat, new, fancy new
upgrades.
HUD elements. And Nico onto Cirque. No reason to take that fight. Valda, many more fights to come. They have slipped the net, though, and Flames won't be able to control both sides of this. And I say that, perhaps he's about to prove me wrong. Yeah, here they come. All into his spray, and he's up to 10.
Oof. What a mauling. This kid's had a couple of big multi-kill moments here, and there's going to be one more frag to finish off the round.
Let's go, Flames.
Strength to strength here. Between him and Valda combined, in the 5 rounds won, they've had a lot of impact, the two of them. And this will be the AKs coming back out for EG here. Obo, yet to purchase on in. Maybe that might be indicative of the type of round we're about to see out of EG. Yeah, he's just ready for everything, isn't he? The jiggles, the aim, it's all looking crispy. And with that buy, we're about to get into the next round of play. Obo has a Mach 10, so let's see if he just spurts himself straight up towards top Banana, jumping and bounding around like a gazelle with that one. Man too aggressive down mid, won't find anything. And Banana control given up almost for free, so they've gotten what they came out for.
But this is very familiar. Where you see EG, they kind of take that initial Banana space. It seems like Valda's got a new inspired half-wall smoke. Throws that one from way back. They do get ahead of it. So Breeze will maintain control. They've had to invest so much of their util for this. There's still flashes and smokes galore, 4 in fact to be specific, but a lot of flashbangs and Molotovs invested.
It just feels like they're trying this B execute simulator here. Stan is being very lurky right now, still tucked in towards the bottom of Apps over towards A. Valda and Swing towards Speedway still, so could back Alexi and Flames up if they come on in. But it is just looking like a B finish here. I wonder if Alexi is going to catch anything while this smoke is up. Starting to fade now, will need to back off, drops his own. That's going to buy them till about 25 seconds again, so really good stuff here for OG with their utility management right now. Stan corralling over, Valda cheating the rotation too.
They got 2 smokes, so this will be the final pump. 1 lands CT, second in the air as well. Standard stuff. 25, this is the commitment. Alexi's ready. Valda's caught straight through the smoke. Flames boosted up, but only for 1. Alexi now to be the hero. Oh, they're not looking. Mihu's not looking either. He gets the double. He will be pre-fired. 10 seconds. The rotate's on its way. 1 prong from Banana, 1 from CT. Stan and Cirque have had their fair share of clutch scenarios. This one's much more manageable. And the flash for the initial walk-up gets them across. Crossfire set up. Stan coffins. Don't think he was spotted. Nico's actually walking towards construction. Or CT. Okay, they confirm 1. Stan catching the nade, but Mantu's out of there, just like that. B-hit simulator, as you discussed. Yeah, okay, it works.
They're crazy how they almost flubbed that, though. And you can understand, right? They've gone into that site, and they've killed 2, right? Valda through the smoke, and then Flames back site, and they've gone sector clear, right? But this is where, when you guys heard the clip coming out of the break before, when we had the Dust 2 game, I believe it was. Maybe it was the Overpass game. You heard OG coming, yep, that's the B defender, right? You heard them saying that. In this situation with 15 seconds left, either that piece of information hasn't been passed on, or they've been unawares and not clearing their corners. Could have been catastrophic, but EG right the ship up to 4, and we are still very close in this one. Another buy from OG, but both teams are bleeding internally with their bank balances right now. Mantu saved all. Can it be the difference maker? 4 fast up second mid. Oh, didn't want to hang around, heard the steps.
Wow, full scoped in on the walk-in. There's more coming. Here's the commit. EG wrapping long. Valda's trying to contain it, but he's been smoked off, and it's perfect. They both bloom simultaneously. Team flash through.
Oh, okay.
Alexi might catch them with that. Oh, he's hearing a lot. So much damage. Nothing lethal. And only flames. Oh, and he's standing and fighting. Not expecting many more, but that's great. Valda even connecting into Stan on the side of the head, and this round just falls apart. Breeze can't contain it. And Flames, another shout out to him. The fact he gets 2. It's enough. He just stands and fights. He's not cowering on the site. He's not doing anything else other than just finding headshots.
He's sick, isn't he? 14 kills for him now.
Like, they lose that round if he doesn't get 2.
100%. And look at him. He's basically in no man's land. You can see him trying to pivot back. He still grabs a second before he goes down. And yeah, that is the difference.
Oh.
If that is even trades, they're in the site. There's really no way for OG to contest.
He is single-handedly the component of OG that has ruined the most rounds for EG.
Yeah, and put them into economic disarray. Right now, once again, it's a situation where EG are just down to these pistols. When you look at the lack of plants so far, I think we've had 4 in total. The loss bonus actually the bigger problem than the lack of plants, because neither team have been able to establish one, right? At this point, OG are at the bottom end. They're only looking at 1,400 if they lose a round. That's why these guys are having to keep saving, right? If the round's done, yeah, you have to go for the save. Now the conversation for EG, well, next round they only get the 1,900. So they've gone for the force buy here. So OG convert this, it's worth 2, right? This is a big round right here. EG have shown they've still got a bit of fight left in that tank. They need to get the most out of these pistols right now, and Obo...
Oh no, was that a team knife?
I think it must have been.
Yeah, I mean, just combine that with the camera shots we've been seeing of EG, Mihu trying to contain his frustrations right next to his in-game leader. And again, OG's B defense. Flames and Alexi, these are the walking wounded, right? They've seen so much action. Alexi once more. There's not much more to it. That's just a flash and an Alexi push, but it's already taken Breeze completely out. And he's been kept very honest. He was honest on Overpass. I think he was struggling to break double digits there, and he's in a similar fate here so far. 10 rounds in. Back to the half wall. EG, very familiar territory for them, at least getting this far.
Just flashes as well to work with. Locked out again. The util has always been dumped around that 40-second mark. That second smoke always at that 40-second mark.
Because then you have the, as we've seen, those panicked 20-second takes.
Yeah, and what are you meant to do? There's 3 players here. They have a bunch of flashes. They have a Molotov, but they'd have to hit every shot perfectly here.
Mantu does hit his first, and now there's more. Oh, a bit of a flashbang dance on Obo. Doesn't matter if the spray from Flames is there. And even trades, it's Mantu this time that defends B successfully.
All right, and this is where I was saying it was worth 2. EG have to take a save. They have to concede. They're doing a lot of damage. Like that 2 kills they were able to muster there in the final throws onto the site, great, right? You're making sure OG's cash hasn't completely blown out of control. That is very, very good. But at the moment, the rounds are the true issue here. So let's call this one 8 unless something goes completely awry. OG want to keep alive as many players as they can here to work on that bank balance. 4 players up banana, smoke again straight towards spawn. This is just an all-out B rush, Alex.
Yeah, haven't seen one of these in some time. Alexi has made things difficult, as have the nades. Oh, Lord. Going through construction. Some Glock dinks, Flames has a field day. Just the 2. If a perfect P250 dink did come through, maybe the bomb could have gone down, but poor Stan. He knows the rotate's on its way. He does fight his way out of trouble for the first, but there you have the 8th. Very effective in comparison to some of the slower rounds we've seen out of EG.
Yeah, costly again. So if we're going to be looking for positives, that's another one. EG need to get a gun round going, and it won't be a Cirque T-side AWP at all, just the AKs again. Obo's waiting to hear what the call is going to be. You can see they're buying into his util late, has prioritized a flash and a smoke. The decoy, I think, is just because he can. But yeah, it's not a full load of utility here either. You can see EG don't have nades, so they can't really harass certain positions on the map. Right? No, none of those hand explosives or high explosives. I'm not ever quite sure which one it's meant to be.
I think they're highly explosive.
Ah, well, I was close-ish.
But you throw them with your hands, so... Flames is really pushing the limits now. Down on logs and left alone. Yo, so now Nico's gone down. It forces Alexi to fully rotate and acknowledge that A needs help, but this means that, yeah, Flames is receding out of that aggressive B setup. It may not matter. They are starting to warp Breeze out bulk. Stands on short. Valda, who's responsible for this? Is it you? He's dropped. Valda will have heard that. Mahard spray to hit. Great stabilization from Breeze. The trade can't stop the bolt. Mantu with the no scope. That's something. EG are into the site though. Mantu's not going to have done enough to incite them into the site. I thought perhaps a 2v3 they'd be interested, but as we discussed, after all of that success from OG, they were kept honest throughout.
Just when it feels like it's starting to get exciting around like that, you know, it kicks off the no-scope, the biff, the brawl,
they're coming in.
They have to save. All right.
Did it used to be this bad?
No, because teams would go for rounds like that they couldn't win, thinking they could win them.
Right, but then sometimes, but what about all those late crazy retakes from the Brazilians? And that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, that as well was because teams weren't as patient in the post plants as well. So you'd sit there for the first, 15, 20 seconds of the bomb timer, and then when you felt nothing was coming, that's when you'd have that extra jiggle. Or maybe, actually, back then it wasn't a jiggle. You'd have that wide swing. Yeah, or someone would start chasing, and then that's all you need. Like, as soon as that one domino falls, the rest would follow. And it helped that the Brazilians were mental with the combat AWP as well, right? True. You remember Henny, KNG back in that major, they made it to the grand final. It really just shows you how much everybody else has tightened it up to disallow plays like that. And what you do when you're saving that situation, you're assuming the other team's actually going to play the rounds picture perfect.
Ooh, Mihu, very blind. Flames gets the info, just not choose to commit. I think that was actually quite an informed decision, knowing the flash may be fading too quick for him to profit. And it's this time Mantu glancing down middle and taking down Cirque. EG again have to stomach a man disadvantage early.
And so far it's felt like OG have played a lot of this two-man setup over towards A with Mantu and Nico as the crossfire, and then Valda in float. This time it's Nico over towards the arch side. And all three players are staying put on A.
He can't hold the line anymore. It's a perfect Molotov to ensure. They're walking on up, and no one's actively holding this. Valda's under balcony. Oh, did they double smoke? Or was that the T? Yeah, okay. I think the second has gone out towards the lurk smoke. So they could technically be in the smoke right now, and it does look like that's where they're heading.
It's been a problem for them. Breeze got out here in the previous. They've had a lot of access through this balcony position, so trying to fortify it now, but with MP9s.
Same smoke. Valda's even pre-aiming the drop-off. I don't want to go out. I don't know. I don't want to be this guy. Obo's going to be the hero. Sets himself up to catch Nico in the return.
Oh, they heard that.
They did. And more. Nico again just peppering them. They're running out of chances, but back turn. Breezy strikes. Breezy strikes twice. And a miss from Mantu. Maybe they can get the bomb down after all. The rotate's miles away. Mantu, oh, caught out. There's Obo with a huge find. And they get it down. Now to turn it around. Another fight for Obo. Fresh mag required. Flames coming in to save the day. Alexi to distract. Backs are turned right now. Flames posted up, and there's so much time on this one. So much time. Obo, first victim. Breeze is down as well, and OG will retake successfully. The B heroes save the round on A.
Yeah, it feels like a sigh of relief there in that moment, right? Because another round that almost got out of control for OG, and that's where maybe the frustrations of the first map might start coming back in to haunt them. You can see it looked really good. Valda took his eye off the prize. Breeze drops down, gets two. A missed shot from Mantu. The conversion here from Obo.
And he peeks it. Like, come on, mate. And he even has the audacity to perfectly fire and mask his drop-off sound twice while peeking into the AWP he just baited. I mean, that's modern-day Counter-Strike. Beautiful stuff from Obo. Nearly makes EG sick the reality, and now perhaps they can do it as a unit. They're all alive. Starting again, final round of regulated... That's not regulation. But our regulation first half. There you go. Mantu onto Breezy.
He finally got away with one of those.
He caught Cirque in the round prior as well. Those opening frags starting to really cut EG into a nasty little box.
Oh, that's well-placed nade.
Look at their health, dude. And they haven't even gone banana early. Oh, Stan matters into his own hands. He takes the pit player down. Valda responds in kind. This is a bit of a messy one. The bomb's loose right in Valda's nose. Mihu alone already. Everyone from EG's gone. It's just a man-2 swing away from being finished. And so, double digits. Here we go. OG, that's a solid haul on the defense. It's their turn to take to the T. We'll be joining EG on the defense after the break.
Who's the toughest opponent in our group? I think for us that really doesn't matter. For us right now is after getting back from the boot camp where we played our first officials. It took some time for us to readjust to not being together, to everyone traveling in their own countries, and like it was a different environment, right? And now that we're back on boot camp, I feel like it's up to us to like be there as a team again, and it doesn't really matter who we play against. If we can bring all the things we've done on practice, and we can be proactive in all different kinds of ways and keep up the good atmosphere, I think there's no stopping us. So as cliche as it is, I just feel like we are the opponents for ourselves, and we just need to come out guns blazing.
Yeah, coming now.
Coming now.
Molly pool.
Want to go?
Molly pool. A flash behind you. A flash above you.
Flash.
Bang.
Nice.
Sure. Pool blind. Pool up. Who is running? Yeah. In the smoke.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go. Valde.
Oh, yeah, you get to feel just a little touch of what's going on in the OG camp right there, and combined with Alexi's interview about being their own worst enemy, we've seen it firsthand, and they are in the prime position to secure a semi-final and to ignore Gambit in the quarterfinals of IEM Summer. Look at the setup, very reactive stuff from the CTs. It would help if Mihu didn't die. Yikes. Gooshed on his peak for info. A bit of an overcommitment perhaps, but luckily, they can stay in their reactive positioning for now. They've got 3 players that plan to just react.
This is ridiculous. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But it's insane to just see that's how they've decided to apply their forces
That's
here.
like an evolution of the jumping for second mid info, which is just dudes. It's like overpass now. You send one party, send 4B early. Crazy. Here we go. Smokes are up, and they're committing. They're already in. In fact, the flashes are so good, so brutal. Obo's got nothing to say about it.
Well, Stan has a nade here for the plan. Is it going to land in time?
Ooh, chunky. Not quite. Not quite hitting the mark. But we do have a full 5v5 retake, so this could be messy. You want to try and keep track of it with play-by-play, Chad?
Might be a little bit too late. Obo takes down one. Over towards Coffins. They all fall. And it's just one man standing. It's Stan dead to Volder.
You see how impossible that is? That's a whole round's worth of play-by-play in a 10-second window.
Even you just saying it gave me stress levels through the
it's like,
roof.
okay, here I go.
And oh my God.
Bloody hell. That's a skirmish right there. Look at it. It went from 0 to never mind 100, went 1,000, breaking the speedometer.
I think that's what we call a cluster truck right there.
Yes, a real cluster truck, and not easy to keep track of as a player, never mind as a commentator. We do see an absurd amount of MAC-10. Look at the util. If they get into a site with those MAC-10s, you're not coming back in.
Is this Vega Squadron right now? Have we gone retro or something like here? Because 5 MAC-10s, it's almost unheard of.
I'm just happy to see something different. Alexi's decided, he's clearly made this call. It's not going to have happened by accident.
One of the positives here is when they go for this B execute, which is surely impending right now, they are going to have everything they want. 3 Molotovs. They can molly the new box, the dark spot, the orange is close. We can see the smoke towards CT. We can get the smoke towards... Hold up a second. They're just going. That's not how it's meant to go.
Alexi, perfect flash. They convert off the back of it. They just kept throwing them in. Mihu tested a real chance on that Deeg. He's got to contend with these two, though, as well. Valder, another impact frag from him and replacing the deep smoke. They're keeping them deep smoke. This is a cool round. I can see the YouTubers frothing at the mouth now to grab that demo and break it down. That's brutal. And it's one way to ensure against the potential force that you're at least going to have a fair shot at it with the bomb down.
Yeah, interesting to see what they prioritize there. I guess getting these MAC-10s close up towards ruins, making sure that the USPs and pistols can't push through that CT smoke. It worked on out, and that U2 coming in as the second wave of the hit here. Stan seeing if he can grab anybody out the door, and well, Cirque acting as a little bit of Burley in the water by hanging around.
Oh no, 2 more go down.
They both just got destroyed.
Where did Nico get that? Valder's even taken the last. The MAC-10s have taken everything away from EG.
Nico had just left Ruin, so he must have been like drive-bying back towards Banana when he hit that shot with the Deagle. It looked like this could have been good, right? If Mihu got the second there, oh, bit of a team dink right there.
Made up for it.
This one, yeah, okay. So on his way out the door, the awareness. Well, they've been bankrupted, haven't they? EG, just with HEs, a P250 for Breeze.
And of course, perfectly losing 2 MAC-10s, which they've now equipped to their 2 sharpest tools. Nico and Valder get to play with the AK-47s. Nothing is wasted. Everything is maintained. And on the anti-eco, 3 MAC-10 sounds like a perfect recipe for success.
They could go for a very similar scene over towards that B site. We can see on the radar, top left of your screen, there is nobody home at all for the defensive EG. It is a very heavy A lean right now. 3 over towards that arch side, Breeze and Cirque towards short. And almost just allowing the game to slow down a minute here. OG have no clear intention where they want to finish. The bomb passive on Valder. And just time alone with a simple smoke grenade is enough to start baiting out a little bit of rotation. Stan's come over to have a look. Nobody else moving from EG just yet. And really what they have to hope is bottlenecking OG right now, and those 3 grenades they have landing perfectly.
Lovely, lovely find from Flames. Just making sure the B side's clear, and he's doing it all on his own. That'll do. He gives it a big thumbs up. Green tick in the bomb site's clear box. OG don't even have to really break a sweat for their 13th here. Walking through, Breeze does manage to get caught at least once. Oh, wow. Damn, Mantu. He was so focused on the reloaded Cirque, doesn't stop him with the flick of the wrist. Yeah, another one of them as well. For good measure, getting in plenty of cash. 6.7 into round 19.
Yeah, and they may as well just keep those MAC-10s. There's actually no real need to upgrade right now. Noting EG's buy, 3 of which have just bought into head armor, so the MAC-10 not going to be as potent if they meet the likes of Obo, Stan, or Mihu, but Cirque with the AWP, Breeze with that M4, going to be very susceptible. And no defuse kits purchased on up here for a round like this. So EG lose this, and they're going to be staring down the barrel of defeat without putting up too much of a fight here. Oh, it's aggressive. Stand straight on down.
We know this is powerful. Cirques to bodyguard. Mantu's posted up, holding this mid push. Oh, and they're coming. They're coming straight into Stanislaw. Nearly 3. Flamesy, lucky to be alive. It's Nico, though, that's about to try and end it all. Breeze not going to be taken down just yet. Low HP on Flames, which does indicate a good shot here for EG. Bombs heading apps. And Valda, top of the scoreboard, could make the magic happen. Nobody's currently looking at him.
They're very passive on A right now. They might get the plant here.
Oh, and he gets the fight he was waiting for. Valda does eliminate Breeze. And now it's 2 CTs divided. He's going to smoke the cross, which will get Obo pushed into the site. Which opens up the avenue to Me Who's Long. They're considering it.
Oh, he didn't see anything.
Oh, just as he looked away. Timing, his worst enemy. Oh, Flames can't convert. But Valda can. And he's going to assume B's clear. It's the right choice. Obo's had a real quiet one here on Inferno, kept humble by OG, and now he can come up clutch for a crucial round. EG need a 6. They need to stop the bleed that OG have caused. And Valda keeps it simple. He's not going to overcomplicate it. Second orange. Just tucked in, holding for that Coffin's walk up. No one's home. It's Obo through CT. Sound cues are everything here. And Obo gives him something. Back turned, and it's too easy for Valda. More impact from the Dane. He is magnificent, and so are OG. 14 now. A chance falls by the wayside once more for EG.
Oof, and this even spells more about map number 1, feeling like OG just dropped the ball. Could have had it done in 2, could have kept it clean. They've gone the distance, getting a little bit of prac in the live environment here.
Their own worst enemies, yeah, on Dust 2.
Oh, nice round to win. That frag, as he came out of the apartment's position, was huge, and they played it well. And that's actually getting me fired up, seeing that. The reactions of Alexi there, you can see what this event and what this game means to OG. Right, you can look at the 4 teams we already have secured for the playoffs. G2, Vitality up next. OG and EG are already in the playoffs, but everybody's kind of proving something different here today. EG, showing the world that they're not done and dusted, that they can still be a competitor within the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. In the HLTV World Rankings, I think they've dropped outside of the top 30. OG showing that this roster change means that they can be a contender for one of the best in the world. G2 trying to justify that Nico paycheck. And Vitality, well, falling from grace in recent times, wanting to make sure that Zywoo is not just forgotten about.
Vitality versus G2, as he discussed, is our next fixture. So if you do have something to get done, I recommend getting it done just as you see 16. So it'll be back in time for G2 Vitality, a best of 3.
Might even be on schedule here if this one finishes shortly.
Scheduled for 5?
Yeah, I think either that or 4:40, something around that mark. They're going up mid. All 5 members here of OG with 30 seconds on the clock are just going to wrap onto the A site.
Oh, lots of info. Cirque spots 3 on the cross, but that's not going to stop the headshots being hit. Flames just going to find the first and the only necessary frag alongside with Lexi B.
This one's done.
Yeah.
Great back-to-back maps here from OG, really. When you consider Overpass, now Inferno, stunning stuff. And
it's the OG we saw right up until we didn't see them on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? Just to see that drop-off. But it's good that they've overcome it for their mental health.
Yeah, and doing it on Overpass, no less. EG's pick, and it looked as domineering as it did. Now you throw Inferno into the mix, and this is just, I mean, Mantu and Flames, your 2, rising stars, are at the top of the scoreboard alongside Valda, your compulsory star. So, yes, please, that's everything an OG fan could desire.
Well, 2 safe Famises and an MP9. It doesn't get any better from here on out for EG. And at this point, really, if they do win this round, they do win a consecutive. We need 10 on the trot just to take us to OT. The likelihood of this is extremely slim.
If we had the AI predicting it, I feel like we were looking at about a 95 if not more.
Let's see, can OG keep it clean? If they can get it done now, call me impressed. Not slouching at any moment, keeping the intensity up and finishing her off. Back towards Banana. Alexi will catch that one. Softened up to 25. Molly in exchange as part of this rally, and Nico. Oh, whiffs the spray a bit. Stand down to 49. Alexi burning. EG haven't given up.
Great start. Utility damage puts them on notice. Looks like they might want to try and boost and peek off half wall. Obo is in a prime position alongside Mihu to punish that if he was to mantle the wall. He does. And that's perfect. Flame saves them. How has he gotten them both? Mihu was right there, and it's the first target for Flames. Just ignoring that loud MP9. Takes the rifler out, and now they've got a shot to finish it right here, Chad. It was a first opening frag for EG. But now again, an all too familiar scenario for them. They have to retake. And the smoke keeps coming. Mantu catches some flak. He was the healthiest. Now everyone's wounded. Any flashes? Loads of flashes.
Smoke, Molly, they can make this work. There's even a kit. EG in with a real shot to extend play.
Stans whiffed it. He was trying to Molly emo. Okay, coming in. Flames will be forced to move. Has to move. He's burning out. Circ with a double. Alexi to clutch. It's not looking easy at all. Trying to reposition. The spray. Hatchie catches Circ. Not the defuse. Stabilizes and finishes with pizzazz. Alexi locks it down. OG take it and are off to the semis. Oh, wow. EG Gambit. That's a fixture you won't have seen anytime soon. Certainly not in a quarterfinal. And up next, G2 Vitality. First, the analyst desk. Do stay tuned.
Vald, as you've come into your own in your pro career, is there anyone, when you look back, you think kind of inspired you to get to where you are today?
One player that actually springs to mind is Tabson from Big. I remember me and him like talking at LAN events all the way back when I was a rookie, like 5 years ago or something. And he's just like a super nice guy, and I always see him working so hard for the team. And now on Big, I see him at the bootcamp house like all the time, always cheering up his teammates. You know, he's in-game leading, he's fragging, he's basically doing anything, and it looks like he's like a guy who basically lives and breathes Counter-Strike, and I really respect that. Tabson is for sure a guy that I like look up to in that sense.
How exactly has he inspired you? Is it in the sense that when you were in-game leading at North, he set an example for you, or is it more about the general culture that he cultivates over at Big, or even his plays on the server?
I think it's actually not at all about like getting inspired in terms of in-game leading. That had nothing to do with it for me. I think for me it's like his work ethic. It's like second to none.
How did you end up meeting Tabson in the first place?
I'm actually not sure. I think it's because we competed at a lot of maybe the tier 2 events back in my heroic days. So we were in a lot of the same lands, like the small DreamHack Opens in Germany. I remember Leipzig. And then some other NA tournaments. So I think it's just from going to the same tournaments, you know, talking in the lobby or after the games and stuff like that. So yeah, he's at least one of the guys who deserves a lot of credit.
in smoke.
Win still.
Smoke.
I'm blind. Coming out.
Just spamming the smoke. In the smoke!
Hit it dead. Coiled one.
Planted like really close in front of the cones.
Yeah, he's on the
right
coiled
there,
one.
right there.
On the left.
With a perfectly timed one tap from Alexi B, OG are in the semi-finals of IEM Summer. And what a round to end things on. It was a flawless second half for OG, as EG potentially need a little bit more time, Kassad.
Yeah, I mean they're still in the tournament. You know, they're facing
against Gambit.
Yeah, but still they beat, like Yanko said, they beat Heroic. They maybe can beat Gambit. I'm not gonna write them off. Listen, this third map, like the score doesn't really paint the picture of the map at all.
Okay.
The game was super close. It was not supposed to be 16-5. It was like multiple close rounds that went every single time in a way of OG. You know, unlucky for EG. After that, they lost the pistol, and you kind of have no room to work with anymore, right? But like I said, 16-5, it's not how it was.
I mean, EG definitely had a say in a lot of these rounds. I agree with you, although the pistols are part of the game anyway, so if you lose both pistol rounds, obviously this is going to suck at the end for the scoreline. I still think that there were a few elements for OG's defense that was just working too well. I think Valde, his positioning was almost always on the money, because he is the one that's going to move from the A side to the B side, and he had reads most of the time. The B defense was strong, Alexi B and Flames. I mean, Flames is what, 57 million kills in that series again. He's been delivering, so they have things going for them that explain a scoreline that is vast, maybe a little bit exaggerated, but still quite clear.
Yeah, I do have to point out one little thing regarding EG and their like lack of adjustment in one point. They really didn't seem to react to Mantu's AWP aggression. Like in case, let's you're playing Inferno, and if the CT AWP is like that, aggressive in bracket, top middle, I mean, he's going down middle, he's aggressive in banana everywhere, you need to have your AWP ready. They didn't play it, yeah, they didn't have Cirque playing the AWP that much, and that's one way to counter that aggression. Didn't happen for EG. Still got us so many close rounds, didn't finish them, and then, you know, OG won. Congrats to them.
Well, the exciting thing looking at EG now is Miku only joined in April. He's obviously been a big force for them during this group stage. They've got 5 days before we see them play Gambit on Friday. So that means they've got time to look at their playbook, what they want to change, what they want to tweak. So it's quite exciting to be an Evil Geniuses fan. And I know there are some out there in North America. So it actually does look pretty good for them. But it looks fantastic for OG right now. And so we, of course, have to speak to their in-game leader, Alexi B. And he's on the line. Are you there, Alexi?
Hello.
Hello. Now, after a year of leading this OG project, and while dealing with the difficulty of this online environment, you finally reached your first ESL big event semi-final as a team. So what does this mean to you and the guys?
It means a lot, especially really early in the project. What I would say, we only had one boot camp where we played one event, consisting of 2 best-of-3s, and then we lost against G2 really tightly. But I felt pretty disappointed because we had 1 week of practice after that on bootcamp. Obviously everything felt great, but once we got back to home, things just stalled, so to say. Like everyone didn't feel that motivation. Maybe motivation is not the right word, but everybody was not as excited as in bootcamp. Then when Flashpoint came up, we couldn't travel yet, but we wanted to make bootcamp happen. And it really sucks because Era Mer tournament was really important for us. But as you can see here, now that we're together and all things we went through, I just feel like everybody comes together in a different manner, and everybody has the focus and remembers all the strats, and everybody is living CS like we're playing the whole day and having fun together. That's the most important thing.
Well, Alexi B, you definitely seem to have fun. I want to ask you about your CT side in general and see if you agree with me. I feel like with Flames now and Nico, your roles make sense. I feel like players are used the way they should and the way they thrive. Do you agree, or do you still feel like you have some adjustments to make and some sacrifices to make, maybe?
No, I definitely agree. And I felt like the multi-kill potential right now is really high. And you can see us after maybe giving up the entry. We can still bring it back easily by a guy getting 2 kills And I'm pretty sure, as you saw in this series, what Flames brings us is the explosiveness. Man, I could just watch to my left and I saw how he's feeling the game. And we just say, like, drop an AK for him. Then he kept saying, like, are you sure? Do I need the AK? Then we were like, bro, yeah, just kill them. And he's just kept delivering. So that's definitely what we needed here.
Congratulations for a very well-fought battle today. And I want to ask you kind of about Dust 2 and that last 10 rounds. Here at the desk, we were talking about, like, in my opinion, it was mostly comms that maybe that were not correct. Maybe you can talk about that.
Yes, I felt like what happened there was too much in the freeze times. I'm gonna be honest. Once we were like 14-7, I would say, everybody kept talking, giving their ideas, giving this and that, and the coach was pretty tilted about it. I was pretty tilted about it. But sometimes when you know you have this momentum, everybody's hitting their shots, everybody feels like the game has already won. But then they win one important round. We have to kind of double eco. And then we keep throwing some rounds where we have the man advantage. I made a stupid play once where Mantu got 2 kills on the A execute. And I thought I saw a guy on a one-way when you smoke cat off. Then I spammed all my bullets there because I thought I saw him. And he was not there, and a guy peeked me from up, and then they killed everyone else, and we just kept losing all of these rounds. And then it felt pretty bad afterwards when we went outside, but we just reminded ourselves that every time when we play EG, they win the first map. No matter what, they win the first map. Our first game on LAN with the old lineup, we lost 0-15 the first half.
It was London, right?
Yes. Then we bring it back, and I kept telling them, like, this is the name of the game every time when we play against them, and that's just how it goes. And I feel like right now I'm really confident in our map pool, and we haven't even shown some surprises yet. Ooh. Maybe we got to show them this tournament, but all I'm just saying is that it feels like I can pick anything, and we have all the right keys to win it. They banned Mirage here, so maybe that was why we picked us too. But all I'm just saying is I feel really confident, and I feel like no one can stop us right now.
Oh, Alexi, I'm groaning because we've got another match, so we've literally got to head to a break. But really, really quickly, before I get told off by our lovely producer, Matt, who is going to win out of Vitality versus G2? Because you're going to be facing the loser. No, you're not. You're not going to be facing the loser. You're going to be facing the... No, ignore me.
Winner.
Who's going to win, Vitality versus G2?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm on the clock.
It all depends on Zaibu. I can't say anything, man. If he turns up, the Vitality is gonna win. But G2 has been playing so good that if Zaibu decides not to come here today, then G2 is gonna take the win.
Perfect, Alexia. If you ever want a career on an analyst desk, we've got a spot for you. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, everyone watching. You've got so much more excellent Counter-Strike coming up and some mediocre hosting from me, some fabulous analysts from the boys on the desk. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Ready?
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh.
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 Nice.
Oh. Oh. Hey. Hello.
Oh.
Hello. 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 Aïe. Okay. No.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Mama. Ah. What?
Mama. Oh. Ah.
Hey.
Je vois même pas mon écran avec ce chapeau. Oh.
Non. Oh, j'étais sur ta tête. Voilà. Pas caché.
C'est plus caché.
Oh no!
So easy. With my ukulele, I can kill everyone. Oh!
What the? Okay, I need to stop jumping.
And starting shooting, maybe.
Yeah, it's better, I believe, to win on Counter-Strike. Oh!
Oh! You say you will not... Ga! Stop, scream. No.
No!
Ooh!
Almost!
No!
Ah, laser! Yeah! Let's go, laser!
Yes.
Oh,
Thanks,
he's
Zan.
alive?
No.
Oh!
Come on!
No! No! Not like this! Take it in the ass!
Please, can you show yourself? Oh, no! Leave me alone! Come on. No! Oh! Thanks! Oh! What the? I see you! Oh oui!
No! Let me go back to the floor, please!
Let me go back, laser! Okay, maybe a tricks?
Nice tricks! Ah, laser! No!
Laser! Yes! Come on! Yeah!
Cuando mueras, deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay, mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala, si la situación te asusta, enfréntala, si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha, si la alegría te abraza, acéptala, si la suerte no te roza, búscala, nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad. De tu libertad. Tengo la fuerza, vivir no me espanta. Si me conoces, sabe bien que no soy santa. No me privo de lo que me encanta.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome back to IEM Summer. We're about to go into our Group A winners match. This is for a direct spot into the semi-final, and it's between Team Vitality and G2 Esports. And of course, because G2 Esports are playing, we had to have either Yanko or Kassad on the desk, and we settled for Yanko, who has, again, just flouted the dress code. I'm so disappointed in you.
I make my own dress code, Frank. You should know that by now.
Flowers.
And it's, of course, you're going to have either me or Kassad. It's like 3 of us, so one of us is always going to be on the desk.
Yeah, but that's too logical for me. Have you met me before, Yanko?
No, not really. Only through this remote kind of thingy, right?
That's not true. That is not true. He's pretending. He's embarrassed to admit that he knows me. All right, let's talk about Vitality. Maniac, I noticed you've got a bit of a theory as to how they were able to 2-0 Gambit the other day. There are a couple of main factors in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have to start with the Kyojin and Mizuta combo overperforming if we base ourselves on the usual stats. Mizuta had an amazing series against Gambit, and Kyojin actually followed through. I think he was quite clear on the entries, and these have been two players that we're not used to see that kind of performance. You also have, obviously, Zaiwu. He's currently at 1.63 at the event. 163. It's like that number should not even exist in stats. The question I have for Vitality is how much of an outlier this performance was, because before that, it felt like the tunnel was really, really long. Darkness and darkness, hard results. Then suddenly they blow Gambit out of the water. So how much stock do we put into that?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think this game is going to be very telling for both teams. If Vitality comes out with another strong performance and beats G2 here, then all of a sudden you consider them a contender for the whole tournament. On the other side, like for G2, I think this is a must-win game. You know, not in a sense of, you know, obviously they're still in the playoffs even if they lose this game, but just as like a natural progression for them and where they are as a team.
Oh, we see Vertigo pick. Yeah, a Vertigo pick coming in from Vitality, obviously, is in the pool. Inferno as a pick for G2. Okay, that makes sense. It's usually a map that they leave in the pool, but against Vitality as a punish. I still think that Vitality on Inferno have a lot of work to do to catch up now that they've changed the roster. Remember, they used to play with Nevera, so Mizuta didn't even play. I mean, Shuck didn't even play at the time, and we have Dust2 as a third. I think G2 must be somewhat happy with that pool. Yeah, I think it was between Inferno or Mirage for them, kind of as two obvious picks, and I think they finally started picking their Inferno more. Yeah. Like it was a map that was really successful for them. We always talk about their CT sides, very strong reactions and all that kind of jazz. So maybe I'm a bit surprised that Vitality wouldn't go for Nuke over Vertigo. I think that would have been maybe a little bit more of a punish against a team like G2, but that's where their confidence is right now.
Well, regardless of the veto, G2 versus Vitality is shaping up to be a classic Counter-Strike matchup, and part of it is because of these two players to watch.
At the very top of competitive Counter-Strike, you'll find players whose individual impact on a match can make all the difference. ZywOo got to this position seemingly out of nowhere, surpassing everyone in the French Counter-Strike scene to be widely regarded as one of the best players of 2020. In Vitality, ZywOo is the super weapon to end all super weapons. NiKo's path, by contrast, has been much more varied. At times, single-handedly responsible for his team's success or failures, to now in G2, where everything appears to be falling into place. NiKo on his A-game can derail even the most prepared team.
Despite Vitality's issues recently, it does seem, Yanko, like this is a more important matchup for G2 because they are on an upward trend at the moment, and I guess they're desperate to prove it's not a fluke. Yeah,
I agree, definitely. You know, they need to show us that they have come to that level of Gambit and Heroic, basically. Maybe Na'Vi, if you want to put them in that group, although they're a bit inconsistent, right? And if you're going to be put in that group, you know, you can't have slip-ups as often as G2 has them, and I think that's the crux of the matter for me.
Yeah, I think it's been a slowly progression and slowly improvement for G2, and when they made the roster change to push out Kenny and bring back Jax, we had a lot of questions. The AWP roles, is that going to work out? And the matter of fact is, it's actually looking much better than I expected. I thought there would be flaws, tactically speaking, in that roster, and they've made it work. We've had the Epic's GG players, NiKo coming in, the discussion was always, are they going to unlock his potential, unlock his level in G2? And I think it took a while, right? They had him on the AWP for all the maps, all the sides, didn't really work out. Now I think that they have a compromise and he's delivering.
Well, we know that this series is absolutely going to deliver, especially as it's going to be cast than none other than Sponge and Machine. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is an honor to be bringing you G2 versus Vitality. It's not an affair you get every day, and it's one I'm certainly excited for, getting to see ZywOo once again in the server, see if he's going to break my brain in the same way he has before. Vertigo, a great battle and arena that we're very familiar with, Chad, and one I'm excited to see how they do face. G2, more recently in my memory, dominant on this map, and we can see that we are getting into Vitality's picks. So clearly, as discussed on the desk, it's a statement of intent. G2 are given the leniency by the odds, as well as our analysts. And let's see how we kick off. Apex has got a very nerdy nade, different alternative to what we standard see for short.
Yeah, left side sight here. They're going to be on this very, very quick.
Yeah, NiKo knows that that's going to completely block off his short line as well. Very cool smoke from Apex. You can see his options, they're so limited. They're already on the site with the bomb. It's going down, and there's nothing they can do about it. Steal that one if you can, Chad. I'll be the one planting the bomb. And ZywOo's even staring at it. He's playing from the site. We saw Furia kind of demonstrate the power of sticking around on the boxes for retakes.
Here's a smoke to try and facilitate this, but it's still going to be very, very dicey. Halfway ticked, boys. You got to get a move on.
They're coming in now. Here we go. Thick and fast. Zaiwu shows up. Only the one. It's Masuta who's advanced and fighting. Very good find. 2 make it 3 on the last bullet of the Glock. Vitality, their pick, and their pistol.
Wow, okay. Well, that was furious. That was quick. Before we even got any action, their bomb goes down, and it was looking like Vitality's round as soon as that plant came in. We know how difficult it can be.
Came from that little pallet you could see there in the camera view as well. He tucked himself into that. Jump throw, side of the site smoked off spawn. Very, very quick.
This is one thing we need to note, and we've seen it in their last game on Vertigo with Vitality that we were casting. Kyojin was having a fantastic performance, and if this is a map that the new kid on the block can find comfort in, that's a good sign to have a competitive first map and a competitive series. For G2, if you've been following them, the Kenny situation, was it Jax, was it Amanek? You know, great to be in a position to pick between the two. Well, they settled on both, and they've been chopping and changing their Vertigo setup around quite a lot. Warning shots out through the boards towards that B lobby area, and Hunter's actually the one on the receiving end. Zaiwu takes him down and sets Vitality up with a nice 4-on-5 advantage with 1:15 left on the clock.
An odd little one-way for them to play around there. Zaiwu catching Hunter around that smoke. And Nexus filled the gap. At least he's going to be able to report early, should any more advances up the stairs. It seems like, oh, off the flash. They want to punish, and they do. Kyojin and AK does go down. There's only 2 in the mix, so Apex, you can see a frown, a furrowed brow, and a return to mid for Masuta. He's going to be taking some space there. He does go back for the AK, so that's not going to be lost.
So they want to go for a B split here. Jack still has all the info A, so pressure's going to be on Nex and Amanek with their crossfire. And Nico now pushing behind this smoke. What? He's found again Apex.
Big find. Next up, the mustachioed master, 1.5. They're in. Shox has opened up the door, and he's locked off the rotate as well. Just by existing here and being very loud about his steps, he will be cleared by Amanek. Ooh, spotted. Still fragging. Need a Hail Mary Deagle to connect. And instead, it's Jax. Apex does give him the fight he was hoping for. Zaiwu could too, but he's far too sharp.
All right, good shooting right there, and we had some French-on-French action in that 2-on-3 late round. Now, it's not how it used to be, where these two names be like, yeah, it's the Battle of the Frenchmen. It's really just the remnants left over with Jax and Amanek, so we won't even be bringing that storyline up whatsoever. Vitality weather the storm and set themselves up pretty for this third. So recounting just a couple of the things Vitality were doing the other day. Yeah, Kyojin in that mid boost, you might get to see some more of that, taking fights over towards the construction position. They also had some quite swift B execs. You know, once they get that lobby control, they were able to snowball onto the bomb site quickly. That has been an issue for Nexa in the past. He is the B anchor for G2 Esports. Amanek's AWPing has definitely been a big discussion, looking more and more comfortable with that. He's handy with it, right? He's not, you know, your flashy AWP player going in there giving you the crazy flicks, but he gets the job done. And the same thing said for Vitality here as they just push on into this A site, make mincemeat of these silence USPs. Only a matter of time until Nico and Nexa fall. So 1 man remaining now.
They wouldn't, would they?
I hope not.
They're going B. No, they're not. Shox is on his way. And then it's over all the same. Okay. All good in the hood. Vitality 3. G2 Esports 0.
Yeah, the creaky chair. It's me now. I'll take the blame.
I don't know if they could hear it.
I think they must be able to hear it.
You took the bullet for me on the squeaky chair, but that's just based on my sheer inability to sit still.
You're much more mobile than I. It's fine. I don't mind. We could probably get the WD-40 out and actually fix it.
That sounds like a practical and logically driven decision.
They must have some of that in the back office. But anyway, let's see. Straight over towards A. Zaiwu with the little one-way.
Yeah, he's fast. And he's ahead of the incendiary, so he will look to contest ramp and short from this advanced construction position. Even reveals his location. Careful now. Spread of the molly. Flicks him down to 70. Shox 69. And he has managed to put it into Nexa. Nice find.
Oh, he called another on the side right there. Jax is solo. He could be in a lot of trouble once this smoke starts to fade.
He's aggressive. I mean, he's going to have to tuck into sandbags or go all the way to site without a swing. Oh, he gets away. Okay. G2's round is not lost yet. In fact, they're advancing through mid. Look at this partnership. Jax's head is visible. Has to play safe. Has to. He can't go down. Then the after plant just becomes redundant, as does this mid push. So just as important for G2. Oh, Jax, decision-making time. Force all the way back. Passive open now to that short swing. He's got so many players to deal with. Rock in a hard place. Oh, but that's the bomb. A perfect find. Now they swing into Amanek's AWP. G2, they've found themselves a bit of an opportunity here. Despite Vitality's best efforts, the bomb unlikely to be planted. Masuta makes it a little more so. Burning for the plant. Burning for the plant. Burns to a crisp. Oh, dear. They are low now. Vitality's chances dwindle. ZywOo would have to bail them out of trouble. They're flashing for an advance. They're going to double peek this. Amanek's in. And ZywOo's out one-on-one. Kyojin. The Disgust. And recently, very sharp individual. He hears it. He's got 9 seconds, so Amanek plans to push on this. Kyojin will need a clean one. Tap. Oh, dear. Doesn't find it. Amanek should finish this. Kyojin ducks for cover. Amanek's on his pistol. Peeks on the flash, and Kyojin saves him. 3 in total, but he's done exactly what his team could not. And that's finished the job. G2 will take another heavy blow. And look at their finances, 3.5K on average.
Oof, you could see what was communicated right there about Kyojin being low. There's no way in the world that Amanek is operating with that USP in hand if somebody hasn't said, hey, the last guy, he is dinked. And that is exactly the case. It's just none of those bullets from Amanek able to land here.
Yeah, the moment when I saw Kyojin not be dead and be looking at the floorboards, that's when it got a bit sketch for the Amanek 1v1.
Oh, that is a rough one there for G2. They salvaged that. I think Jax did a very good job with his survivability. He got molly 3 times on that box. Yeah. Every time he went back to mantle, a molly landed and made his life more and more difficult. And not the start G2 were looking for.
Not only that, he killed the bomb carrier. There was one, that was the one weakness to their approach.
Bomb up short.
From Vitality was the bomb alone up short and unsmoked. But you figure with 3 Molotovs on the boost boxes, Jax would not be there. He did stick around long enough to find that punish.
Just with that mid push we saw from G2 there, it's giving me more flashbacks to the Vitality game the other day. Remember against Complexity how they started to do all these Aggie moves? The B lobby push is hyper aggressive. They were doing like little mid pushes down the ladder. It was looking very snappy and efficient.
That's such a brutal smoke. Look how deep it is on the CT side. Shox would catch you gray screen if you even considered it.
Another early one here from ZywOo. So Jax not able to put up any resistance. He's gone down through the smoke. And this Deagle buy becomes less potent now that it is operating under the 4v5 pressure.
Ducks under the Deag. Far too easy for Apex. Oh, it gets worse.
It's not like he'd been spamming the whole time either, just the first 10 bullets out and down he goes.
I wonder how many times ZywOo was reported. Yeah. Just on his come up, you know, like how many times did that account get reported just for something like that?
This is the thing, right? These players who come out and they're just the absolute prodigies, when they just appear out of nowhere and they're so good, it's very easy to go, oh, okay, that's something a little bit off here. Remember Rops, he had to go to the Faceit office to play because everyone was like, what does he keep looking at? He was looking at the radar before that was the dumb thing, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we praised his situational awareness and, you know, if anyone that dragged their heels in that regard has kind of been left in the dust now in 2021.
I think we're seeing more and more of it with the old boys who are part of these superstar rosters, and then they're either getting replaced or they're stepping down, right? They don't. It's not the motivation. I don't think it's the motivation. Do you think it's just being stuck in your ways? Because it could be a bit of that.
Okay, I think it's definitely got a psychology element to it, which is like, you know, like ego confirmation bias, where you've done it for so long. You've done it for so long and it's worked.
And you won a major with it or something.
You've won a major with it or something. You know, like, it's very hard to have to go, you know, see that maybe it lies within your stubbornness. And, yeah, looking internally is not always easy for us to do. We'd much rather blame our environment and everyone else or your teammates. And Just keep believing that you have the right answer. It's just your team, you know? Just ELO hell. Everyone's experienced it.
Yeah, that's always a fun one when you hear that with people playing pugs. It's like, well, what can you do to make things better,
What could you have done? Yeah, because you can control that. You can't control what they can do. Here we are. Jax fancies his chances again to suppress and contain on ramp. Ooh, that's a chunky one. Doesn't get better than that from a HE. $300 very well spent. He's done 100 damage. And they're going for the boost we saw on the eco. It didn't really convince me at all. I haven't seen a single kind of big payoff from this. Sometimes it will catch that walk up.
Yeah, it might be good for one. And this is the same setup we saw Complexity run just the other day, where I think Poison grabbed one and then Blame on the top of the totem was able to grab one himself. But this Molly's going to heat things up.
Is he safe? No. Wow, burn. Oh, baited in on the sound. It does pay off.
Okay.
And next they're even catching another one. Vitality starting to wobble a little here. Shocks Molotov'd out of position. It looks like he wants to surge forward. That's what the flashes do imply. And he catches a glimpse of the AWPer. Going wide on right. He's spotted and tip of the head. It's all Amanek needs. Perfect. Finally, G2 will have their silence broken. And Amanek confirms it nice and quick. All right.
Okay, Amanek. We see ya.
Amanek the AWPer. Now that would be a timeline twist if he starts becoming one of the all-star AWPers of the 2021 era.
Yeah, kind of thrust into that as well,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, but you could say the same for Mantu. I mean, he was a secondary who's now looking pretty damn brilliant as a primary.
Oh, I really liked OG today.
I did. I really did. And I'm excited to see if that semi-final is going to be one of resistance as well. It's not going to be an easy candidate in the semis.
True. Okay,
Bang.
Well, that one's caught. Yikes, down to 62. Amanek's aggressive AWP already on notice. And these flexible CT setups are in play again from G2. It's been all the vogue to send 3 players over towards A to lock down the rushes. And, well, now it's completely different. 2 towards B, 2 towards mid. Jax solo A and almost on the jump.
That could have sucked, and it still does. Oh, dear. Nexa, very lucky to be alive. It could be short-lived. He's saved by Hunter. The stack nades onto Zywoo is not going to stop him. Oh, Hunter will. A highly impactful round from the silenced M4 of Hunter.
The low HP of a couple of members here could spell trouble as Vitality now working towards A, and they've been given a lot of room. Nobody towards Sandbag, nobody Crane, nobody over towards that Ivy and short position to try and deal with this. Jax is passive over towards the boost box again, about to be smoked off, and, well, the same for Nico. So Vitality, if they get into the site and get this bomb down without another casualty, we can start having a different discussion.
Oh, that's a perfect molly. You can't even plant safe. You can't plant anywhere. And now the smokes will be on a timer. I'm not sure he's going to get to the site before they fade. Nex is working on a flank as well. He is starting to punch in the digits. That's a big find from Nexa. Now just 2 remain. And it's the new kids on the block. Masuta and Kyojin in an impossible 2 versus 5. Kyojin, multiple targets on the first peak. Nico's tested. Oh, Kyojin pops off. And he's making a round out of this, as is Masuta. 2 versus 5. Vitality's new pickups. Pick up a 6th. Oh my God, that fell apart fast.
Why did that look so easy?
It looked so easy.
Like, way too easy. The laser beams, the shots here.
He peeked into Nico in a headshot angle and made it look quick. Masuta ready for the boosted player, even confirms the next, baits the shot. Oh, gross.
Yikes, that is a huge problem for G2 now, and it's Vitality the ones taking the timeout.
Yeah, probably so they can go and book a plane ticket and go and give Kyojin a high five in person.
Yeah, because that right there is the impact this guy seems to keep delivering on Vertigo.
Yeah, it's
the new kids on the new maps. Okay. Well then, that is an interesting way to kick off a... That was a 3v5.
Well,
not
even 2v5. Nexa got the first kill on the flank.
Yeah, like okay. Let me try and screw my head back on straight for a second there. This is going to be rough for G2 now, with the scoreline currently sitting at 6-1. Anything that Vitality puts on top here is kind of cream at this point. G2 really need to start clawing back into this, and lucky they can facilitate a buy, but it's going to be a rocky road and not the delicious type.
Marshmallows. What else is in there?
It's definitely chocolate.
Chocolate, marshmallow. Jax again. He is the only one from G2, excuse me, that's been containing this Vitality ramp push. They're just coming through. That's way too much for him to handle. Aggressive from Amanek. He actually hits the flick on the no-scope. Zywoo's AWP is present too, and Shocks. Bomb on his back, may not want to commit, but Apex does straight in with a biff.
Oh, he's calling for a trade.
No one's there. Nice damage. Kyojin just going to be humbled a little bit. He's in that one-shot headshot radius now, as is Kyojin and ZywOo. They need to convert this one. After the 2v5, G2 need to dust themselves down, keep all those weapons alive, and start to accrue a bank. Otherwise, Vitality are going to sprint, as you discussed, to all of those creamy rounds, the bonus rounds, if you will. 6 found early. And they're heading on back to B. It's wide open, dude. I don't know how Kyojin's selling this as well as he is.
NiKo's just strafed out. If Kyojin turns around at all, he could get a kill.
He calls it clear. They'll start to rotate now. Next is going to start burrowing into B. Yeah, I say that. He's actually stood rather still. So the path is open for Shox and ZywOo.
Another smoke and another molly here. Vitality have a lot of utility for this one.
Left side's completely smoked off, and this is a chance for ZywOo to completely pull the rug from underneath them. Chance squandered. Now they're in. And Shox is out. Somebody help me.
What? What?
Huh?
What?
Was...
Huh?
What?
I was laughing.
Did he try and...
I know, there wasn't molly. Did he molly himself and then have to jump off the building?
Let's see. It's in the replay. NiKo dealt with them and corralled the last 2 to B. Confirmed it clear on the frag onto Kyojin. But then Shox...
Okay.
Just straight up messed up.
Bye, ZywOo. Have fun.
Good luck, have fun, bro. I got you, man. I got you.
You don't see it in a pressure moment like that. Normally, it's normally just
I thought it was just me, Chad. I thought it was just me. Shox. Some solidarity for all of our cappuccinos in the chat.
Fallen comrades, literally. Jesus.
It's been 0 days since our last accident here on Vertigo.
Oh, we've had some weird ones, haven't we? The Shiro fall off the overpass totem. The Shox
99 AK dink.
Yeah, well, that was crazy last night. Okay, hold up. Let me recover.
Shoxy boy. Hang on, Nexa's actually well set up for this. Lovely, lovely from Nexa. Convincing us with the M4A1 a little, and I think Apex has slipped through. No, Jax is checking. Looks good for G2 to start pulling this back into our contention now.
Hopefully Vitality aren't jumping off
I think
the map
Kyojin and ZywOo should just strafe off right now.
Well, here we go.
There you go.
They're on the tightrope.
It's a powerful boost. They should get a glimpse of Hunter.
Hello.
Oh, that's very naughty. Okay, well, space taken. And Amanek responding. Kyojin's got 2 to deal with here. I think, Amanek, a bit of a flub of his line there. Enables the repeak, and everything is fine. Okay, G2 will find a third, and doing so in 2 consecutive round fashion will start to break the bank of Vitality. They do have enough on ZywOo to do something, and we know if of all the teams that like to go for a bit of a hero, could very well be the Woo.
The Woo.
Keeps it conservative. Okay, so we're going to be just seeing that single vest. 3 Desert Eagles and a smoke grenade.
Okay, this has to be a fourth now. G2 have actually been given a little bit of a chance to get back in things. Aggressive by Jax.
Playing with fire, man.
When he gets a chance to light it up with his crispy aim, right? He's one of the older boys with really lightning fast shots. I think his off angles that he plays are always great.
Like this?
Yeah, he plays some strange lines that you wouldn't see too many other people commit to.
And that's the other side of the coin. When it's not an instant headshot, someone else, another salaried professional, can.
Almost makes my point look silly there, doesn't it? The damage is done to at least 2 members. Apex and Masuda with 14 HP combined, so a stiff breeze to take those 2 out of the round. But the Deagles are still quite threatening here, and NiKo, he's trying to look in the grave of Jax. We're tickling away here. This could be a big conversion, but NiKo stabilizes, calls it clear, and the info's great.
That could have changed everything as well. ZywOo takes a ramp control and things spiral. Doesn't look like Hunter's interested in any of that. Shox. Redemption arc not quite ready to start. Bang.
Well then, okay, 6-4. Apex straight into the AK. ZywOo an AK for himself as well, so we won't be seeing the AWP in play for the T side into round number 11. Everybody has all the goodies required. So this is strong buys from both teams, and it could be a bit of a pivot round here within this first half. G2's chance to level things back up. More Vitalities to stretch their legs. The run boost is good. ZywOo Airlines lands, and Amanek, well, you won't be on that plane. Straight in towards the B site. Missed. Not a molly. No. The molly is the red one. The smoke is the grey one.
Either way, it does miss, and I think that's enough to... You know, ZywOo was probably not planning on fully committing, but the smoke would have helped to at least sell it. They do start to regroup, and Nyx has really pushed up. He's hearing them boost. Oh, he's going to get them both here. Spotted an arm. Doesn't choose to unload. Confirmation, there's a lot of players here, and now through the flash. This is great. Kyojin's ready. And G2 now at a disadvantage. Pushing for info. Shox is aware. It's Hunter that creeches in, and still it's Shox that bests him. He's knife out, so NiKo should have the first hit. Shox the scout confirms there's problems. ZywOo, however, just opens up A. And just like that, the knives are out, and NiKo's got such a mammoth task ahead of him.
Might even consider saving here.
Might have to consider saving, especially once that bomb is down. No one's around.
Shox had a reload there. Was that his teammate? I'm not quite sure, but he definitely knew something was up, right? You could see that passive line that he was holding. NiKo getting a little bit closer to save this rifle up in towards that ladder room. And 7 for Vitality here. They continue to show good form on Vertigo.
Kyojin Masuta's 2v5 though.
Yeah, huge round.
That put the 6th on the board. Now we see him even more on the attack. And don't forget, this is Vitality's pick, and so demonstrating why. The run boost to start us off. And you're really caught out there if you're Amanek. Completely unprepared for it. They were completely unfazed by that flashbang push through the smoke as it fades. And this was the round that lost any chances for Jax. Strafes out into that AWP. Round 12, map 1, series 2 of our final day of the group stages then. Inferno Dust 2. Dust 2 should we require it.
Yeah, I like the desk discussion about Inferno, especially with Vitality. Remember when Navera was there, I was getting giddy about how good they were looking, but obviously a lot of changes since then, so we're definitely getting that one in the mix. It'd be great to see how the French ply themselves, but ZywOo's copped a grenade early in this one. Still posted up with that AWP, and he gets a kill onto Jax. That's 2 rounds in a row. ZywOo's AWP has bettered him.
Powerful angle for NiKo here. He'll be able to hold the construction from an off-angle heady, as well as catching this cross to elevators. Oh, back to turned. Needs a double and provides exactly that. Now Vitality on the back foot. Mid control still lost. The smoke is up. NiKo tried to incendiary, and the B players are pushing, so this is a great setup for G2 to profit. Apex, though. Yeah, Amanek's ready for him, and the rest, I'm afraid, will just fall apart. Look at this flank. Too easy. Bomb loose, and ZywOo got way too much to do.
Oh, has an idea. A very good idea for this first.
Yeah, I'll be able to clear Hunter. There's no way Hunter's getting out of that scar free. Ooh, good chance to tag him. At least one bullet. If they all did that, there's no way he could come up clutch. I'm sure there's a different air in the comms when it's ZywOo that just got the first of a 1v4. Everyone's just like, sit the fuck still. Don't give this one up. And they will.
He's still going to have a look for it, though, because he's in this limbo position. He may as well have a crack over towards the site. 20 seconds, hoping to be picked. Jumps on up, shot missed. Needs to get that bomb down.
Oh, he fumbled the smoke, and now risking it for a biscuit. He's going to get the bomb down at least. NiKo's pushing and won't get a chance to pull the AWP out. Ever threatening is ZywOo, but just the 2 for now, and that will be G2 closing the gap nicely. 7-5 the score reads.
Great stuff here. You can see trying to turn away, assuming it's a flash. Turns out there's a smoke, is able to course correct through the smoke. 2 big kills, and almost round winning because it takes a lot of the pep out of the step, right? ZywOo got that opening. They could have had so much pressure on that A bomb site, but a huge double kill there from NiKo, and that's going to get him up to 9 kills. Timeout for Vitality again, and here you go. So you can see how well it started. 5 on the trot. Now we've got a bit of resistance out of G2 in the last few to get 5 of their own. And considering how they've lost some of the rounds, they probably think they should have a few more. Vitality, thanks to that plant of ZywOo, can consider a buy here. Masuta, ZywOo, Shox, all over that 4K mark, have enough to buy. Apex has already done so. It's just Kyojin who, yet to purchase anything. Has a smoke. Now he's gone for the head armor. What's the new kid on the block going to rock here? It will be the Galil. So buys for both teams, pretty comparable. What if we get another pace change out of Vitality here? Something quicker like they did on that pistol. Looks like the way that they're spread right here, right now. Not very likely. Nexa immediately down in towards B lobby.
Pre-aiming the run boost as well. Jax has been having a nightmare these last few. Doesn't stop him from trying again. An alternative position adopted, and we've seen Vitality's Vertigo mid takes. It's often Kyojin. Very successful on this boosted position.
Has a Galil though.
Didn't stop him last time I saw it. Significant damage to Hunter. Jax. It's fading. It's peeking, and ZywOo, despite shooting second, is the one to best him. Smoke fading here as well, so we're catching all the contact as it comes. Oh, Shox spotted. Big opportunity here for Nexa because there's a whole team pushing in. He's only going to get the one. Amanek did strike as well, so now the rotate is on. The race is on to get into B. All three of Vitality flood in. That deep in Molly will buy enough time to get the bomb down uncontested.
They're going to go for this, even with Hunter low. Looks like they want to have a crack.
Smoked off. X. Oh, what a shot from Nico. Is there any more? It might be. Masuta reactionary now swinging through. It's Kyojin to babysit nicely. Amanek caught the flank. Time sensitive though. Trying to find that bomb, trying to pressure onto it. It's a little away from the smoke. Masuta just has to play the time. Amanek loud. He's got no time. Masuta comes up clutch, not for the first time. And Vitality make it 8.
Looking very good now to extend this lead to what even could be 10-5 on the half here. Vitality looking very, very good. And yeah, the Galil didn't matter for Kyojin, did it? Still, so much damage done to Hunter. You can see how that played into his tentative approach there with his cousin Nico on that retake on the B site. And for Nexa there, I'm not sure. You know, like, you sit there and you go, okay, well, I've spotted one. Am I going to wait, see if more come through? You've got the slower firing M4A1S there. It's a really rough position he found himself in. Made the best of that situation, and well, this will be the second timeout here for G2. And they don't have any money to work with. Next round, it's only 1,900 into the bank balance. That's not going to be enough for the likes of Amanek to get a full buy going. You're going to be on the cusp if your name is Jackson Hunter. Nico will have enough. Nexa will have enough. But you're conceding 9. And I think Vitality know that. They've purchased him with 2 MAC-10s, one for Shox, one for Kyojin. Their cash still a little bit strapped here, but if they go for something pacey, they run into these pistols, they will just run away with this. The best that they could offer here was a couple of P250s for Nexa and Nico. They better hope that they come their direction and fast mid. Maybe they are.
All right. This could get a little dicey if everyone starts hitting headshots, and Nexa has, and ZywOo denies it all. Just that Galil sweeps them under the rug, one by one. And Vitality in hot pursuit of 10 in the first half of their very map pick.
That round was over in 14 seconds.
I appreciate it.
That was very, very quick. Very fast stuff.
I wonder what the quickest round in Pro CS has been.
Ooh.
That's like, I'm not saying I have one at the tip of my tongue.
I wonder, maybe it would be like a long rush on Dust 2 where everybody dies, or like a B rush where everybody...
Or like the quickest gun round, if you'd be more specific, you know, like really dig into the stats there.
Okay.
Anyway.
SEO, if you're listening, I don't know how you're going to find that one. Good luck. We'll see you in about 3 years from now after you watch all the games.
Manually count it out.
He's got the stopwatch, grows his massive beard.
Just watching every demo. So they're going for the boost. Now,
Le boost.
Le boost en français. Très bien. Nex is very passive on B, so there is no risk of that being rumbled. And I say passive on B, it doesn't get more passive than that. He's at CT spawn.
Yeah.
And they're in. They've got 2 people up.
As I was like, hey, no one's peeking. This is all good, boys.
No one's shooting at me. Nexa, oh lordy. He's about to get double peeked, and Masuta does not miss. They can't save. Final round of the half. They've lost the site completely, though. Bit of a gap here in G2's defense, and it's just been walked into by Vitality.
And they don't have a kit for the retake, so if it couldn't get worse, it just has.
Look at Apex's position. That will make it worse as well. Hi, fellas. You're looking the wrong way with your nades out. Love that. Love that. Apex will take it all day long. And last, but no means least, is Nico. Vitality 10 and G2 just 5 will swap sides, and we'll see if things can change for the Samurai.
Since we have Kyojin, we did like 2 top 7, 8, which is not good, but which is not that bad. We're not like top 16, so it's still something. But yeah, we just want to progress. I guess that's all we want. And sometimes we have really good games, sometimes we have pretty bad games, sometimes we have like average game. But during 2020, it was way different. We had like way better games overall, and yeah, it just feel like we need to get back to that, and at least having a semi-final at this one would be good.
For the RMR, I think we have different perspectives on how it went, since Damien wasn't really allowed to be with us, you know, like on the field, since the coaches were not allowed. He maybe has like a different perspective watching it from the outside, and like maybe seeing a lot of more things that we could improve and that we could have done better than just ourselves playing the game. I think it was a very important experience for us to kind of feel like what we are actually capable of doing ourselves without him having our backs all the time, and knowing that he's like there to help us out, to reassure us, you know, like to do this tactical, to give us some input, some details, you know, just, you know, like to be 5 players and like having to just trust ourselves and see what we can do. And I think overall, I still think we could have done better, but I'm pretty happy with the result that we achieved.
Five in G2's basket and 10 in Vitality's. There's no complaints, I'm sure, from the majority French side. The international roster that is G2 now, especially upon the departure of Kenny, up against the remnants of the legendary French Counter-Strike, combined with those of the new Zaiwu, Kyojin, Masuta. It's a collaboration of the names that started and put the French flag on the Counter-Strike map, and now those that look to bear that flag into the next gen. Up mid for the T's.
I didn't realize there were so many weebs in France, Alex.
There's plenty of them.
Yeah, those names alone. Zaiwu, Masuta, Kyojin. They're definitely watching an anime or two in their time.
It's true. Well, who knew all those anime profile pics were just French superstars in the making? Oh, wow, wee! Shoxy Jesus is back. Good to see he's still got it in him. Quick click. Problem for his adversaries. G2 have 4 left on the Glock train. Choo-choo. Ooh. And it's already found itself at least its first stop, and it's continuing to chug straight into B. Rotates forced. Apex is the first arrival. Now the question is, does he want to take contact? It might come to him. They're going to clear stairs here. Ooh, spotted out. Great play. G2 will be taking this pistol, and it's through their positioning. Never mind what Shox could lay down for them, despite the opener. Everyone's connected. Amanec taking that close elevator fight, the rest falling into place quite nicely.
Yeah, and they're a little bit worried about potential flanks here, aren't Team Vitality. Zawu and Masuda having to claw back all the real estate, and it looks like just saving the Kevlar is the better of the two options.
Corridors? What am I calling the elevator connector? I haven't, like it's not a call out, we're here now.
Yeah.
Link? Corridor?
Yeah, I think the corridor's fine, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because I think...
just because I hate when I'm saying CT, and I know they're not in CT.
Yeah.
They're in the corridor.
Yeah, I think that works. Cool. That's good. I think because it's such an uncommon position that we get to see Biffs in, that'll land. One thing I want to point out from that first half, because I'm sure some people will go and they'll check the stats on HLTV and they'll see the clutches that fell in the favor of Vitality, and they'll go, oh, you know, that first half was because they won the clutches. Well, it is, but you have to consider the clutches they won. One of which was a 2-on-5. That's not a 50-50 scenario. They shouldn't be winning that. The Kyojin 1-on-1 with Amanec on the site, right? Sure, Jax had to claw them back into that, but Kyojin was on 15 HP. So another one that you wouldn't necessarily consider as a 50-50. So some of the clutches they won were well and truly above what was expected of Vitality in those rounds.
One's aggressive. Nexus up. Jax. Oh, he's not going to be ready for that. If he has a look. Oh, both of them are there. Traded by Masuda. Nearly took them both down. And Apex just leaping towards that gun. Takes a lot of risks, but look at the reward. He's got himself a Galil to play with now.
Yeah, and that is a bit more of that Vitality CT-sided fruitiness. They love these aggressive maneuvers. Let's see how it continues to transpire here, because there's so much time left on the clock, and Zai was still completely in control of short. Stepped on into Hunter. That was crispy.
Yeah, Masuda's still there, though. Still crispy, and even crispier with a Galil. Damage traded. Apex is there. I wouldn't want to plant right now. Oh, just a battle of completely blind shots into the smoke. The tracer fire being exchanged, and Nico's on sandbags for this short push. How much will they read into this cut of noise? It looks like they're really biting.
They can rotate quite far away here on Vertigo and be back lickety-split, so just dealing with any flank potential right now. That Molotov could be instrumental. Is Nico going to use it to crowd control? They're going to save it for the post. Apex is peaked.
Ooh, sketchy stuff now. The bomb's on, and Nico's on one. Now the target should be clean, and is. G2 needed that one, at least to convert it, and a team ace, everyone providing the necessary kill, and puts Vitality in a humble financial position. This is how you start seeing the changing of the guard. We're going to see some more resistance now out of G2.
Interesting to see. I would have to check the stats because I'm not quite certain. I haven't really kept up with it necessarily in what side Vertigo has become. Because, you know, you can see some blistering T-Hars, but then you can also see some CTs that can offer some full shutouts. I might have a little bit of a gander at that now. We'll just look into this year alone because the map continues to evolve. And we do have a decent chunk of time. I'm sure this should be clean and easy. So where are we? Vertigo. It is a T-sided map, 52% of the rounds T-sided, so that's 48, or roughly 48 for the CT
I think it probably initially started with a CT bias, as all new maps do, and then as we saw that after plant meta, definitely starting to slide further and further down. And speaking of, there is a plant right now on A. Nexa having an absolute field day for a second. The Deagles nearly made things awkward, but Hunter, there he is. Good to see his name in the feed. 4 quick frags, takes him into double digits and puts G2 on 8.
Just interesting to note, I just had that filtered as all the teams, so that's everybody who gets a game recorded on HLTV for the year. And now I've just narrowed it down to the top 20. When you look at the top 20, it's basically 50-50, right? CT just edges out. It's actually the second most T-sided map we have in the pool.
Second only to
Dust 2 is at 51%, and then Inferno's 50.2, and Vertigo's 49.3. But I'm basically just saying Inferno and Vertigo are basically 50-50, right? Like we're not going to get into the weeds of the decimal points, I don't think.
No need.
So every map is relatively balanced. You got Nuke, probably the most CT-sided. Now that Train's out of the pool, it's going to be interesting to see how Ancient starts to trend as well. But here we go, into the gun rounds, ladies and gents. And
can I just see how many different M4A1 skins there are? Like, I want to know how many people have got it equipped. Like, okay, no one's going to show us.
It's all right, I'm having a look now.
So,
Kyojin has
Parabajabalaba. That's two.
Zawu has
At least
one.
2 different M4A1s. 3?
Yeah.
So that's 3 players equipping the M4A1 over the A4.
Curious, very curious. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that. Maybe it's map-based as well.
Could be. Certainly, there's a lot of smoke spamming on Vertigo. Kyojin, speaking of, does exactly that. Puts a couple down range. There's a lot to contend with behind that smoke. Fakes the drop down. Hopes to bait some shots. The Daybreak, man. That was like my first ever M4 skin. Apex rolling back the years. And Amanek nearly drawing blood. Vitality on the back foot here after that initial exchange, just straight through the smoke. So you can see Apex being caught out there.
And Kyojin's low from a biff over towards B as well. So dicey now for Vitality is if G2 just group on up, they can work on an A execute towards this site. Zawu trying to slow them down as much as he can. That molly will buy to about 50 seconds. And if you're G2, you want to avoid any sound cues here. So creeping on up towards that short position. It is just Zawu here.
He's trying to act like 3 players.
Let's see if he could be 3 players here. The one-man army about to receive.
And he takes the fight to them. It's 1-on-1. Next to plan safe and uncontested, and I think I've seen enough rounds of Counter-Strike now to know what's about to happen.
Yeah, one and done, and that'll just be the save.
Do you think that was like an educated gamble? Like they were so stubborn about this 3-man B setup, even when Zawu was getting Molotov flashed, he's hearing steps. Was that just a kind of an educated, we'll have another go if they full commit?
Yeah, and I think because it was Zawu on the side, it's like, well, if we leave him there, maybe he gets us 2 and then we can look in for the retake type situation. Yep. But I think because when you're down a man, you do have to gamble a little bit more. If they were to spread out efficiently, what they would have been likely looking at, it would have been 2 towards A, maybe 1 in float towards middle construction and 1 B. And that meant they would be open to a lot of potential one-on-ones. Kyojin low on HP, would it only take a lighter few bullets, a dusting, to have taken him out of this one. And now with these saved rifles, they can buy in this round. So, oh, wow, okay. Yeah, Apex not going to be happy with that one, is he? Good trade from Nexa there. And yeah, they can drop the guns across. So the buy round in play once more, but this is almost tied up. G2 looking to grab the first 5 rounds here in the second half.
Blistering start.
And it's a team effort so far. You know, there's nobody who's leaps and bounds ahead of them. It is just Jack struggling.
Oh! Jax, he does eventually take him, but it looks great for G2, even better now. 3 bodies dropped in the opening stages, and Masuta's already stepped into the line of fire as well. Deary me. First on A, now on B. Zawu's the one that gets to play the save game.
Yeah, okay, just as I said his name, he comes in with 2 huge kills to entry this B bomb site, so Jack's coming alive now as well. Everybody from G2 contributing when they're called on, and we're tied up. Lost bonus maxed on out. Vitality will not be able to facilitate a buy on all of them. Oh, actually, I take that back. If Zawu saves this, they can buy next round.
So a bit of pressure on him for that, but no hunt's currently been dispatched, and so he just stands happily on short. But Jax, I mean, that's the first time we've seen someone on a T side to go for the earliest fight you possibly can. I mean, Kyojin's still anti-flash halfway down the stairs. The smoke has yet to bloom. He really used his spawn and everything within his power to try and take that entry frag. And not only did he get 1, he got the second as well. Shoutouts to Kyojin for somehow, after being, like, the initial shot that's being taken on him is as he's looking the wrong way on his backside. The fact he manages to 90-degree turn and get a kill before going down was something, clearly not enough. Look, who does he kill?
That's wild,
bloody crazy to me.
Yeah.
And then Jax wins the round alongside Nico, as they had 3 to contest right at the top of that B stairs. It's not like they had the pieces in the wrong place. Just didn't work out for Vitality. And as you discussed, they have managed to make it work. Is this a product of those cheaper rifles as well, I imagine?
Yeah, cheaper rifles helping, as well as the saves, giving them residual money in the bank balance for this. So things could be looking good if Zawu's AWP can start to find some targets. Going to be smoked off towards that A ramp. Amanek's already grabbed some B lobby control, and we know G2 have a quick exec as well from here.
Missed Molly.
I don't think he was cleared there either.
Nope.
Amanek just holds on to this bit of real estate. It's going to keep a couple of Vitality players busy. You can see Shox and Kyojin now backpedaling out of the side as Vitality have ZywOo solo A. Saw the flash. Oh, it's a smoke.
Ah, and now they can completely and totally abuse it. They know it's an AWP. Hunter will start his prowl. He's very strong on these angles. I'd love to see if Apex can challenge him. Can't beat Hunter. Now ZywOo is truly all alone. And if they just full commit, if G2 just group and gather, there's still a very divided Vitality. You can't just depend on this one man to defend a whole site. Finds the gap in the smoke, challenges, and it's again the same scenario. 1 for 1, Nexa trades now. Let's see if it's the same result. Man disadvantage this time.
Amanek's flanking too, this one's done.
Oh, looks like they're gonna go for it though, and there, that flank will seal their fate. Perfection from Amanek, not quite. Kyojin nearly his second, but I don't even think they want to go for this. I mean, what are you supposed to do? A single smoke.
Oh dear, that's 6 now in a row.
It is. We haven't seen a Vitality defense. We haven't seen anything from that 10-5 half.
Well, it changes now, right? After this point, look, I say there shouldn't be any more saves. There probably can be. It's all situational. Everything is coming down to the details of that moment, but they need to start contesting for a couple of these. Apex, they're peaking after they knew that it was the one-way smoke as well. That is one of the hardest fights that you can go for. Kyojin finishing off Hunter there, but that fight, right, we've seen the way that Art manipulates that position on that smoke many a time. So Apex stepping out was brave. If he got one and traded, that's okay, but the fact he doesn't get anything done there, really unfortunate scenes, and yeah, frustration starting to build.
It's
man
interesting.
who wears his heart on his sleeve.
He certainly does.
Or on his face.
But that smoke that they're throwing every round, ZywOo has the ability to still peek in front of it, right? But that has not stopped them in the slightest. It just means that's where they need to have their crosshair placed, in front of the smoke wall.
Yeah, like it's such a risk from ZywOo there, right? Because what he's hoping to do, obviously, get one and get away.
Yeah.
But even when you're trying to backpedal out of there, you know that you don't have any other teammates to help bait for you in that situation, right? So ZywOo trying to do a lot on his own. Can't blame the guy. Has been called on many times to do exactly that in Vitality over the years. And Vitality now will have to go for a partial investment behind the saved guns. It is just going to be some scrappy pistols, and if anything, this is probably where they break the drought here in the second half. Well, let's see how freaky they can get.
You're right, you're right. You haven't got a single CT round. Now you're on a half buy. Couple of rifles in the mix.
And you both push mid.
And you both walk into Jax's crosshair. Shox needs the trade and provides it. Now things will get a little more spicy. Because G2, they're in limbo completely. Look at them. They're back towards spawn. Their knives are out. They're back to rejig towards mid. And interestingly enough, it's been completely vacated. They'll get that answer soon enough.
Yeah, this is them calling the bluff, playing the rotation game, right? Okay, well, there's 2 there. They're not going to hang around. They're going to expect us to go elsewhere. Well, we're going to go where they least expect it.
Yeah, and look how little Apex expects. He's going to walk through. Lackadaisical, not even looking. Easy find. Oh, problems now. Vitality do have to overcome the odds.
Big shake of the head there as well. Starting to get grim over there in the Vitality camp. This will be 7 in a row.
Or will it? He still hits one.
How?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, Shox has made it competitive. Just a triple. 2 on that mid-cross.
This is all heard. They heard all this. Masuda knows exactly what's up.
Yeah, and the bomb retrieval will not be fun for Nico. Haven't seen a Nico clutch in some time. Oh, that's an unpredictable angle. He can't adjust in time. Masuda, powerful. And Vitality finally post their first. Of course it is. Of course it is. And Shox's double is the only way they saved them. ZywOo, the fact he takes 1. Let's see this again. So Shox did open things up, but this is how he saved them. 1 and done. Oof. All headshots.
Amanek's going to be kicking himself if he didn't grab that trade there. You know, that goes down. They're in the 2-on-1 situation on the other foot, and yeah, all in all, going to be a rough one for G2 to swallow as they get the AKs back out.
They've had a couple of them, Chad.
Yeah, when you consider the first half scenario, now we can start saying the clutch situations are falling in Vitality's favor without a doubt. That's one of the rounds that G2, again, really should have been winning.
Masuda just holding his ground and holding his nerve against this mid-fight. Takes down Nico, and he wants to go again. That's the bomb. Nexa's not ready. Masuda! Oh, Masuda! Vitality's individuals have connected in a big way in these last 2 rounds. He's top of the scoreboard. He's out-fragging ZywOo.
It's crazy that Kyojin's coming in there as their 3rd star as well here during this map. We already attested to the fact we've seen him do great things on Vertigo, but just continuing to keep it up against a quality opponent like G2.
Give him
He's
the
going to
4th.
grab another actual whack-a-mole here. Yeah, Amanek, you want to go into your own flames?
Poor Amanek. No way in, no way out. Shake it all about. He's got 45 seconds to do the Okie Kokie. Alrighty, 12 for Vitality. That's the first 2 defensive rounds we've seen out of them. It took a while. 6 rounds to be specific. All going G2's way before Vitality have shown up in the defense. And this is all thanks to Masuta. Previously Shox the star, re-aggressing into Nexa and then having the ability to stop that trade in its tracks. Amazing stuff. We've got a game here now, folks. And a complete sacrifice of util for Jax. He's just got the bare bones. Heading back to middle. And ZywOo once more. Ooh, the flash does deny him. He does not pick up the frag, but Nex has been spotted, and that nade has Nex's name on it. Didn't quite get that one right. Back to middle. No Masuta to be seen this time.
There's a gap for now.
And he's up towards construction. Shox being tested here. They're trying to wrap around. Shox, powerful angle. Hunter, an important trade. Kyojin's tucked in. Negligence on Hunter's part. Trades are there from Nico. The bomb's on B. And Nico floating to cut this mid-rotation off, but ZywOo was holding, catches him just before he slips into the unknown.
It's a really bad death from Nico there. That could open the door to go for this retake. Otherwise, it was probably the Vitality save and the 3-on-3.
Nexa and Amanek have to pull up their socks. The flash is pulled, so Masuta to advance. It's likely to blind Amanek. Doesn't. Neither of them. Blinded, but Masuta hitting the shots, and it's all onto Nexa coming up clutch. ZywOo's his last victim. 10 HP separating them, but the round is gone. Nico's going to be kicking himself. 13 to Vitality, and as you highlighted, Chad, it wasn't a certainty they'd go for that.
Yeah, I think if you're considering the 3-on-3 on the site, knowing they had to get past that construction position, Nico was the first man they had to get to, right? He made, I think he made a couple of footsteps there as well, just on the way around the corner. So ZywOo with a huge kill, and Nexa did his very, very best there. Plenty of time. ZywOo on the defuse, and that one is actually going to sting because G2 now are down to 3 Galils. The AKs are still there, but this is a much weaker buy than the previous, and here comes one of these aggressive maneuvers.
Again, they love it, and that's snappy. He out-snapped the snappiest. That's Jax he's taken down.
Oh, and they're going to force the hand of G2 here. They can just stay in this back and forth merry-go-round to the lower site where they ping-pong between A and B lobbies. They really could use a kill here. And look at this elevated angle from Shox. He might catch the lip of the head of Nico here if he's not careful.
If he uses the railing, he would be exposed. And this is how the pro player has evolved. He's pre-aiming boosts. 2 boosts he's contending with here. The one-way smoke indicates there's a good chance he's going to get some friction soon. X-Ray off to live in his world. Nothing is a guarantee. Oh, just a little glimmer. The trades from Hunter. Apex stands his ground. Flames force him to move. And he is a sitting duck for Amanek. Good find on the flashbang. Another replaces him. This was Masuta, just wide. So difficult to keep track of them. And another 1v2. Nex is not considering this flank so soon. ZywOo has him booked. There's no way. And into the head for good measure. Another for Vitality, and G2 are going to be feeling absolutely awful. The polar opposite of how those first 6 rounds have felt. A couple of heartbreakers hidden in the 4 that we've seen from Vitality in the second half.
Yeah, I think G2 are going to feel like they've given away way too many opportunities. And that's the reason the scoreline's sitting like this. Now, it's not like Vitality didn't work for them. You know, you're not giving a 2-1-5 to Kyojin and Masuta in the first half.
Shox's double and mid stands out like a sore thumb. The 2v5 in the first half. I mean, Nexa's near 1v3. And they're coming his way. Kyojin's so blind. He has to go down cleanly, and he does. Whoa, Nico, man possessed, is so ahead of the pack. There was no one to help. And there's no one left. Hunter's trying to change things. Jax has provided double with the Deeg. And so ZywOo's been handed a clutch. God, that was quick. I can't believe we're here already. They can take all the time in the world. We're in a 1v2 now. And even boosting for ZywOo. I wonder if he'll see it as it fades. Oh, glimmer of Jax. He anticipates the repeat.
Oh!
Hunter's too good. And finally, something aligns for G2. They're given something to hold on to, and they evade the 15th. The condemnation of OT or a loss. Let's see the second from Jax. So he hits his first, continues to find the crucial second. Bang.
Oh, that's nice.
It had to be that. Shox was about to dip into cover. The fact he's proactive to hunt.
Oh.
And Hunter completely unfazed by the 1v1 pressure.
Double orbs. Shox and ZywOo into the big greens here. It's a bit of a sketchy buy with the MP9 and the Famis, but the orbs can be the difference maker. ZywOo's quick on this. He's fighting.
Oof. Straight through. And once Blood missing his shot, he'll go down. That's a huge frag to find from Hunter. And another provided as well. G2 starting to run away with another round here. To change things was Apex. It's damage, it's not enough.
What an investment that was to throw into such an aggressive maneuver that didn't pan out at all. How are they going to mop up this mess?
Yeah, I think the mojo was just flowing. Felt like he could take it.
Hoping for a real slip-up here, aren't they? Kyojin and Shox, I don't know if they'll go looking for the fight as much as they'll let it come to them. Because where the loss bonus is at now, it has almost bottomed out for Vitality. 1900 in that next round.
Nex has gone and did a very, very deep clear of A.
Yeah, they should just rotate back and bring the bomb now. They can be as noisy as you like about this. It was just this short position, now completely cleared. And really, maybe Nexa might want to start getting a look in for a hunt. If they just knew that Shox had that secondary AWP, I'm not sure if it's been fired, if they're aware that it's on the deck. But it wouldn't be bad to strip these guns. Again, 1900 next round means Vitality, money broken, tail end of the game. And G2, even though they've been trailing, could actually snatch back and tie us up to 14-14 before we see another set of guns come out from Vitality.
Oh, Shox reveals the orb. They're not going to let that go. So many players. There's no way. There's no way. Shox has lost it, as has Kyojin. Dream result for G2. All 5 alive. Weapons to choose from. And we'll see how Hunter open things up. There's a one-way smoke, essentially. You can see his legs just sticking out like a sore thumb. That T-smoke truly enables Hunter to find that aggressive ZywOo.
Oh, caught Masuda clear as day as well, didn't he?
They came for free, Chad. They came for free in such a crucial round, so much invested, and it's just shooting at legs.
Yeah, double orbs into that. It's so risky right there. And you see now the flip side of this. Vitality on these pistols. Next round, 2400. ZywOo could get the AWP out again if he really, really wanted to. And that's the gap smoke being facilitated by Nico there, I think we saw from spawn with the smoke. Now, G2 have lost some stinkers around here. If they lose this one, I think mentally they might just be in the bin for Vertigo. This essentially is the 14th, considering the investment. 4 players over towards A, Masuda solo middle. Hunter could be an absolute monster on the T side up towards this short and A ramp position. Let's see how many heads he can lop on off. No armor to deal with.
Ooh, Hamanek. Couple of bodies spotted. And a good couple of USP dinks, which has enabled Masuda to land a couple of his own. One lethal, one not. It's actually Nico that took down his teammate. So we are all tied up. The necessary equalizer on that eco from Vitality. And so we are right here where it matters. The next 2 rounds to determine who will be taking Team Vitality's map pick.
And if I'm Vitality, I might even consider using back-to-back timeouts here. The reason being, you've just heard me talking about the loss bonus situation. If they lose this one, that's 15 for G2, and it's 2900 coming through, which if they lose all their guns again, they're going to have absolutely nothing to operate with. We're talking MP9s, Deagles, shotguns, whatnot, Famises maybe.
So you're telling me if they concede that first frag off, they do full invest, like they're going to have this horrible battle where it's like, we kind of want to save?
And G2 can chase, because look at G2's economy right now. We're talking almost 10k on a Hunter. We've got about 6k on Jax. You've got Nico there with 6.4 as well. So they can risk throwing bodies at trying to take away any save rifles. It feels like Vitality have to contest this, and they have to convert this, because G2 have a bye next round anyway.
Okay. Hunter, very quick, dispatched straight to B. Kyojin, another opponent, and there goes Kyojin. This is now the worst case scenario as we discussed. Shock's frowning, he knows he's got so much to do. Just for survival, trying to find a safe haven between the flames. More replaced it, burning down by Jax. He's gone, another body dropped by Hunter. They're running out of chances now. Vitality, the save conversation's gone. It's just about survival, they can't even do that. Jax with 3 at the biggest round of Vertigo so far. G2, they were down in the dumps, 10-5. And they're responding with a potential 11-4. This could very well be the end. No one wants to be in the position you're in right now if you're Vitality. No one wants to be playing for overtime in a map you had a distinct advantage on with MP9s and Deagles in your pocket.
Oh, and the webcam's gone as well there. That's the frustrations visualized as MP9's Deagle. Oh, this is going to get ugly. Very, very ugly here. Vitality have already won a round like this thanks to Shocks in this half, but there's no AK.
If ever there was a time for a Zywoo round.
They're just going with a execute. All 5 members of G2 are here. 4 players from Vitality as well. If they get in front of the smoke wall, this is going to get messy as hell.
That Molly will send him forwards.
Oh, they're going to push. They're going to push.
Yeah, timing doesn't seem bad. Oh, but Hunter still gets his boots on the ground. Frags look good for a second. Nico deals with the short push. Only Kyojin, G2, 1 frag away from taking Vitality's pick away from them. And the bomb's going in now. Kyojin, a long, painful, silent journey. The lone pilgrim looking to somehow find 3 armored AK-47s and defuse. The kit's on site. G2 will not let this slip. After so many shortcomings, so many unluco maluco moments. And that's the Amanek. Trade comes in, and there you have it. G2, they'll take Vertigo. This one's heating up. Vitality G2, we said they were inseparable. Nearly are. 30 rounds it takes to separate them, and that's just the first map. We'll be back to break down that first before we get ready for our second.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Yes, we have been benching Kenyas, and now we have Jax to replace him. How our system looks like now, definitely not the same, because they don't have the same roles at all themselves. Like they are both aggressive, which is something. They both bring good energy in the group outside of the game. So we knew, like in terms of synergy outside of the game, it would remain like really, really nice. So we were not scared for that. When it's coming from the game itself, we are like using the 2 Kovac players we have as best as we can. Having Jax is helping a lot on T side. We finally have 2 anchors on City as well, which is like definitely something. And we are still figuring out how we can like make them in the best conditions to hold our defense as best as possible. And we have Amanek now that is opening more and more, and specifically on City, that's one of the big focus the last weeks, and it will remain for a while because he's really, really good at cementing and like, you know, putting the gel with everything we have. 2 strong anchors, the 2 Kovac during the rotations, and having Amanek like moving well, taking his spawns here and there, and like utility usage is also really good. So yeah, I guess it's kind of a good summary of where we stand at the moment.
The toughest opponent in the group, we have two actually really good that are in really good shape right now. Obviously, the Gambit, who is the best team in the world right now. Some rookies that been from nowhere to top 1. They're playing really good CS. They're really good mechanically, all of them. So it helps them a lot to be that good. And obviously G2, because G2 have been performing super well the last 2 events. So both of them are going to be the toughest opponents, even if obviously when you have Astralis, Complexity, and some others, it's always pretty hard to play against anyway.
Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay, mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si la situación te asusta, enfréntala. Si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha. Si la alegría te abraza, acéptala. Si la suerte no te roza, búscala. Nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad.
Hello and welcome back to IEM Summer, where we've just seen a close opening map of Vertigo between G2 and Vitality. G2 stealing the Frenchman's map pick from under their noses. It must be absolutely devastating for Apex and co, but hopefully they've got 10 minutes to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and get ready to try and take this to a 3-map series. And we really hope that they do, because what we've seen so far has been electrifying. But right now, we've got to put the focus on you guys in Twitch chat, because it's time for the DHL drop. And so the question is about to appear here. I've been working on it. Who won the first hashtag IEM CSGO tournament? Was it A, TSM, B, Envious, C, Mousesports, or D, CLG? This is going back quite a few years, so some of you might not even be old enough to remember, but use exclamation mark DHL drop, then leave a space, and then A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Do you know the answer, Yanko? You're old.
I wish Kassad was here. He definitely knows he's the oldest one. I'm not that old, Frank. I just look old because of the time I spent as a coach.
The white shirt. You're not fun. Anyway, the first half, Vitality winning some statistically impossible clutches, it seemed, Maniac. And I'm wondering if we can go straight into round 7, because I just want to see it again. That 2v5 with Masuta and Kyojin on A ramp.
Yeah, we can have some fun with that crazy clutch coming in. It starts with Hunter making the difference over on the B side, as we can see. That double kill in itself should be enough. Now we move into the 2v5, bomb planted, and this is what I appreciate. They go for the duel. So many times we see players just waiting, hoping to win the clutch. Not Kyojin, not Misuta. They go for it again. Misuta, his teammate fought before him, but he goes for another kill that we didn't get to see, but it was beautiful too. I think in general, Yanko, this was a very high-intensity game. It was messy. It must have been burning a lot of energy mentally because of all these trades happening non-stop, these tags going up against each other. That was like a boxing game.
Yeah, it didn't start great for G2, losing that, 1v1 in the first gun round, Amanek to Kyojin, who was low HP. They win the second gun round flawlessly, and then this happens. They lose a 5v2, and you're thinking, oh, it's going to be one of those G2 games, right? But they managed to bounce back, and with a very strong T side, close it out. It was a weird game in a sense of the teams were mostly just winning rounds in blocks, right? Yeah. Like, Vitality wins 5 rounds, then G2 wins, 3 or 4 rounds, and Vitality closes out the half. Same in the second half, so we don't see that too often these days.
You do if you watch British Counter-Strike. Shout out to Insomnia.
Which no one does.
Anyway, Masuta was giving Zaiwu a run for his money as well. And it's been interesting to watch the development of this player, Maniac, because he seems like a no-brainer as a pickup right now. But a year or so ago, we were a bit curious as to why this young kid who was still in school had been taken on by the team, because he had so much to learn. And now he's leading from the front, it seems.
Yeah, he absolutely is. In this tournament so far, he's an X-Factor. He is the definition of an X-Factor, the second man in Vitality now. I think time will allow me to say that he can be the secondary, you know, hard carry in Vitality. For now, it could be just a good week. It could be just a good month where Misuta is really performing high. But if he can maintain that level, then suddenly that opens up the door for dreams and imagination when it comes to Vitality. He had a sick game again. Like as soon as he gets into the rhythm, we have this action in mind where he fights middle against 3 players and he re-peaks and wins the duel again. He is very decisive. He is very skilled. But for now, like I said, let's be careful for how long it lasts.
Yeah, it's a good sign for Vitality that he kept it up from their previous games. And, you know, there definitely needs to be a second start to Zaiwa. I think most of us were looking towards Shox for that, simply based off of his experience too. But Misuta seems to be doing it right now, and I just want to point out in that second half for G2, I like the calling early on. I think it gave them a lot of variety and a lot of opportunities throughout that second half, because that early fast B hit that they did in basically the second gun round that worked perfectly, that kept Vitality honest, that they couldn't really play heavy A ramp at the start of the round, right? That's why G2 was able to continuously find openings there. Vitality couldn't put too many resources because you see that G2 likes to throw, even towards the very end, these like B expos or fast B hits, where Jack actually, although he didn't have the best of games, in those rounds, he was getting the entries.
Well, that seems like a good as time as any to talk through round 20, Maniac, because this is where Vitality, they look like they've got off to a good start, and then G2 scuppered them.
That's exactly the round that Janko is mentioning. That fast B push where Vitality come in with the right stack, 3 players in that staircase, and G2 just completely dismantled them. And I wonder if you were to understand how hurtful it is for Vitality, because it is a round that not only you had the right setup, you had the right gamble, and you still lost, but down the line it forces you to give some resources and utility towards the B side. You know that the threat is here. Early on in the half, they've scored a goal on your B side. You need to be careful with that, and G2 played with it.
Yeah, moving forward to Inferno as the next map, that's like if a team has a fast A hit on your T side, it kind of prevents you from playing too much 3B at the start of the round, and it's just how those dynamics work in the Tier 1C.
Looking at this lineup really quickly before we get to the answer of the DHL drop, because I know people in Twitch chat want to know if they were geeky enough to get that right. On paper, who is the strongest team individually? Because for me, I can't really tell the difference, apart from obviously you've got Zaiwu, but you've got Nico, you've got Hunter and G2.
I think G2 by far.
Yeah, I think G2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. I like that you covered that quickly. You're very conscious of the clock, and I appreciate you both.
I think about the Twitch chat.
You think about the Twitch chat, don't we all, gentlemen? Okay, let's get the answer for the DHL drop. And this one was one of the hardest questions we've ever had, I think, on the DHL drop. But the answer was Team Envious. Think back to the days of the French team. So this is dating pre-Nifty, Sonic & Co. Look at
Inferno.
Inferno, yeah, I was thinking that's Inferno.
That is definitely
Sorry,
Inferno.
I'm young.
And let's be very careful with how you characterize that period of time, because I was playing at the time. So let's all be mindful of the terms we use, right? This is not too far away.
Is this from the same year that you were beaten by Chad?
I'm assuming
it's the same tournament. It's the same tournament.
It must have been the same tournament.
I actually think it's the same tournament, or it might have been a year before that happened. But yeah, I'm just glad we don't have audio from this, because the gun sounds are just like. And I remember everyone was complaining about that at the start. We're mostly about why are you fixing the gun sounds and not, you know, the game. But actually, I don't know how we were able to listen to that every day.
We didn't care, honestly.
Well, the gentle waves of music are lapping over us, which means we need to take a short break. So when we come back, we're going to be heading to Inferno, and it's going to be cast by the dynamic duo Spasheen.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Rocking and rolling into map 2, series 2, and this one as big as the last. We've got Vitality and G2 in the server. My name's Machine. His name is Chad. He's the Australian one.
G'day, mate.
That's what he sounds like all the time, believe it or not. But Inferno, a very familiar battleground for these two teams, as we just saw over on the analyst desk, just how it used to look and sound. My God, yeah, we've definitely had a new lick of paint, but plays the same. Let's get into what could very well be the last map between G2 and Vitality. Just pipping them at the post. I mean, it was discussed. And you were definitely, if you didn't catch the analyst desk segment, you missed out in terms of understanding how that Vertigo really did fall by the wayside. So close to completion after a 10-5 half. Vitality are on the back foot, though. Let's see if they can get their G2 opponent. Map pick started off with a pistol. On the defense, Masuta and Zaiwu are your B defenders. Shocks with a pop flash upon contact. Should enable Zaiwu to at least get out. Oh, that's the first head, and there's more to come. Flashes in its way, and that's the trade from Masuta. Even trades for now.
Okay, well, there are no Shocks is on the side as well. That flash is going to be called in the feed, so are they going to scurry in, or are they going to take their time? Heading on in, Shocks towards the new
Spotted
Fox.
him. Oh, they know exactly where you are, and Amanex a bouncy Glock. He's coming in hot, as is Hunter. Scavenged USP finds another head. Apex Shadow available. Kyojin's there, and it's only Kyojin now. No way. Every shot out of those pistols connects. G2, a brilliant start.
Yeah, and just a quick one here to catch everybody up. If you're tuning in, you're like, where's RPK? Yep, he's been gone for a little while now. Kyojin's actually played 23 maps with the team. It's happened very swiftly. And turning our attention to the battleground we find ourselves on now of Inferno, this has been played 3 times by Vitality since the addition of Kyojin. And those 3 times, they've won it twice, lost it once. 2 of the victories were against FPX and OG.
How is Apex already pulling a face that extreme after a lost pistol?
Look, the guy, I think, just has the highest of standards in the entire world, that everything needs to go perfect at all times.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't win the coin toss round.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Now we'll force buy and we get a double dip at it. One of the most influx rounds in the entire game.
In fact, yeah, if anything, this is the one you should get upset about if you lose. It's better than losing the pistol, or better than winning the pistol, sorry, is converting this second and the following.
Some of their woes, I was just having a look with those stats, Alex. Oh, hold up. Let me save my numbers because we might have a bit of a biff here. Zaiwu, under pressure. The snapping turtle doesn't bite as hard as he was hoping.
Oh, here we go. Kyojin scouted nicely. Good work from Hunter. Shocks' Deagle still present in pit. Just managed to reposition. Jax is closing the gap on hay bales. He might not be ready for this close quarters. Didn't check it. Didn't check it. Still Nico goes down. Jax has to react. He does in time.
Oh.
Yeah, nearly. Very nearly awkward. And through the smoke, Apex slamming his desk.
You just walked through a smoke, dude. What do you think's going to happen?
They were staring at the...
How were they staring at the smoke?
They're watching what I'm doing.
God damn it!
Oh, that sounds so scary. There's someone has got you very loud on the TV somewhere, Chad. They're like, who's shouting?
Sorry, everyone. Okay, so Kyojin, in those 3 maps for this team, has abysmal statistics, unfortunately, right? It's not an easy map, especially when played at the highest level. He's at 0.77.
This is the definition of a bonus as well. Look how little they... Like, Hunter didn't even choose to reinvest.
Yeah,
happy. Happy as a chappy.
We've got Apex and Shocks over those 3 maps as the 2 highest rated players. Then it goes Zaiwu, who has a negative rating of 0.97, and Masuda at 0.93. So, dramas right now.
Hello guys, welcome to Shocks Nate tutorial. Just throw like this, stand on this, and it does damage, you see?
Voila.
Voila, as easy as that. Owie, ooh. Suter's Deagle's not going to be feeling quite so potent anymore.
Your French accent is really good, and you speak German really well. So I think
combined,
we're going to say you can speak 3 languages.
Yeah, man, I can sound like Shocks. That's a language, I think. Do you imagine me just going into my breakfast just doing a Shocks impression? I think I would like you have a croissant, perhaps, for the breakfast.
You can pull it off. The only reason you'd be screwed is if they reply to you in French. That's the only time you'd have a drama.
You have, you know, the long bread. I believe you call it
baguette.
Oui.
Oh, I love the French. And I do love how emotional Apex is, right? Because, look...
I'd take it over, you know, an emotionless 17-year-old any day of the week.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is he's invested. He cares, and he's showing that he cares, and doesn't have his teammates right now around him to rub off. I know that some people seem to think that that's an issue.
Yeah, but I mean, look how, you know, the other side of the coin, like when you see Alexi standing up and celebrating, it's the same as when you see Apex standing up and celebrating. Then they're not going to hide how they feel one way or the other.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it can be quite a juxtaposition, a contrast between the two when you look at the highs you can find in Pro CS and the lowest of lows. Zywoo aggressive and no issue. Jax still doing the flashbang dance. Masuta sets Zywoo up and knocks them down. Early disadvantage for G2 into our fourth.
Oh, they're using that info. It might be fast up mid here, extinguishing the smoke into Shox, who has a nade out.
Yeah, he's just got his weapon out in time. Kyojin, perfect support from the balcony, and he gets a second as well. G2 just written out of this one.
Nice stuff there, and well handled by Kyojin. He was under a lot of pressure, and he's playing a difficult job as the pit anchor.
Yeah, and now look at Amanek. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Oh,
that's something, but that's the bomb.
Yeah, felt a little bit delayed on that first shot there. Regardless, I don't think the situation would have changed that much. It is just Hunter now. Going to turn into the Hunted very soon. That bomb in the open. 3 players staring at it, and bottom of Banana lockdown as well. Apex cognizant of that potential wrap towards Arch. Another smoke towards the Apps position, and, well, time is just going to be siphoned away on this one. Ooh, flashes a sound cue, so Apex turns. Misdirection at an all-time high. But still, how are you getting past this crossfire?
You're not. Oh, and it feels like you've been spotted out already. Nice find. Hunter does have a Molotov to force Apex into a wider line. One top of the AK, and you take off the head. Nonsense. Not the word I wanted to say, but it was the word that came out of my mouth. It's over, though. Masuta peeks out as soon as he hears steps. Good save, but bloody good attempt from Hunter. And Vitality, they convert off of Zywoo's opener. We'll see how that one started. Hunter, though, let me see this second shot again. I think he's just shot...
On the bike, right?
Well, he's on the bike, but he's falling off it. He's falling off it. Yeah, mid-air.
Okay, well...
Why don't I just get more helium? The more helium injected as the nonsense level of the round rises.
It's your surprise.
Oh, my God. I didn't know I had that capacity.
Oh, we've seen it before.
Oh, we know.
Heard it before.
We know. In fact, we're desperately trying to keep it under wraps.
I think you've been doing a great job of keeping it under wraps.
Thanks, man. HLTV will mute a few less highlights.
It's like such a... You've done the sick casting up to the point, and then HLTV just go, we're just going to...
Okay, yeah, you've ruined it there, haven't you?
We'll take that bit out.
There we go.
Yeah, the play, maybe it can speak for itself.
He does look like an anime protagonist as well, does Kyojin? Plenty of follicles there. Not follically challenged in any capacity.
Oh. I'm losing my hair, everybody.
I was in no way, shape, or form directed at you. I was just complimenting Kyojin.
It's easier if I own it.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
It hurts less if I just tell everybody.
Let's see what Shox is up to. Walking on down to Chinatown.
Could just be a bit of pressure here. Mactown on Amanek is already leering on in.
Yeah, the Amanek 10 is potent. But so is Shox. If he gets the bomb, they're going to cancel everything. Ooh, Nico! So fast around that corner. He accelerated around that corner. The Nico peek, and nice from Misu to the B defense, just says no.
Maybe don't go B now.
Yeah, that's a very apparent answer. It's to the point. Can we just walk into B without the exec? The answer is a resounding N and an O.
They need to keep this costly here, the Kovac cousins.
Rolling it back. Just like they used to do in the Belgrade Land Center.
Let's see if they can replicate any of that magic.
There's not enough noise. They need people shouting, throwing bottles at each other. Plastic bottles. Molly them out. It's at least going to make Masuta move, right? Yep, here he comes. Wait for the flash, and it does enable them to isolate the first. This is shaping up all right.
They know another player's close because of that flash.
And they're boosting. They're going to run boost into CT, trying to get info. Oh, Rushly, I see you in the chat. I see people typing T-Tors. Don't you dare.
He got debated so hard there.
He got so debated.
Dear.
Keep your T-Tors in your pocket, fellas. That's not Rush's fault. Look at this cancel from Hunter's Airstrafe. Changed my mind.
Yeah, I didn't like that one very much. Doesn't matter. Max and Felix in the replay, they've got you covered.
Much love to them.
Economical here for the gamers too.
This is exactly how we started before, I think. Just tying things up now. Vitality in response to that pistol start.
Just one flash here on Nexus, so it's going to be a pop and go. Nico's Deagle, the only thing to boast as far as weaponry is concerned, and Apex is already working on this banana creep, so going to be called clear. High alert for these mid defenders, and Zywoo's AWP met with Shocks in the cubby. Deagle's down, rest will follow. Shock stepping out to grab as many freebies as he can. Pad those stats, my friend. These are everybody's favorite. Next has got the Deagle, but yeah, this is a matter of time round right here, right now. Still a matter of time round.
That's the M4 you were asking about.
I don't know. I don't think that's it. It's Nico's one.
You said it was a multicolor M4.
I think it's called Color Life or Life Color or something. We'll see when they swap on back over. Oh, also, we should see how many M4A4s compared to silenced M4s we have on this map, because it'd be interesting to see if Vitality are changing per map. Something that has been a discussion for, well, basically since both guns entered the game, really.
Here they go. So they've completely denied Zywoo's help, and oh, he's gone. Nexus hit 2 stunning Deagles. If he can get the bomb down, I was going to say, I'd have been something to celebrate out of that round, but now they have the weapons back. 3-3, tied up nicely.
Maybe looking with the spawns here for Mr. Zywoo. Let me just have a little zoom around. He's got a okay mid-spawn here, so we might see Zywoo get a little bit aggressive moving into the next gun round. No AWP to really resist. 5 AK-47s, Util a bit light on the likes of Jax, Amanek, both with a few shy. Nico doesn't have a Molotov here, so what's the call? 4 players quick through second mid. This is a fast A set piece, I think.
That's a molly for Zywoo's position. He will have to move. Still maintains control, and they do the silent boost up to bedrooms, and there should be no indicators that they have this control other than the fact that it's not held by a CT. Zywoo flash, he's going to have to tuck in, and that's a good amount of space. They tried to punish the repeat.
Bloody knife out.
Kyojin saved him completely. Zywoo's gone unpunished for that. And now the util dump is full in effect. Hunter is elevated. He can hit this shot any day of the week, and he has. Pit is no longer a problem. Graveyard is. Jax can change things, and he has. Oh, Zywoo. Surrounded on every front. Nico swinging into the site. It still does go down to that AWP, and now Apex providing the support. They just can't seem to get Zywoo off the site. Everyone. First Kyojin. Now Apex.
Is Zywoo the boogeyman or something? Think about how much control and stead they had in that round. And just with Zywoo in the site on his lonesome, they have evacuated all the way to B.
It's the right call. And they've gotten across. That's the fight, though. That's the bomb. He can't get them both. Nexa just can't tame the spray. And so Vitality will take it, but that's some reactive CT play from the French.
Yeah, that was an absolute race right there. And the fact that Nexa, you know, he goes back for that kill, unable to convert before the frag comes through. This was the great shot here from Hunter, but look how committed they are. Apex gets one as the smoke is fading. Okay, so as that happens, I guess they figured that any cover they may have is completely removed. And Vitality taking the lead here, so up to 4. And yeah, you can see with the buys right now, we've got Shocks into an M4A4. We've got Apex in 1 as well. Kyojin's still rocking the silence, but Kyojin has been clutch in 2 of the rounds here to save his teammates. It was Shocks in an early round and Zywoo in that one right there. So great stuff from the rookie.
Owie.
Nexus Deagle is on point this game.
Yeah, it is, and that's not going to last forever. Just running out of bullets and chances. Apex vision restored, and actually he wants to actively fight for Banana. He's the lone defender.
Really risky right now.
It is.
Zywoo's close. He is Speedway right now with that AWP, so if Apex does go down, Zywoo will be there in time to clean up the mess, but an AK's been picked on up for Hunter here. Nico's not going to clear this. This is such an odd play by Apex.
To still be here. Oh, couldn't get better than that. It doesn't get freer than that. And these two have been on a very passive A setup for this entire round. I guess up against the pistols, you don't want to be giving them a weapon detached from the sight. They have to force their way in now, and ZywOo, ooh, will miss his shot, so Long's a threat. Smokes are out, and it shouldn't be much more than that. Kyojin, quick work.
Okay, I guess he's been doing his homework, right? It hasn't been a long time. I mentioned 23 maps before. This is a map definitely not looking great as far as his stats are concerned, but here continuing to do a good job. So Vitality, I don't think they were coming into Inferno, you know, super confident. They are off the back at 2 wins in a row, but still, this is looking very good for an early CT haul. This is 5 in a row. They have denied a plant in all 5 of those rounds. G2 are now maxed out in the loss bonus. They need to start finding some traction and getting this bomb down to facilitate more purchases going forward, and eventually maybe consider an AWP to deal with ZywOo, but this is a 4-man lean. Kyojin's been left solo on the A bomb site while they limp out all this util. This is going to give them a second wave to help Apex go for the clear.
This is quick, look. I think Nexus just said, let's hit A. There's too much activity. They're going wrong side. ZywOo actually flashing and pushing. That's brave. I can't believe he's alive. And Kyojin, Shock's pushing through the library smoke. They're onto the A site. Kyojin's got so much on his plate. He somehow takes one with him. Enables a roughly even trade, and they've forgotten the bomb.
Yeah, it got dropped there in the fray of things, and Masuda's about to see it when he rounds this corner.
We have bomb.
Oh dear, this is so difficult for G2 to get back into now.
Now the CTs are the ones that are smoking library side.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. It's a perfect crossfire. There is...
Unless they go all the way back around to B and really take their time on this.
I don't know if I fancy that either. They're just going to walk in. Nico from long side. Masuta's even clearing. As Nico looks away, Masuta, the audacity, gets away as well. And ZywOo, you wouldn't peek, would you? You would! Hunter's ready, and they finish it off. G2 bail themselves out of trouble. Oh, this game, it's delivering, isn't it?
That was a mess. That was an absolute mess. Like, I'm sure when Masuda saw the bomb, they were like, hold up a second, we can actually win this. We don't have to save for once. Wow, boy, oh boy. Good stuff from Nico here. Great shooting from Jax there under pressure as well. And back we go. The guns are out. Masuda's been into a deagle. There's a AWP for ZywOo. This is a chance for G2 to break the French right now.
Bang. Into the shoes. Nico barefoot for the rest of this one.
That looks like a pre-fire shot, you know? Like,
perfect. Perfection. Shocks, just the right amount of fingertip on that throw. Takes down Nico's leg shotted by ZywOo. Leg shotted? Leg shot. I think that's past tense.
Yeah. Look, don't ask me for anything to do with the English language.
No, nor me. And I'm a professional talker.
The cool thing is we can butcher whatever we want.
Oh, all the time.
Look at this double pit setup here from Shox and Kyojin. Going to be hard to displace. Apex is rotated over. There will be a 4th man to Masuda here in the next 10 to 15. Really comes down to Amanek here.
Oh. Speak his name and he shall show up in the feed. A little bit of tracer fire from Apex, and Amanek's actually going deeper. Kyojin, quick react. Another chance. Amanek caught on the advance, and he's down 2. Kyojin, the pit player, nearly makes it 3. He's done enough, though, you'd think. Hunter, head on a swivel, 1, then done. How has he bailed him out of 2 of them back to back? Another great reaction from Hunter. And if he shows his head, ZywOo has got the capacity to hit this shot.
Can't rescope now.
Yeah. Nexa checks him. G2, another right by the tiniest of margins recovered. That was a 5v4. Look at what Kyojin's doing for them. He does so much work.
Oh, that's crispy. I guess we've seen multiple times the G2 players have preference in getting up on that bike.
Bam!
Yeah, that was quick. That was really quick.
Not many people can do that.
There's some aim stars in the server here today. Obviously, we talk about the G2 players. We've got Jax, Nico, Hunter, right, all very, very sharp. But then on the other side with Vitality, I think you're seeing the young aim of Masuda and Kyojin, especially over there on Vertigo in some of their moments. ZywOo without even a conversation.
Yeah, that P250 round it embodies that breed.
Yeah, that blew my mind so much I couldn't even say anything.
Well, yeah, and another example of it is, you know, we've seen Jax's P250. Now that's where the aimers can really just demonstrate how their capacity for these long-range, unheard-of engagements and the quickest reaction time.
Looks sunny in France right now, so just having a look out of Masuda's window there. Looks like a beautiful day. Still no plants, Alex. Look, I know the bomb has gone down, but the round has not been concluded by the detonation of the C4, as it were. Eco round here from Vitality, and now a chance for G2 to get back into the lead. Only have to get past the Deagle and the P250, and only have to get past the Deagle.
Dink.
Nico, if he wants, can give that one over to Amanek and rock and roll with the MAC-10 instead, and peering towards mid and boiler right now. The information is good for Vitality, sure, but the weaponry, more of the drama. Zywoo executed. Nico grabs another in the round. Looks like they're going to try and cheat over towards B in time, so Masuda will have the cavalry on site. But the utility way too good here. If G2 just smoke off towards spawn, Coffins lands, couple of flash bangaroonies. Maybe they'll lose one or two here in the flurry. Amanek, in he goes, the boost on up. Kyojin can't convert, and, well, last man of Shocks here. Gives away the sound cue. And it shouldn't be too long for this world, so Shocks, see if you got anything special in you, mate. Aha. The jumping MAC-10.
Didn't account for that.
No. Well, you know, went for the jet kind of updraft into the...
What's the dash called? Dash?
That sounds good.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
Maybe we could pretend. And Raze with the satchel into the paint cans. I got no idea.
That's what it reminds me of. I always wonder what Raze reminds me. Splatoon.
Yes.
Raze gives me Splatoon vibes.
I'm with you there. Who's the new one they put in Astra?
Yeah, I have no idea what's happening.
And can like float around the map. It's kind of crazy, a bit funky. And so is this. Look at this, straight up mid Hunter and Nico.
He's not stopping. He's gone straight into Zywoo's M4. Nico wants to finish what his cousin started, and he could. Turns the flash, anticipating Shocks. He's right to think so. Oh, Nico, that's all too easy for him. And the next frag really will determine an awful lot, because they're gathering apps. If they want to pop through, which it seems they do, Kyojin's faked the smoke. He's tucked in on Mini. Oh, Nico's head visible. More impact from Kyojin. Tucks away. Oh, go on, my son. Zywoo and Kyojin, a perfect A defense combined.
He is doing a great job. He is doing a fantastic job. Right? I'm going to go back and actually look at his frag distribution in those matches that I was prefacing before, because I think he might be on for his best showing.
Don't forget,
his Vitality jersey.
You know, this is not only against G2 Esports, but this is also, you put your best player in pit because you have round-winning potential almost every time your site is tested.
Yeah.
And he so far has delivered in that capacity. He's even getting under the skin of legends, such as Shocks.
That was sick right there. Let's have a little bit of a look. I'm just going to...
Why is he getting so frustrated? In they go. Oh, Masuda, he's aware that Nico's hiding and actually takes two. How does he find that head on next? Jax does nonsense back, and he's taking a lot of liberties. Straight into the site.
Okay.
Calls it clear. And just by taking that risk, he may have won the round for them.
Well, Zywoo's going to be here. It comes down to this Ruins fight. If Jax pushes forward, well, it looks like he's going to stay towards Coffins. How much is Zywoo going to push on in here? If he lies in wait towards...
Plays retake, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have to hear this bomb going down. It has called Shocks over. Everyone's here. Look at all the nades left over. Smokes, mollies, flashes. This is doable for Vitality.
It's not out of the realms of possibility. Molly for Emo. So Amanek is going to be forced into a fight. Kyojin holds the nerve. This is a double stack. Amanek's caught. Hunter swing. Kyojin unable. And just Shocks. Quiet game so far from him. Faffing around with his smoke. He'd love to get the frag and get it down. Now he can hold it. Fakes it out. No time-sensitive mission. He does get the frag. Doesn't have the kit to access. And too little, too late. Shocks will go down. 7 for G2. Here we go. damn, Jax. I mean, just as I thought that the nonsense was over with Masuta's double, he does one even better, catching Apex on the retreat. I want to see how that one, oops, transpired. Timeout has been called. And replay, you will have heard it. Now you can see it.
Or can you now? That's the same as the Rushley before where he got debated. It's a similar type here. I was trying to think why Shox was so frustrated in that round. I think it's because he was in Boiler, right? And Zywa was close mid. So probably frustrated that either he got left alone in Boiler. Yeah. Or maybe that he feels that he should have been good for one there. Either way, Vitality, how about a pretty decent haul here of 6 rounds? If they're able to make this work with the Famuses and the MP9s, they can still get it close on the half. Otherwise, G2 are looking very, very good for 9. Yeah, I was just having a look through those Kyojin results, right? And the one that really hurts is their loss to Double Pony, where he only had, what was it, 9 kills or something along those lines. So the rest of his games, they're not horrible. I'm not going to say that they're anything, you know, to really write home about. Stats can be deceiving.
They certainly can. But, I mean, I think your criticisms were more pointed at the fact that they thrived so much with Navira. The contrast was there, whether or not that's also, you know, a little bit exaggerated by our own perception of it. The games we saw, maybe Navira was. I haven't checked the stats myself. I know he was a statistical achievement.
Yeah, he was very good for them, and what it did was it facilitated Zywa to be their B anchor, right? So you had RPK and Masuda as the pit side anchor. You had Navira playing Arch, Apex, and Swing, and Zywa was that B anchor. So Shox, as the Des mentioned before, wasn't even playing at that juncture. That was
such well-timed utility from Apex. They just did their half wall flash as the molly and smoke arrived. Like that was all redundant.
Complete denial.
And he's alone. So the fact that he's denied and kept them from gathering ground and setting up. Here's the second flash. He knows he's lost top banana control for reals this time. And he still hasn't called for a rotate. Yo, if they go quick, Apex would have to do an awful lot from this fountain. Look at the indecision. He can't decide if he wants to fight or not. Opts to hide in the smoke, linger.
There's still no rotation for him at all. Look at this, how committed they are to top mid. This is all on Apex.
Yeah, I guess they just play for the next round of play, the final round of play. Unless Apex gets another dink found. Jax finishes the job for him.
Okay.
Something, surely you might want to rotate now.
Yeah, a chat's going to be hard because it is just scrappy guns. Number advantage.
0 util as well for G2. So if they get this for free, quote unquote free, Hunter is going to be ready for that one. Pre-fired, and it doesn't matter. Zywa only gets the 1, so it's 2-on-2, and with no kit, Chad, I think you're right. I think the conversation continues, and this time it leaves with the save.
Yeah, I think the 2-on-2 looks likely, but without the kit, without knowing exactly where they are, you've already been stalled out by one man in the bottom of Banana. That will be the half win now for G2.
Boom.
8 rounds on the board. Kyojin's actually leading right now. He's the one with 13 frags. It's Apex coming in with 11, 9 for Masuta, 8 apiece for Zywa and Shox. Let me get out of my chair. I can't read the screen. Oh, never mind. 9 for Shox, 8 for Zywa.
You're one step away from the full like old man getting over his chair. You just have to slap your knees before you groan.
Okay.
And then you have to say right.
Okay, I can work on that.
Slap your knee and then groan.
I do Let's Rock and Roll, and not ironically.
Yeah.
All right, Vitality, keep us close. Give us the 8-7 here. Give us some hope here going into what will be the second half, not too far away. Bit slower of an approach here from G2, just operating in this default spread. No extra pep in the step. As nade comes down, Jax will be tickled. There are kits in play for this final round, so Vitality will have everything they need to go for it if it is a retake scenario. Looks like they're setting Zywa up for a flash peak, so he's just cleared mid. Early on that info as well, that was at 125-ish, so still plenty of rounds to be played here. And as they continue to siphon through the util, if Vitality go for many more of those maneuvers and don't find anything, it will play into G2's hand. But this is just hoping the mistake comes to them. G2 working on their mid control. Shox smoked off. Passive from Zywa and Kyojin.
Shox is throwing his own long side smoke out.
I think he wants to force them to pit for sure. Wonder if that's going to be the buffer for him to gamble stack towards B because it's still very silent. They know that the nades have come in top mid, but they haven't seen anything behind it. And now we're at 30 seconds. They have to react.
Yeah, they do. They perfectly flash shocks out of long. But at 25, he can tuck into the site, and that's exactly what he's doing. The truth is, though, they've managed to isolate a 3, make it 4 versus 2. Soon to be 5 if Amanek arrives.
Amanek's got the full rotation covered as well.
Oh, Lord. Masuta would have to be the absolute hero.
10 seconds.
Flash is great. Just get a couple. One may not cut it. Nico has to plant. He's got 3 seconds. They can't deny it. There's no one that can. Shock's hunting Amanek, and the pre-fire's just not good enough. A dink is just not enough to report. Now peeked over the smoke. G2, they take the half and then some. 9 on the T side. Not a bad haul at all in pursuit of taking that semi-final. Vitality are on life support.
Told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on, have a milli mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high, blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel, we like the thrill. This life's ideal, the hype is real.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change.
1-0 to G2's favour and 9-6 on the half of our second. This is for the semi-final side of the bracket, Group A. This time we've already seen Group B, that went down earlier today. And avoiding Gambit was locked in. Gambit, of course, battled on through. NIP Virtus Pro, still the lower bracket of Group B to be concluded, but EG-OG was our first affair of the day. And getting to see OG all the way to the semi-final bye. That means we get to see even more out of them once we get to those playoffs. We're not quite there yet. EG Gambit locked in for the first quarterfinal. It's time to find out who from our second, or rather first group, is going to be hanging out in the quarters and whom is straight to the semis. Towards that half or triple setup. Apex, first click of Nico's mouse, and he's already seized an advantage. He may grab more. So silent. A single bullet has been fired so far. And 5v4 established. Zywoo to try and break through. You can see his perfect pre-aims. Oh, and a goosh, but he wasn't ready for the adjustment. Baited in to perfection, and Hunter thrives in that environment. Nico and Hunter working in perfect unison. Damn, Masuta. We know he's snappy.
He's locked in here.
He's got no way out. The only way is forward.
Well, he's got some nades.
Boop. Oh my god! Actually hits it if Nico puts his head in the vice now. If Masuta's got it in him. Oh, spots him out. It's a deep Molotov. Nico will have to respect it. I reckon he's got a plant.
Get the plant.
Masuta?
All right now.
He hears it. Really audible. No, Nico. Pushed. Oh, Masuta could actually do it. Forces him back into construction. He's being played with Amanek to close the gap, but spotted. Oh my god, Masuta. The no armor. Ace clutch. Tucked into oranges. Nico's very loud about this. He knows he's there, I think. Time is his best friend. He's being swung on, and a heartbreaker. Nico rips the heart out of Masuta's chest and rips it before its very eyes. Nearly a career highlight there from Masuta, and I'd love to just see a couple of them again. Peeking into, like, baiting Jax into the banana push with the CT smoke, hitting the only necessary one tap to, never mind mollying off Nico and getting a plant. He did so much for his team there.
That was crispy
I almost just wanted him to have it for him. You know, never mind the result.
When you're Hunter here and you've gotten 3 and you're going forward for the next, right, you don't expect it to spiral like this. Next is low. That happened. This one here was beautiful. And at this point, right, because he puts pressure on Nico and he runs away, that forces Amanek to try and come to the rescue and putting him into the one-on-one environment. So Masuta, brilliant stuff. Unlucky.
That was poetry in motion from Masuta, and you could see he was all reading the game. You know, his understanding of where his opponents were and his advantages would come from. Ooh, I loved it. That's just the first round, by the way. If you just sat down.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. More to come, one would hope.
Well, Zywoo's AK might get a chance here. He's going to come through Boiler, 3 top mid. Masuta's is working well. Zywoo's has dropped another frag. Look at A, it's falling before our very eyes.
Yeah, these AKs, they bang. G2 won the pistol. They don't feel like it now. Need a multi-kill. Look at how quickly they drew the crosshair. Masuta gets another. Like, that's become such a... we don't address it as a big part of the game because it isn't. But, you know, a couple of years ago, you would never see the people entering in the site with just bunny hops, knife out, wiggling their mouse. Now it's especially in a man advantage, it's a common strategy. It's another variation of a nade. It draws the crosshair, it pulls, and it stops those multi-kills that we used to see every day of the week.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was like mid last year where we saw like Tessus or the guys from Heroic doing, that little hop through ramp, and that was really quite sweaty. And now you're seeing it, and you're right. The fact that they're using this movement just to open up big gaps. It used to be you just put your body on the line, you run on a wide line, but here they're able to get away with a bit more space, and a lot of the time even surviving. Can we go back to Nico Rush if we can? Maybe we can do it next round. This M4, Alex.
Oh, it's not the one I thought you would thought. Graffiti, what you say it was color something?
Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up in his pit. Rush,
is that one of the new ones?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen it before, but at the same time...
Yeah, we're not just the skin experts.
Yeah, we're not glued in on the whole skin situation. Rush, you there, or you in living color? There you go.
Yeah, hello. Now then.
What do you think of that M4?
I don't know what it's called, but it is nice. I don't think I've seen it in the hands of a player yet, so it's nice.
It's called In Living Color for those of you interested.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
Do you have the artist name?
Yeah, made by The Color Wheel. No, I didn't Google. I just saw it in the game. I saw it.
Oh, I thought you had you just done a full skin wiki and you were going to give me all.
I can, all right. Let me have a look.
It's all right. I'll let you work that out while
I'm on the Googs.
Hang out with Rush and get this one done. Now, Nico does have that aforementioned M4. And they have gone for a 4-man passive A lean. Now, the only issue here crops up is if we don't get B info. I imagine that's Kyojin and Apex's responsibility. He takes full top B, but now with the control top mid and the bomb heading that way. Okay, so Vitality are walking into G2's gamble here. The caveat is that long to B is also an option, an uncontested option at that. Sharks bouncing around the apartments, action long. They've smoked off Arch and Library. They're coming into the trap here, Chad. There is a world. There is a world. Masuta's not living in it, though. And Nico fully flashed, didn't get checked. He is still hidden. Kyojin close as well. One hunting pit. He's got so many targets to deal with. Nico needs a second, can't make it happen. And Vitality are going to seal this one up to an 8, just making that ever so small now. A 9-6 half, now looking at about 8 to 10.
Yeah, and maybe even 9, because this will just be the partial or pistol investment here from G2. So the force buy scenario falling flat here. Lovely shots here. Execution. Now I've done my research. I don't know who created the skin, but I can tell you it came in the snake bite case. It is of the covert rarity, and it was introduced to the game on the 3rd of May, 2021.
Wow, it is brand new.
So that makes sense of why we haven't seen it. All right, the USPs, 4 of which stacked towards top mid, just one man with a plan over towards the B bomb site. That will be Nexa. And with the loss bonus into the next round being 2,400, no dramas with the guns for G2, but close again, right? And here's the thing, it's not that Vitality are any slouches, but they have been struggling. You heard from Apex in their interview saying, you know, their results this year haven't been as good as they were in the previous. That goes without saying. Next over towards that B site. Shouldn't be long for this world. Looks like he's going to rotate right into Kyojin. Let's see how disciplined the youngster is. Drops the molly, doesn't want to give anything up, and gets the kill as well. So, well played, 10 to 9. The French 1 round in it now. Let's start to see if G2 still operate with that deeper mid-smoke that they made popular last year. Allows with some softening them up of nades down middle, but it also makes them less susceptible to mid-pops. That deeper smoke means if you are a T and you want to run through it, you will be coming out of that gray screen. Unless your pop flashes are perfect, G2 could be on the other side ready and raring to mow you down. 3rd tactical timeout used here. Malik, the coach of G2, I'm sure, getting on the mic right here. You don't want to let this slip too far because the CT side and its economy can be absolutely cruel mistress. And Amanex actually purchased into an AWP. If Hunter's going to get a defuse kit here, he's the only one who will be able to buy that. Kevlar, got a couple of nades. HE flashes if you'd like. Bit of strobe lighting there in Jax's room. And it doesn't look like a kid is going to be bought here. So Hunter leaving with $700. Let's see if that comes back to haunt them.
Kit watch, absolutely pulling their hair out. Kyojin anticipated. Look at that. He doesn't even care that there's no incendiary. He chooses to play around the smoke regardless. Aggression into the apps. Hunter and Jax. And Shocks walking straight into the trap. Ooh!
Oh, what?
Masut is going to get at least one of them. Potential trade from Shocks.
Hunter has to live here.
Yeah, he's doing his very best to do so. 44 HP. He is not interested in another close quarters battle.
And Amanex close mid still. So the 1-for-1, we do say this favors Vitality here, and especially if they continue to claw forward.
Ooh, late boost. Powerful, especially with the low HP. May not have too much of a ramification as I see the bomb navigating away.
Kyojin and Apex top banana right now, so Nexa and Nico get to really move a footstep. That molly, is it going to land on top? Oh, it's below, so Amanek gets the kill.
And gets away. This is big. And this is a big round, make no mistake. Vitality, 3 healthy men, make it 2. Nico's wild spray has gone in, as is Nexa's. Only Zywoo now. And through the flashes, the flames, and the nades, he is completely locked in. Or are they locked in with him? Nope, not going to happen today. G2 11 after Vitality get off to their unnecessary start. So it's just bookend rounds at the moment. The pistol of this first, or rather second half, and the one we just witnessed here, Masuta, traded by Hunter. Yeah, he keeps them really alive there. They could have lost full control of apps. It would have just been Amanek on the site screaming, wouldn't it?
That really would have snowballed out of control. So good stuff from Hunter. Better to get away from the situation. And now the guns can come back out for Vitality here. They had a lot of residual cash, even have a little bit left over on a few of their players. So Vitality's finances are looking good, even if they do drop this round. But I'm sure they'd love to twist the screws on this 2-man A setup right here. Hunter and Jax on their lonesome while Amanek is rotating back over. In the meantime, Vitality grabbing this banana control. Kyojin tasked with being with the boss man of Apex on a lot of these maneuvers. Used a lot of nades on A already. Jax is down to just a molly, a flash, and a HE. So if he gets mollied in pit, Nothing to extinguish. They're coming through apartments quickly with the bomb here. They're out.
They're already popping. Straight out off the flash. Hunter deals with the first. His signature position as Shox finds him. And it's just Jax hiding in pit. Like, Amanek connecting on long is something. It means he can provide some support. Jax is still grey screen. Finally walks into one. Amanek's the one to defend the site. Stray shot onto Apex through the smoke. Now Vitality are on the back foot. Nico's ahead of this molly. He can contest the plant. Should he choose to? He doesn't. He would rather bide his time for the Apex, or excuse me, the Amanek and Nexa. Push towards Apex here on Boiler. Oh, good check from Nexa, but Apex is better. Amanek now stuck between two possibilities. And Amanek and Nico now looking for Shox. He's been found. Pressure now, all onto one man. Apex is not so sure. Amanek will take it, and so will G2. Successful retake, but it's their A defender, Amanek, they can count on.
That was big stuff from Amanek there. There's also the awareness to go from the AWP into the rifle, you know, being more functional as a player in that environment, not being stubborn on the AWP, and you can see his impact recounted here. There's one on the way up mid. This one is huge because it drops the bomb over to a pit and then through that smoke. They are flustered right now. They are so flustered, and I can tell you why. Neither of those two had a defuse kit. Both of them had about 2.5K. So it's like they're playing with our mate Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right now, because if they lost that round by not having a kit, what a way to drop a big one.
Yeah, and especially after those heroics from Amanek. So they've got all the cash in the world here, Vitality, and they've taken a timeout to make sure their heads are screwed on right. This has been a 3-3 split of our second half.
Does feel like a big one though. This bank is yet to build for G2, and Vitality, their loss bonus is now up to what's going to be 2,400 going into the next round. So a plant here, and they're good to go again. Like, they can really keep applying this pressure to G2, and if you just reflect yourself back to map number 1, you can see 16-14 is the scoreline in the top of your screen. G2 broke Vitality late on their CT side. If Vitality do the same thing here to G2, they can flip the script and maybe set us up for that third. Loser of this will play the winner of NIP and VP. That's our series for after this one.
Flash from Hunter. Nico set up. He's blinded. Can't seem to find a moment's rest by now. He does. Vision restored and frag provided. And double nades for anyone that dares try and trade. It's ZywOo that catches both of them, now chunked to 30.
It's a bit ugly in terms of what's left, though, for G2. They did get a kill out of this, so you could argue it's been worth it, but 2 smokes, a molly, and a flashbang is all they have to defend with, and a minute 15 remaining on the clock. So Vitality, as far as utility to make the round work, are sitting a little bit prettier, but they will need to grab themselves a frag to level up the playing field. Looks like their eyes are set on this A bomb site right now, 3 of which are up mid. The bomb on the back of Apex will be joining them very shortly, and Arch side is deadly. That's where Amanek is standing with the AWP, actually preempting a mid to B. Smoked off now.
Oh, that's a perfect flash. I think all 3 of them caught it. Amanek's hearing this. Can't really help, but Jax may not need any. Oh, he doesn't. The turret kicks in.
Oh, no.
Amanek's gone for a no-scope, and perhaps he's not going to be punished. Okay, Nico will bail him out, and G2 are not going to be broken today.
Whether the Storm will one more here, G2. Deny that plant one more time. And they should be closing this one out. Money again for Vitality for 3 players in the position to buy. If you want to go for a Galil on Masuda, maybe a Deagle on ZywOo, they can definitely make this one work. Or are we going to go for the classic, give ZywOo the AWP and let him Galavan up Banana? Doesn't look to be the case. The buys come in. 4 AKs. 1 Deagle, Util in play, and there's that mid-smoke from G2. Always gives them a bit of a buffer here.
Yeah, I mean, when you've deep smoked Banana and you're immediately smoked mid, like, your whole project has to take a 20-second breather.
Yeah, they negate the possibility for rushes, but just put a lot more pressure on themselves late, so going to be the bodies here for G2 again.
Nico actually wants to push on that, and he has got the fight he demanded. Very sharp. Apex gives him the fight, just a little late on the tracking. Leads to his demise, so we do return to a 4-on-4. That's what Vitality demand. Let's see what Shox can get done. A perfectly timed incendiary. Couldn't get better than that.
But once again, they're almost out of util. It's a smoke and one flash remaining. That is it.
You're right. I'm sure Vitality are keeping count. No incendiaries to be trifled with here. It's just going to have to be the bullets. Jax hearing something. Hunter actually just drops one of the last smokes they have. And the spray, horrible. Even heard that get hit by the flashbang. He will get caught just by the stray bullets of Misuta.
Jax is dead. Gonna
He's
burn.
burning. Doesn't get anything before he falls, and now the bomb site's lost. Potentially the round 2, because as we discussed, Chad, they kind of don't want to be walking in with nothing, defending their honor, as Vitality will have everything they desire into our 24th. So it's time to see. I don't think there's any hunting being done either.
There shouldn't be, right? Because if they go and they risk this and they lose these AKs, it's going to make dropping next round much harder. So G2 just going to hold on here, and what will be 1,400 as the loss bonus means Hunter and Nico can buy. Nexa, I hope he's feeling charitable because Jax will need a gun. But this early util is actually also helping quicken up the pace of the game, right? It means that Vitality can react quicker, knowing that a lot of that util isn't going to be there to slow them down. So the more they apply the pressure, the more G2 use the nades, which they've already gone out the gates with, and we get straight underway with some quick stuff. Mac 10 for Apex here. Wonder if they're going to quicken this one up. He has a very good spawn, Apex. He's the first one out the gates. But looks like they're dividing, so won't be an all-in rush. Actually, quick up mid. Okay, looking for the punish. Dropping a molly. This one's going to be porch side.
He's through it, well ahead of it, and taking names, taking liberties. Nico may not be ready for this. They've already slipped through Arch. At least a couple postured around. The bullets are being thrown down. Bodies drop. 3 bodies just hit the rocks. Make it a 4th as well. Vitality are getting knocked on their bottoms here. Hunter's over the smoke. Kyojin won't have seen it. Will have heard it now. And there's one directly above him as well in the form of Jax. Good angle management here from Kyojin, but there should be no way in. Graveyard. Nice shot.
Ooh.
Jax here crawling back through the apartments. Kyojin hasn't considered it once. So if he was to somehow keep working his magic. Still hasn't considered balcony. Takes the pit drop. Jax hunts in, and that's the end of that. So G2 are 2 rounds away from a semi-final here, Chadney.
Yeah, and it's looking very good now. So that economy is still in the discussion, but I'm not even going to continue to harp on about that. Vitality have been able to keep themselves in positions to buy. Sometimes they look threatening, sometimes they don't. And that one right there felt like a bit of an intuition call from Apex. We've been seeing the 3-man lean under G2 time and time again, leaving Hunter and either Amanek or Jax, is depending on the setup, over towards that A site. So they exploited the gap, right? But this time around, G2 had gone for a different setup. So that's the last G2 timeout being called here as well. Malik really letting him know how important this one can be. They can finish it right here, right now. On the other side of things, Apex has already bought in with a P250 and a full bag of grenades. The loss bonus, 2,400 into the next. Nobody else has bought just yet, and as I say it, they follow through. So AKs, this is the final commitment. This is what it comes down to right here.
Well, Vitality's hopes and dreams of getting to that semi-final, skipping that quarter-final. The loser of this will meet the winner of Virtus Pro NIP in that quarter-final. Vitality VP, Vitality NIP. Ooish.
Either way, sounds like a good quarter-final.
It does.
It's not just one region dominating. We've actually got a bit of a mix here, but look at this. Kyojin ahead. He has to fight that molly, thrust him forward. Zywoo as well, and well, they're almost lucky to walk away with their lives here. That pressure being applied to the B site. Now more nades getting cycled on through. G2 have no information. Oh, now they do. Nico out on the flash again, going to clear out top banana. He's jostling for position. So dynamic.
Constantly moving. This pendulum back and forward between T and CT control of top banana. Utility is at a premium now for Vitality, so they'll take top mid for free. That's a dream. What can you do with it, though? You're posting up against an AWP on long. Not really got the weapon for the job there. So CT contact first. They're hoping this pulls Amanek out, but he's so wise to your games. He'll take Masuta, G2.
It's 25 seconds. The bomb has to go back to
Four frags
B.
away from this. Yeah, they're trying, but there's 2 players still here. This passive setup from G2 is being rewarded. Clearing corners, Kyojin's found. Nico goes unchecked, and Nexa another. There's no options available to them. What is ZywOo's AK supposed to do? Nothing is the result. Apex now just needs to die, and he does manage to find one through the grave, but it's all good for G2. 5 series points. And look at the money, the full investment of Vitality, and there's the ramifications of the absent follow-through.
Oh, Kyojin baited in hardcore there. The fact he's had to go that deep to clear, that shows you how well G2 have played that. They've understood the timing, they've understood just how displaced Vitality were across the map, and they've locked it down. Let's see how desperate they get. It's the Force Fight, it's the Tech 9s, it's the Mac 10s. Maybe it's just a B rush.
Oh, flashed as they wanted to go through it as well.
Oh, they just burned a smoke for no reason. Oh,
completely locked out of banana. And they've even got more nades.
Yeah, come on, boys.
Anyone else? Nico, just the one. Great trade from Masuta. So maybe there is hope for you Vitality fans. Hunter wants to take that away as best he can. Look at Masuta, it's just a man possessed first in. Great hold from Nexa. He takes 2. Oh, and that could be the denial. That could have been everything, and it's not far off. A wild spray leaves all onto Shox. And only 35 points of health to find 3 from 3 very different angles. He's made the right bet. Tucked into tree and spotting a Hunter. If he swings on Amanek, not to be. There it goes, G2. It's locked down and a very even kill distribution. Everyone pulling their weight. G2 are off to the semi-finals of IEM Summer, and they do it through the groups.
Only scout, guys? Or we can take Deagle?
No,
only
Deagle!
scout, only scout, only scout. Okay, only scout. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. What's he? Top left, bro.
What?
Top left one. And one in the ramp, dead, in the ramp.
City base one. He's low.
One is short. He's pushing cat.
What is communication of major, bro? Ah, frère.
Tag to the right. He's tagged to the right.
No, not true. Ah, okay. See you. I go take my shower.
Come on, tag. Come on, pushing all the way right. Under you.
Top right.
Ah, there we go.
Now, Jackie, last time we didn't have this shit moving, yeah?
No. Why is this shit moving so much? Can it kill you?
One.
What?
Hi, Sama. One tag.
Oh, bro, this shit is impossible, man.
So stupid, man.
Putain. One dead. Oh, one bullet. Hi. Ama! Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Nice try, Nico. Good kill. Good kill.
Ta gueule.
Good kill from you. Non, mais what, frère? Oh! Je crois qu'ils sont ensemble. One dead. Yeah. My bullet is so strong for you, bro. He's between the one bed, bro. Nice, good job.
I don't know the maps, man.
You think we practice or what?
He pushed me. Type.
No! Come back, man!
About the fact that G2 are now expected to win matchup like these, and they didn't disappoint, 2-0ing Team Vitality for his place in the semi-finals of next weekend's playoffs. They've basically done it again. They did exactly the same at DreamHack Masters Spring. The question is, can they go all the way to the finals and actually win this thing? What do you think, Yanko, by the looks of that performance?
I think they can. I think it's also about time for them to do exactly that, right? This is not a team that was formed or changes were not made to this team to just make them a contender, you know, just so that they are relevant. This is a team that was formed to lift championships, to lift trophies, right? And it's been a while now after all these changes, you know, they had time to figure things out, to set things up, and now it's about time to show some results.
Yeah, and I mean, the Counter-Strike they play now, and there's probably something to say about how Vitality stylistically fits G2 and how they want to play. But in this game, the reads were extremely good. I feel like more often than not, we would see enough G2 players exactly where they were needed to be. And then obviously, mechanically speaking, man, we said there is a lot of skill on the server. There's an argument to be made when you look at teams like Heroic, Gambit, and an on-form G2 to fight back against them. So that G2 can go deep into the tournament for sure. And it was enough for Vitality.
And when you look at the scoreboard as well for G2, it's clearly a team effort on Inferno, even though, of course, you've got Hunter doing Hunter things. But right now, I think we should talk to Nexa, the in-game leader. Well, we won't talk to him just right now because we want to look at the scoreboard. We want to look at exactly what I was just talking about, Yanko, and then we'll talk to Nexa. How's that sound?
Yeah, I think every time, you know, you see a team win and it's even in a win, that's what you want to see, right? Doesn't mean that any player really carried you. It means that everyone was really doing their job, everyone was having good moments, things were clicking, and you were just playing really well as a unit. And, you know, as a coach, I'm sure you love to see, Malik loves to see that and the way that his team has been performing so far.
And Hunter, I think Hunter is probably an absolute diamond to coach, honestly. The way he plays, the very few mistakes he makes, and his ability to not only entry and trade, but also close. On the CT side, he's like a multi-kill machine. He's always well-positioned. He understands the game. And then from my discussions with Malik, and then here I'm just making hypotheses, but I feel like he's an excellent teammate to have, right? He's someone that's very dedicated, very motivated, pushes the team forward. So he's like the complete package at the moment. He's caring on the server, he's caring outside the server, doesn't make a lot of mistakes, and he's a pure joy to watch.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a pure joy to talk to Nexa right now. Nexa, are you there?
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
I always have to check. Hello. Congratulations, Nexa. It's lovely to see you. And you're in the semi-finals of IEM Summer, which is a turnout for the books for G2. I want to ask about the confidence of the team going up against a team like Vitality, because now you're the top dog, whereas you used to be the underdog in that matchup. How do you handle that pressure as a team?
I don't think we really had any pressure. I think the more we're playing, the more confidence we're having, and it shows in like how we behave, how we move, and like the plays we do on the server. And like, for example, today we felt like super in control throughout the whole game, apart from like that start on Vertigo, where we had a few mishaps. But apart from that, like we felt super in control, like super ready for the game. But we didn't really do anything special. It's just like our confidence is so good that no one is like hesitating on making plays that we should always make. And before, when we were in our slump, we were always like indecisive, letting people come to us. But now, like we have the players to go and like shoot them in the face basically every round, and that's what we're doing now.
That helps a lot.
Really nice. Yeah.
Congrats on another top 4. I have a question about a couple of tournaments now, right? Like DreamHack, you guys look really good. Then you run into Gambit and lose pretty convincingly. RMR, again, you beat Heroic, arguably the best team in that tournament. And towards the very end stages, you lose to NIP and Mousesports, 2 teams where they were the underdogs in that matchup. So how do you prevent a slip-up like that happening, in this tournament as well, once we get to the very end stages? How do you manage to keep this level up throughout the whole tournament for once? Please, God, give me an answer.
I think like the main thing with us is that we haven't been in playoffs in quite some time. And when we felt like we were in our top shape at the previous like 2-3 events, we were so focused on like winning the event, and like we wanted to do everything possible, like always to go one extra step, like one flash more, just like that extra step. And then at the end, like it costs us in a sense that like we were always overthinking and not like just trusting ourselves, but we were like, for other teams we would prepare but mostly focus on our game, and then when it would come to semifinals, everyone would want to, like for good reasons, like to put in extra work and then anti-strat for themselves, watch more of their opponent than just focusing on us, and then it would result in us like just overthinking every single time and losing to opponents that like on paper we should win.
Speaking about overthinking, Nexa, I wonder, everyone has their eyes set on Gambit, obviously, as the best team in the world right now. Do you feel like they're sometimes slow, patient play style can be something that you guys struggle a little bit with? Because Vitality tried to fight you heads up and you destroyed them.
Like we don't have a great track record against Gambit, but I think we are starting to understand them really well. And honestly, if it happens, I'm really looking forward to playing against them. They have a unique play style, and they really have like I think the greatest team play of any of the teams at this current era. And honestly, it's just a joy to watch them and to see like the things they do, how they all connect and how they make sense. It's never like random people making random plays or like solo plays, anything like that. And it's really like joyful, let's say, to play them on the server. Like for me, they are still the best team in the world right now, and I just want to clash heads with them.
Next, finally, looking at the teams that are left that are going to the playoffs, how do you rate your chances of lifting the trophy?
Honestly, like I'll say that Gambit have been looking pretty shaky in the last couple of games that they played. I think we have really good chances to actually lift the first trophy G2 has had since 2017.
Since Malmo. Those were the days. Thank you so much for talking to us, Next. It's going to be so exciting as well to see you and Hunter on LAN. I was looking back at my notes and I realised you haven't played in front of a big crowd yet. So
Never.
I imagine you're quite excited to do that.
Yep.
And I imagine the crowds are very excited too. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you and the team. We'll see you next Saturday for the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. That was amazing. I was waiting.
Watching Nexa and Hunter play, it does make me feel nostalgic partly for DreamHack Opens and seeing them play with Valiance there.
Oh, yeah, Valiance.
And having a small
Crazy,
crowd. Yeah, those were the days, right? And then, yeah, crazy. Thank you for the pun. Like it. And the fact that they didn't get to play their final against Na'Vi at Kato 2020 must have been so disappointing for them. I know Kenny S in particular was very disappointed, but at least he'd had that experience. But Hunter still hasn't, Yanko.
Yeah, it must have been pretty devastating at some point, but also probably felt good that there wasn't 12,000 people to watch that spanking happen live. But yeah, I mean, we're all in this players.
It wouldn't have happened though if there'd been an audience there. That's my argument. I think they would have fed off that crowd. I hope they would have.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I think we're all on the same page, though, that we all want to see, you know, players back on LAN and with crowds as soon as possible, because that's, at the end of the day, believe me, that's what the players are in there for, right? That feeling to be in front of a full stadium, full crowd, the cheering, the moments, like, there's nothing like that.
Well, there's nothing like the man in the middle here, Maniac. And this is our last desk segment with you for IEM Summer. Matthew, you've been amazing.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
How much do I need to pay you to stay? Don't leave me with this guy alone, please.
We can negotiate off camera.
Please, Frank is not here either. Like she's
just
like,
gonna be you and
she's
Casad
God
now.
knows where. So just me and this guy.
Yes, you and Casad now.
Don't say his name.
Yeah, Maniac, please stay. Please stay. Just you and me. Let's just get rid of the other guys, and it will be you and me. Sadly not.
What did I do?
But I do have the power. Send us to a break. You know what you did. When we come back, it's going to be Virtus Pro versus Ninjas in Pajamas and Casad versus Yanko on the desk.
Welcome back to Window Workshoppers, and today we're going to look at some mini-maps. Now, these mini-maps are a great deal of fun. I absolutely love these things, and I was playing again with Chad Sponge Birchall.
Yeah, this is filthy. This is where you get to really see who your true friends are.
I love this. I was doing so much cheese in this maps. Like, I highly recommend giving these a go. 1v1, they work really well. 1v2, they work really well. We did 3v3 on this Mirage one, and it was actually really fun. But my god, I had so much fun in these.
It looks like we have elephantitis, right? Like, look how small, well, not small, look how big everything looks, right? It's crazy with just the scale and all the running around, all the nonsense. You're doing fakes, you're pulling out all of these, like, misdirection. Yeah, look at you here. This is filthy.
Yeah, the rotations are so fast, and it's because the map's so small, obviously. So I was just trying to cheese the timings everywhere I could. Hit a nice one on you, some whiff shots, but that's all good. I mean, I was definitely the champion of this. Don't look at the score lines, but we played one which went really long. Like, as you can see the score at the top, we're like 15-17 right now, so we had some very long.
Yeah, I didn't want to be out cheesed, right? That was half of it here, but it is good fun, and I think that, you know, it's a familiar layout, obviously just shrunk. So yeah, it's something that people will be able to jump into quite easily.
I'm giving this one a 4 bumps out of 4 just for this map. Maybe the other maps get a high score. We'll wait and see.
4 out of 4? You mean 4 out of 5?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Sorry, my bad.
That works. Windows Workshoppers Minimap Edition D_nuke. That's not the name. What's the name?
Mini Nuke, I think.
Mini Nuke. Okay, well, that's simple. People might remember something like Mini Dust 2, but check this out. Filthy, Rushly, one-way smoke. Look how good this is. Look how good it is. You got all the angles, you geek.
Now, I would say I am the king of Mini Nuke, Chad. The way I played, it was cerebral, it was fast, it was high octane, a lot of movement going on. I would like this to be in the active map pool rotation.
Do you notice how you prefer the mini-maps, which I think just correlates to you being a rat?
What's more, you know, Counter-Strike's a very patient game.
Oh, check this out. It's real ratty behavior right here.
Yeah, so you can jump on the roof here. We didn't agree on any rules before this, however, there was a lot of talk after. But as you can see, it's a pretty good spot being on the top of Nuke. Who would have guessed? You can see a lot of stuff, so I move over here and actually catch up another one. But Chad, how did you feel when you died to this?
I want to go with Gutted. I want to go with Betrayed. And a little bit heartbroken as well here, Russian. Because of that, unfortunately, that one boost is going to get this one only 3 out of 5 bumps.
I don't like it, but, you know, if that's what you say, that's what it is. And the last of the mini-maps was Mini Inferno. Now, Mini Inferno was a little weird, honestly. Compared to the other ones, I think we had more fun on those maps, I would say.
Yeah, I can think if people just see you typing Shifty Boy there, that basically says it all. This map, right, it was maybe a little bit too claustrophobic. You can see how tight all these corridors were. Mollies were doing the whole site. The rotation time, I basically just stayed in CT spawn and beat you.
Yeah, and you had your nades up and like in your hands a lot of times, maybe not. So look, these are the kind of kills I get on you, just pure jumping kills. You said some pretty choice words to me after this one, as I can imagine. You yeah, you didn't have fun on Inferno.
No, it was just just too claustrophobic, I think, and you know, it is a good concept, but you can just see, look at this, how tight these corridors are. Maybe a little bit extra and we could have made it.
Yeah, I have to give this one a 2 bumps out of 5, Chad. What do you think?
Yeah. Get it back in the workshop and maybe we get something nice and new out of it.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other ones inside the house. Oh my lord, wow. Oh. Two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
lower side. No! I'm reloading! I'm dead. And there's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside, Perry. The one in gas station is probably gone inside as well.
Okay. There's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully I saw.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I'm on a go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
was like, the hair is exactly the same. Rops.
Rops?
Robs.
Robs, no.
Robs.
You're so fast. Is it?
That's
Is it? Oh my god, you're insane, man.
Device. Caldera.
No, wait,
we
wait.
get deducted points?
Стика, maybe.
Device? Нет, не похож.
Is this Voxec, maybe? No.
LDLC player, I guess. It's like...
Это испанец, француз, кто-то.
Нет, это этот, как его зовут? Хаджи?
Oh, wait. Oh, fuck, I don't recognize that.
What are those? It's Hat from Australia.
Oh. How do you know that?
Bro, I know my player.
Oh my god.
Has anyone guessed this one?
Centaurus? No, but it could be someone from Big, I think. Maybe.
Susan?
Is that Sergey?
Exile, maybe?
Is that Sergey?
That's not Cadian, right?
Oh.
No, that's not.
Or Elige, maybe.
It could be Elige, yeah.
Oh,
Elige.
Xantares? Elige or Xantares?
Elige or Xantares. But we got it anyway. I know the hair.
Oh, it's Guido? No, not Guido.
Titian.
Titian?
No.
Titian?
No, it's not. I don't think it's anyone.
Oh, it's Elige.
Elige? It's Elige.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
Edward, maybe. Or maybe... Zaivu. Or maybe...
Zaivu.
Looks like Shush.
Could be.
Someone with a beard, seems like.
True. Very true. Who has a beard? I don't know.
Beard. Fallen.
Fallen.
Fallen, yeah.
Oh, this Fallen. One of them.
Seems to me like fun.
Yeah! Let's go, Emmy! And so all the Asian TV browsing has finally paid off. Yeah.
We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under beach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
First of all, I would love to know, Rez, how does it feel beating Denmark in Counter-Strike?
It always feels extra nice to beat our fellow neighbors, especially Heroic against. Yeah, we usually have tough games against them, even though we won last time. It's always rough games, and it feels even more nice to beat them because we consider them a top-tier team for sure.
They have been looking very good recently, but you managed to put a stop to them today. Linus, if you could receive the microphone, I'd love to know. You've really been thrown into the deep end of professional Counter-Strike. What is it like playing at this level all of a sudden?
I think like this is what I've prepared for myself as a player, and I think the big difference is that people are more detailed in what they do, and they have more meaning with what they do, and it's like everything is just improved basically, and people have much better aim, so you can see me dying in spots where I wouldn't be dying in the level I played before.
We could all expect, and I think Thread said it as much in the interview, that someone like Device is going to have a pretty big input in the middle of a round to come up with ideas. What about the rest of you in terms of pitching in? Is there a moment where you suddenly realize something and you think, wait a minute, I have to speak up right now because I think I've noticed they're doing a split or they're taking middle or whatever it is?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone has a responsibility to be able to make those calls. And I think it's really necessary to win at this level. Everyone has to be engaged in doing calls and having reads in every map. And yeah, of course, Happus can't do it all by himself. He can't know what's going on the other side of the maps. And that's what's nice. Is Linus is doing really well at that. He's taking engagements and he's doing necessary calls and reads. So yeah, I think it's really like everyone needs to be able to do it to play in a top tier team.
All right, well, we'll see how that all works out. It's being played a lot, so there's lots of demos to watch. I really appreciate you guys spending a little bit of time with me. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun seeing where this map approaches. So thank you for joining me, and best of luck in your upcoming game.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
And welcome to IEM Summer. If you just joined us, you're just in time for VP versus NIP. They're facing off for a final spot in the quarter-finals. And if you have just joined us, I should probably give you an update as well. So earlier today, we saw OG beat EG for space in the semi-finals. And then the same happened with our Group A winners match, except this time it was G2 who took the win over Vitality. Cassad, have you swapped shirts with Maniac?
Yeah, I kind of felt like I needed a better angle, and I wanted to stay away from Yanko as much as possible. I was limited at that angle. I have space around this area.
Yeah, so are you doing like some housework there, Frankie? What's going on?
Oh, can you hear the banging?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I have, because I'm, I work in esports and I have loads of money. I actually pay people to come and hit things outside my house.
Because that's what I was doing to Cassad right before this segment, so it sounds really familiar.
That's what the sound in my head sounds like when the two of you were arguing at each other on the desk, to be honest. It's both of you. You're equally culpable. Should we have a chat about Virtus Pro? I say that a lot on the desk now. Should we have a chat about some Counter-Strike?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you have to, yeah, sure.
Your favourite team, Yanko. They are... Well, they're on a slight tournament streak because they came second in Epic League, the CIS RMR recently. But before that, they were having a little bit of a struggle. Not quite making it as far as the quarterfinals. But maybe that will change today.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing seeing 7 to 8, right? So you're thinking they made the playoffs, but basically playoffs right now in ESL's tournament circuit is 6 teams, not 8 teams. So a couple of events from them outside of the CIS RMR, where they didn't even make the playoffs. The Fun Spark one, also they lost to Force and Havo, I believe. They're in 2 games, another 2 teams that they're supposed to beat. So definitely not the types of results we're used to seeing from VP, looking at the beginning of the year where they were winning some of these tier 2 tournaments, and then obviously at IEM Katowice making it all the way to the grand final.
Well, it's a long season, and there's a lot of games to be played, the high intensity games, and then you can kind of expect for them to kind of drop off in those non-important tournaments. But I think it's a fair point to say that's not expected result in Pro League and DreamHack Masters 7-8, and then if they lose here, they're going to be 7-8 again. Yeah. So it's going to be very disappointing for them overall. I also, Frankie, can you pass the contact from me? I need some housework done. So I just like a carpenter.
Well, It's basically my fiance and his dad. I do have to say though, Kassad, your ball is ruining the set. You've thrown your ball in front of the desk. You're making a mockery of this.
Oh, yeah.
It's in front of the desk.
It's a decoration,
You treat
Frankie.
this like your bloody bedroom, right?
It's a really proper decoration. It's eclectic, you know?
It is eclectic. That is one word for it, just like my shirt. All right, let's talk about NIP now. They've had to pull off a couple of comebacks since they've entered IEM Summer. One of them notably was against Fnatic, where they had to come back from 0-9 on the final map of their series. It was on Inferno. And then NIP also, again, had to come back from an 11-4 half on Mirage versus Heroic to win in OT. So, yeah, they seem to be quite good at the comebacks, Yanko. And I'm wondering if this is partly down to the resilience put in them by their coach Threat, because he seems to be quite good at them team talks and turning things around.
Yeah, I don't know where the credit lies, but they're definitely shown a lot of mental resilience in these games. An important thing to note is against Fnatic, the comeback was actually on the T side of Inferno, the more difficult one, and then against Heroic on Mirage, it was the CT side. So it's not even that they're always making the comeback on one side, they're proficient on both sides. And yeah, I think it's just they're doing good work in terms of creating a good atmosphere, a good culture in that team, and you could tell from the interviews as well, they're never feeling like they're out of the game.
Someone would say like Nip Magic.
Yes, one could say that.
Yeah.
Does it count with this roster? It's almost an entirely different roster from the Nip Magic days.
Oh, definitely, yeah. 100%. Maybe the Threat is
Once
the only
Nip,
one there.
Always Magic. Well, let's talk about Device, because his old teammates, Astralis, their 23 ESL event playoffs win streak was cancelled this week, sadly. However, Device now gets to carry the torch solo with NIP. So he'll have 24 consecutive playoff runs if he qualifies for the quarterfinals with NIP today. Do you think we're going to see Device start to be seen independently of Astralis sooner than maybe we would have expected, Yanko?
Yeah, I think I actually want to see that. I want to see Device not have the exact or even a similar style to that in Astralis. I want to see Device a little bit not out of his comfort zone, but basically a bit more individualistic, right? Like playing with a little bit more freedom, going for some more aggressive plays, right? Maybe that's just me being selfish, wanting to see that side of him if he has it and if he can be efficient in that way. Maybe for NIP, the best device that they can get is the same one from Astralis, where he's just a piece of the puzzle and slotting in and doing his role.
He showed that individual performance yesterday on Nuke, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
He dropped like 27, 28 frags, which was pretty kind of important for them together with Hampus, who had a great game as well.
Yeah, I'm talking more stylistically than just in the amount of frags, right? But we'll have to wait and see. He still didn't have too much time to integrate with the team.
True, true.
Do you think it's more that he's just trying to be a team player right now? Because as you say, he did have a flashy performance on Nuke, but otherwise he's had some not low numbers. He's clearly done his bit for the team, but it's not like he's playing like superstar Device right now.
No,
Yanko.
yeah, I agree. And I'm not saying this in a way that, you know, I think that's what NIP needs per se. I'm just talking about like the storyline of Device as a player. In that sense, for me, it would be something that I would like to see that I think would be really cool, because if he has that side to him as well, if he can pull that off, then the conversation around him in the grand scheme of things, you know, in the history of CSGO, I think it changes a lot.
I feel like when he needs more time to like, for them to actually create a whole system. I feel like they're like halfway there, you know, and just like figuring out what's the best thing to do in every map especially. And then it's like, it's gonna go one step at a time. And I feel like if it goes the right way, they started the right way, and I think it can go all the way if they do the right steps in terms of like structure and everything else.
Before we get into the veto, boys, yesterday, Yakinda was talking about Ancient. We know that both of these teams can play it, so perhaps we're going to see it today. So let's remind ourselves of what he had to say.
I feel that our train was way worse than our Ancient could be.
Really?
And I actually feel that Ancient is a pretty good map. At the moment, it should be reworked in some spots, but overall, it's a great, refreshing map to play. And most of the people I talked to who are playing Ancient, they actually like to play it. So I believe it's a good map, and it will be really popular in tournaments.
I mean,
Were you guys a fan?
It's like a straight up BS. That's what he's saying right now. I can agree to the fact that maybe they did not feel too comfortable at the end of Train, which was a really good map for them, in my opinion, outside. And he was just hyping up Ancient, maybe trying to bait out, like, you know, NIP's ban.
Yeah,
because they didn't look so well polished on that map. You know, he said himself, I can't kill anyone, I'm just going to buy a third op, you know.
Yeah, sometimes players are subjective, and also, you know, you don't have the best feeling about the map, but you're still winning, and that doesn't change your feeling, the results on it. I think the vetoes are straightforward. I think Ancient is going to be the third map here. I think we're going to see like Inferno Overpass from these two teams.
Mirage
for NIP. And I think for VP, maybe Inferno. That used to be their staple. That used to be their staple map, and yeah, they've had like they were 11, 12
now NIP
this map to start the
probably.
year.
Oh, that's too.
No, I think the Ancient is going to be the third map. And if Yakindar is really claiming, so you do go for Overpass.
I mean, it's a pretty safe veto for both teams, I can say. You know, we expected Mirage from NIP or Overpass. They got both in the best of 3, so it's a good deal for them. And classic Inferno pick for VP. It's gonna be like again a slow T-half from them, but very organized, like yesterday against Spirit. And overall, I think NIP got a better end of this veto.
I think with the Overpass decider, yeah, it does seem like for VP a 2-0 would be the way to go if they're going to win the series. There are no slouches on Overpass either, but it's been a while since they had some really strong results on the map, and NIP seems to really enjoy playing it with this roster as well, and with ZTR too.
It also comes down to Yakindar's performance. Like if
a lot of times it does with VP.
It's like I keep saying this. Like if he shows up in his own, like, you know, performance-wise, and then he needs a little bit of support from Kickert or Buster or somebody else, James is going to be there always. I think they have a big chance of like 2-0ing this, but again, it's all about Yakindar.
So it sounds like the analysts are on the side of Virtus Pro as we head into this one. It's our last map, or a last match even, of the group stage. It's going to be cast by Harry and Hugo as we find out who is going to be taking that spot in the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, VP taking on NIP. It's a bit of a treat. I haven't actually seen NIP yet, so I'm excited for this one. Oh, we're about ready to get into it. Hugo, how are you feeling? I know you're excited already.
How can I not be? I mean, we got Linus in the server. That's going to be a lot of fun. VP fighting for playoffs. We obviously saw a lot out of these guys back at Katowice and looking for more success at ESL events. They are not the only one. Device, as said on the desk, looking for the 24th playoff run. Stralis couldn't make it. Maybe he can. We're right into the round. It's NIP on the T side of Mirage. We've got Device lining up Utility and a bit of a Palace crawl here for the Ninjas. VP playing heavy towards middle, but they've not got the kit for the retake on A. Things could get awkward if NIP plants.
Yeah, we got these little set smokes throwing over. These are going to land to block off these players in jungle. And NIP just steamroll into the A-bomb site. As you pointed out, VP was set to play retake here. I like this from Hampus, waiting for mid-aggression. That's a free kill out of that position there. And so now with the bomb planted, this is where the lack of kit really starts to matter to VP. They've got to be fast in the retake. 3 out through CT and into the open. Device has got the information that they're in the site now, and he's tapping players out. Good for one. Plopsky gonna respond even further. Bomb's not planted for these players in Connector. Ramp is the only guy that can watch it, but sadly for James, he's not able to capitalize on that. Low on HP, and he's just looking for the save, but even that's denied. NIP, they grab that pistol. Perfect round to commit to an A play like that. Also, little detail, those smokes they throw, I like them, right? They come from spawn. You have one that lands on the stairs a little lower down, and it makes it harder to go for the... you can kind of like gimmick little spots over the smoke, right, on the stairs. You can't do that when it falls a little deeper.
That's a pistol round going exactly to plan, right? Like nothing goes wrong there for NIP. Even with the awkward behind triple plant, they play for jungle. It's still perfect. Hampus gets the mid kill. He comes back from spawn, and him just being in mid early, killing Yakinda, delays Buster so late coming up from short side. So yeah, that's a perfect pistol for NIP. It doesn't really get much better than that. And now Virtus Pro, they've got to deal with this B contact play. They have no idea Player up close is going to be Buster. Armorless, though, and he won't have time to drop the smoke. He won't have time to do anything with shots like that from Plopsky. NIP bounding out into the B-bomb site. Jame pushed off the angle as well. And with a bomb plant coming in, NIP, this should be a guaranteed round.
Yeah, not much for VP to do in a round like this one. They do have this double flank that could maybe get their hands on something in the apartments. Vice and Plopsky playing this one together. And just playing the trade game locks VP out of this round. It will be the save. Or even hunting this guy with the FAMAS. That's the one rifle now cut loose from VP. So it's a bit of a sad save, right? You tried to leave and just keep 4 alive. Well, now you're down to 2. And that means this Deagle and Scout combo, pretty much all you've got to work with in the next round.
Yeah, 5 alive, building money, game plan working wonders right now, but we're early days. Shame to not see Ancient in this series, right? Obviously, maybe your kid really hyping it up, as said, you know, like hyping it up a little bit. But coming in with a ban right at the end. Both these teams have been either, you know, playing it or leaving it for third or floating it in the BO1. So I thought this was going to be the chance to see it again. But, you know, fair enough. Scared a little bit from what we saw from NIP. Can't blame them. VP was scrappy against Spirit yesterday. And boy, did that game go the distance. NIP, they're going into the A stack here. 5 CTs in position, but 3 of them not really armed for the job. James Dunn, not really covered from Palace. That's a bit awkward. Kicker tucked in. And, oh, the shots from the Deagle come out of nowhere. 2 frags. How's he done that?
This can get out of hand now. This is a rough round all of a sudden. Kicker has made it deadly. He's got armor as well, right? He was the guy who saved the Deag armor, so he really is a threat with this rifle. NIP, they screech to a halt, and now they wait, hoping that just going quiet here is enough to shift players out of the site and maybe into their eye line. Kicker has repositioned and is on to a 3rd kill in the round, but it's traded immediately from Device.
Not the weapon swap he wanted, was it?
Still like a chance this could get out of hand, right? You're only up against USPs. You should be able to count an NIP to see this one through. But I don't know, man. Virtus Pro are kind of believing. Kicker has spurred them on.
Yeah, make the most of this, right? He's set you up for a round. It's just a shame you don't have any more weaponry left and you can't get it from these positions. NIP are being patient and they're watching for the flank, but as soon as they stop considering it, that's when it's coming in. Body block from Plopsky to stop the CT player. But he's all baiting. He's just waiting while the flank comes in through Palace. Yikinda moving in. Device. SMG is going to be perfect here now, I guess. Armorless should be able to tear through them. Yikinda's got a gun. Oh, and he's got a freebie as well. Device tucked in at the back, and they should be able to work it out into default plant. How far could he really be? VP. Oh, they've sweated this round for everything it's worth, and they're going to pick it up. Wow, I thought after kick it falls, surely that is not one for VP, but great patience from Buster. Yikinda set up for the round, and he delivers.
Unreal. You're never meant to get away with those, man. You're never meant to. I'm very, very glad we get to see the replay of this. Look, man. Oh, brutal. Brutal scenes out of Kicker.
Yeah, you know, Device was covering the Balk as well. Like, if Yikinda's swinging, if he's trying to check backside, he's dead. But he perfectly finds that little gap to peek down the ladder. Should never have been given that room. Sitter of a round to lose, but NIP still have a full buy. All that's done is bolster VP's economy and maybe their confidence as well. Oh, gap in the smoke, but Buster's already picked off of short. Yikinda can't find a refrag. And they should be able to re-smoke it as well.
NIP, they're starting a group for a B hit. Hampus gonna throw that top connector smoke in. Oh. Oh. That's not where it was meant to land. Smoke's not down. I hope Hampus's plan wasn't to try and cross up short. No, he leaves. No. He gets out of there. And VP have got all their attention over towards mid.
Yeah.
They've completely rotated out of the B bomb site as NIP move in. Plopsky's a bigger danger to himself than he is from anyone on the VP side, burning in that molly. But this is pretty much a done deal now. VP left in a retake. Kindar's looking like he wants to make... Yeah, look, he's pushed in through lower. But they're not committing for it. It will just be another one of these saves for Virtus Pro. They take a gamble. They try to, you know, take a chance by moving everyone over towards the A bomb site. And it doesn't pan out for them.
Yeah, it lets you save all your guns, right? We talk about these. Sometimes you make the gamble.
Yeah, this is basically just like a replay of that round. Like you just go, well, we'll just try again without losing the guy early on.
You know, those are usually the calls you make in like a 3-on-5, right? Like where you don't feel like a solo player at each bomb site and one in middle is going to be enough to you know, set you up for a round. Even if they get 2 kills, right, in a 3-on-5, like, you know, you're going to get traded. Then you're still down in a retake. So yeah, it's, you know, you're doing it in a 4-on-4. You're hoping for the best. It doesn't happen, but here's the rebuy. And we've got another AWP as well. Yakinder even talked about pulling in the triple AWP at times, even on Ancient, but for now it's just a double, so staying safe. Device going for a quick ramp pick, jumping on the head of Linus and trying to get that crossing player, but there's no one here. Yakinder out lower, and Hampus had no idea. He even hits that box shot to Plopsky as well. Trapped in under, but NIP do not have the B apartments. While Yakinder doesn't know that, he's been given a path to escape if he wants. He's going to go back, though, through middle. Flashing for another fight. Taking as long as he can. And his team are trying to assist him with lots of utility, but, oh, yes, he just gets out in time. NIP are grouping towards the B site right now. Sanji's taking a lot of real estate. Buster is rotating out, but Sanji's the early warning for this B play.
Yeah, he's the early alarm. How many can Sanji get before he perishes up in the apartment? Sanji, gets the spot, but not a kill found. Now called for these rotations around, and there is already a man in the site. Buster gonna have to fight tooth and nail to hold on to this one. There's the first, but he's very, very low in the process.
Ooh.
The nade finds him. And we're into a 3-on-2. James is still a long way away from this site. Yakinder, the only man here, dead to Device. And it's a save for James.
This is a scary NIP right now, right? Like, yeah, how can you get through that? It seemed like VP were in control for a second, and it was only a second in a 4-on-3. Nade kill, Plopsky catching a rotate, and the AWPs are left lacking here for VP. Of course, the save is the right call for Jane, but Yakinder's not so lucky. Tried to catch a quick kill coming through market, but Device did not let that happen. And NIP 4-1 up. I was a little concerned when I saw Mirage, right? Like, we talk about how, you know, obviously NIP's map pool is fairly deep, but teams going into picking Mirage, ooh, it's a scary time for that in 2021. We saw Complexity be at the bane of that yesterday, right? That's their often go-to pick. They, you know, pulled it up in the series against Gambit. They lost it, and it went to 3 maps. They lost the series. But, you know, this is such a staple of the map pool. Everyone can play it. Everyone knows what's going on. VP, no exception. But right now, the game plan is good for NIP. 4-1, another double AWP. VP still have the money. They've got to make it worthwhile. Got a mid-take from the Ninjas. Third time's the charm.
Nice. Kind of loses the whole, you know, appeal of speed when it takes 3 attempts. Yeah. But, hey, man, he gets up there and he's still alive. Jane knows what's good. Triple B for VP, man. And NIP, it's another, like, seemingly perfect read about to happen. Aggressing over towards A, moving in to the more empty bomb site out of the 2, and they've not even really received any kind of knowledge to make them lean this way. They blindside kicker at ramp, and suddenly Buster back in CT, responsible for an awful lot. Getting naded, getting flashed. Rez is holding 4 rotations, and Buster's on a timer. Takes 1 more out of the round, and he's still fighting for this control. The AWPs, they've done everything so far. They've got to keep on achieving if VP want to have any chance to win this round.
Yeah. No smokes left either for NIP, right? So they've just got to, you know, be at the bane of these peaks from VP. Trying to figure out what the best way is to get the bomb down. So many angles, nowhere safe. when a double AWP is in play. James could be anywhere by now. All Rez just turns. James gets through the murder hole. This is dangerous now. Oh, the cover with a missed shot. Buster and James still pick it up for a second. Looked like the round was bottled, but I mean, NIP really get timed in that one, don't they? Rez looking away from the window as soon as James comes through. That's a guaranteed kill for Rez if he does not. Man, these orbs, they're terrifying in the hands of VP.
Yeah, man, it's a little rough as well, right? They get that kill on ramp, and it leads them to assume that, you know, they've got all this control at A. Device gets caught running out ramp with the bomb in hand by Buster, and the round just kind of spirals out of control from there on in. Great stuff from this double AWP, man. You know, you've put a lot of faith in, like, holding on to it, holding on to the guns, as you often do when James in the server. That round there shows us why they're so keen on keeping them in play.
Back to the drawing board and back to the mid take, but it is very slow here for NIP. A missed window smoke. They've got plenty more to replenish. More util coming down, setting up towards a cat take right now. Hamper's going to molly it, but that will be their end play. Just trying to keep VP out from peeking aggressively and getting that info. Another AWP at the back of the B bomb site. It's Buster again, in the perfect spot to deal with his play. Hampers telling his team the timing and trying to get in on a flank from the window as well. NIP are walking up. Sanji's going to drop the smoke, and now here come NIP.
They're already in. Oh, Plopsky roasted and finished off by the MP9 as Sanji. Buster is the right hook to this double backside setup. Hampus trying to do what he can, activating this mid lurk, but Buster is not missing a beat. He's going to now clash with Device, who's also adorning the AWP. They're just missing each other. Device, he's seen an arm, but once again, ring around the roses. Finally, it's Device smelling flowers as the bomb plants in. And Kicker left in the 1v2. I haven't seen him yet, but Device is homed in, scoped up on the short side. And so Kicker decides to save. NIP up onto 5. But already, I'm very excited based on what Buster is showing us, man. He has given us, you know, saved that last round for VP. This time, he almost manages it.
Yeah, those timings, right, wrapping around sight. He knows Device is there the entire time. He's just trying to buy time, not wanting another engagement, but it eventually finds him. And yeah, James commands the AWP save. Kick it will obey. But another B play goes well for NIP. They're good at getting back into here and man disadvantages. Nice flank from Hampus. That was everything as well. It was so much pressure. He gets 2 kills, but then Buster the entire time is so tunneled in, so focused on the kitchen that Device is able to do this. Things are looking good for NIP. VP, they've shown us some flashes of brilliance, but really their money is going to be the, you know, problem right now. Kicker and James, both with a bit to work with. We've seen Kicker's Stieg armor. It won them VP's first round, so don't count them out of rounds like this. VP, a really good team with these solo gun buys, right? Like just 1 or 2 weapons.
I mean, mate, this is basically a better version of what got them that third round, as you say, right? They had a scout and a deagle there this time. AWP, deagle, and a kit as well. I don't know, man. These rounds frequently get closer than they should.
Positions aren't good, though. James on B for a change. And NIP, look what they're doing.
Yeah, I love these comm pushes, man. Usually, right, you throw this smoke, you try to get out onto stairs with it, so your Kindar's position's pretty good to try and deny this con wrap. Although he forces his way through the smoke, and that's not a fight that your Kindar can be expected to win. Device even railing the AWP out of the short side. James, no saving a day. Sanji's going to have to do it, but he will grab the AWP. Sanji's used to this, man. This is Sanji's life. He's got himself that AWP for now.
Yeah, we had a great game from the Sanj man yesterday, didn't we? He was on one. Really, really key for VP in taking that series. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, nice shot, but they're all here. There's no way. Re-peeking back in, that's what NIP wanted. The gun's gone.
Classic Sanji as well, right? Like, misses with the AWP because he never gets it, but then takes the dig out, wrecks the guy come and mark it.
I'm here all day, man.
This is looking, you know, a little one-sided right now, though. NIP steamrolling ahead.
Yeah, that device peek onto Jame on the catwalk, that's a device peek for you. Getting good form. He's 7-3. Hampus up 9-4, leading by example. Another buy for VP, but no armor on the AWP. Never a deterrent for Jame. And there it goes.
Yeah, this AWP in Device's hands, man, it's starting to really come alive. I haven't actually seen much out of James AWP yet. Oh, there it is. Come on, Jame. Come on, Jame. Device has had a good start to the round. James replied. Linus and Plopsky left in what is now a 2-on-3. They are in this A bomb site, but they don't have the utility to block these CT peaks. So someone's got to cover it. The respect is given. And actually, Plopsky looks like he wants to try and challenge for some of this. Yeah, I was going to say, that's pretty ballsy out of Plopsky. He will just play it safe. Linus dead in connector. Ooh. And Plopsky sandwiched between the two oncoming VP players.
I'm surprised why NIP plant triple there, right? Like, they had the jungle molly, they had a top con smoke, and the only place they didn't have there was CT. Obviously, a player, you know, can come through that con smoke and be a nuisance there, but even so, the safer position is for middle, and it gives you so many more options in the post plant, right? They try and get aggro CT and throw a flash, but VP, they're so annoyingly patient there and just don't give away any kills. Would love to see an open plant, way more options for NIP. 6-3 though, VP back on the board with that rifle round, and Jame can afford some armor behind his AWP as well, so all things are good. Rez on a dig, but doesn't seem like that's going to hold him back. Jame, he's going for these early kills. Smoke on the molly at least keeps him alive in connector. And the flash won't work either. Jame hits the shot through the wall. Hampus tagged down low. Still gets out of there in time, luckily enough. And Device almost catching the trade as Jame jumps above the stairs. It's all a bit of a ruse, though. The B play is what NIP had in their strat book, and they've been spotted as well. That's the bomb going in second, so Sanji knows what's up. Buster's already here to put a stop to it, but the smokes are down. Linus trying to find this backside play. He's disappeared in the smoke. Sanji buying so much time for Yakinda to come out market, and they are getting diced and sliced here in the B site. Only Device. Time to save.
Oh, and James the only guy who's allowed to save AWPs. Didn't you get the memo? Oh, railroaded. All right, great B hold out of Sanj, man, dude. He's popping. He gets the spot, as you say, but most importantly, he's able to maneuver his way around the NIP smokes and util just to be a nuisance, right? Just stays alive. And you could see how much that threw Linus through a loop, right? Like, he's deep sight all the way pushed up, just looking for Sanji. If you get that one kill, suddenly you can have a bomb plant. You've got full sight control, apart from, like, you know, short. You don't have to expose yourself to Buster.
Yeah. No, he's a solid B anchor. That's like the taco smoke, right? You drop it by the bench and you just try and hide around it, tuck behind the bench, play jail, forces NIP to clear you from, like, deep sight. And by that point, they're, you know, scared of short, they're scared of kitchen. Very hard angle to deal with. And now NIP, first time, are broken. Hampers with a deagle, otherwise not much to talk about here for NIP. Maybe he can find a B opener, but even so, the bomb's not here. Look at this little stack. But VP, even they are not that audacious. We know this team to be extremely slow on the T side. Well, same to be said right here, right now. Not wanting to feed the pistols. James got to be careful. They're coming out under. And Yakinda trying to cover, but some missed shots. Sanji makes up for it. They know James low. The call's been made. Device can't catch him with a jumping Glock, but Rez will grab Yakinda. Don't tell me this round is going to get out of control. The bomb's been dropped, but Hampus has his player locked in on short. Sanji, if he goes back, he's a dead man.
Yeah, Sanji's towing a very awkward line, right? Can't go back, can't go forward. And eventually Hampus gets the better of him. Now that bomb has a path up through short. Device still down here in middle. He's out of there. And really, if Jame can't catch this, okay, now you're reinvested. Now you're up for the retake on the VP side of things. Hampus with this AWP. And Linus on the AK sat back at bench. It's a slow retake out of VP. Kicker is going to be feeling a lot of the pressure here, what with Jame tagged up. And so we're looking at Kicker. Oh, Linus is also looking at Kicker. And Linus has given him some tech tips there, tapped him out of the round. And NIP are up on a 7.
That was a Felico.
That was a
Three
Felico.
Glocks. Oh. 3 Glocks. No armor. Deagle P2, and they get it with no survivors.
And they kill Jame. Oh, my.
Linus, all right, buddy. We got our eyes on you. And that's insane. That should never happen. Sanji, he didn't know, like, when he turns here and he dies, he goes back, like, expecting a B player, but he didn't know that Hampus had not shifted out of apartments. He's making the call. Don't die to Cat. This Cat player cannot leave. I've got him in a corner. I mean, yeah, that's an unbelievable round. VP have won a near Felico, but that's even more impressive here for the Ninjas. James got a response, though. Quick pick onto Rez in middle. They're going to smoke the window after that one. Don't want to get anything to do with it. Reset, go back to this A site. And in which VP have 3 players harbored. Kickert's under the balcony. We've got the AWP as well back in spawn. So NIP, how will they choose to get through this hold? The amount of 4v5s and 3v4s and things like this that NIP have won, often in the B-bomb site, sure, has been impressive. So can they keep it up? If they do, I'll be shocked.
With this double hold, right, you just need these 2 players here to even get 1. That will set you up to retake this. But Kicker is spammed out without anything. And Yakindar now sat on default. He's got a good timing to try find this. Drops the bomb out in the open. Linus comes in with the trade. Don't have the smoke down for jungle. They're just having to try and run it dry. And Molly will force a player out, and that smoke lands eventually. Dropped in late in the round, but it's given a bomb plant over. Low HP on Jame and Sanji. Another smoke's been scavenged and dropped over in jungle again, just making the effort to try and slow down these rotations. While this is happening, Hampus is going all the way around the world and then back again to end up in middle to watch this bomb. VP have taken a lot of time clearing positions. Now starting to creep in. Hampus strikes from the back line, and Sanji now trapped in the site, trapped in a cage of his own making. This bomb's gonna kill him, and that's if NIP don't beat them to it. 8 on the board for the Ninjas, and VP have got no money once again.
Oh, they've done it once more, Harry. That's a 4-on-5. Remember, Rez decked immediately in middle. Rez is usually like the firepower for this roster, right? This guy's such a talent, but he's 4-9. He's not needed in some of these rounds right now. I love that late mid luck for Hampus as well. Finally, an open plant gives him the chance to do it. And a knife in the spine of VP has left them broke again. Deagles once more. Can never count these rounds out, though, as we're learning the hard way today. Yakinda's still going to get traded. But he's got rid of Device at least. That's put Rez on the AWP. VP, they're saying it to themselves, guys. Come on, 4 more kills, 4 more 1-deeks. We've got the guns for it. Deadly in these guys' hands, and now NIP are going to start to group for a bomb site. Coming up for one of these cat splits again to the B. Top con smoke will lose all that info for VP. Kicker could go through and fight from the connector. In fact, he already is. Looking down at the ground. It's an awkward angle, but if they don't check it, it's a freebie. Oh, he couldn't get the headshot. Hampus was on top of the ledge, and it's only damage for Kicker. Now he can back out and regroup with his team. They're running into B.
Yeah, as this has happened, Sanji is pushed short to see if he can spot Hampus, and Sir Jame is alone in the site. Sanji helping out, has turned around from the short side and comes back now. And opportune timing, the Deagles are doing it to NIP. 40 seconds, Rez and Hampus to try save the day. 3 Deags in the site, Buster waiting back in market as well. So many crosshairs looking at you as you try to come out. And for low HP Hampus, man, this round, he's recognizing it now. has sailed by the wayside. VP, steal it with Deegs.
What's that? 3 eco wins now already. We had that USP round with Kick It Steagle. We had NIP obviously on the Glocks, and now we've had this one as well. Unbelievable. Stop buying rifles. Forehead. But yeah, that's a hilarious round for VP. They are very happy about it. Look at the AKs that have been scavenged. Hampus does hold on at least. That was the one guy who didn't have a gun, so it's not a worry for Sanji. Everyone else is armed. And yeah, brutality towards B. Even though Kicker doesn't get that kill onto Hampus coming up cat, he saw everything that was going on. He made the call. It allowed VP to not only lean 3 at the B bomb site, but be a lot more ready for that push to come in. And now NIP, this is a wacky buy. They've saved the AK. They can't buy around it. Trying to play for the last round of the half. They've still had a great T-side, right? You'll be happy with 8, but could always be more. And we know these guys are perfectionists. Rez, he's a perfect headshot in middle, but Jane will not allow it.
Oh, Hampus, hoping he was going to get given another jump peek, but nah. They ain't giving you the kill. They ain't giving you the way into this round. Jame. Jame, I see you thinking about it, Jame. Jame, woo, quick little peek in. Lands the tag, but not a lot of damage done. Still, it's more info for VP. They're feeling more sure than ever in this 3-man stack over towards the A site. Buster can move around quickly as well, and Jame is still just taking pot shots into ramp, getting away with even more damage.
Yeah, he hit Hampus twice with the orb, but he still hasn't killed him.
I like it though, right? So Hampus was being the one very aggro-facing, while Device was just kind of sat behind it, not doing anything. But it's because, you know, if Hampus gets tagged down low, Device's armor as well. So now they've still got that AK. Oh, they did, until Kicker strips it from them. And at this point, really believing you could do anything is wishful thinking for NIP. So low, just whittled down, and Kicker puts up another stellar A defense to put 6 on the board for VP. A chance to split this half right down the middle.
Yeah, he's been full of those today, hasn't he? Good stuff. Working their way back in, our VP off the back of that Deagle round, looking for 7 now, but NIP do have the full buy. Or at least close to it. Buster's not AWPing in this one, it's Yakinda instead, but we have seen some banging rounds from Buster's AWP, so maybe it's position-based. Yakinda has that mid-spawn, he's gone back and under, has found value from this position already. He's got to care about the lower drop. The flash comes in, and Plopsky headshots him immediately. Meanwhile, NIP are taking mid, they're going to smoke off Jame. Oh, and push him as well. Full blinded. Buster's trapped now on ladder, they've got him locked in a corner, but he still fights his way out with 3. That's disgusting from Buster. 4 on 2. This was an NIP round. Blink and you miss it. It's done.
Yeah, everyone's watching now. Plopsky, mate, everyone's looking at you. And Kicker, sadly, is included in that list. 7 to 8. It's neck and neck, or damn near, right? Split right down the middle, some would say. We'll be back with this second half in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
I think it makes us win some of the matches where we're in the lead and we just can get over the finish line now. I mean, we still have Plopsky, we had Knock. As he said, there was a lot of inexperienced. The only real experienced player we had was Rez, who for some is actually quite new in the scene as well. So I feel like it really helps in these really tight matches, and we really feel like we can get over the finish line instead of having to sort of be afraid of losing the lead.
I feel that in our group we have a lot of good opponents, and the closest hardest opponents for us would be probably NIP. But of course, OG could be OG and Fnatic. All of these teams are really good, and I feel that nowadays CS is the gap between the teams is just so small that you can't really say which team is stronger and which team is weaker. And I feel that on one day, Team 15 team can easily win top 5 team. On the other 2 days, top 5 team usually wins. But obviously, you never know which day is gonna come and which team is gonna win. But I feel that NIP is probably the hardest, closest to us, but Heroic overall in the later stages is the one more consistent and more powerful in the long distance. So probably these 2 teams are the teams I would keep my eye on.
A nice, close map. That's what we've got to open up this series. NIP, they had a big lead at one point in time, but Virtus Pro just squeaked a couple in at the end there to find a 7-8 half. And now we move into VP's T side. NIP, they're embarking on the CT journey. Got a little kit in play on Linus. Team player Linus.
Yeah, it's what cost VP their pistol, right? They didn't have that option. Always nice to see it. Especially on Mirage, like you're often playing retake on that A site, and yeah, NIP no exception here. Triple B out of spawn. Got a couple of car players. Oh, I love this. What a bait and switch. There is no molly to clear out this car guy, and Linus is spotting as well, so that's all the bait. He's going to be able to back up, and maybe they're not even ready for the jail player either. VP are walking into a trap.
Yeah, man, this is this is like a bait and switch again. Like, you know, you're kind of double baiting here over towards B. I hope we get the B play. That is what Virtus Pro are leaning into heavy right now. I hope we get it. I want to see how this is going to go. Linus is meant to draw them in. They're meant to discount both Plopsky and Device. Well, we get it, though. James snuck up through connector. VP. Oh, look at all the space they found. Now, will James be ready for res? No, he hits that timing well and knocks him out of the round. Now VP are going to hit the go button in towards this B site. Plopsky will go unchecked, and they run by him. Device as another nasty surprise pounces out. And that bait and switch over towards B works wonders for NIP.
Yeah, they turned it on all right. Oh my goodness, flawless round. Linus, the only guy to not get a kill, but he was the jump spot, right? He was that guy drawing VP in, and neither Device nor Plopsky are checked. It goes just to plan. And I love that setup as well on a pistol, because you're not going to have a molly, really, if you're VP there. You're not going to be mollying car. You'll do it in a gun round almost every time, but on a pistol, you know, it's expensive for one spot. Just going to save it for the smoke flash. And so VP, yeah, they get cleaned up in that pistol round. Full eco here. Don't expect this one to be one as crazy as this game has already been. They're going to run up Catwalk. Oh, trading hampers, lots of Glock damage. They can go and grab the gun, but Plopsky's stopping them to get into the A site. Device has been caught for the Palace lug. Don't tell me we're going to see another Glock round. It can't happen, and Plopsky and Rez will not allow it. Bomb gets planted, but surely no more.
Yeah, you got the bomb plant. You're already happy with this, but look, Sanji has got his hands on a FAMAS somehow. I don't know, dude. I always trust Sanji. You give him very little, and he gives you a lot. That's this guy's whole prerogative. Kicker waiting down here in lower, hoping he could catch someone on the rotation. Hasn't been given this fight. Time is ticking away from NIP. They do have to go, and they're going to catch Sanji. So now they're spurred on. The bomb's not planted for Kicker. He can't actually do anything to stop this defuse coming in. And so they just win it by sticking the bomb still. If you're VP there, you will take that all day long.
Yeah.
Even a kill on the exit at a kicker.
Nice. No, that's nice, right? Like, you can laugh, oh, kicker, he's out of position, well, whatever. It's a Glock round. You know, you weren't going to win it. You're just taking the bomb plant as soon as you can. You're not thinking, oh, I'll plant for you in middle so you can win it with a Glock. No, you're just trying to get the money at that point. And kicker grabs another kill, which makes it super worthwhile. Gets away with his gun and the loss bonus, of course, because it was a defuse, and takes another weapon away from NIP. So great eco for VP. Set up well now to slap NIP's money in this gun round. And they're down by 3, so perfect time to come alive in this T half.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these pistol rounds always getting so close.
Yeah, right?
I don't know if I like it or hate it. It's kind of a mixture of the two. Maybe a fast A round. Look at this. You don't often get fast rounds out of VP. What's going on? They're pushing in towards A and getting churned out by Rez. Yeah, don't often see fast rounds out of them. Maybe that's the reason why both players that attempt the entry snuffed out through that ramp smoke. And now for VP, a very, very rough scenario starts to present itself. They're hoping that James can create space over at the B site. And if he went quickly, maybe he could. It was only Linus here, but now Hampus has joined him. NIP have started to flesh this defense out again. And so they're ready for this B play. James misses the window jump. As far as buy rounds go, this is pretty rough for VP. They were hoping that, like, you know, they could have hit the ground running. After doing so much damage in the Glock round, they could have broken NIP's money. But that's nothing more than a distant dream here. Buster late up the short side, but a 1v5. I tell you what, he's given us some great moments in this map. But this is one I don't have faith in him for.
Yeah, I'm loving how NIPs are just, they're not scared, right? Some rounds they're playing things so safe, so by the books, not giving anything to VP, no picks allowed. And then the next minute, you know, 5-on-2, they're hunting kills, they're jumping through smokes, they're, you know, looking to close, and they should here might do the time. Buster not interested in going for this round and just saving the AK. Fair enough. But that's going to get NIP one step closer on their map pick. 11-7, looking good right now. And especially with VP's pick of Inferno coming up next, you never know where this game is going to go. But a flawless round without a point of damage done to NIP, that will feel good. Rez, who's been, you know, the quietest guy here for NIP in this game, at least on the T side, he has a massive round. He kills both players running out of ramp with those key headshots from default, and at that point, the round looks pretty lost for VP. Maybe they'll go back to these slow defaults that we know and, I was going to say love, but I guess it depends. They can be so annoying to play against, right? Oh, I don't think Hampus was ready for that. Device does trade, but he is gone to the AWP of James, who is very low in the process. Any more re-peeking in middle could find this AWP out of the round, but Rez is not being given a kill. James tucked in behind the boxes.
Oh, man, VP are out A. They've put together these kills in mid have forced rotates out of NIP, and they've taken the right space. There is this double CT rotate, but they don't know the site's lost yet. Still, Plopsky's going to check it. Cognizant that they gave up the A-bomb site. He was always scared of the possibility. Now, they don't know about Buster, and Buster's playing the long game here, waiting in the site, hoping that as NIP move back in, he can catch players trying to set up the defense. He does deal with Plopsky. Linus even going to get mollied over here on Ticket, but it's a little shallow. Ooh, boy! They're burning him all right. Rez is coming on a mid-lurk while everything was going on. Remember Rez? He dropped down in lower tunnel earlier on. Well, here he is at ramp trying to make a big boy play. And Rez, there's a double on his plate. He lets Sanji go by. He could not have predicted this. Sanji doesn't know how he's just died. Rez The timing king, Molly up into Palace, and James been dethroned. Linus gonna grab the defuse, and it's one hell of a flank, one hell of a trigger discipline out of Rez to find 12 for NIP.
That was beautiful, man. Everything about that. I thought he surely would have taken the kill when Sanji is flying through the air towards him, but he's like, he realizes, yeah, back turn. Sanji couldn't have got more unlucky there. And Rez, excellent round. Molly in the Palace, stick on the bomb. Nothing James can do with 30 health. He could not run through it. Wouldn't have worked. Oh my God. NIP. How the hell do they win that? That's, I mean, just count the amount of rounds that NIP are winning in disadvantages. It's unbelievable. They were doing it all T-side long. They'd lose the opening kill, and then they just group up, hit a bomb site, and turn it in their favor. Even doing it on the CT side as well now, in retakes.
The thing that's so wild as well is that, like, you know, while NIP are winning all these rounds in man disadvantages, as you say, it's like the polar opposite for VP in that, you know, normally when they go a man down, these guys just call the save, right? Like, they're not even allowed these chances. NIP taking them, and taking them by storm. Back to some of this mid control for VP. And they really are playing a measured game in this round, aren't they?
Yeah, it's about time, right? They've done some fast ones, the run out ramp, you know, quicker ones in mid. Now default, they get to spread their wings, see what NIP will give them. Very little is the answer. Not even mid being played here by the Ninjas. We've got Device on the AWP back and ticket. Jump in the window. Hampus is waiting. Oh, and he's very ready. Ikinder's gone. Now the jungle smoke. They're going to get past Hampus at least. Device is giving up A, though, as said, so he can play retake here. He's grabbed a quick kill. Hampus has spammed Sanji coming through the smoke. And Device, oh, he's seen a ramp player as well. All the info here for NIP, and all the shots connecting as well. James, don't want to say it. There's only 20 seconds, mate.
Yeah, he's just holding on to the AWP. That's brutal. And you know, like, you kind of had to win this round if you're VP. The money is bust. James the only guy with any cash, but even then he needs that 1900 to get a buy in the round after next. So, you know, we're going to see 13 appear up on the board with maybe like a partial buy around the AWP at most. And if that isn't won by VP, they need to embark on an insane comeback. They are at a big disadvantage here.
Wow. Oh, we've even got VP putting in money here, Harry. They might save a little bit, right? But yeah, of course, it's Sanji giving up the goods, giving Ikinder an AK. Although worthwhile, right? Always love having Ikinder on a
Sanji will forever be my favorite.
Yeah. What a great team player. And obviously, you know, you're still playing for that next round. You're not fully invested. Other than Sanji, everyone else can buy next. Oh, James, that's a hero play. That's more of what we need from VP. Walking through the ramp smoke and killing Hampus where he stands. Ikinder looking for picks up on the A side. He might get it. Rez is coming his way. Lovely stuff. 2 rifles, 2 openers here for VP. What could possibly go wrong now?
Yeah, we've said NIP, you know, good at winning these man disadvantage rounds. And in one like this, where you still are up against mostly pistols, right, you definitely can try and snipe it away from VP. VP are also very split up, what with a lot of their players over in mid, the bomb at ramp, James and Palace, looking like it is going to collapse back into the A bomb site. But if you look, this is where NIP have stacked it up heavy. They've taken a gamble. If the bomb goes B, they save. If the play comes in towards A, well, then they've got a chance.
Yeah, Device on the ramp. There's not really much util to get players off angles. James, that's a big kill onto Linus at the back of the site. And Device needs to hit
this kill matters.
Oh, he turns. Oh. He turns. Popsky's killed Ikinder at least, but the bomb is leaving ramp. They realize both CTs are here. And VP, they don't have a lot of time, but they will make it towards B as long as NIP can't stop them. Plopsky trying to do so, but they're already running out of middle. Plopsky needs this frag for the round to be winnable, and it's not now. Device looking to save surely in the 1-on-4. Bomb is here just in time, and good reaction from VP. They realize they're walking into a stack, and they avoid it completely.
Yeah, heartbreaking moment for Device, right? If he holds that, if he nails the bomb there, NIP probably get it, probably get the round.
Yeah.
But he takes his eyes off a ramp as the peak comes in. And as you say, really good reaction out of VP. These guys are good at their timings, you know, like even though they are a slow, methodical team, they don't often fall into like the remit of, you know, like Na'Vi where they run out of time. A lot of the time they leave themselves like, you know, 30 seconds. So it's not much. You are still working with like small margins, but they've always got a backup plan should they need it.
For sure. I feel like Na'Vi are one of those teams where it's like they plan everything to go right. And if one piece of the puzzle falls off the table, if one guy dies, if the bomb isn't immediately stuck, they lose a round. So yeah, VP definitely give themselves a little more room to win those. And that was another eco win, by the way. We've had, 4 now in the game. Less so eco, right, considering we had 2 guns, but still majority pistols. James, looking for the con pick. This is nice.
I like that James putting himself out there more in these last few rounds, right? It was him who got the big opener to win that partial investment. And even in this round now, run boosted into middle, looking to create space with the orb. And this is good, because I feel like up until now, they've kind of just been dodging James a little bit. Especially, in that first half. It felt like he barely even played the game.
Yeah. Oh, Rez is going through. Is he? Looks like it. Yeah, flashed in, Sanji gone, and Rez, he could have quit there. He could have backed up, but he wanted more. And that'll be James answering the call, 4-on-4. Grouping now for a bomb site RVP. It's going to be B.
Look at Hampus. He's sat in the window smoke waiting for it to fade. Oh, yeah, that's wishful thinking with James Orp still in middle. Con smoke in. Oh, but it is the B play. And once again, NIP have taken one of these gambles. They say to Device, look, man, you've got Palace on lock. We're trusting you with A. We're going to double up on B and try to win this round out. But Plopsky's dead immediately. Linus needs to make a stand, and it's only good for the first. Too many players right up in his face.
Look how scared they are for a triple stack as well, right? They've walked into so many of these on this T side. They've seen so many, good reads from NIP. They're even volleying backside before they plant, just in case. Just in case. But Device has said he's far away and he will be able to take this orb into the next round. VP having a bit of a recovery here in the T side. Couple of gun rounds here now. And some money beginning to build. NIP can't afford to get too comfortable here. They're going to have to eke around this AWP for 1. And so really all eyes on Device in this follow-up round, right? Where is he taking that AWP?
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going to try and do around the hero orb. Device is looking at mid. He's got a, not really a window spawn. Could still look to give it a go, though. And he will look to muscle his way into mid. Device posted. They smoke window, and so he's not given much of a say in how mid pans out. He's going to try and hit the timing shot. Waiting. I like that from Device. He was waiting till he heard the flashes actually popping before even shooting, right? A lot of people might just wait a few seconds till the smoke's landed, try hit it on a timing. Now this mid control taken. Really, we're looking at number 6 on the mini-map here, right? The only one who can get much done is this orb.
They're coming his way, Harry.
They are coming his way. They are. Device. VP are trying to tee you up for a moment here. They're trying to tee you up for a bit of a highlight reel. Let's see. Device, they're coming your way. Your teammates are getting shredded. This orb needs to put up some kind of response. They've seen it now as well. VP starting to get scared of the B-bomb site. They're out of there, man. They're running away, and NIP gonna have to retake over towards A.
Yeah, the only A player was Hampus. He pushed ramp. He made the read into B. He called this stack, and as a result, his big flank on the B play is left with nothing. James can still die. He's trapped out in under right now. If he tries to get up con, Device is waiting. James just taking as long as he can, and it's working well. NIP, if they wanted to win this round, they have to go quick. They've got no kits. James This is a round-winning position. Oh, a missed shot, though, and they can get closer, or do they want to waste time doing so? Because this bomb is still ticking. I think they know at this point. If they don't immediately stick, they lose the round.
Yeah, but they're getting on the bomb. They're fighting in the site. Sanji's still here, but they're sticking it. Linus is still on the bomb. Device with the kill. James needs it. No! James just gonna save the day. Ah! Oh! Ah! I didn't like it. No. I didn't like it, but James does save the round.
Oh,
it certainly wasn't pretty.
It's a round, though. It's a round. We take it. We forget about it. Oh, my God. If that missed shot cost them it, man. If that missed shot. That was, again, 4 USPs. We almost had another Vico win. Oh, dear. VP, you know, they're really good at calling on the fly. When they realize they're walking into stacks, they're always getting away. I love the mid-site smoke on B as well. Even though Device is back B with the AWP, he's just never given the angles to fight. The only kill he's able to get on B is in the apartment. So, yeah, he can't see the bulk of that short push coming in. VP, it's not pretty, but it is another round. And they have found 3 in a row now. Building. But here's the big buy for NIP. If they can do that with 4 USPs, what can they do with everything? Hampus tucked in window. And Device hoping they go through this smoke. It's a common play for Yakinda. He's been known to do this, as you said earlier. But Device can't wait there forever, right? Ramp and Palace he's open to when holding that angle. Ooh.
Oh, Sanji, the trickster, forcing utility out of the window player. And Yakindar's up through Con. This position out of Yakindar could be round winning, man. They don't know he's here. And even though they've given up Con, it still comes as a surprise to Hampus. Kickert's going to blindside Rez as well, and Device is just cut down by the Palace play. This round belongs to Virtus Pro. 11 now on the board. It's a flawless one as well. And that round there, I think, highlights, you know, really, really well why Yakinda is so important here, right? He gets that little opener to create all this space to entice them into A in the first place. Like, you know, we talk about VP being a slow team and one that are very methodical, but Yakinda's like the one exception to that rule, right? He is the guy who will be aggressive. Yeah. He is the guy who will try to exploit some timings or find where your weaknesses are.
And I love how his team give him the room to do that, right? Like they are on the precipice of the push. They are waiting for you kid to make that call. Like, oh, guys, I've got a timing. Hold for me. I'm upstairs. I'm in connector. You know, he gets through jungle. He kills the window player. And then NIP, they're just caught looking at different positions because VP are everywhere in that A-bomb site. Nice exit. Can they find another? Oh, yes, they can. And that's a great round from Kicker, up to 3 kills for him. But yeah, it's a perfect round for Yakinda. His team explode off the back of it. NIP, they're having problems closing this game right now. It's no longer fine and dandy on this CT side. It's been very quiet. Ever since that triple deagle, double rifle win for VP. And now NIP, more USPs, but they can't really rely on a hero AWP in this round, right? So maybe a bit of investment, but in reality, it's VP closing the gap by 1 more, surely.
Yeah, VP, man, like on a T-side comeback, this is kind of them in their element, right? For NIP, it feels a little rough because it's like you're sitting here and you're telling yourself, like, boys, you know, we've hardly had any rifle rounds. Like, in reality, you know, like, we've pulled rifles out, but every single time we're losing, oh, we're having to take an eco. And so VP have very, very quickly amassed the scoreline where it feels like they're well and truly back into the game. Nip coming into this with more deagles again. Are they going to find success once more? Quad B stack. This certainly is not the round for it as VP look to move into A where only Hampus resides. Dead in Palace. And this might freak VP out a little. You know, a lot of the times, whenever they've tried to go into a site, it has been the more stacked. And with someone facing you early, you could be a little paranoid as to what's in store.
And here's the stack. Well timed, but yeah, I don't think VP need to be too worried here. Device is scout, looking for that headshot. Won't connect though, and with every shot you miss, VP get closer. They're hunting you down. And it's nice and easy. 1 kill from Plopsky, but nothing else. VP clean sweep onto 12, and the T-side comeback is well underway. NIP, they need to show us something. They need a gun round here and now. Because you're just buy eco right now. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I'm looking at Device here, man. I want Device to be the guy to step up in this round. I think in a way, right, he's got a lot to prove here in that, you know, Astralis' streak of reaching playoffs, ESL events, brought to an end. His is still on the table. And so he could show that, at least for him personally, this was the right move by locking that in now. Putting some of those doubts to rest. VP. Big comeback that they had to embark upon, right? This was 7-13. Now they're just 1 away from tying it up. Pressure's really starting to build for Nip on their map pick. Smoke in the window. Sanji once again being a nuisance in middle. Him and Yakindar here together. And once more, Yakindar's trying to exploit these timings that he's always able to find.
Yeah, weird short smoke lands on the molly, so there is room for Yakindar to go through, but he's in no hurry. That bomb's outside of A as well, you'll note. NIP spread thin. Trade potential will be difficult. VP faking the B site right now. James throwing in the util, trying to get NIP out of position. Double execute smokes coming in, and Hampus is brought out of the spot. Now Yakinda selling the fake, but you'll notice this is just a fake. The bomb's getting ready to go A. Yakinda throws some more util, he spams a smoke, and then he backs out. He doesn't even die, I love it, not committing. And now NIP realize, but they will realize late. Device back in CT, gets a quick pick, and Rez helps out as well. 15 seconds, and it's falling apart at the seams. Device will die, but can they really get a bomb pot? I don't think so. Bobsky's here to say no, and Kicker will trade, but he's down to 4.
Yeah, he's got a plant now, and they're just rushing him. They're not giving him the room. Hampus cancels him out. And NIP, they do get onto 14 after all. We also get, you know, the big opener that puts a stop to that A play there comes from Device. Yeah. CT ticket holding down A. Buys time for the rotations and for VP. In spite of, you know, forcing the triple rotation over to B, they run out of time.
Yeah, I really like that idea. It's a cool play, but they just don't have the smokes down on A, right? Because not only are they using them on B, but they're trying to, you know, fake out B and then just explode into the A side with a flash. And as a result, with, you know, them not wanting to telegraph their play, is open season for Device and Rez to find openers. Now NIP throwing caution to the wind. Rez boosted into ladder, has walked up catwalk all the way. There's no one here. Hampus trying to keep Yakinda contained, but he doesn't even know what he's walking into in mid. Oh, he still catches the kill. Rez dead at the top. Yakinda gone through con. It's the A attack, though. Device just lives, jumping out into spawn, and now these T's are everywhere.
Yeah, more damage from Hampus. Device is still a threat. He's calling for rotations. And Nipper moving in. But as Pro don't have the smokes to cancel off these angles, so they've just got to plant and keep an eye on CT. Eyeballing the bomb plant. It's scary. The flash is good, but no one's able to capitalize. Jame and Sanji are actually the first to break the silence. They've turned this Nip retake into dust. Plopsky's trapped out on triple, but they're all running. They're all like getting ready to go hunt. Oh, it's gotten weird. It's gotten odd. It should still be fine. And indeed it is. Virtus Pro up onto 13.
Did they think that round was over? Were they just trying to get into post plants, change their positions maybe? They were like locked in triple Tetris. It's not where you want to be. But even so, it's a little bit scary there for a second. NIP have a window of opportunity, but still a VP round. My God. NIP, they will not be happy if this game slips by the wayside. It certainly looks like it could right now. We're going into a 30-round minimum map here. Nothing else but pistols and the scout. Rez going to have early info if he stays here, but he is alone for now. Hampus has already left, and Rez playing the pixel gap will have to call him back. There it is, spot 2 as well. Rez with the smoke available, and he might want to get that in quick.
Yeah, something tells me they're not gonna they respect this smoke. Never mind, what do I know?
Nothing wrong with that. Kinder's been given so much room in the meantime.
Once again.
Better than walking into a stack. They didn't know what the B site entailed. Rez. Ooh.
Oh! Oh, you could dig to the side of the head. Plopsky. Oh, just gets in. But James, so suspicious, so ready. Gonna delete the deagle. Linus. Can't seem to connect. And yeah, man. Bomb now down. Virtus Pro looking to reach 14. Looking to tie this game up after all. Yep. They lose a man in jungle. That's Device on the receiving end of Kicker, and he goes on to take it even further. This round's looking as good as done for VP. And now this game is hanging in the balance. For the Ninjas, they're in the far scarier spot, right? This is their map pick. They were 13-7 up. It felt like it was their game to lose. Well, heading in to round 29, where this is 14-14, NiP have got a full investment, but if they lose it, they're broke.
Yeah. And you know, VP have a little more money thanks to James just there. I don't know if you caught it. James realized he was trapped by the scout at back boxes, and so he dropped his orb and he shot it over to Buster on ramp so he could pick it up and get out of the round. James didn't feel like he would be able to escape without getting taken down, and he's probably right with the scout there. That's just a little detail. And you know, the money's like fine regardless, but it's that little bit extra just in case. You're not sitting there in a round doing the maths, right, working out if you have enough. You're just saving the higher value weaponry. Simple economics right now. 14-14, and it's anything but simple for NIP. They should have had this game in the palm of their hand. They should have already closed their map pick. The VP is showing them it's not that easily done.
Yeah, if you want to look at it like on paper, in theory, everything heading into this round is kind of stacked against NiP, right? They're the ones who are giving up the big lead. They're the ones where the round is essentially a make or break in the grand scheme of this map. They're the ones feeling all this pressure.
From 13-7 to 14-14, here we go.
Hampus fast through lower, so quick in fact. VP might not be ready for it. There's the first. James can't trade either, and he doesn't want to make matters worse, so he lets the guy get away out of lower. Big nice, opening kill for Hampus. Just takes the safe route out the moment he's got it. And now NiP try to ease back into a 5-on-4.
It's good he escapes, because if you remember, the first round that VP got on this comeback was Rez going into middle, getting a kill, and then doubling down and looking for more and giving the trade up. It's like Hampus escaping there is so important. Now VP have nothing but the B side. They're down 2 men. They're just piling in. They're walking into the Lion's Den, and there's 3 CTs here. Crossfire plus Hampus with the AK. It's done. NIP, it took some time, but 15 will do. Round 30. And VP, this comeback could all be for nothing.
Yeah, a must-win round, and they win it. But it's not over yet. As mentioned, money was not going to be a problem for VP. That's why it felt like a much more high-pressure scenario for the Ninjas. Hampus taking a mid-peak. Oh, it's spooky, right? Because it's like when you're in that last round, no one's at 15 yet, right? So maybe you feel a little more free, a little more willing to go for that aggression like Hampus did. Now that you've done that, you know that VP are going to be taking this round real slow, watching everything, leaving no stone unturned. And no one wants to be that first domino to fall in round number 30.
Yeah, it might be another cat to B split. We got the top con and window smoke going in. Only 1 man coming up mid, though. It's going to be the man himself, Yakinda. Device cut off with the AWP. At this point, NRP, they've seen this play before this game. They know what to expect. B execute smokes in. They dive through this CT smoke. Sanji leading the charge, and he catches 2 players with their back turn. Linus holds for 1. Trapped to the bench behind the smoke and drops the bomb as well. What a hero.
Yeah, he's still going, still alive in this position. Yakinda trying to make a round-winning play, pushed up through the site, and now Hampus dancing around smokes again. He's calling for his teammate. He needs help from Rez. Rez is dead on the rotate, and Hampus now asked to clutch 1v1. Just James to find only a USP of 1 bullet in the AK. He's been given time to reload. James giving him a chance! And it's a chance that maybe should have never been given away. 16-14, Hampus with a 1v2 to find NIP their map pick.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it daily. And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
Well, I think Device definitely brings a ton of experience to NIP, which is what they needed the most, right? A very young lineup, Rez being the veteran player, only 23 years old. I think it was a much needed addition for NIP, and looking at Device just also individually, you know, consistently been a top 3, a top 5 player in the world. And I think for Device as well, individually, I think one of the things that prompted this change is I think he still wants to prove that he's more than just a cog in the system that was Astralis. With this roster change, he really wants to cement his legacy, not only as a successful part of a great Astralis team, but also as a great individual player.
The first time we've seen them, and already they're in grand finals and taking second. Flashpoint was a great glimpse already into what NIP have managed to create, and the fact that they're already rejiggling the roster. I think what we see with NIP right now is we already knew the new generation is here, right? They've got their feet firmly planted in Tier 1, and everyone's shopping to find that next big name, the next Zywoo, the next Rops. And I think what you're seeing there is NIP, they've put 2 feet in first. They were the first to jump into that pool, and it's a little cold because now Rez is the second most experienced member on that roster, and he was the new kid not too long ago, 2017. So they've got a lot of new names, a lot of new brains, and I think it's a lot of pressure on Device to be all of that experience that's lacking elsewhere.
In addition to first figuring out what their roster is going to be, then it's also just about getting more experience as that 5-man unit, getting some deep runs in tournaments first, because that really helps you understand what you're dealing with. And again, that's where Device is going to certainly help them with all the experience he's had.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. Another pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one.
There's no reason why they can't go all the way and become a championship level team.
Chasing love in an empty bar, pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, fading out, chasing the light.
Welcome back to IEM Summer, and the Ninjas must be breathing a sigh of relief right now as a healthy performance started to go a little bit south as Virtus.pro dug their bear claws in towards the end of that second half. But as you can see, Linus absolutely delighted. Threat, their coach, almost in disbelief that the Ninjas managed to pull it off. But they're not home safe yet. They do still need to win or well, they could lose Inferno because they get to do a third map, but I'm sure they're hoping they're going to win Inferno. I'm Frankie Ward. I am joined by Yanko and Kassad. First of all, Yanko, can we talk about those eco rounds from VP? Because was that a case of VP being geniuses or NIP getting sloppy?
I think this game in general was really messy. Like it was really weird at times. You could see early on VP third round with a couple of saved guns and just kickered with that Deagle round, winning the Maki round. Then we saw the full eco from NIP later on in the first half. And now you're thinking, okay, this is where NIP completely broke VP, not just their economy, but their will as well. And then VP wins another round with just Deagle. So there was a lot of back and forth. It could have gone either way in that first half. And I think in the end, NIP, if it weren't for that eco round win, this game wouldn't have gone their way.
Kassad, let's talk about the AWP action. We were chatting about Device early on in the pre-match and talking about wanting to see some more flashy plays from him. And it seems like we were kind of halfway there in that. We got to see some great shots with the AWP.
I mean, Device is always on, you know, they don't call him Mr. Consistent for nothing, you know. He's always there. He's always going to deliver the right trade. He's always going to be in the right spot at the right time because, like Plopsky said in that interview, he understands the game. He understands everything that's going on. 4, 5, 6, 7 years of experience playing on a very high level, 4 major championships. Like, you know this stuff, and you know he's going to deliver those frags.
We even saw Buster having a crack on the AWP to great effect. And Buster's performance was interesting. Hopefully it was interesting to all of us. It was particularly interesting to me because I feel like maybe we've been talking about Yakinda a lot and Yakinda needing to show up. But it feels like during this event, maybe Kicker and Buster have had a little bit of a resurgence. And we're starting to see them emerge back from the shadow of Yakinda, obviously long-term members of this roster, and really pull off some great round-winning plays, Yanko.
Yeah, they have, and you know, Buster going way back, he was one of the star players and then took a step back for guys, not just Yakinda, but even Kickert when he started emerging in that team. And I think, sure, like, it's great that they're having good games here and there, but I agree with what Kassad said in the pregame. This team, it lives and dies by Yakinda, right? If he's having a really good game, that's because they don't have too much stuff to fall back on. Like, you see some of these rounds, like, it's almost ridiculous to watch. Like, some of these rounds are super slow and they want to end them. They don't have too much utility. NIP is just holding default position, some off angles, Devices ticket with the op, and they win an easy round. Right after that, they do something faster, more explosive. Boom, they get the trade in, they get the site, and they win an easy round. So I think they just need to have more depth in their game, especially on the T side, if they're really going to become, you know, a contender for championships.
Yeah, speaking of those T sides, I think like you can see 2 different approaches in this game by VP and NIP. NIP went for a textbook T side, you know, they were going for a full mid control for more than a couple of rounds, you know. It was pretty uncontested at sometimes, you know, but still the idea behind this, we get mid control, we get those early fast splits towards A or B, it doesn't really matter, and then we end up going into pop plays, executes, and that's how the whole game plan, and it worked really well for them. They got 7 or 8 rounds, and it's, like I said, textbook example of how you should run your T side. On the other side, we have VP playing the same offensive side. In the second half, they do something different. They go for a slow tactical approach. We're gonna get our space. We're gonna use, like, they make you use your utility. We're gonna stretch your defense, and then we're gonna go somewhere slow, right? The problem with that, if they don't manage to get that space and to drain that utility, they end up running into stacks like they did multiple times, and it kind of, you know, backfires a little bit for them. And it definitely did.
We're going to Inferno next. Do you think this one's going to backfire on VP, Yanko?
I don't know. This is their for me the staple map for VP has been at the start of this year. So if they were, you know, ever going to want a map to take it to a third, it would have been Inferno.
Kassad, quickly from you before we go to a break.
They looked so strong on Inferno yesterday. That's my kind of problem for NIP. You know, I don't know how NIP can handle. They played Fnatic, almost lost that one. It was 9-0, 10-0 for Fnatic at one point. VP's Inferno is really good, and it's gonna be a problem for NIP to win this one.
If if we head to Overpass, it feels like we're going to be on level ground. So let's see if VP can pull this one off, because it will be an absolute treat if we manage to go to all 3 maps tonight. But Inferno, map number 2 is coming up after the break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. I'm really looking forward to this second map, Hugo. We don't have to wait. I mean, yeah, right. When am I not? But I tell you what, we just had a great Mirage. We just had a full 30-round affair, and I have a funny feeling that Inferno is going to be just as close.
When is it not, Harry? Right, a bit of Inferno, we love it. VP home map as well. Painfully slow T sides at times, but yeah, T side of Mirage was a little bit shaky, so maybe they can step it up here on their map pick. That being said, you know, this is for playoffs, Harry. This is the last game of the group stage. It's the last game before the little break going into those playoffs. So let's get right in. You hear that sound? That sound means we're going into Inferno. Second map of the series. VP's pick, looking to get to Overpass with Ancient banned out of the pool. Here it is. Do or die right now for VP. Time to show up.
Yeah, baby. Come on, VP. Give us a 3-map series. Give us a spectacle. Let's get ready to head into Inferno. It is their map pick. And hell, man, after our Mirage ended, no one's doubting that VP ain't fired up. We're already into the pistol. We're hitting the ground running. And we've got VP with a T-side start.
A quick goosh to Hampus, but he'll get out of there alive, luckily enough. VP sitting on T-ramp. That is not the last time I will say that in this T-side, keep in mind. They love a slow round do VP. Moving up Banana now, though. Popsky's jumping. They've dodged him for now, and oh, they're getting awfully close. Popsky, caught midair. Bye-bye to Buster's P2. B is open, by the way. If Buster storms in, that's a round for VP. Almost nothing NIP can do. They have the kit and the smoke for the retake, but they're so out of position. Only devices rotating. NIP are not convinced. They're late to the party. There's still 2 Ts in middle. NIP, if anything, now are favored in the B-bomb site with a 4-on-3, but they won't be ready for the big flank in the post plant.
Yeah, at least I'm assuming that that's what these other two are going to do. They ain't even budging yet. They will start to make their way round. Even wrapping through CT spawn on Sanji. So he's ripe to do some damage in a round like this. Nice kill from Buster. Further taking away the likelihood of a retake here for NIP. Just Linus and Device. And even, ooh, well, maybe Linus can make it interesting. They're getting on the bomb. Linus is sticking it. Sanji gonna get them off. And Virtus Pro, they do find the pistol after all.
Where did the smoke go? I didn't see it get used. Would love that for the bomb, but, you know, nice try for NIP. That never really should have been their round in the first place. Very delayed on that flank, right? I think VP were also waiting for NIP to reaggress, maybe come down mid and try and take a banana retake. That didn't happen. So, you know, one player backed out, the other reaggressed into spawn. And yeah, Sanji had a hell of a round there with 3 kills. Nice flank. VP finding the pistol and NIP forcing up.
Yeah, bringing scouts, bringing Deegs to the party. Device, hoping he's given a fight early on. Certainly could be with Jane waited around at T-ramp. I'm getting motion sickness. Ooh, scout jiggle. But this could go on forever. And you don't have information as to what's going on in alt mid. Linus has missed the timing on the first man getting across. Oh, the Mag 7 also misses a separate timing. Therese with the peak. Didn't quite catch them moving into bedroom. I see a Mag 7 on res, though, and I get excited. This gun can do damage, especially over here towards the short side and the apartments.
Kick it a little bit shaky. James spams the wall and Kick it freaks out, turns around. Got a deeper long smoke here for VP. Trying to fight the cubby with a molly down as well. Rez gets cleared out from the corner. I like that take from VP as well. Avoids you getting smoke spammed or pushed through, but the long player Device is relegated to play back in the Moto side. He's chased down. Yukinda with 1 health remaining, jumping through smokes. And with this kill coming in, NIP, no chance in this round. Popsky's going to give away his position, hoping that he can bait for Hampus, who's trapped in the back of the bomb site. And, oh, Hampus spamming as well, going to limit his shots, and Sanji eventually fights him. Popsky trying to save that Deeg armor for another round. And VP up 2-0. Already T-side looking a lot better.
Come on. Just, oh man, your kid has got 1 HP. 1 HP, look at him. Woo. He's just waiting. Run. He gets away. Big Yukinda. Will he die to the bomb? accepting bets now. You think he's safe, but is he safe, right?
He's safe.
Nah, he's really safe now. He's really making sure. If he was still on banana, could have.
Yeah.
As weird as that is.
With a deep side plant, yes, it's default, so he would be fine. But Kinda knows that. He's as far away as he can possibly be. Back in spawn and respawning Go VP. NIP having to eco. A lot of Ps in this matchup. Someone's been drinking too much water. I'm just an eco here.
Yeah, this should be a pretty uneventful round as far as they go.
Yeah, we said that a lot on Mirage, and well, look what happened.
Yeah, that's true, Hugo. And actually, I've learned to never chance it. The thing is, I just think on Inferno, it's very, very hard, especially up against VP, with what they do and how they play and how grueling they can be when it comes to... Oh boy, just about gets away. Minus. There's a lot of dudes around the corner, and he's deleted by Sanji on the initial peak. Yeah, the Deagle's not really given much of a chance. Sanji's making money for James Orp. You know that's what he's doing, right?
It's one way of looking at it, yeah, sure. Can't, you know, disagree with that statement.
Nice guy Sanji. He's also Bames John, 700.
Yeah. Oh, the jumping. Poor Rez. Could not hit that headshot mid-air.
This is good, though. It's clean. It's exactly what we wanted out of VP, right? Leaving nothing to chance. And they're looking to take a flawless anti-eco here. Just Plopsky, the one guy who has armor. Doesn't matter when you get your head ripped off by an AK. But now you've got that reinvestment. And Device has even got AWP money to be throwing around.
Yeah, he's even got the best B spawn as well. That's a feel-good moment for Device. See if he can put it to use. VP, you know, they're not always going to be charging up Banana, trying to take that quick control right there. They'll be absolutely fine in a gun round, giving it away and letting NIP go through the motions, lobbing utility. We've got 4B, so you can expect to see that. Device at the forefront of it all. Here come VP, though, with a vengeance. Device could not see a thing through the smoke, through the flashes, but he still gets a kill. Kikik's going to trade, denying the AWP escape. With 3 still at B, NIP hold on, and look at the gaps that's been taken by Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji's on an adventure. And this adventure could be huge in the grand scheme of this round. As they're rotating in, even though they know they've given up long, they're not ready for him here. And Cerez is cut down in CT. Now the alarm bells are going off for NIP. They think it's going to be an A play. And Soplopsky fast rotates through Banana into VP, who is still holding T-spawn. Sanji yet to die, and Hampus ain't changing that anytime soon.
Back to B they go.
And this is what I mean. The way that VP play the T sides is grueling to play up against. They get Sanji deep in CT, and you saw the reaction from Nip. They go, oh, bollocks. That means it's an A play. Everyone starts rotating, rushing through Banana. Nah, mate, the bomb is sat at T ramp. There's another guy with him. They were just waiting for you.
Well, that's the thing. VP, they don't even need a plan there, right? Once they get Sanji and CT, they can just go, all right, let's feel it out. Let's see what they give us now. You know, maybe we go A. If Sanji kills one, then we collapse on the A players. But NIP just feeds Sanji, right? They're trying to rotate. They're trying to get some control back. And, you know, 2 kills off a B. Yeah, why wouldn't you run in at that point? James even given a free AWP. Linus is not getting away with this gun. Oh, he slit the net, but not for long. Good shot, but they're everywhere, around every corner. James with a headshot through the wall, and VP up 4-0. Yeah, I love that call from VP, right? Just getting Sanji up there quick. It's cool for 2 reasons. 1, it's an SMG. You lose it, it doesn't matter, whatever. You can afford to take that risk. 2, it's the first gun round for NIP. So it goes to say that, yeah, no surprise to NIP, a heavy B, straight out of spawn, right? Throwing in the util, going about the motions, as many CT teams often will. Yeah. And so VP just gamble. They make the read, and it's perfect. Lots of utility. We might have an aggro round here for NIP.
Yeah, definitely would be the buy for it, right? I imagine if they were going to look to do anything without aggression, you'd see a lot more smokes for a smoke delay play. Instead, we've got them fighting with these Deagles, with the nades.
so little value from so many HEs and so many mollies, right? That was thousands of bucks worth of utility, and they barely, you know, scraped VP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, man. When you play versus VP and you try to do these nade stacks, it feels like sometimes, you know, they're landing just 5 steps ahead of where VP are.
Maybe a kill here. I love this off angle from Rez. Oh dear, he gets it. The repeat with the Deagle spam. Can this round really be won by NIP? They would love it, but it's never going to be that easy. Talking of which, Rez dead on long. Linus alone in the pit, calling for that banana aggression. Needs help now. 1 kill will do it, but Jame going to deny with the P250.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're up against the VP that are probably a little bitter as to how Mirage ended. I reckon they're coming into this fired up to make a bit of a statement on their map pick, right? Just to say to NIP, like, look at how close we were to winning your map. Look at what we're doing to you on ours. It's a 5-0 start with rifles coming out in the next for NIP. But this is exactly how these scorelines, you know, spiral out of control so quickly, right? If you lose pistol CT side and you lose that first rifle, you are going 5-0 down 9 times out of 10.
Oh, Propsky's going to die to the bomb if he doesn't run. Couldn't find a gun. Oh! Felt like that was far enough. Guess not. No armor, of course, so far more damage off of that bomb. But yeah, it was a deep sight plant as well. Not back sight, but in the corner. The cold zero box. 5-0 for VP. Looking good. Got the reinvestment here, though, from NIP. Device even having an AWP as well. And yeah, no, NIP, they love doing this as well on the player cams. Always good to, you know, lean away from the PC, all together in a room, chatting to Threat, trying to figure out what they want to do next. Got to be careful, right, with that long gap. If they want to go heavy B and throw in utility, you need someone on long. That's something VP have already looked to exploit. Sanji 9-1 right now.
One of the things, man, you just got to love about Sanji is he's so pliable. Like, he can do anything, right? Like, this guy, normally you'll have him in, like, these kind of more supportive positions. But in the beginning of that round where he gets all the CT control, your Kindar got put down at 2 HP. He's normally the space creator. Sanji took it upon himself, and we're getting a great game out of him where he is in, like, these high-impact positions. He's also got $10,000. Loaded, man. Think about how much he can buy Jame when Jame runs out of money now. More of this slow T side. Response from NIP is good though, right? They're not like dumping all these early nades down banana. That's one of the tricks to like this VP style, right? Everyone knows they're really gonna look to give you this slow stuff at some point. And so seeing teams, you know, hold on to utility till the late round, not uncommon. If you want it to do damage versus VP, a lot of the time you got to do that. But that's why when VP do change the pace, it can catch you so off guard. And so here we go. They're taking this top mid control. While this is going on, NIP are trying to retake banana. That's at least something for them. The VP are out on the long side. Rez doesn't know anything about numbers yet, but the flash in for him is perfect from Device. A big little double play between Device and Rez at long, and they're going to lock in the round on the back of it. The rifles come out in round number 6, and it's a flawless round for NIP. That carries a lot of weight as well. Now, we talk about this CT money being harsh. Flawless rounds are so important just to build you a bit of a foundation.
Yeah, that's a dream for NIP, right? What a spray on the long side for Rez. They're blind for so long, it feels like. And he's able to transfer across everyone. So there we go, on the board. Better late than never. But far from happy with where they're at. VP moving up banana fast, Kicker taking risks here. He's got the deep molly as well. Might have to smoke his escape. Swap sides, avoid the nades. You see him back out there, and that's because, you know, often you get that molly in, you wait till the T's are trapped in one corner or the other, and then you double nade logs or double nade the left side of B. And so Kicker makes sure that doesn't happen to him. He re-aggroes after the fact. Hampus is waiting for the flash. He's going to call it. Probably going to play contact for the first kill, and then as soon as he shoots, the flash will go out behind him. Let's hope he doesn't die immediately. Oh, there it is. Spray is good. Kicker gets tagged down low as well, but lives to tell the tale, and even the reflash comes in, but at that point, Hampus is dead. Plopsky is still holding B with his utility, and VP might just full exec.
Yeah, they're dumping in util. I know they've weakened this B site, even though the rotation of device is in. Nip are completely cut out of B, and now start to call for rotations. That bomb not planted yet. Device, Deeg spam, and Plopsky gonna drop the bomb out Ruin side. That's quickly retrieved by Sanji. You don't want to lose that bomb. You don't want to lose track of it. He grabs the plant, and Device is caught with the spam. For Linus and Rez, they're very, very late into this one. Kickert's even holding for the late banana flank, and if he gets this kill, it's not coming through, but Rez is ready. Linus, dead to Sanji. And they know where Rez is. They've got him pinned over at banana, even though it's created space. Sanji is there to lock the round in. The VP take the B plate, and they put 6 up on the board.
I love that from James. Not only does he give kick at the AWP for like the Bogdan's Law to hold banana, which is a nice play, and actually honestly one that is pretty rare from James. Like he's never given that AWP over to his teammates, which, you know, it's fine, right? We know his style of play, what it's like. He's always going to go in last, but right there, as Device is spamming to try and stop the bomb plant, James, he's on top of blue. He could easily just tuck and wait. He chases that kill, man. He never gives Device the room, and that's a really aggressive play that puts VP up in the 3-on-2. Pretty much signaling the end of the round. NIP double haul set up with the AWP. This is common. First contact is the AWP, which will then back out, and you'll be fed to the wolves in the form of the rifle. VP, again, trading util out B, and they're fine to give it back up. Yakinda pops out into middle. Boiler player with a flash, and there goes Rez again, always set up by his side. Linus helps out on the short as well, gets another kill. So NIP back with a vengeance. This might just force a B execute for VP. You don't really have much else in the tank. You do have that control. And just the right amount of util. After Device checks mid, he might even pre-rotate.
That's what I was going to say, right? Look, he's aggressing over at the long side, getting the info that mid still looks clear. But we're not going to see an early rotation out of Nip. Still sticking to their guns.
Time to run. Double smoke.
Smokes it down, yeah. Plopsky could get spammed out. The tags have hit, and Buster will delete him through the smoke. Hampus still up on the boost, goes unchecked, and takes one out of the round. Buster and Sanji left in a 2-on-4. They have a bomb plant. That is the only thing going their way. NIP set up to retake this one. A lot of utility as well to force these gunfights out of Virtus Pro. You can make them feel very uncomfortable. This is going to be rough for Buster and Sanji. There's the early swing. Nothing found. Buster good for one, but he's double peeked from the ruins. And Linus plays that to perfection with his teammates by his side, rushing down the remaining man.
You really couldn't tell that Linus is so inexperienced on this top level, right? Like, he looks so comfortable inside of this team. It's the first time I've casted him, at least, right? We obviously saw a bit, you know, from him in the tournament already, but wow, like he's just so calm, he's so collected. When he was anchoring B back on Mirage, he always looked good to get a couple of kills. And right there, even just swinging with his teammate, jumping on top of Coffin, in sync on the retake. Really nice stuff. Yeah. 3 kills.
Whenever we've seen him on player cams as well, he's very smiley. Looks like he's interacting with everyone. Yeah. Seems like he's like just looking very positive.
I mean, got to be a dream to be playing in this roster.
Yeah,
right? Like,
especially now,
right? Down the line, like, oh, hey Device. Oh, hey Rez. You know, yeah, this whole roster is star-studded, and you know, NIP love bringing in the youngsters. Right now, VP, they're still fine. They're still in control. They're not, you know, worried yet. Couple of rounds for NIP and a retake there on the B bomb side, but VP still have the cash to sustain. And more of it. Heavy on B again, but it's worth noting Device is not with them. He's going to be able to hold mid and deny that gap that has been found with the triple B setups. Kicker beats the Molotovs this time. Very far up, but it is being respected by NIP. Very slow and passive round here for NIP, not wanting to take any early engagements. Device doesn't swing out mid, he just holds for the T-swing rather. Now he has long. Nip never fought for Banana. They held their util for this execute. That's what VP have done a lot of towards this B bomb site. And they might do it again. We're getting mid util right now, but with 3 in Banana with that bomb as well. VP likely just going to fall back into another execute. Retake util for NIP. I like that. They don't do anything with it though. All that's going to do is delay the play. Device almost rotated, but they've told him they're fine, but they won't be fine for long.
Yeah, look, you're seeing the other VP players falling back and looking to follow through on this B play with Plopsky giving that early fight over. They're more enticed now than ever. They've tasted the blood in the water and they want more. Wiping Hampus out and through the smokes again. What? Device given a taste of his own medicine, perhaps. It's Virtus Pro up onto 7.
Well,
kicker, by the way.
Yeah.
Little monster of a man.
Shooting Device through the smoke. And yeah, that's twice now. Plopsy's got caught out, you know, fighting. Oh, yeah. I mean, should get checked. Oh, no. Oh, no. I would have loved Rez to just tell Linus to duck there. But he's trying to bait it like for Rez.
Hey, yo, Linus, peek.
Cheers, lad. Going for the ace and the save.
He's going to look sick in the frag movie.
They shouldn't hunt this, really. They shouldn't lose another guy. That would be quite painful. And, well, Rez, he's going for the ace. James won't let it happen. Okay, James saves. That's the one thing we can always rely on. That's twice now we've had this quick B pick from VP. And, Plopsky playing in front of the banana smoke, trying to fight for it. Maybe not really working right now for NIP. Considering VP, all they're doing is taking banana early.
Man, it's one of those awful moments where, like, Plopsky, it didn't look like he was, like, invested in peeking that. I think he was just giving it, like, one of those little jiggles just to see, right? You tell yourself, like, I'm not going to die here. I'm just playing for the info. I'm just getting the spot. And that makes the death even worse feeling, right? Like, you kind of knew it was risky taking the peek. And it's that death that really spurs on the victory for Virtus Pro.
And that Device is in the same spot, but far better gun for the job. And they just heard an AWP at A as well, so do they realize that that's a different AWP? They're about to find out the hard way, walking into the angle. Rez. Oh, not quite good for 2.
Yeah, it's always a little spooky when someone's got an out past you.
There it is again.
Shame. Removing Plopsky from that same position, and now Sanji's dropped Linus in the apartments.
Oh, no.
This was a good start for NIP that's very quickly turned sour. We're looking at Hampus to try and be the man to save the day. And with that kill onto Sanji, maybe there's hope after all. Hampus hears them running up the short side, and he flashes himself in, but doesn't commit to the peak right away. Just playing for time at this point, right? Wait for Device. Wait for your AWP to come in and help you with this retake.
Hard to help, though, when you're smoked off. There is a bit of a gap for Device. He's got to go through eventually. They're backing out and playing Porch. Buster pushed in. Hampus hoping for a kill. Nothing getting delivered. It's up to Device. Hunting with a missed shot. Might want to save here. Time is ticking, and opportunities are fleeting here for the Ninjas. Wallbang won't connect. Hampus with a swing. And it's all getting a bit uncomfortable now for NIP. They're going to get the kill. Buster, just a few seconds stalling will do enough, but he can't get the kill to Device. And NIP are on the bomb with just enough time. It's going to be a 3rd round. Nice patience from Hampus, man. Stalls that out as long as he can for Device to get set up. And he finds 3 in the round. Gets the AWP for Rez as well. So that kept by NIP once more. Trading rounds here, back and forth. It's only going to favor VP with a lead, but NIP just trying to get back into their CT side. Again, Plopsky, want to talk about that? Maybe he's rotating, right? I think he's just trying to get out of the bomb site as quick as he can. He doesn't want to cross coffins, but caught out by Jamie, still AWPing B. It's really, really awkward.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where, like, if we're noticing it, he's definitely feeling it as well, right? And might be getting in his own head a bit. Keeps telling himself, like, no, I'm not going to die there this time. Oh, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Plopsky this time over at Oranges. Ooh. Device peek and opens the round up there with the AWP. Once again, His double AWP setup was good to find the openers last time, but missed shots out of res. He's getting a little stressed up here in the apartments.
Oh, bye-bye. Sanji's Deeg.
That's the Sanji effect, man. Give this guy $700. He turns it into 5,000. Oh, he's going for more. Well. Sanji's is just tearing through them. Now he's got an AWP to play with. They've given him the big money. They've given him the big cash. And Sanji, with a smile on his face, has torn this round away from NIP with nothing more than a Deeg and armor behind it. He's looked to put 8 on the board for Virtus Pro. Big moves out of money man Sanji.
What a round, dude. I don't think at any point NIP were ready for that one. They were perfectly set up in middle, right? They got a banging nade. They got a mid pick and had util down. Smokes are in the way for VP. But it was climbing back on cart that was the problem after all. And so the save has to be called here for NIP. It's not like they're rich either, right? They're not saving into another buy round. They're just saving because that's all they're going to have in the follow-up. Sanji ruining their economy on an eco win here for VP. They had enough of them on Mirage. But we've got many more on Inferno too. 8-3 dominance right now for Virtus Pro.
Like, Sanji is like the real Wolf of Wall Street of Counter-Strike, isn't he? Like, he'll take some penny stocks, he'll turn it into something big. Kind of a swing round now for NIP. If they don't get this, they're on pistols, and suddenly Virtus Pro have locked in a very dominant first half of play. Kicker once again with the opener, and the B site has had the red carpet rolled out.
Yeah, NIP just can't find the solution, right? Device has had a couple of picks up towards his top banana, but man, Kicker's entries have been second to none in the T side. He has been muscling his way into B round after round. Think about that triple kill as well in a few rounds prior. He's going to find another, flashing through the smoke. Linus trying to get some control back, some semblance of it, but he's gone again. Yikinda with a kill, Sanji holding alt mid, and there is nothing here for NIP. Wherever they go, they meet death.
It's a bit of a poison chalice being that third guy rotated into B, right? You're trying to make a big play, you're trying to regain some control, but man, you're walking into the Lions' den. And rather unsurprisingly, it's full of Lions.
Yeah, often the case.
They're like countering the save by going to where you save ahead of time. Not that you could know it, Rez, but don't go any further than this. You are right where you want to be. Ooh, Sanji, jump scare. There's more where that came from. James says, I'm the only guy that can save, and here he is, locking them out. 9 on the board for VP. The hunt is massive because it means now you don't even have like an M4 in this round, right? You're just on pistols. 10 looking as good as guaranteed for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, what a great game from VP, right? Like, they, as you said earlier, probably not happy with how Mirage went. Felt like they could have pulled that one back. They almost did. And IP came alive right at 14-14 with a must-win buy. And now VP, it's a statement from them. Wanting to make this a 3-mapper. Wanting to get to Overpass, which, yeah, okay, maybe hasn't been excellent as of late. And Device is more than experienced on. But VP, at their peak, man, Overpass, it was their bread and butter. Deadly Jamin Yikinda double toilet setup.
Ooh. This round could still get terrifying.
Yeah.
There's always a potential. Yeah, any round is winnable. But this one shouldn't be. And Jane with that kill has possibly saved the day. Sanji's about to get this information, and now they go B because they've spotted everybody over here in top middle.
I gotta say, there's a fairly fast T side, not even this round, but just this half of VP. It's actually surprisingly concise. They know exactly what they're doing. It does help that they've been constantly getting these B picks, right? Like Kicker entering round after round and just finding openers, and VP just going, well, we may as well just execute. NIP have never stacked this bomb site. And yeah, so VP, who have often just run the most slow, painful 20-second last-minute executes, they've rarely even gone A in this half. They have, more often than not, grouped up in banana, thrown in the 2 smokes, and won the round. So Yeah, it's been a really good game plan from VP. It's something NIP have not figured out yet. And it's hard as well because you want to, you know, sometimes what CTs do in a position like this is like run in an aggressive round, right? Get down middle, throw those deep volleys.
Yeah, but you can't do that versus
if
these
there's one
guys.
team you can't do it against, it is VP.
Pushing the T's, yeah, man. I should give them the round, why don't we?
Man, Shane will sit on ramp with the AWP and he won't even fight mid. He'll just fight for the aggro every round.
Yeah, he'll wait for you to come to him for like a minute and a half and then eventually make the perfect read.
Yeah, so like, you know, how do you solve this for NIP? There's no easy answer, right? They've got another buy round. They've got all the util in the world. Maybe try and take that banana control back early, right? Put 3 there. They haven't gone for a banana take since they got burned by that round from Sanji. Ever since, it's been, you know, maybe device AWPing or some retake utility or holding car. I'd like to see a full B take here for NIP at some point, but they're running out of rounds, they're running out of chances, and Kickett's here looking to do the dirty work again.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest issues, though, is you just feel like you don't have a read on this game if you're NIP, right? It's not like you've been able to kind of get your bearings at all. You never know what Virtus Pro are bringing your way. And again, I think, you know, you're so concerned about the, you know, the what ifs. Like, what if this is the round they rush banana? What if this is the round they don't rush banana? Like, there's so much to it. In the, you know, there's like a million options. So VP so far, it feels like all of them have been working.
Yeah, and you know, Popsky gets flashed in. He's trying to take fights. That's 2 flashes used now to get Popsky in. And both times, VP are not even up banana yet. They're finally here after the double flash. Popsky's going to go back in. He's got a teammate replenished at the B site. Finally a stack here for Nip. It looks good. Kicker going to be blind. He gets out of there alive, though. They have no nade on Popsky to kill him. VP, I don't know how they managed to keep this in a 5-on-5.
That's also the 3rd flash thrown from B now. So they have that information based on the utility that there's 3 players towards this side of the map. That's why we're seeing the bomb group back up in middle and look to explode into this A bomb site with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but NIP know that as much as VP do. They've already got that 3rd player back here. Linus in the pit, going to have to do something miraculous. Device is dead already. Reds through the smoke with a double, and Linus on an off angle. They might not expect it. They've already killed a pit player. They haven't seen a thing from Linus. He did drop his smoke. Do they know? They're taking their time, 10 seconds. You got to go if you're VP. You need that plant. Linus, can he deny in time? Killing the planter and getting a chance here for VP. It might just be the round for NIP.
I think Jane got blocked. I don't think there's time. Yeah.
Wow.
He got stuck on Sanji just as he was about to get into the site. And it only delayed him. It only delayed him by like a millisecond. But those are the kind of hairs you're splitting when that's what's left at the end of the round.
Oh, they just couldn't find Linus, man. They were looking everywhere. They didn't know where that 3rd man was. And, you know, maybe that does come down to the fact that, oh, this is a new player to the team. We don't know what spots he's playing in. Usually in those positions, you look at the scoreboard, you go, oh, who's alive on A? Oh, X player. Well, they play here. Let's look there. You know, maybe they don't have that knowledge yet. Linus, big kill at the last second to keep NIP in this CT side.
And it's another round that showcases why we've been impressed with Linus, right? He doesn't overextend in that like 1v3 he was in the A bomb site. He plays it to perfection around the smokes. And, you know, uses the one opportunity he gets at a kill to make it the round-winning kill. So there we go. Sanji's back on his apartment's lurk. The rest of the gang gonna start to explode out through middle. Maybe a fast A take from Virtus Pro. I was gonna say, that don't sound like the VP I know. We've got a lot of real estate, nothing towards B. So that makes me doubt that they would go back, right? Especially with only 50 seconds left, they start to go back.
It's now or never, right? Even if they don't commit to B, you can clear out this position, you can show bomb, you can make, you know, NIP think you're committing B, but it seems like it will be that
Look
B
at this, though. They know how much respect they've got at this B side of the map. Like, they just run up banana knowing that NIP aren't fighting for it.
It's awkward, though. The B players were never seen, so they just have all their util still available. Smokes, mollies, the whole 9 yards. It's landing now. VP got to go.
Through the smokes, into the site. Kicker trying to lead the charge. NIP rotating players over. This shot from Device, but the kills have got to come in for VP. They're running out of time, and Device finally dealt with, but there's more where that came from. Kick Hurt's out of ammo and out of time as well. Buster all the way in CT spawn, can't do a thing. And so NIP secure 5 to close out this first half.
In CS, only in every tournament, only one winner, only one team wins every time, and it's very big competition right now. And you need to be focused on every game, especially on playoff game. And I think our we started play bad from ESL Pro League. And we lost to Complexity. It was a very close game, but I think that game was in our hands, but something went wrong. But you need to be very focused every time. It's most hardest thing in CS, on every map, on every round, and when you start to lose some games, you start losing some confidence. And you need to win again. And if you don't win next tournament, it might you can start to think what's going on and what we need to change something or everything good. And we started to talk, maybe overseeing some things. And when you're winning, it's best. How to say? Лекарство, как сказать, Марк? Best. Как? Best aid for everything. When you're winning, it's you're gaining a lot of confidence, and it's most important thing to win, no matter how. That's all.
The vibes are good. Virtus Pro have given us one hell of a T-side inferno. Now it's NIP who are going to have to be on fire here as they embark on their T-side if they want to get back into this second map, all with the goal of trying to dodge overpass as the third.
Yeah, hey, credit to them if they can, you know, pull this one back and make this a win, a 2-0. But right now, VP, you can see why it's their map pick. They are storming on that T side. Lots of lovely B executes. Popsky having problems, but, you know, always a chance to recover in that T side. A lot more comfortable. You can choose what you want to do. You're not at the beck and call of VP's game plan. Hampus clearing apartments. Notice it's a B play though. Only one man here, VP. They've got a really good util, you know, retake buy. They've got a molly. Whether that's going to get used early or not, we'll have to see. Sanji could try and stop the bomb plant with the Molotov, throw it on the coffins from his position. They're aggroing. Hampus is missing the timing. He's going to go back in apps. He'll spot them. No, he won't. They're flanking the B play. This is so weird. This is so uncomfortable.
Look at that minimap.
Yeah, NIP have the B bomb site, but Hampus has no idea that they're so far down.
But they've missed him as well. Hampus now.
Go.
Now he knows. Now Hampus knows. Surely, come on. Hampus could tear the entire round away. It could have been a series of missed timings, but no, James, you little rat man. Turns around, flushes Hampus out. And now the retake is well and truly underway. Linus and Plopsky, the only two left. And look at them, they're boxed into a tiny little corner. The bomb's planted for them, but is that going to be enough? Kicker is sticking it, and Linus can't do a damn thing. Burrs Pro, that pistol round, that's crazy.
That is crazy, Harry. You're not wrong. Yeah, Sanji does a great job at B, right? Or sorry, Buster, I think it was, just able to stall out, buy some time. The mid push, and like NIP never knew that was coming as well, right? Like Hampus, he may have seen Jame there, but there's no knowledge on the fact that the entirety of VP are coming down on the banana flank for NIP. Very weird round. Don't see pistols go that way on this map, but once you hit the officials, everything changes. Double AKs here for NIP. Got Galil on res, so they really are trying to upset this buy from VP early. If you don't win this, though, at this scoreline, you are digging a massive hole.
Yeah, you might get like one T-side rifle round, and that might be, you know, you getting to play the second half.
Yeah. Double
also, yeah, and a dude on balcony as well. There's three that can peek this short side. Even once you've dealt with Kicker, you're never going to be ready for the next guy in Jame. Oh, well, Linus is, what do I know? Oh, the deagle of Linus, a lot of damage.
Failed out.
But only one kill. Sanji saves the day.
Yeah, back to B. There's only one guy here, and that's a key kill for Hampus, man. He's so good at getting these entries. That's the B site. Rumbled. Smoke is down. Bomb plant allowed, and VP, they've got a kit on Kicker. It's very low, though. And he's very far away. Your kit has even been softened up in the CT spawn, and VP might actually choose to give it up. Yeah, I think this is the right call for VP, honestly. Like, you know those second round buys could be lethal. You know that NIP have better guns than you do right now. They've also got way more health. And so VP, who have util, who have a kit, who have enough to, you know, fully rebuy next, this is definitely the right call. It's a bit of a sad call to make. Nice entry from Hampus. That is the kill that wins the round.
All right, though, for NIP, we said that was like a high-risk, high-reward situation. They took the gamble. They reaped the reward. Because even though you're getting, you know, a reinvestment back in here, it is still going to be ugly. There's no two ways about it. I'm never ready to discount a VP force, right? Especially with all these saved weapons, man. Like, you put a deagle in some of these guys' hands. Oh, now we talking.
But, man, winning the round for NIP, right? Considering now this buy is also pretty sloppy for VP. Like, NIP in a really good position despite the scoreline not being nice to them. They could definitely break the money and get back into this game, but they'd have to win this round, and that feels all too good to be true. VP muscle their way down middle, something that NIP didn't try once in their CT side. VP do it immediately, and look at the room that Sanji's gained. He's about to find the bomb before they do. And they're scared of it,
This is so weird. Yeah, look, Plopsky's having a turn and look away at everything, and so he's blindsided by Sanji. Hampus is now like, wait, they're in our spawn? Oh, VP. VP with the aggression.
So forget everything I said, right? Now VP, there's I don't like calling games before they're over, but like, how the hell do you bring this one back? It's looking excellent for Virtus Pro right now on their map pick.
Sanji's having like game of life as well, bro. 24-8.
Yeah.
3-0 KD. And in spite of all of that, can I just say, this is why we love Sanji. He's dropped the AK to Buster and he's bought an MP9.
Yeah. And that's what he wants as well. That's it. That's not even just pressure. Sanji, more than versatile with these weapons. NIP now rebuying back in, but as said, like, you know, off the back of losing that round, a must win for them, and they have nothing to play with here. Not a single primary weapon. Lots of utility, but how much value will they really derive from that? Very patient round, doing their best VP impression, sitting on the T-ramp. James trying to AWP them, spot some heads. And hey, that's where the bullets come from.
Oh, that's a meat grinder. Oh, death by 1,000 cuts for Yakinda. Nades are good in response, though. It's made them all very, very wounded on this B play. And look, Virtus Pro are calling for the entire changing of the guard. They're bringing everyone around to B.
Oh, more mollies, more flashes, more everything that you don't want if you're NIP. Buster's pushing a smoke. He's finally put down by Plopsky. Grabbing a gun, Plopsky, this could be his round here. It's time for a hero for NIP. Sanji, the smoke fade almost doubles up, but he's done good work. Bomb is loose, and forget the plant. NIP are looking for kills. Flash is good, but James up close and catching Hampus as the smoke fades, leaves Plopsky in an important clutch. 1v2, James rerouting, trying to double peek with his teammate, and Plopsky knows he's got to hit the headshots though, needs precision. There's the first. James, now he loves these rounds, he loves these clutches, and that's why.
Man, Plopsky needed that. He needed a little victory just to kind of, you know, try reignite him. He gets the first. I was feeling weirdly optimistic about the whole situation. Then you look at who you're left up against, right? Then you look at the guy who's up against you in the 1v1. It's James, and the scariest thing about being up against James is not only is he great at landing shots like this, but he's also someone who will gladly play the clock against you, right? And so in Plopsky's mind there, he's probably going through like 1,000 different decisions that could be getting made.
And they're rebuying again. I mean, I can't really blame NIP at this point in the game for doing this, right? They get 4 kills. They do so much economical damage. The risk of this is like, you know, you don't really have many rounds left of this game, but if you win it, you can get everything. You can scavenge guns from VP, you can break their money. But it's what they tried to do, right, with that second round win, and they picked it up, but then VP saved with 3 guns and traded the round right back. Worth noting quickly, Yakinda's like 5 and 12. He is silent in this game, and it's not making a damn difference. So VP having some heroes saving Yakinda from embarrassment right now, 13-6, and they're storming out of apartments.
Oh, yeah, that's a little bit ugly from KitKat, and Sanji's dead as well. Yakinda will deal with Device, but still a 3-on-4. Like, if this wasn't the caveat of it being a 4-spy, I don't even think you'd consider this for a second. It's the only reason why VP is still floating around, and now they're definitely saving. They're gone.
Yeah. And like, you can't get too optimistic though, because as I just said, NIP already did this, right? And VP saved the guns. They always know when to call the save. And they won the follow-up. They can do it again with this AWP held on. Got to keep the AWP though. Jay making sure that happens, finding Hampus, and Buster ready to pounce if needed. There it is. Rez falls into him instead. But there's a really big round for NIP, right? Up to 7 now, winning it back-to-back 4 spies, finding the second one at least. VP, they would love another $100 on either of these saving players to be able to drop over rifles. That actually might get in the way. 2 players on 14 is enough reason to force, though.
See, like when you play VP, there's always like this little X factor of it. It starts to feel like a war of attrition, right? Like these guys' game plan involves it going on a long time, involves this being a drawn-out series. And so one of the hardest things about being against that is, you know, keeping yourself in it the entire time. If this ends up going 3, can NIP continue? Same kind of energy. Trades back and forth at Banana. Still hanging in the balance of control, and Hampus trying to plant the flag of NIP on this position. Him and Plopsky working it together. They don't have a flash to take this peak. So James given a lot more freedom than he would normally have. There's one with the AWP. Without a flash to get it off the angle, you're relying on Plopsky just doming him. There is one dropped in from Linus all the way at the bottom of Banana. He did come back to throw it, but Plopsky wasn't able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bonkers position for James. He's solo B, he's got full util, and he's AWPing sandbags. That's crazy. That's why NIP aren't ready for it. Who would do that? Only James. And he gets out scot-free. Now back into the stack go NIP, back into 3. Sanji stalling, but he's not going to last long. And Plopsky with a double entry may have just saved the day. Nice try by Buster, but now Rez is in the 1v1. James, he's already picked up one of these before. Can he do it again?
Look at him, Cyclops, man. Creeping on up with the AWP. Scoped all the way back in CT, so he's not making any noise cues. Rez still adamant it is this long flank, holding for it, sees the head. Both players miss the opportunity. Rez, there's the swing, and the 1v1 closed out by NIP. 8 to their name now. And finally breaking apart this VP money. So suddenly this game's a little more interesting now.
This is what NIP have been trying to do since the second round, right? Like these constant forces, constantly buying Tech 9 armor nades, and it worked eventually. Cost them a few rounds in the process, but here they are. And also Plopsky, very, very slow first half. He's recovered really well. He just got a massive double entry there to get NIP in the round. They would have never won it without it. So, yeah, things like that, like Plopsky having a bit of a recovery, these could all bode well for NIP.
No, that was the exact reason I found myself rooting for him in that 1v2 attempt, right? Anything to try and reactivate the guy. Anything to get his head back in it. This round's a nice little mop-up. It's nice, it's clean, it's exactly what you want if you're NIP. All right, with Plopsky having a late game activation, starting to build back in, no longer feeling like a 4v5 or one of your guys a little bit out of it. Maybe there's still some legs on this map yet.
Maybe. I think you're onto something, Harry.
Buster, glass MP9. Glass staple gun, we'll call
Anything
it.
for James Orb, Harry. Anything for James Orb.
Buster's thinking like, man, is this how it feels to be Sanji? Is this what it's like?
Oh, well, it might be worthwhile. James up in abs. Linus alone right now. They're walking up mid. Oh, no. This is
huge. This is NIP pulling their own Sanji maneuver.
Yeah. Linus is not moving as a result. He realizes, like, if you're getting this much room in middle, there's got to be an app set up. So he just dodges death, waits for this play to activate all the way around, and still not a step taken.
I almost hope that now these players in mid start to make some noise to, like, bait the rotations. Never mind, never needed. Kickert's dead. Linus is still holding, but Jane will find him with the no-scope. Now it's like, I reckon they will. That's what I was going to say, right? The weird part is that, like, 4-on-4, yeah, it's achievable, but you've just lost the A bomb site right away. You've got 3 over towards B. The rotations would take so long that this isn't doable.
Yeah, you can say what you want about this. Like, a lot of people will laugh, I think, again, you know, VP, but there's so much logic to this, which is why they're pulling a save in what you could argue is a very winnable round. It is more so than anything coming down to positions, and 3 being stuck over at the back of the B site. That's enough for reason to throw in the towel. Lovely round for NIP, though. Starting to warm back in. Maybe, Harry. Maybe. They've got a chance still.
Yeah, well, I think importantly, right, we're seeing some, like, key, you know, guys like Plopsky coming back in, but on top of that, Hampus is now finally starting to feel like he's got a read on the game, right? Like, he's got some bearings here. The space created on the back of this mid-walk in the round was unreal. And these were the kind of things that VP were finding constantly throughout their T side. So you're starting to feel that kind of, like, momentum about reading and, you know, feeling out your opponent, swing back the other way. And that could be huge for NIP as they're now 10-13 in this map.
Yeah, James flashed off mid as well. Device is posted and he's got the kill. That's the flash to get him there and to get the advantage for NIP. Kickert's grabbed the orb. NIP laying up smokes real quick towards A. Now, they don't know Banana's been taken. They're looking at it, right? They're considering this, but Yikinda goes through the smoke and he gets a kill as well. Yikinda, he's been quiet, but he is not fearful. He is full send right down on the flank, and NIP as a result had to activate into the A site. They do well getting another entry, and Device posted deals with Buster re-aggressing. Yakinda was low, and so he'll choose to save, and Kickert joins him with Jane's AWP. I do like that Yakinda has been doing this a lot, right? Even in some lost rounds, he's been, taking Banana and still doing what he does in every game, which is these aggressive CT Banana control rounds, like very Stewie 2K-esque, right? Pushing, jumping on top of the car, fighting, trying to get behind the half wall. So, not deterred by the fact that maybe the frags aren't there right now. But you know what is there right now? The recovery from NIP, the comeback.
Yeah. And honestly, you're talking about Yakinda. I think he's going to be a very key piece of this puzzle. We so often say that the hardest thing about playing against this VP CT side is like if they get a man advantage, it's so hard to reclaim that. Well, normally it is guys like Yakinda who aren't afraid to take the aggression, who aren't afraid to take those opening fights that can turn the round in your advantage. But with him being so quiet, that responsibility's got to fall on someone else's shoulders.
Oh, okay, this is it. So VP, some saves, right? Back-to-back saves, just trying to get the money, trying to build the economy. This is the result of that. A big ult buy. James, 20-9 on the AWP, was picked up by Device last time around. Device going back for some aggression. Right up Banana. On top of the wall, or logs rather. Flashback in,
Yakinda's burning. Oh, he's very low now. A nade could finish this off. So much damage done by this Banana utility fight. But it's about who can get the kill, who can reap the reward of all the damage that's been done. Looking like it ends in a stalemate, with VP conceding Banana, NIP getting the real estate, but at quite the cost to the old HP of guys like Device.
This is a mega brain rotate for VP. Oh, they don't commit to it, though. They showed so much over on B in terms of utility. That's a good grenade onto Buster as well. But now VP have realized it's gone very quiet up towards A. They still have the mid info from Porch, and so they're going to set up a boost and keep this triple B alive. And they are right in their assumption. Here come NIP waiting for the fade.
This is it though, man. Big stack. If you can't hold this, VP, what can you do, right? You've got everybody, not everybody, but you've got the majority here. Is it going to be the case that majority rules? Rez dead in the open. They do deal with Yakinda and they turn it on as well, but Buster with the lineup has left it just on Device. He was tagged up earlier on at the utility fight on Banana, and so he's left saving. The triple stack, it works wonders. NIP were not ready for a third man.
Yeah, and coming through the coffin smoke as well. It was one, I don't know if it was Buster or if it was Sanji, but as that coffin smoke came in, someone jumped into it.
Yeah, that was Buster.
And moved it completely. So he had firstly, the smoke was just a big, hole, but also he has so much more room to move around it. It's not just deep in the choke point. Worth sacrificing the 1 or 2 HP for that. Buster goes big, and NIP cracked that site right open. They got a double entry instantly, so Buster finding both kills there is huge for VP, who have been, waiting for this round. They've been saving and saving and saving to finally pick up a CT win, and there it is. Streak of 5 for NIP broken, and VP looking to close the map and take us to a third.
Yeah, but with those 5 rounds comes lots of money for NIP. They're reinvesting, they're reinvigorated, and they're looking to go. Once again, Virtus Pro take this Banana control. Flexing their muscles here, but it has taken up an extra player from the A bomb site. They rotate him back now, and he's going to be here in time. NIP have gotten top middle. Starting to take some long control. James Orp is on the angle, playing with fire. And James, the collateral comes through. Is he going for more? Ooh, he is. 3 in the round. Big James bringing the pain. And he's even looking for more. An unquenchable thirst for kills. Device on the angle, but there's so much still to worry about. They could be in middle for all NIP know. A huge round for James, and it might have found VP 15.
Yeah, just about finishing the job here. No one's peeking, right? Device is searching for a kill with this ult, but even Sanji in the pit is just covering the cross for Yakinda. This is beautiful for VP. They're making NIP commit or save. You got to go with the flash. Device with the check, but there's still Sanji to worry about, who's dropped kicker. Device has the bomb, but he has no room to move. Ollie is good. Shot connects, but they're chasing Device down. And even though he hits the third through the pillar, it makes no difference. 15 for VP. Jame finds 4. And that's the Jame that we wanted here and now, trying to take us to overpass. He's on fire right now, Harry. Not even double-digit deaths, and we are nearly 30 rounds in.
Yeah, how does he do it? How does he get away with it? Just AKs now for NIP to try and stop the inevitable, to try and stop overpass. It's waiting in the wings. Virtus Pro are 5 kills from it. Nip is sweating now.
Oh.
Ollie's a banana. Yakinda are pushing up behind these smokes. Trying to get tricky with it. And oh, Yakinda, this is what we know and love out of the guy. Gets that opener and makes out like a bandit. 5 on 4. The utility damage even raining it onto NIP just makes matters worse. And even then, Yakinda's still hanging around. This is ballsy, but he's good for a second. And at this point, hell, it's been worth it. He could get even more with these 2 players both tagged up. Oh, he will. Yakinda tearing it away from NIP. Device and Linus left alive. The bomb's back in T-spawn. I think the reality might be setting in for the Ninjas, that this one is going to a third.
Yeah, this is the worst position to be in, right? Device doesn't want to accept reality, but it's going to come crashing right down on top of him. 30 seconds. He hasn't even got time to get the bomb. It's a done deal. It's a 3-mapper. It's VP fighting back on their pick. And even though NIP had a bit of a comeback, it's all in vain. Virtus Pro 16-11. A statement on Inferno and Overpass, as said, where this series will culminate. It's going to be a banger. You don't want to miss it. So come back after the break.
They done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines, while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'ma getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on, half a milli mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high, blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause a whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing, now our lives are...
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the
Баран.
25 секунд только Б.
Побежал банан.
А, нет, к вам вроде. Идет
К вам. Найс. Хорош, Марик.
Absolutely ruthless from VP, but that's what we expected on Inferno. Not only was it their map pick in this series, but it is their signature map. And they had a signature T-side, Janko. Slow and suffocating. But NIP, they should have been prepared for that, surely.
Yeah, they were. I think they were, but I think actually we can jump straight into it. I think the crucial part of that was the first gun round. I think NIP had a plan for that round, knowing the slower pace that's coming in from VP. But VP, I don't know if it was because of the weaponry that they have, or just, you know, that was their plan coming into it. You could see the early trade in Banana, but they're taking actually fast mid control, and Sanji, it seems like 1 minute 20, he's already in CT spawn, and he's going to catch Rez here, who's coming back from B completely off guard. And the reason for this is why I'm saying NIP was prepared. They actually opened up this round with 4 guys starting B, right? That sounds maybe a bit crazy, but if you're expecting your team, your opponents actually to play slow, you send 4 players down Banana, right? The reason for that is the first 2 guys from A basically are using 2 Molotovs, a smoke, 2 HEs as well. So they're basically making it look like you're using all your nades, and then you either take full Banana control or you can just fall back and your 2 guys on B still have full utility. The reason for that is the Ts might make a call to go up Banana thinking you're low on utility, do like a B pop or just a B execute, but the CTs with the full utility saved can hold the site. So what happened was NIP was doing that with 4 players, but Sanji was just sneaking up into CT, and that's why Rez, who's coming back, has no idea that he could already be that deep, because the only NIP player on A was all the way down inside pit. So that tells me they were prepared, like they were expecting something slow, and that's why you go with the 4 guys, because if someone is playing slow, you have time to go back to A. VP switched it up a little bit, and that gave them pretty much a 5-0 start, and you know, it all went downhill from there.
As much as I think that's right, that the whole setup, the whole round was completely as you described, and had the same point. But I don't think that's an anti-VP. I think that's just a move they have. The only mistake that they picked the wrong round to do it. Yeah. I don't think on 0-3 you start like that. Yeah. We
used to do it when we were 3-0 up, not when we were 3-0 down.
That makes sense, because like they have AKs now, they have like SMGs. He's gonna go for that reactionary play, walk up Arch. The worst thing that can happen is gonna 1v1 battle with somebody on Arch and maybe win it. Even best thing happened for him. Nobody was there. He used the space. But the thing is, playing against VP, right? You cannot allow them so much space on Banana, because that's exactly what they want to do. Like, you need to have some sort of a plan, like timing retakes, you know, playing top middle, anything that's kind of semi-aggressive, not allowing them so much space. They played a good half like they did against Spirit yesterday. They got double digits. Again, it's very hard to beat them once they get so many T rounds. Almost impossible.
The winning factor of the round that you did show us, Janko, just now, was Sanji with his sewing machine running up mid, wrapping round. Can we please celebrate Sanji? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can. I mean,
just
obviously...
the versatility of the man.
Obviously the support player, but it seems like him and Yakinder switched roles for this game. He was absolutely lights out, topping the scoreboard for his team. Yakinder having a bit more of a quiet game this time around. Hopefully for VP, he's just saving it all for the decider for overpass. But yeah, Sanji usually sacrifices himself for the sake of a team, and we saw that even throughout this game, where he was actually playing really well and still managed to put up some really good numbers, having fourth round, the Deagle round. Yeah, this one was crucial.
This one was important to kind of bring half to like a double digit for them, and yeah, Sanji was playing really good. Yakinder was, I guess, saving himself for the last map. So all in all, I would say that's a fairly standard performance, pretty high performance on Inferno from VP, as everybody expected.
And the highest performer for NIP was Rez, doing what he could. But again, I feel like there wasn't really a particular standout for NIP. It was just a case of the team trying to get the job done. But obviously, feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, Janko.
No, that's all right. I think you can see here they had some good plays on the CT side, the flash plays for Rez towards the Arch side as well, but I think it's just you know, a matter of time in a sense of it is clear at this point that their Inferno is still a bit shaky, right? So you only had as much time as you did with Device. Now you change another player, bringing in Linus instead of ZTR. So some of these maps are going to need some more work. Mirage and Overpassing to be the go-to maps. Nuke so-so, right?
They have enough time to do it. I'm not worried about it. You know, the thing right now that we need to focus is Overpass. I think that in a big picture, I think they have a slight advantage over VP there. They're playing good Overpass right now. VP on the other side is not recently playing very well. They lost to OG and Gambit in the last 2 games. And before that, they beat Akuma and Spirit. But Akuma, I mean, they're up there. So I think they have a decent advantage on this map, considering the last results and the last form on the very map that we actually saw.
Well, the numbers say NIP has a 75% win rate and VP 62%. They've both played this map 8 times in the last 3 months. We do need to remember that NIP have obviously swapped out ZTR for Linus and they brought Device in as well. So technically they haven't played this 8 times as a lineup. But does that even matter, Janko? This is an NIP that seems confident on this map.
Listen, I like the way NIP plays more just in general, but VP has been together for longer, right? And Yekindar is the X factor in this sort of a matchup. So I do have to give them a slight edge simply because of that.
Yeah, but Device on the other side, I feel like Overpass CT side, he's going to have a lot of room to kind of do his thing. He's going to go down Con, he can play long, he can play Toilets, he can play Sands, he can go down to B, Short, Monster, whatever. He is total freedom. The map is designed that way that he can just move around and do his thing, and that's where he is the best.
Well, I can't wait to see the battle of the bathrooms then. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we are going to be heading to Overpass, who will be making it to the quarterfinals of IEM Summer.
Oh, guy above us. Guy above is dead. Don't know about the other bumper. I'm at the guy at the very, very back of the map. Oh, someone else. Oh my god. There's more, there's more. Ah, 10 seconds. I'm just going, dude. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, one guy right next to us coming from Caswar, the big rock.
Going?
Yeah, the big rock.
Yeah, I'm on him,
He's got a deep, man. Holy shit.
He had a dig.
Bump trap. Nice.
So he shifts up.
Oof. There. Bane's pit, left of it. Right. I swear there's another. In this tower. I'm holding him. Oh, yes. Spiral is dead. Oh! There it is. Bumping over here.
Oh yeah? I can't help you, but I see it. Nice. I'm on 20 HP. Can I just off here?
The safe way is there's a ladder over here. If you don't make it, you're probably dead though. You see the ladder? Right there. Live ping on the ladder.
Yeah. Well, that's going to look funny for sure.
Shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not soaring down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
I feel a champion waking inside of me.
Oh, it wouldn't feel right if it wasn't going the distance. It's all or nothing as we head on to Overpass. Virtus Pro and NIP going to adorn the server once again in one final clash.
We've had it all. We've had James saving. We've had James Orpin. We've had comebacks on both sides, both of which couldn't be converted, and either team winning their map pick. Here's where it culminates. Can be a VP Classic at the best of times, and we're getting a lot out of Virtus Pro ever since Inferno, so let's see if they're up for the task. CT for VP, NIP, B Rush, and here they come.
Oh, there's a big stack here for VP. That's an awkward flash. Kicker and Buster, good for a kill apiece. In come the ninjas, getting closer. They don't know about Buster on the short side yet. And oh, he's going to drive one into the back of the skull of Linus. Just Plopsky, the only man between VP and a dominant pistol round. And there they are, arriving with their first already to kickstart this third map of Overpass.
Kikit's had a beautiful series of CS today, and yeah, starting off strong on the third map as well. That's always a good feeling. This little, you know, duo of Kikit and Buster, long time together, you love to see it. All the way back from the Tengri days. NIP, they're going to force up. No bomb plant, no problem. They get Deagle armor with a bit of utility as well. Got James going for a fight down connector. E-Short getting taken as well. With the smoke in the con, they don't need to worry about their back being taken. The door being swung open. Linus holding B. He knows they're coming.
This is a very confident-looking Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Already taking a lot of liberties here. And now they just back up. They leave Buster. Aggroed at Monster. In a bit of a bait and switch setup with Yakindar, who's meant to get the attention and propel them into Buster as he waits tucked in. And he might get his wish as well. This might all come together how VP imagined it would. Yakindar isn't peeking anymore, and now Buster's been spotted, so actually it goes a little bit awry down here towards the Monster area. And now you don't really know if you should be rotating or not if you're VP. Buster only saw a handful of players. He never saw the bomb either. It's not like they've just got a kill down towards Monster, right? That was all the way back at Barrels. So really, NIP could go anywhere. VP have had to split this defense up as a result, 2-2 between either bomb site. And so Sanji and James are about to feel the heat of NIP's D ground.
Yeah, FAM SVDs, you can definitely get overwhelmed here. There's only 20 seconds to go, though. NIP, no hesitation. Sanji's dropped heaven. He's got to come right back up. Jame, he's on long. It's a hard spot to clear for NIP. They've got to focus on the site first, but Jame from the sidelines could drop the bomb. Quick fight taken. Device lives, and Plopsky bails him out. MP9 up close and trying to make it work. Does some damage to Kicker. Yakinder on the flank spots Toilet's aggro as well. There's everyone inside here for NIP. Oh, he's read it. He knows the flank's coming in. One for Yakinder, and now a little bit more maybe. Jumping around the corner, and only Rez left up. He might get cleared. He will. Yakinder, quiet on Inferno, but coming in with a bang on Overpass.
That was great as well. He purposefully took steps as he got to Divider, trying to like trick the player that he'd spotted already get by into thinking he'd hit a timing. And so he reads that peak perfectly. He plays that to perfection. Virtus Pro onto a second. And another force from NIP.
Yeah.
They've loved this today.
They did do this a lot, didn't they? Back on the T side of Inferno. And eventually it worked, right? They did break the money. It's always worthwhile when you're making these rounds close. You get in bomb plants, but it wasn't like they got, you know, super close previous round. Yeah, Yakinder and Toilets on CT side is going to be such a nuisance, right? Like, they're rotating back up, but usually just causing problems up on A Banana. Jame has the AWP in round 3 as well. He was more than anticipating the rebuy for NIP. I mean, when it's this cheap to invest, why not just keep going for it, man? It's going to keep you limited in terms of running executes, but you don't need all that utility. It's early in the half. We're going to see executes later in the game for NIP. For now, this is a chance to let your individuals show off. Try and get some headshots with these AK-47. Sanji jumping. Got to be careful. They'll hear the drop, so they know they've been spotted. And ooh, just dodging the nade. Oh, that's a kill. That's one way to start. Device deeging Jame with the AWP. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Kindar's already going to grab that AWP because he doesn't want that to fall into Device's hands. But in doing so, in going back to the long area, he's given them a little window of opportunity to just sneak right into this A-bomb site. And NIP... they've hit this timing.
They seem to know as well. If site's so clear, where could that A player be? Oh, dear.
Still, I mean, that was a headshot dink out of Rez through the wall and the spot. And the spot is perhaps the most important part. They just pressure Yakinder, isolate that one engagement, and now it's a save for VP.
Wow.
No ifs or buts. They can't do anything here.
And that is why you keep up the pressure, right, if you're NIP. That's why you're constantly rebuying on the T side, because a couple of well-placed kills, especially in the current meta, and especially against a team who leans into that meta of saving. Wow, it's going to be all yours. Device, I just don't know how he did it. He didn't even get flashed. He just dry D'd Jame, who was scoped up on long. That should not be allowed. Free AWP in round 3, you take that. And even NIP don't hunt here. They just let their money build up. They let VP stew in it. Oh! And, you know, VP save, sure, they have some money. They can drop over some guns. You definitely have to buy here. There's no question about it. You're so early in the half that you're still, you know, in what would be the remit of force buy wars. Less so now, considering everyone's pretty much full bought with AWPs as well. James even going to be saving for that, but otherwise his team have bought in. And giving Device an AWP in round 3 is quite a danger.
James looking to do it back to him with just the vanilla Deeg.
Sure.
Double long setup. One player playing anti-flash. That was Sanji, who peeks out after the fact. Yakinder going to steal all the glory. Between the two of them, they've held on to long. Even drops this smoke so he can fall back out of there. There's no guns for Jame to pick up. So they do just have to let them sit back on the long side, but it's all well and good. A 4-on-3 for Virtus Pro. Look at Jame being helpful, boosting Yakinder up.
Yeah, it's a nice spot, but it's not good for long. And NIP are walking up right now. You know, you're going to get like likely walked on here, and the boost is quite useless at that point. Device now scoped up on it, and he hits Jame as well through the wall. Wow. James going to escape. Gambling B. And this is around the VP are going to be left saving in, right? It's only one man on that top site. They're trying to run up now. Swapping out with Jane, but it might be all too late. 30 seconds, the molly's in. Yakinda needs something massive, and he gets domed by Linus. With that might be the round. James gone all the way around the world, though, and so now they're suddenly invested. Kickett's got a kill. They might try and plant for short. They haven't got CT yet. Popsy's trying to take it, and he's died. Oh, my goodness. VP have made this round possible.
James long now, right? They just saw him in the site, and he's already wrapping them. He's outmaneuvered the lone device. Will he be ready for the long peek?
He's got the AWP.
AWP's been retrieved. Jane went to go find it, and it's Buster winning the round.
What?
Virtus Pro grabbed this third, and man, Jane will go through any lengths to get his hands back on that AWP. He ran, upon getting shot from it, all the way through B, up con, through the toilets, to long, to go get it.
Yeah, it's just such an abstract way of playing, but it works so well, right? I mean, it doesn't make a difference in that round technically, I guess, because, you know, Buster and Kicker are the ones retaking, getting all the kills. But if anything goes wrong there, then the last place you're looking is A long for sure. And yeah, he grabbed that up as well, so nice stuff. VP, I honestly thought they were done with that round after Yakinda got dropped in the A site, but man, they've got a statement. AWPs are plenty though. Double molly. NIP uses smoke to put out the first, but then realize there's another one in the playground. They don't want to waste 2 smokes just to get out mid.
Yeah, I think the whole reason that round is as savable as it is because of Kicker, right? Like, makes that play to quickly barrel through the set smokes into the site and strips a player out. And that's something that, you know, we actually see with a few CIS teams. Gambit play overpass much the same. When those smokes come down in A lot of the time they go pushing through it and try to fight you instead of respecting them, which we kind of see more often within Europe.
And that's because you can get behind cover so quickly, right? In you know, the A site, right? You just dive out dumpster and you're behind truck in an instant. There's only a headshot angle to stop you from short plays. So yeah, that's... Oh, okay, that's one way to get a pick. Ampus tapping Jame out, and the AWP is gone again. Yakinda's picked it back up, and Jame has been getting bullied a little bit here, but Yakinda's got something to say about it, making up for his captain's departure from the round, and he's got a nice little gap on this smoke as well. Flashed off for now. Sanji's also here, and those CTs are coming up the stairs to Yakinda. Oh, they jump over his shot. There's a player up close. Rez is panic spraying, and Yakinda is still in the smoke. Totally overwhelmed, but the trades are good for VP. They had 4 players there, all too convinced, all too confident. And 4-1 up, looking to knock NIP out of the competition. VP seem to know exactly what's going on, right? There's no guesstimation, no second guessing here. Not seeing any fakes from NIP, any fallbacks into the B bomb site. So as soon as VP see numbers on A, they just bring the entire armada. Also, B, very retakeable bomb site, especially if you have utility. A can get awkward when, you know, T's plant for toilets and just sit back and, you know, play the range. But B, often post plants are short and monster. Choke points that can get cut off by utility. Smoke sticks on the bomb. VP are really good at rounds like that, so they have no problem giving up that lower site. Right now, NIP are broken, though. Pistol, armor, looking for some big deeks.
And we've seen these D rounds get out of hand a lot today. Oh, Hampus. Right behind him is Yakinda pushing through that smoking con. And the boys at Monster have got matters under control. Yakinda will fall, but that's the only casualty on the VP side of things. The bomb is dropped out Monster, and so really this becomes about doing damage the way of VP. You know you cannot win this round in the situation you're in. But maybe you can take some players to the grave with you. Even that's starting to look at like wishful thinking, as it's just Rez. Hoping they come to him. And that's the thing with VP. A lot of the time they just don't.
Yeah, even on T sides. Can get scary sometimes, but No, for sure, right? Not giving away anything.
This was a beautiful little crossfire at Monster. The reads are already looking really good out of VP.
Yeah. Triple kill for Buster there, just spraying them through the smoke. 5-1 up.
Yeah, it's not the start you wanted if you're NIP. Really the furthest from it. And you head into this round now lacking an AWP as well, so James may be given a little more freedom to move. Sometimes breaking this little streak and getting, you know, your first to break the silence can be the hardest. We've already got Plopsky with an opener, and he will, by the skin of his teeth, get out of the round with his life intact. So the kill goes untraded.
Yeah, Nip won this map every single time back at Flashpoint for the RMR, 4 in a row. Over decent teams as well. It was their T sides that really were the bread and butter, were the things to look out for. So this is a scary, slow start, but it could be an explosion into the B-bomb site. Kicker holding on in the Molotov for a kill. Buster has the water control, but NIP realize B is very clear. They should have their wits about them and realize that this position is not controlled. Oh, the bomb denied. Okay. Rez dead on the site. And now Buster's been given room to move on the flank. They're not considering it. Backstab missed, and they jump around the pillar. Plopsky with a big flank from Monster should have Buster dead to rights, telling his team to hold on, but he misses, and Buster flicks back. The boost up for James, drops the bomb again, and it's only Linus in a 1-on-3.
Oh, this is so awkward, man. It feels like nothing has gone right for NIP. They get the openers, but everything else falls apart, and Linus is cancelled out as well. Virtus Pro, they win that 3-on-4 with all 3 players staying alive. I am a little bit miffed. It was getting planted for heaven by Rez.
Yeah, well, they were going to go default, and then they, as I said, they realized they didn't have water, right? And Plopsky's late to Monster on that flank, so they go and try and plant on the left side of Pillar, and as Rez is getting there, it's a quick peek from CT, then the whole Buster thing goes on. That's very awkward. NIP felt like they had that kill with Plopsky calling for it. He certainly said he had the kill. He should have had the kill. And then at that point, James boosted up as well. You can't get comfortable. You can't relax in the bomb site because VP are re-aggroing from every side. Yeah. A left hook, a right hook.
It's a little bit rough.
Your legs.
Because like it was a great reaction out of Virtus Pro. But a part of me just wonders, like, you know, if you were always going to wait for Plopsky to come back up short anyway, maybe delaying the plant would have been the game plan. But hell, man, they weren't to know. Everyone's full of opinions once the round is lost. No one's given that insight when it's live. And so it's another B rush, another mow down for Buster. No, denied. Instead, Sanji and Kicker make quick work of the B play. Just Hampus. The bomb not going to get planted here, you imagine. Sanji could give this fight over. Maybe gives Hampus a way back in. 1v2 is an awful lot more winnable than a 1v3. And it gives you a lot more room as well. Once he pieces together where this second player is, a bomb plant is available to Hampus.
Yeah, I like how long he's taking as well, just to take that second fight, a few seconds to reload, to get his head in it, and to make VP doubt themselves. He goes quiet, tapping the bomb in case they're up on pit. They are not, and they respect it. Hampus just looking for the kill before he plants, going to go for the right side instead. He can get swung from CT. James not going for it yet. It's walking out. Oh, Hampus, give it a chance. And he takes the headshot to Yakinda. Back to the Deagle now. James moving up with a pistol of his own. And Hampus has swapped back to the primary. He's out on his left. And he's too slow to react. James winning a 1v1. Nothing surprising about that statement.
That's why it's so horrible, the clutch against James as well. You never know what kind of pace he's going to approach you with, right? Hampus had been incredible in that 1v3. But when it came to 1v1 in James, he thought he was still going to be hanging back. He's spamming for it. He's not ready for the aggression.
This is excellent out of
Look,
VP.
James realizes, like, look, man, he's not ready for this. Not ready for the fastness. Not ready for the quickness.
Yeah. So many, like, AWPers will run Deagle as their second pistol. James, like, one of the only ones who runs, like, a P250. And he wins so many rounds with that P250. It's ridiculous. What a game out of VP right now. Do NIP have a response? That was, you know, again, pistols. It's coming down to full guns now. Time to really prove it. Oh, it's a tag. Hit Yakinda. But He does get out alive. James in the connector, and they're walking up on him as well. Of course, he reacts in time, getting that quick shot, and he can escape. He can go B, he can push through Con, he can just stay alive. And NIP, without connector control, don't want to hunt him down. They're just going to commit to the top site.
It's almost infuriating how good James is at staying alive, right? They can't deal with him. NIP just decide we won't deal with him. We'll commit to this A play, but Virtus Pro are here with 3, and there's more coming. There's more on the rotations. Hampus not ready for a second player in a truck, and so Kicker mows them down. Virtus Pro 8-1. The dominance is on another level. NIP, we need to see more out of them now than we've seen on any of these T-side rounds so far if they want to somehow turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, we've had fairly one-sided games in this matchup so far, but they've, you know, there's always been some rounds there for the T-side, some semblance of control, and a bit of a comeback in the end. But right now, if NIP keep up like this, they're not going to give us anything. 8-1. VP have had every read, they've had every stack, they've won every clutch. A pause for the Ninjas. And they're getting vocal, they're talking about it. Threat's got a lot to say, but is it going to solve the problems VP are presenting?
Brett's good at this though, man. Like, you know, he is the guy you want. He knows what it takes to re-energize the squad. We often talk about it. I love it how everyone gets pulled into the discussion. You all have to turn around. Device even had the headset off to give it his full attention. So with Threat's little input, is there going to be success in this round for NIP? Flashes in mid, Yakindar's left blind. Still gets out of the round with a dink, but it's a 5-on-4 for Nip.
Yeah, it's all the flash. That's all it is. If not, Yakinder would have shot way earlier and probably had a double kill. NIP were just trying to smoke the molly. Aggro held by Hampus, denied by Buster, and James trapped in the connector. He's trying to get that kill quick before he gets locked in for the top, and he hits the shot with a no-scope. Molly from his teammate. James don't care. He's now got control of the bomb, although he doesn't know it. He's in a race against time, against Device and Rez, going back to pick it up. James Tuck.
You don't expect this.
He's a dead man.
You don't expect James doing that, and it would have never happened if it wasn't for his teammate's Molotov. James is like just hitting every kind of timing. Now, this is one that he surely misses, right? James surely. Oh my word! How does he do it? How does he do it?
He can't keep getting away with it.
You just cannot get rid of James. No matter how hard you try, even the things that go wrong for James send him on a path to success. He got mollied by a teammate, and the push ended up with him discovering the bomb and winning the round. It just feels like there's some kind of divine intervention, man.
I mean,
it would be James that's reaping the reward of that,
exactly
right? Classic bit of nepotism there. The big man upstairs looking down on James going, go on, son, give him hell.
Yeah, he's breaking bread right now, but he's not sharing any of it with NIP. It's a feast for Virtus Pro, 9-1 up. And something's fishy about this T side. One round is all that stands for NIP. They can't catch a break, man. They can't get James out of con. They can't get into a post-con.
You know, these last few rounds more than anything showcase that, like, James is some kind of mad genius, you know? Like, with his ability to piece together what the right decision is at any point in time to just guarantee his life. James like a little, like parasite almost, man. You know, like, he's just concerned with self-preservation. And it's beautiful how dedicated he is to it. This round,
they're close.
I don't think you can preserve anything here, James. He's somehow still alive, but...
Please die. No. No, James. You're 2 health. You're not supposed... His team are trying to kill him. They're doing a better job than NIP. Another molly that almost touches James' tip, but he gets out with a smoke.
Giggity.
I don't know how he gets that kill, man. But here he is, still standing strong. Making the BGs proud with how long he can stay alive. And he's given me the heebie-jeebies. NIP back to the B site, walking this smoke.
Yeah, they're looking to play into B, but geez, is it going to go well for them? Sanji nails the opener. And man, it just feels like you can't set a foot right if you're NIP. Everywhere you go, you're either losing fights or running into a stack. And this round, well, it's a mixture of the two.
Bomb dropped. Rez, not long for this world. He's been spotted, and everyone's going to face him. Why wouldn't you? Flawless rounds for VP. Not only are they running triple AK, but they've got 10K a player on most counts. 10-1. And this is not what I imagined after a hyper-competitive series, after NIP taking their map pick, almost pulling the comeback on Inferno. And all for this?
Well, man, you know, it would be a VP classic where they long you out across 3 maps. I'm being serious, right? I think it does really play to their advantage in that every time you go up against VP, you're in this for hours, man. And they do this every damn day. But for you, you know, when you're the guys up against them, it takes a great deal of resilience to battle back against this team.
Have NIP got any steam left in this T side? As I said earlier, this is usually where they get the majority of their rounds, so really going against the grain. Walking up contact A. Only James here. This could be the perfect round for NIP. I say that, right? James not really given them many opportunities, but in terms of the numbers, they're looking good for NIP. Rotate already running up, and Sanji's going to walk as well as to not make noise. The steps will be heard from short A. So they know there's at least 2 here, but now a third in position. And it's all quiet at B for a second, and then VP make the read. But is it the right read? Notice that bomb on its own back down B. This could be a perfect fake for NIP if they can run and execute, send in someone to commit, and then walk back down into the lower site. This is exactly what NIP need. VP have known what's going on before it happens. This is the first time they don't.
Yeah. First time you feel like you've been able to break through this iron wall of Virtus Pro. You haven't even broken through it yet, but you finally got your pieces in the right place. Hampus, how much can he sell the fake? Can he do anything? Just by being here, he's kept 3 on this upper site. Kicker and Buster, both 12 kills apiece, are solely responsible for B right now. And they are just churning through NIP. They walk into just 2 players and they can't break through. Virtus Pro onto 11, and this is so dominant right now. I don't know what's required from NIP. I don't know if anything can happen to get them back into this one.
Yeah, how do you recover mentally from a round like that, right? Like, nothing's worked this T side. You finally show your best setup ever. You fully bait VP into the stack on A, and still, you don't even get a kill in B. You get completely ruined. No bomb plant, no money, no rounds. Humiliation for NIP. And Virtus Pro, it's got to feel good to see them back like this, right? Finalists back at Katowice. Looking to make another run, and in doing so, cutting down Device's streak. Maybe left back with the Danes. Getting grouped. It's not over till it's over. But this is the most one-sided this series has ever been.
Yeah, we spoke about the idea of VP making statements back on Inferno. Little did we know that this is what we would feast our eyes upon come the 3rd map. Triple A setup, Yakindar waiting at long. He drops that smoke, but still removes Hampus. So a man down for NIP. And from bad to worse, it's more of the meat grinder, more of this just relentless AK spam to find 12 for Virtus Pro.
NIP aren't even getting kills, man. They're not even getting on the board. Linus is 1 and 12. Device has 3 kills. Remember how this game started? In like round 3, Device 1D'd Jane with the AWP and he got it back, and you thought, wow, NIP, the 4 spores that got them into Inferno, that made them believe again. I was believing at the start of this map. Not anymore. 12-1. Virtus Pro, another AAA setup as NIP walk into it. We've got B control out of the gate for NIP. Rez smoking the molly and trying to take mid, but look who's here to party. It's James.
Yeah, he's taking liberties again, this time with long aggression, and it's only Rez in middle. Rez might be about to just get sideswept out of the round if Jane goes any further forward.
Of course, the B stack right now as well. Oh, contact, it could be good, right? We've seen every B play be pretty telegraphed here for NIP, but even with the contact play, Buster's just going to hit the headshot with the AK-47. Nade stack does a bit of damage, but damage is not what you're looking for. Rez has at least crept up past James. James is still on the angle, by the way. He's still looking.
He could just get shot in the back of the head.
Yeah. In fact, that's exactly what should happen.
Well, Rez clears so deep, he should. Oh, yes. Ooh, okay. The shot's missed, but it's fine. Rez still able to regain control. Yeah. And now he's opened up the potential of an A play. You've still got to get past your Kindar. That is easier said than done.
Oh, no,
they're going back down Con. They're going to let this man at long sell a fake. Rez is in A and he's calling. I don't see anyone, guys. I wonder if this puts a seed of doubt in the mind of NIP, especially with him getting kills up on A. This is awkward. Rez has got the A bomb site, and yet still they're going into this double hold. The bomb's cut loose. It's just Device in a 1v2. They had A, but they didn't have this bomb there, so we look to Device. We say, come on, can he do it? But Sanji just wide swings him from Monster, and the round is Virtus Pros.
That's a mental play for Sanji, right? Him and Buster are so ready to be for that execute. They both get a two-piece. Sanji, he leaves, he runs away, gives Device the bomb because he knows, you know, taking a fight gives Device a chance to clutch that round, gives him two one-on-ones and the most chance he's ever going to get. The second Device sticks the bomb, Sanji runs back out and cleans it up. Device doesn't get a second to react, a second to reposition. 13-1, a statement made. No way this can go wrong for VP, surely, at this scoreline. NIP, bit of a B-rush, send it right home. 5 players fast into the water, we've even got them waiting outside of the Monster. How telegraphed will this be? Molly's starting to go over. NIP going to hit the go button. They're going to go fast.
Oh, and Kicker with the mow down. Not a good look, not a good start. Device reclaims one, but is that going to be enough? They lose Hampus. They're looking for anything, but they can't find it. Just Device. Virtus Pro about to 14-1 the half, wow. And there it is. Oh, is this how it ends for NIP? Not with some kind of comeback, but with a whimper.
Okay, I'm actually gonna say like the most underestimated team in our group is Fnatic. They've had a really hard time recently, and obviously I don't think they're favorites, but I think a lot of people tend to read in too much in like 1 or 2 tournaments where they think like you get 2 bad results and then you're just off the planet and you need to change everything. I don't really necessarily think that's the case for Fnatic yet. I definitely think they have upset potential. They can beat almost every team in this group. So I would say Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think necessarily there are any teams that are over or underrated in our group, to be honest. Maybe OG have not really have had the results they want, so they are maybe a bit like people are not expecting too much of them either, but they're boot camping and they did well last time, so yeah, I mean, they're a tough opponent, and then I think VP is probably fairly rated, but they're probably one of the best teams in the group in my opinion.
Chasing love in an empty bar, pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can, and all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling alive, chasing chasing the night.
Little did we know we would have the holiest of days for the second coming of Jame and Virtus Pro here on Overpass. 14-1 at the end of that first half. They're not just looking to send NIP packing, they're looking to make a statement and secure a spot in the playoffs.
My, oh my. Got to close it now though, VP. Don't want to let NIP get back in. Safe to say they're not thinking about that yet, but a pistol can mean everything. 14-1. 14-1 after one hell of a competitive series. You would forget all of that in an instant, and I can't blame you. NIP heavy in middle, VP going back to B. It's going to get spotted. Plopsky is here. Oh, they jump him. So he's got the info, but he's not got the kills. The first will be found by Hampus, but the B site is taken. No kit for this retake. Nothing but armor for NIP. That could get problematic. It's a safe plant. Device on the big flank, and Jame is in spawn.
Yeah, he's waiting. Oh, how enraged would you be if your Device, $1 million man, removed from this round? And so now NIP look down the ranks. It's the remaining 4 to try move in. Yakindar was boosted into heaven. Anywhere you go, VP are already there, planting the flag of Virtus Pro in this pistol. Just one man left. And yeah, it's ugly. It's not pretty. Rez has been given a chance. The bomb's not planted for heaven, but he doesn't have a kit. And so he needs Yakindar to take this fight. He's just not giving it to him. Yakindar salt in the wound. Rez gets all the kills, but round 15 goes to Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Yakindar didn't care that it wasn't for him. He just gets his stopwatch out, man. He starts counting down the seconds. After about 5, he jumps in. He knows there's no kit. He knows there's no chance. My goodness. And Jame killing Device in spawn as well, as you said. It's been years since Device has met the Virtus plow, but here it is. Reaping its rewards. 15-1, and the playoffs are within touching distance here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we already saw Astralis' playoff streak at ESL events brought to a close. And Device is now looking like they're going to follow in quite a fashion. No one could have predicted this as our third map. Nova? Dealt with by Buster. A 3-on-3 to decide the outcome of this map. This series.
This entire group stage, Harry. It hangs in the balance right now. NIP are coming up connector. That's going to give them a fast flank on this A attack. An attack that they expect to be coming. Rez is going to confirm, killing Jame at range. Buster's up close, though. He's going to get flashed. He's in front of it, and Buster not ready for the fight. Rez takes the win and leaves Sanji in the wind. 1v3, a minute on the clock. Going to try and stall out a little bit, make NIP doubt it. Has he gone back to spawn? Has he gone back to B? Those are the questions being asked here by this CT side. So Sanji just sweating out a few seconds while he can. They're even re-aggroing. Uh-oh.
I don't know if he'll be ready for Rez. Yeah, just going to sideline him. All right, NIP, they win the fort. But if anyone's sitting here rubbing their hands together going, oh, here we go, boys. This is it. We're right back in. I don't think anyone's doing that.
Yeah, Rez, 15-14, having a great game. No one else on NIP even touching him right now. That was 4 kills from him in that round. Well earned, but potentially of little impact. Even a deco here. VP not even full forcing. They didn't have much money anyway, but really just waiting for the guns to come out. The sooner the better for VP. But hey, Harry, we've seen Ecos B1 more than enough in this series alone.
Yeah, normally all it takes is that first kill going against you, and then it very quickly starts to spiral out of control. If you win that opening fight, pressure's really off. And Rez locking that in middle. You mentioned how he's really the only guy delivering right now for NIP. He's at least kickstarted this anti-eco the right way.
Yeah, no mistakes can be made, though, here for NIP. They've got to be picture perfect.
Yeah, being real, man. It's at times like this for guys like Linus, right? You're going to ask this dude to dig incredibly deep. If you really believe that you can make this comeback happen, it's going to take a tremendous deal of mental fortitude. And that's, you know, before you even move on to the actual Counter-Strike that's got to be played.
Hell, quite a trial by fire, right? You learn through doing it. Likely going to be done to you instead. Buster with a D grabs Device's M4. He's going to get pushed by Rez, though. Nice tag, nothing more. Kick it alone at B. No bomb. No reason to go back for it either. Accepting the reality and taking Linus down with him. Yeah, man, get your head back in the game, but it's actually been torn off. 3 rounds for NIP, but we're all just waiting. Bated breath for these rifles of VP. I love how even in a 15-3 scoreline with a deco, with no real expectation of you winning the round, VP are still sweating it to the final 10 seconds, looking for any damage they can, looking to set themselves up for the long run, making anything out of that eco.
Yeah, I mean, you know, quite often the way that this gets away from you is if you treat it like you've only got 1 round left to win, right? I bet VP right now are treating this like a full game still. Device. Nice little anti-eco out of him. Quick work on the mid players. No chance of this round getting out of hand, surely now. But is this just trying to save a little face? Is this just making the scoreline not look so ugly? It's going to take a long while before we even start to consider the possibility of a comeback.
Ooh, nice.
Nice clean round from NIP, but now the guns are coming back again for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, more than enough chances here, but right, sooner the better, definitely the thought of VP. James even been given the AWP as well into this first gun round. Device certainly going to meet him there. Nice hold from Linus, right? Needed something from the guy. He was full flashed out and the Glocks were hunting him down, but he still gets a double. And here it is, backs up against the wall, pushed into the corner. VP demanding the lunch money of NIP. They hand it over.
Oh, 5-man boost employed. James collects his freebie, and it's a huge man to find. Rez, as the only player in double digits, almost 20 kills deep, snuffed out of the round without even getting to play. So we need a new hero. We need a new point man. Device down low, up in party, trying to hold on. And Hampus falls in middle in the meantime. Sanji cancels him out. And is this now the beginning of the end? NIP, we're down to a 2-on-2. Plopsky, the only man with HP, isn't able to win his fight in middle. And so it's young gun Linus. Just one guy up against it.
Look at Sanji just run onto the A site. The bomb is playing for B. Sanji's doing the same. He wants to walk through CT. Oh no, Buster's coming back up. He looked like he was going lower. Instead, the site is empty. So Sanji calls for support. He might even be given the one-on-one. Linus got loads of nades here to take down either of these two players. Here comes Buster. Linus, does he check the corner?
Sanji's position, man, is to win the round, and there it is. Virtus Pro, they lock it in. They're going to the playoffs. Woo! They send NIP packing in quite the fashion.
Нет,
Не, забей.
Иди на.
Банк
Дима, смог
аккурат.
хэдшот, дай ему молик банк.
Не, Молик.
Молик банк не давай.
Смог хэдшот.
Рассеивается дым хедшот, осторожно.
Не будем. Я смог себе дал.
Найс! Лучшие, пацаны.
Poor Linus like a lamb to the VP slaughter. Death by Bear and death to NIP's place in IEM Summer as VP absolutely demolished them. I mean, there's not much to say. It was just a steamroller performance, Kazad.
Yeah, I mean, the CT side was completely like they fully destroyed NIP. But I have to say that NIP didn't do too many bad things. They tried literally everything. They had the A sets, B set, you know, they tried defaults, they tried exploding, they tried fakes, everything they had probably in their playbook. They tried, but it just didn't work simply because everybody was hitting shots on the side of VP. Nobody was like, you know, under about 15, 16 kills.
Yeah, and individually also not only in terms of shots, but also in terms of reactions, some situations, right? You have James, who looks like he's in the worst position ever, stuck in connector with a guy coming underpass, and NIP already took mid. But, you know, he gets off with killing the guy behind them and then just runs up and just creates so much commotion. And that was NIP trying to go for a bit of a, you know, faster A play. And then they feel even more cornered.
This was the
rotations are coming
VP from Katowice, right?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. They played against each other in the play-in and then in the lower bracket of Katowice, right? And in the play-in, NIP beat them on overpass, but that was Plopsky having like 24 kills on T side of overpass, something crazy like that. So he really carried the team to victory, and there was no individual heroics here from NIP.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk to Yakinda because he's standing by and he's officially a quarter-finalist along with VP here at IEM Katowice. Congratulations, Yakinda.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Are you excited? Because I feel like when we've spoken to you over the past day or so, your energy's been a little bit low, Yakinda, and we've spoken a few times in the past where you've seemed really happy, but I just want to see where your head's at right now that you're going to the playoffs.
I mean, I'm glad we qualified for playoffs. NIP was a pretty tough opponent. I feel sad that we couldn't close. Well, I mean, maybe it's because it's late and people got tired and they're not used to playing at the schedule or something. You never know. On different day they could beat us, and I don't want to underestimate them. And I mean, I'm glad we qualified, and we will work even harder. We will try to move in even forward.
Hey man, congratulations obviously for qualifying for the playoffs. Very convincing third map. And you are facing Vitality, if I'm not wrong, in the quarterfinals on Friday, 8 o'clock. How do you feel about that matchup? Is that something that's like you were kind of glad to face them? Is this an opponent that kind of suits you or not?
We don't have the mentality of meeting, oh, we would like to meet this team, or we would like to meet that team. If we have with Vitality, it's okay. We can get ready as we get ready to any other opponent and play the same game that we should be playing against any other opponent. But Vitality is a strong team. We definitely will try our best to beat them.
Yeah, congrats on making the playoffs. Last two Pro Tour tournaments, DreamHack Masters and Pro League, you didn't really, well, Pro League was a different format, but you didn't really quite manage to break into the top 6. Here you did, but I'm sure you guys won't be satisfied with that. In your opinion, where are you at now, you know, percentage-wise to being at your peak? Are you like at 70, 80%? Do you think you are in form right now to win the whole thing?
I feel that we are better now than we were on Pro League and DreamHack, and but I don't feel it's our full potential. I feel like it's maybe 65% or 60% that we're playing at the moment, because when we were playing at Katowice, that was like 90, I think.
Yep.
Yakinda, I remember you doing the HLTV Confirmed podcast a few months ago, and there was a lot of discussion about your high-risk reward style and how you're potentially even changing the meta and people's approach to the game in the influential, aggressive way that you were playing. Have you found more recently that people are preparing specifically for you, and how has that impacted the way that you're playing?
Well, I don't really think that people actually are getting that ready for my moves or something like that. They know I'm doing that, but they're not specifically targeting that, I feel like. But I think it's mostly in my hands on what I do and what can I do. It's not in the hands of the enemies. And even though I could be having bad games, obviously, it's I still think there's no problem in this style of play.
Do you think today was a good game for you, Kendo?
I think last 10 games weren't good, but I'm glad we're winning. I'm doing everything to win, and I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to get back into form.
It's a team game, that's the thing. So what are you going to be doing ahead of the quarterfinals? Because you've got a few days to practice now.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of things to do. I mean, Ancient, pretty new map. Every day it's something new on the map, so we probably will prepare that even better than it's at the moment in our state. And I feel that there's gonna be like 1 or 2 days break. I hope so, at least.
I hope so for your sake. You've got to spend some time with your kin dogs. Now, we will see you in the quarterfinals. Congratulations. Can't wait to see what you do on Ancient in that time as well.
Thank you. Have a nice day, guys.
Thank you. You can tell there is an energy with Yakinda when he's not feeling himself, if that makes sense. Even though it shouldn't all be on him, and it clearly isn't on him in VP anymore. The rest of the team are doing their things and all played their part in this victory. It is a little bit of a shame when you see a player who does take everything on himself kind of not celebrate the victory, if that makes sense. But
yes,
we're not going to dwell on that, Yanko, because you've got a box and you want to show us what's in it. Do you want to explain what we're going to be doing here?
No one said what's in the box. I'm very much disappointed.
Sorry, Yanko, what's in your sexy box?
In my sexy box are all the predictions that we made at the start of this, or actually before the start of the group stage, about who's going to win each of the 2 groups. That was like before any games were played, so now we can, you know, draw it out and see if anyone was right.
Oh, God.
I'm very good with this. You remember when I did the draw for Pro League? So let's see who's first up.
They don't trust me with this kind of thing. Kassad, are you optimistic?
Yeah, there you go. There's your answer.
Kassad, G2 Heroic, so 50%.
50-50.
I guess that's like...
That's not bad.
It's pretty hard to pick like who's going, because you had to, you know, it's not just who's going to make the playoffs, it's who's going to win the group. Next one, we have Frankie.
Yeah.
Not so successful. Went with the 1-2 combo. You know, you have to take risks with predictions. If you just go the vanilla way, you know, with the favorites, it's never gonna pan out. You need to live a little, Frankie.
Look at me.
For example,
I'm so
look at this
vanilla.
guy. G2, right? And Spirit. Well, they didn't even make the playoffs, but that's another 50-50.
Can I just say, the 2 of you said G2 because you're blooming biased, not because you thought they were going to win.
No, Frankie, that's based solely on quantitative and qualitative analysis and a lot of demos. Maniac, Gambit, and NIP. Luckily for him, he's not here anymore, so we're not making fun of him. Who's that? Alex, Chad. Let's see who's next.
Hugo?
Chad. Wow, Chad, really? Like,
oh my God,
I would have really expected from you to take. Where's complexity here?
Just say,
where's complexity?
Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Thank you very much, Chad.
Yeah, great minds are wrong, apparently.
Alike.
Alike.
Not as wrong as your shirt today.
Alex, you see, he's the same as me. G2 and Spirit. This is great minds thinking alike, Frankie. It's not like picking Gambit and Heroic.
Didn't even
really?
make it to the last day.
That doesn't matter. They lost in overtime to VP. Harry picked Extra Salt, so
yeah,
there's
you
that.
should not even like throw that away.
There's that. And let's see Hugo. Okay, Hugo, and there's one more. I guess it's Rushley. Hugo, Gambit, NIP, close, but no cigar. Everyone had Gambit except for me. I didn't have
a Gambit either.
Oh yeah, you had Heroic.
You had G2. You had G2.
And the last one, oh yeah, it's Anders, G2 NIP. So it seems like all the people who bet on G2 were right. Shout out to 1xBet and shout out to all the people who picked Gambit and Heroic. You were wrong.
Sorry?
That's it, Frankie.
It's okay. It's fine.
I have all this.
Again,
I should have put this back in the box. I didn't think this through.
My job is literally to supervise you two as you start fighting on the desk. It's not to be an expert, anything. All I need to do is try and keep the show on the road. And let's face it.
Well, you got the hardest job out of us all then.
I do. And I've only been like 6 out of 10 this week. Let's face it. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at the
was
group's
Sunday,
bracket. Just to
so
remind
it was the
ourselves of what
truth,
happened.
you know. Sunday truth.
Sunday true. Okay then, so Team Vitality, G2 Esports, G2 coming out on top and proving you boys sickeningly right in the winners match today.
I mean, yeah, that was a great game by G2, especially on the second map. The first one on Vertic was kind of iffy. You know, they could have lost it after that 5-10 deficit, and they managed to pull through. I think they're playing great Counter-Strike at the moment. Everything is clicking. I think they're full of confidence. Now when they go into a boot camp, it's going to be even better. And on the other group, Yanko.
Yeah, but they look like the best team so far. Them and OG, pretty much. Gambit, of course, making it, even though the lower brackets, some close games, you can never count them out. And I'm excited to see how VP is going to look come playoff time, right? The quarterfinal game between them and Vitality, that's very interesting because it's like these two titans who were at the very top of the world rankings just a couple of months ago have fallen off, have slumped a little bit, and on the other side, can EG keep surprising us?
Will they? Do you think they're going to surprise us against Gambit, Yanko?
I don't know. I mean, I've doubted them before. I don't think they're going to get blown out of the server, but I have to go with Gambit still, you know?
Yeah, I think they're much sharper at the moment and much more structured at the moment. No gaps, not so many gaps as
and harder
EG.
to anti-strat.
Yeah, it's very difficult to face Gambit. Again, this is again an elimination match, so, you know, and on any given day somebody can pop up, but overall Gambit should take that one.
How do you rate the chances of OG? Now they're in the semi-finals.
To do what?
To win! To get through to the finals, mate!
I don't think so. I think this one is, if they meet like a G2 or a Gambit, I think that's where their road ends. But on their side, they have VP, who they already beat, and Vitality, who's still, you know, shaky. So I see them making the final, but whoever they meet on the other side of the bracket, they're going to be a big underdog in my mind. And they still need that experience, like playing finals.
But they did play a couple of them.
They played against us. We beat them 3-0. They were really like, you could tell
they played the Flashpoint too.
You could tell they were a little bit. They weren't used to playing like in that sort of a game.
They played the final Flashpoint. They lost to VP.
Wow. Did they play a DreamHack Open as well?
Isn't that the same?
Exactly.
You're wasting all the gold because you two are going to be back for the playoffs next Friday. That's when our
if we don't get fired by them.
Are going to be kicking off. I need you guys. There's no one else available. It's COVID in it. We've got Evil Geniuses versus Gambit, then Virtus Pro versus Vitality. Why do you think they got me in? And then we are going to be finding out who's going to be facing G2 and OG in Saturday's semi-finals. And before we go, we've got to say a massive thanks to Maniac and Harry and Hugo for joining us for the group stage. And of course, Jay and Dweg for casting the B stream on the first couple of days. And thanks to you guys for watching. We've been Kassad, Yanko and Frankie Ward, and we'll see you next weekend.
moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.